Synopsis: Inexplicably crossing into this world, Natsui arrives in the Kanto region with Aralts. Ash, Misty, Brock, Pikachu, Team Rocket, Professor Oak. Mutwo, the three legendary birds, Zeraora, Meloetta, Deoxys. Catch rare Pokemon. Evolve through bonds. Starting from the Indigo League. Before you start reading, please keep this in mind. Only two names in this story will follow the original Japanese version, Professor Sakuragi and Koharu. I decided to keep these two names in Japanese simply because I personally like them more. Everything else, all other characters, places, and terms will use their regular English names. If that bothers you, it's okay, you can read another version that uses Professor Cerise and Chloe. But here, these two names will stay as Sakuragi and Koharu, exactly as in the original. Please don't waste your time complaining about it. Just enjoy the story, or skip it if it's not your thing. Chapter 1. The place where the dream begins. On the blue surface of the sea, a medium-sized steamship, amid the long blast of its whistle, was slowly approaching the harbor to dock. Although the coastal city was very prosperous and the pier was extraordinarily lively, if one looked closely, the tourists on board the ship at that moment had no interest in admiring the scenery. Instead, they had focused all their attention on the deck. Their Pokemon battle had come to an end. The two Pokemon facing off were a Ralts and a purple rat, a Rattata, and their trainers were a handsome young man in his 20s and a middle-aged man in a suit and tie. The intense battle had drained Rattata's energy rapidly. Seeing that it was at a disadvantage and could not even touch Ralt's body, the middle-aged man, anxious, could not help but shout, "Rattata!" Getting close quickly and use tackle. Upon hearing this, Rattata saw the opportunity. Its forelimbs suddenly accelerated and, with a sprint, it dashed toward Ralts and fiercely charged at it with its head. However, at the moment it was about to strike Ralts, it suddenly split, creating multiple illusions. Rattata had no time to stop and ran straight through one of the illusions. It was Double Team, on the sidelines, seeing Rattata frozen in place with a look of bewilderment. Natsui knew it was time to end the battle. Ralts, use confusion. No sooner had his words ended than Ralt's illusions raised their arms simultaneously, and, in the next second, Rattata was suddenly enveloped by a strange halo of light and lifted into the air. Although it struggled desperately, it was useless. It could not break free from the binds of confusion. And as Ralts moved its arm forward, Rattata's body involuntarily flew backward and, with a crash, smashed into the railing. This time, it could not resist any longer and collapsed to the ground, powerless. The crew member acting as referee bent down to take a look, then shook his head, raised his right hand, and announced loudly, "Rattata can no longer battle. Ralts wins." As the tourists watching applauded for the exciting battle, they were also left speechless. Even an attractive young woman let out a couple of flirtatious whistles at Natsui. Wow, that's 7 victories in a row, right? That's right. And that Ralts hasn't taken almost any damage from start to finish. It's really impressive. Natsui stepped forward, first gently stroking Ralt's head, then approached the middle-aged man. The two exchanged a light handshake, and the middle-aged man praised, "You've trained your Ralts wonderfully. I lost this battle without objection. Your Rattata isn't bad either." Toward the opponent who had lost to him, Natsui showed considerable respect and tactically returned the compliment. "I hope we have another chance to meet next time." Seeing the middle-aged man retreating, the surrounding tourists looked at one another to see who would challenge this handsome young man next. However, just as several trainers were eager to give it a try, Natsui suddenly took a step back. "Sorry, everyone. We've reached our destination. It's time to disembark." The tourists turned around hastily and only then realized that, without their noticing, the ship had already docked. The warm, bright sunlight illuminated the city's sky, and the waves, constantly pushed by the seawater, relentlessly lashed against the long, narrow breakwater. Looking toward the sea horizon, all that could be seen was a deep blue. The sea and sky merged into a single color, as if the entire world were a great mirror. The sea breeze humid, salty, and gentle blue against the body, an indescribably pleasant sensation. This was the important seaport of the Kanto region, a southern city bathed in the orange light of the sunset, Vermilion City. When Natsui stepped out of the ship's cabin and set foot on this land, he could not contain the joy in his heart. Ash, Misty, Brock, Pikachu, Professor Oak, the Kanto region, the Indigo League from his childhood and his previous life. This place already held too many of his memories. Although several months had passed since he arrived in this Pokemon world, every time he remembered it, it still didn't feel entirely real. At his feet, sensing Natsui's mood, Ralts also let out a small, joyful cry. Looking at Ralts, Natsui smiled. Well, now that we've arrived in the Kanto region, before challenging the Indigo Plateau League, we should first go to the Pokemon Center to register. Upon leaving the port, Natsui took out his phone, opened the map, and followed the path to the Pokemon Center. Along the way, from time to time, trainers with their Pokemon crossed the city. Throughout the world, these Pokemon, whether for entertainment, food, messaging, or security, had long been integrated into people's lives, becoming important and indispensable companions. However, upon seeing Ralts beside Natsui, many people cast curious glances. Its green hair, like half a cabbage, covered most of its face, and its white body looked as if it were wearing pants that were too long. As a Pokemon not native to the Kanto region, Ralts naturally attracted a lot of attention, and even in other regions, it was considered a very rare species. Upon entering the city center, Natsui crossed several streets and soon arrived at the Pokemon Center. Nurse Joy, with her red hair and nurse's uniform, was organizing documents at the counter. Seeing Natsui, a friendly smile appeared on her face. "Hello, this is the Pokemon Center. How can I help you?" "Hello, Nurse Joy," said Natsui politely. "Please help me register for the Indigo League Challenge." "Of course, I understand." Nurse Joy pointed to a computer screen to one side. "Then please use your Pokédex to scan here." Natsui nodded, took his Pokédex from inside his jacket, and placed it on the computer. A moment later, his information appeared on the screen, and, at the same time, a synthesized male voice came from the computer. "Natsui, from Vanderbilt Town in the Kalos region, has completed registration for the Indigo League. Current number of badges, 0. We wish you success in your battles." The Kalos region? Nurse Joy looked at Natsui with some surprise. What a distant place. It certainly is. Natsui seemed to recall for a moment, then said with a double meaning, reaching this land really wasn't easy. At that moment, a plump Chansey approached from the side. It carried a box printed with the Indigo League logo and stepped toward Natsui. Nurse Joy made a welcoming gesture and smiled. "To trainers who complete registration, we give a badge case. Please accept it." Natsui took the box, first thanking Nurse Joy and then asking, "By the way, my Pokédex still has data from the Kalos region. Would it be possible to update it to the Kanto region version?" "I'm very sorry," Joy shook her head. "We cannot perform operations on the Pokédex here. If you want to update it, you could go to Sakuraji Laboratory in this city or to Professor Oak's laboratory in Pallet Town and ask for the professor's help. I believe they will be happy to assist you." Chapter 2. The Sakuraji Laboratory in Koharu. Upon leaving the Pokemon Center, Natsui did not go to look for Professor Oak, who was farther away, but went directly to the Sakuraji Laboratory in Vermilion City. The Sakuraji Laboratory was located on the outskirts of Vermilion City, occupying a considerable area. At the main entrance, there was a large courtyard, and the main building was an imposing 3-story structure with an attic. It was said that it had originally been a noble's grand mansion, until about 6 months ago, when Professor Sakuraji purchased it for a high price and remodeled it into a laboratory. Climbing the laboratory steps, just as Natsui was about to ring the bell, he suddenly heard the sound of light footsteps behind him. He turned to look and saw a young teenage girl, dressed in a white dress resembling a school uniform, standing not far behind him, watching him curiously. The girl had delicate, beautiful features, with long burgundy hair tied into a single ponytail carelessly swept back. Her large eyes were very clear, making her entire person seem neat and adorable. Regarding this girl, Natsui recognized her identity immediately. She was precisely Go's childhood friend, the other protagonist of the Pokemon Journeys anime series, nicknamed the Pokeball Ace, and at the same time, Professor Sakuragi's daughter. Koharu Sakuragi. Koharu Sakuragi tilted her head and asked softly, "Excuse me, can I help you with something?" Natsui hurried to say, "Hello, there is something I would like to ask Professor Sakuragi for help with." "Is he in a laboratory right now? Are you looking for my dad?" Koharu Sakuragi's gaze ran over Natsui from head to toe as she nodded. "He's inside, come in with me." Opening the door to the Sakuragi laboratory, Natsui followed Koharu Sakuragi, crossed the foyer, and arrived at an area resembling a living room. He looked around and only then realized that the house was surprisingly large, like a small castle, and judging by the layout, decor style, and furnishings, it was of an English manor style. Pointing to the living room sofa, Koharu Sakuragi told Natsui, "Please wait here a moment. My dad is still working. He'll go notify him. Thank you for the trouble." Natsui nodded, and when Koharu Sakuragi left, he did not sit on the sofa, but walked slowly toward the window. Outside the window was a dense forest, brimming with spring life. Looking a bit farther, one could see the bustling Vermilion city, and if one calmed down and listened carefully, the faint sound of the ocean's waves could be heard. Not long after, when Koharu Sakuragi returned, a middle-aged man with the same hair color followed behind her. This middle-aged man appeared to be 37 or 38 years old, wore thick-rimmed glasses, had a friendly smile on his face, and wore a white lab coat. Just by his attire, one could tell he was a researcher with a very scholarly air. In Natsui's memory, Professor Sakuragi was not only a younger colleague of Professor Oak, but also one of the Pokemon professors of the Kanto region. In his youth, he had already been called a genius with a very promising future. And although he was not very old now, he was also commissioned by the Pokemon League with the authority to provide starter Pokemon and Pokédexes to new trainers, being one of the few authorities throughout the Kanto region. Upon seeing Natsui, Professor Sakuragi was about to speak, but his attention was captured by the Ralts at his feet. Ralts? How rare to see one. At that moment, a small-statured Pokemon ran in through the door and, upon seeing Koharu, nuzzled affectionately against her pant leg. This Pokemon looked very much like a small, camel-colored dog, with a large tuft of soft yellow fur around its neck. Its big, bright eyes and small lightning bolt-shaped tail gave it a look full of vitality. It immediately saw Ralts, and its big eyes filled with hesitation. It wanted to approach, but saw Ralts' hand suddenly begin to glow, which frightened it and made it back away quickly to Professor Sakuragi's side. Professor Sakuragi crouched down and stroked the Pokemon's forehead. "This is my household Pokemon. Sorry if it startled you." "It's okay." Natsui shook his head gently. "A Pokemon like Yamper has so much energy that it's really hard to keep it still." "Oh." Professor Sakuragi was surprised. "You know it?" Natsui explained slowly. "Yamper, an electric-type Pokemon from the Galar region. It stores electricity in the fur around its neck, so it can often be seen running back and forth while sparking." "You're very well informed. You don't seem like just any trainer." Professor Sakuragi wasted no time and got straight to the point. "My daughter Koharu told me you need my help with something, right?" "Sorry to interrupt your work, Professor." Natsui took out his Pokédex. "My name is Natsui. I'm from the Kalos region. I just arrived today and would like to ask you to help me update its data to make it a universal Pokédex for all regions of the world." Taking the Pokédex, Professor Sakuragi opened it and took a look. "No problem. It's something simple. Come with me inside." Following Professor Sakuragi, Natsui left the living room and arrived at the laboratory's work area. In addition to Professor Sakuragi, there were two assistants, a man and a woman, helping him with his work. The female assistant was Kikuna, with a graceful face and long, dark blue curly hair. And the male assistant was Renji, who wore glasses, had unruly hair, and, though discreet in appearance, was very talented. Both Kikuna and Renji were very easy to get along with, and after being introduced by Professor Sakuragi, they both appeared very friendly. Hi, I'm Professor Sakuragi's assistant. My name is Renji. Hi, I'm Kikuna. Natsui shook their hands and said, Hello, I'm Natsui. I'm sorry for any inconvenience I've caused. Kikuna waved her hand and said with a charming smile, Don't worry, the laboratory hasn't officially opened yet, so we're not very busy. We still have a lot of free time. That's right. Renji also nodded. It's just us in the lab, and your visit today has brought some life to the place. At that moment, Professor Sakuragi, with the Pokédex in hand, placed it on a machine and worked on it a bit. A few minutes later, he returned it to Natsui. All set. The data has been updated. Now, do you plan to start challenging the Indigo League? Yes. Natsui nodded and added, but for now, I only have this Ralts. To challenge the gyms, you'll need a few more Pokemon. Upon hearing the word Pokemon, Renji became interested and asked, with so many Pokemon in Kanto, Do you have any targets you want to catch? Natsui replied, I definitely plan to catch the 3 starters, Charmander, Squirtle, and Bulbasaur. As for the other Pokemon, I suppose it will all depend on fate. Chapter 3. The Mysterious Garden, the 3 initial Pokemon? Professor Sakuragi chuckled. One interesting nickname. It's just a way of referring to them. Please don't take it seriously, Professor. Saying this, Natsui continued asking, Excuse me, do you know where one might find the 3 wild starters around here? In terms of the 3 starters, Charmander is usually found in volcanoes and lava caves, while Squirtle must be sought on more remote coasts and solitary islands. As for Bulbasaur, you should be able to spot it in dense forests, but speaking of the surrounding area, Renji seemed to recall something and asked, Are you familiar with the Mystery Garden? The Mystery Garden? Natsui was momentarily surprised, then shook his head. At one side, Professor Sakuragi explained, According to legend, the Mystery Garden is the place where Bulbasaur gathered to celebrate the Evolution Festival. However, since it has never been discovered, some say it only exists in imagination. Upon hearing this, Natsui seemed to remember the storyline. He recalled that in the original series, Ash had entered the Mystery Garden in search of his Bulbasaur. With doubts in his heart, Natsui asked, But is it currently the season when they hold the festival? I'm not entirely sure. Professor Sakuragi thought for a moment and added, But I believe the Mystery Garden really does exist, and even if it's not festival season, I imagine many Bulbasaur live and nest in its vicinity. I see. Natsui frowned. But I don't know its exact location. How could I find it? Professor Sakuragi operated the computer and displayed a map of the surroundings of Vermilion City on the big screen. Although I also don't know the exact location of the Mystery Garden. In our previous observations, we discovered that in the depths of the forest north of Vermilion City, there are many active wild Bulbasaur. Perhaps you should go try your luck there. Understood. Natsui's eyes lit up, and he thanked sincerely Professor Sakuragi. Thank you very much. Descending the laboratory stairs with Koharu, Natsui looked back and saw that Professor Sakuragi's Yamper had also dashed out of the lab, wagging its tail and following Koharu closely. Natsui smiled. Seems like it really likes you. Really? Koharu looked down at Yamper, her tone unchanged. I don't feel anything special. At home, it also sticks to my parents. I guess it's like that with everyone. Through this brief interaction, Natsui discovered that Koharu was not much of a talker. Although still underage, she had a calm and serene personality, giving the impression of being very sensible and well-behaved. Bowing down, Natsui stroked Yamper's forehead, and it half closed its eyes comfortably, even sticking its long tongue out at Natsui. It likes being petted. Seeing it like this, it's not very different from a dog. You don't need to accompany me any further, well, Koharu. See you if fate allows. Waving goodbye to Koharu, Natsui went to an outdoor gear shop in Vermilion City, where he bought a cap, a sleeping bag, a canteen, binoculars, portable food, and simple cooking utensils, all packed into a large backpack. Since he was heading into nature, of course he had to be well prepared. Otherwise, if he got lost from town at nightfall, he'd have to rely on this equipment to camp outdoors. Leaving Vermilion City, Natsui and Ralts walked north for quite a while before finally reaching a dense forest. Upon entering the forest, being far from the city, his phone's signal quickly disappeared. Without navigation, Natsui could only rely on his intuition to make his way. However, this forest was immense, lush, and full of vegetation. At first there were some paths, but the more he ventured in, the more the trails gradually disappeared. To continue forward, he needed Ralts to use its psychic powers to brush aside the branches. The surroundings were completely silent. Not a single caterpie or weedle, nor an oddish or bellsprout common forest Pokemon was to be seen anywhere. And the more it was so, the more certain Natsui felt in his heart that he had arrived at the right place. Only in the habitat of a specific clan, due to territorial awareness, would such a situation occur. In this forest that seemed like a giant labyrinth, walking and stopping, finally at dusk, Natsui heard the cries of many Pokemon up ahead. He approached stealthily, parted the branches, and saw that the area ahead suddenly opened up. In the midst of the dense and boundless forest, a basin had appeared. In the center of the basin stood a huge dead tree, and around it countless Bulbasaur played and frolicked. The mystery garden, he had finally found it. Looking at this peaceful habitat, Natsui did not rush in so as not to disturb them, but instead took out his binoculars and, taking advantage of the glow of dusk, carefully observed the activity inside. Bulbasaur is a quadrupedal Pokemon, its appearance resembling a green frog. Besides its bright red eyes and dark green spots, its most notable feature is the garlic-shaped bulb on its back. These Bulbasaur had obviously not noticed Natsui's arrival, but since there were so many, vision could easily be obscured and, by appearance alone, it was difficult to discern their personalities. Therefore, after observing for a moment, Natsui fixed his gaze on a Bulbasaur that had just exited the basin. This Bulbasaur wore a relaxed expression, occasionally using its vine whips to snatch berries from the trees and savor them in its mouth, then quickly moving away from its clan. Seeing the opportunity, Natsui no longer hesitated. He moved stealthily, trying not to make a sound, and approached it. The choice of this Bulbasaur was actually a matter of necessity. If he ventured too deep, he feared causing panic and chaos among the Bulbasaur. And if attacked by the group, the loss would outweigh the gain. As he got closer, Natsui opted against a surprise attack. He worried that if he attacked by surprise, even if the capture succeeded, the Bulbasaur might not accept him in its heart, which would generate resistance when giving orders in the future. Therefore, only when he was close enough did he suddenly step out, stand behind the Bulbasaur, and block its retreat. At the sound, the Bulbasaur was startled. Turning around to see Natsui, it immediately flexed its forelegs, and from the bulb on its back, two vine whips shot out, dancing in the air as if intimidating Natsui. With their eyes locked, Natsui made a hand signal, and the Ralts at his side took a few steps forward. And upon seeing Ralts, the Bulbasaur seemed to realize something, let out a cry of soar, and immediately entered combat mode. Chapter 4. The second Pokemon. Bulbasaur at Natsui's command. Bulbasaur's body was suddenly enveloped in light and lifted into the air. After the initial panic, and while taking continuous damage, it did not choose to simply give up, but endured the pain, and its body immobilized used Vine Whip to lash out fiercely at Ralts. Naturally, Natsui was not going to let Ralts take that attack head-on. Use Teleport. Through the red horn on its head, Ralts could keenly sense Natsui's emotions. Even before the words left his mouth, Ralts had already used Teleport, vanishing from the spot without a trace. The Vine Whip struck the ground, sending countless blades of grass flying. And when Ralts reappeared, it was no longer in front of Bulbasaur, but behind it. With a movement of its hands, Bulbasaur's body was thrown to one side, slammed violently into the trunk of a tree, and collapsed. Bulbasaur cried out in pain, the bulb on its back trembling, and a seed the size of a peach pit shot out from within, straight at Ralts. It was Leech Seed, capable of siphoning the opponent's energy. Ralts dodged it. It used Teleport again to evade the attack, But when Ralts appeared, it saw Bulbasaur suddenly charging at it, ramming against it with its body. However, this time, without Natsui having to say anything, Bulbasaur's body was once again wrapped in light, and, at a speed even greater than its charge, it crashed again into that large tree. A loud crash. This time, Bulbasaur lost consciousness completely. Seeing this, Natsui quickly pulled a Pokeball from his belt and threw it at Bulbasaur. A red light enveloped Bulbasaur and sucked it into the Pokeball. The Pokeball shook slightly, and with a soft click, the button lit up immediately. Bulbasaur capture successful, and only then could Natsui finally breathe a sigh of relief. In the distance, the sounds of the battle had already attracted several other Bulbasaur. Natsui picked up the Pokeball, but did not leave immediately. Instead, he stealthily approached the edge of the basin, took out his phone, aimed it at the hidden grove, and took many photos, then left satisfied. Several hours later, when he emerged from the forest, the moon was already high in the sky, sprinkled with countless stars. Moonlight bathed the land. Making use of the dim glow, Natsui spread out his sleeping bag. Ralts also returned with some branches, and, when they lit the campfire, the blazing flames not only dispelled the surrounding cold, but also brought a bit of light to the night. Setting up a pot stand, Natsui pulled out canned instant rations and prepared a simple, warm meal for himself and his two Pokémon. The aroma wafted everywhere, drifting afar on the gentle breeze. Although he was not a cooking expert, heating up a canned meal was not a difficult task. When everything was ready, Natsui finally opened the Pokeball and released Bulbasaur. Several hours of rest had already restored much of Bulbasaur's energy, but upon seeing Natsui, it still took a hurried step back, its eyes still filled with distrust. Looking at it, Natsui spoke softly, "Bulbasaur, I'm really sorry about earlier. But in any case, I welcome you. From now on, I'm counting on you." Saying this, he placed a plate of food in front of Bulbasaur. A tempting aroma floated before Bulbasaur. Swallowing its saliva, Bulbasaur, seeing such food for the first time, felt deeply drawn to it. At this, Natsui smiled quietly. Those who had tried this type of canned food knew that, whether or not it tasted good, at least its aroma was very exquisite. Perhaps unable to bear the hunger, or seeing Ralts eating with great elegance. After hesitating for a long time, Bulbasaur finally let down its guard, approached the food, and began eating in large bites. Following the path back, Natsui returned to Sakuragi Laboratory. Seeing Bulbasaur beside Natsui, several people, including Koharu Sakuragi, were greatly surprised. "Bulbasaur, you really found the hidden grove?" Natsui took out his phone and sent all the photos of the hidden grove to Professor Sakuragi. Professor Sakuragi opened the photos on his computer, and several heads huddled together, all marveling. After examining them carefully, Professor Sakuragi adjusted his glasses and said, "The discovery of the hidden grove could be considered big news, but in the photos it's clear that the place still retains its pristine environment. I think regarding this secret, we should not only refrain from disclosing it, but also let it remain as it is." The professor is right. Natsui nodded in agreement. "I also hope that this secret habitat will not be disturbed by people in the future." As their views coincided, everyone tacitly agreed not to speak further about the hidden grove. At that moment, Renji lowered his head and looked at Bulbasaur. "This Bulbasaur looks very sturdy. I imagine it must be very strong, right? Don't be fooled just because he's a researcher. He has a Magnemite named Francois and usually likes to watch some Pokemon battle competitions. Within the lab, he's the one who pays the most attention to Pokemon strength." "Yes." Natsui crouched and stroked Bulbasaur's forehead. "This Bulbasaur is very strong. On our way back, we encountered the challenge of a Short Pants Kid, and it fought 1-on-2, defeating Diglett and Marowak consecutively. And thanks to them, my bond with Bulbasaur has grown much closer." At that moment, Professor Sakuragi approached Natsui. "Natsui, there's something I'd like to ask of you." Seeing Professor Sakuragi so solemn, Natsui said in confusion, "Professor, There's no need to be so formal. Tell me anything. If it's within my reach, it'll help. Professor Sakuragi said, from what just happened, I've realized that you are truly different. Not only can you uncover secrets that ordinary people cannot, but you're also calm and composed, and you care about Pokemon. Perhaps you really hide great talent within you. Therefore, could you become our laboratory's special field researcher? Special field researcher? Professor Sakuragi explained, during your travels, you will meet, connect with, and interact with all kinds of Pokemon on this planet. Then, alongside us, you will deepen our knowledge of Pokemon, uncovering the hidden secrets around the world. Natsui was stunned. He clearly remembered that in the anime, Ash and Go had also been special field researchers for Sakuragi Laboratory. Now, had he beaten them to it and gotten the position first? Chapter 5. The Man with a Single Pokeball, Al Midday. It was lunchtime at school. In an ice cream parlor by the sea in Vermilion City, Natsui, Koharu, and their two Pokemon sat on opposite sides of a table. In front of each of them was a super sundae of a different flavor and color. As the shop's star drink, this super sundae was not only delicious, but also incredibly cold. With just one sip as it barely passed over the taste buds, you could feel a blast of cold straight at the nape of your neck. Although the chill made her bring a hand to her forehead, Koharu couldn't help exclaiming, no matter how many times I try it, the taste of a super sundae never fails to amaze. Originally, Natsui had eaten lunch in the lab, and in his free time, while strolling through town, he passed by this school just when Koharu was on her break, so he invited her to rest here for a while. After 2 days of knowing each other, their relationship was already quite close, and, sitting together, there were no awkward silences. Especially after Natsui shared some amusing anecdotes from his travels, the gap between them closed even more. After a few bites, Koharu asked, "What are your plans now?" Plans? Natsui stretched and looked out the window. Although I've become a special field researcher, Professor Sakuragi hasn't assigned me any concrete tasks. Besides gathering the 3 starters, I want to challenge the gyms first to earn badges and prepare to take on the Indigo League in the future. Challenge gyms? Koharu didn't know much about Pokemon battles, so she couldn't help but ask, "Are you going to challenge the Vermilion City Gym?" "No." Natsui shook his head. The Vermilion City Gym leader, LT Surge, is an electric-type specialist. Although electric isn't strong against grass, I'd rather go to Cerulean City and Pewter City first to challenge their gyms. But before that, I need to catch another Pokemon. Koharu asked, puzzled. Why go to such distant places first? It's like going through levels in a video game. Natsui smiled. The challenge process, of course, has to go from easy to hard. Beating levels one by one, that's the fun part. Along the street, school-uniformed students pass by from time to time. At that moment, a boy about Koharu's age with slightly tan skin happened to see her through the open window and approached curiously. "Koharu, who is this person?" As he spoke, his gaze flicked between Koharu's and Natsui's faces, as if trying to figure something out. "Go. What are you doing here?" Looking at Natsui, Koharu wasted no time and introduced them. "This is Natsui. He's now a special field researcher in my father's lab. Natsui, this is Go. He's my classmate." So this was Go, the one Pokeball man? Natsui studied him closely. His appearance wasn't different from the anime. "My name's Natsui. Nice to meet you." Although, from the anime, Natsui didn't have a good impression of Go, he politely extended his right hand. "Hi, I'm Go." Seeing Natsui's attractive appearance, Go shook his hand somewhat reluctantly, and just as he was pulling his arm back, he suddenly spotted Ralts by his side. "Wow, what Pokemon is this?" "It's my Ralts, a psychic fairy-type Pokemon. However, she's quite shy and female, so she doesn't like strangers very much. You'd better keep your distance from her." But Go didn't seem to listen to Natsui's words at all. He stared at Ralts' gentle appearance, and the more he looked, the more he liked her. How cute. Someday, I'm going to catch a Ralts too. Upon hearing this, an idea occurred to Natsui, and he couldn't help asking, "Go, what is your dream?" Although he didn't understand why Natsui had suddenly brought up the topic of dreams, he answered sincerely, "My dream, of course, is to collect every Pokemon in this world, including you." just as I expected. Sighing inwardly, Natsui asked, puzzled, but if that's so, as the number of Pokemon grows, won't you run out of energy and time to train them? Wouldn't you end up neglecting the Pokemon you catch? Well, Go hesitated for a moment, as if had never thought about that problem. But after reflecting, he said nonchalantly, it doesn't matter. My goal is to collect them all. As for the rest, I'll deal with it later. Then we're very different. Natsui smiled noncommittally. My dream, besides becoming a champion, is to travel unrestrained with my Pokemon, to explore every corner of the world and admire its unique landscapes. That's why I believe you don't need too many Pokemon, just catch the ones you like. At Natsui's words, Koharu stared at her sundae, lost in thought. Traveling with Pokemon? It was something Shed never imagined. But that dream seemed pretty nice too. After leaving Vermilion City, Natsui followed the path, heading always north. At his side, his two Pokemon, Ralts and Bulbasaur, walked alongside him, one on each side. The reason he didn't put them away in their Pokeballs was due to Ash's inspiration. One must know that traveling on foot with Pokemon not only trains their skills, but also strengthens their bond. Besides, with their company, the journey wouldn't feel lonely. Between Vermilion City and Cerulean City lies the largest and most prosperous metropolis in the Kanto region, Saffron City. Saffron City is filled with skyscrapers and is famous even in other regions. Moreover, two gyms coexist in the city, Sabrina's Saffron Gym and the Karate Dojo. However, Natsui knew that with his current strength, he wasn't strong enough to challenge either. So he didn't rush into Saffron City, but went around it to head straight to Cerulean City. The journey passed without incident, and just as he was crossing a plain, a fox-like Pokemon caught his attention. The fur of this Pokemon was mostly brown, with a large fluffy tail, short slender legs, brown eyes, a small black nose, and long rabbit-like ears, making it look very adorable. It was a wild EV. Pokédex. BIP EV, the evolution Pokemon. A normal type, it has the potential to evolve into multiple forms. Since I've encountered it, I can't just let it go. Bulbasaur, now it's your turn. At Natsui's command, Bulbasaur let out a cry and, moving its forelegs, ran up to EV. Soar! Soar! Seeing Bulbasaur, EV didn't choose to flee, but let out a cry of excitement and attacked first. Oh, interesting. Natsui smiled. No fear, willing to strike on its own initiative, and its tail raised in excitement. It seems you have a very bold character. Chapter 6. The Three Beautiful Sisters of Cerulean City. Bulbasaur. Use Vine Whip. From the bulb on Bulbasaur's back, two vine whips suddenly sprouted, fiercely lashing at EV. However, this EV was clearly fast, with a quick movement of its four paws. It easily dodged the vine whip attack. Looking at Bulbasaur, EV let out a taunting cry. Soar! Hearing its cry, Bulbasaur looked very angry, but just as it was about to act, Natsui stopped it in time. Bulbasaur, don't be swayed by its howl, keep attacking with Vine Whip. Obeying Natsui's command, Bulbasaur's two whips launched a continuous offensive, as if they would never tire. Good, keep up that attack rate to wear down its energy. At first, EV moved with ease, trying to dodge the vines with its speed. However, as its energy waned, Bulbasaur finally seized an opportunity and struck it with a strong lash. EV cried out in pain and, suddenly charging with force, rammed its body into Bulbasaur. You like a direct clash, huh? Order Natsui. Bulbasaur, don't let it beat you, use Tackle. Bulbasaur shifted its forelegs and, running at high speed, lunged at EV. A moment later, the two Pokemon collided, and with a loud crash, each fell to one side. The impact seemed to have wounded them both severely. They fell to the ground and struggled to get up. However, due to their energy levels, Bulbasaur recovered first. It extended its vines and whipped EV directly. EV, unable to dodge, took several lashes and completely lost the ability to fight. Seeing this, Natsui threw a Pokeball without hesitation and easily caught it. Third Pokemon obtained. Cerulean City Pokemon Center. After eating the free breakfast provided and thanking Nurse Joy, Natsui left with his 3 Pokemon. After a night's rest, they had all recovered to their best condition. Moreover, through play and training, their bond had grown stronger. However, just before leaving, Natsui saw a notice posted on the door. Looking closely, it turned out to be a wanted poster, and judging by the blurry photo on the poster, the fugitives were clearly Jesse and James of Team Rocket. At the counter, Nurse Joy warned him, "Trainer, there are Pokemon thieves in the area. Please be careful." Natsui nodded. "Thank you for the warning, Nurse Joy. You'll be careful." Following the main street, he arrived at the Cerulean City Gym. The Cerulean City Gym looked more like a huge circus, and under its round, colorful tent roof hung a giant sign of a dugong, very eye-catching. According to Nurse Joy, the gym leader at this moment was not Misty, but her 3 older sisters, known as the Water Flowers and hailed as the 3 beautiful sisters of Cerulean City: Daisy, Violet, and Lily. However, at that time, a large crowd had gathered in front of the gym's entrance. When he asked, he learned that today was the synchronized water ballet show by the 3 beautiful sisters, and all these people had come to enjoy the spectacle. Men, it seems, remained boys until the end. It looked like to challenge the gym, he would have to wait at least until the show ended. Natsui looked around. This was just a medium-sized coastal town, with scenery very similar to elsewhere, nothing special to see. Since he had nothing else to do, he bought a ticket and joined the crowd to watch the show. The performance venue was at the pool on the first floor, and just as Natsui sat down, the entire hall suddenly darkened. The voice of an announcer reached everyone's ears through the speakers. "Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. The synchronized water ballet show by the 3 beautiful sisters of our city is about to begin." With the announcer's words, the surrounding spotlights simultaneously lit up and focused on the springboard by the pool. There, 3 beauties in swimsuits waved to the audience. Seeing them, the crowd burst into thunderous applause and cheers. It seemed these 3 beauties were truly very popular. It must be said, the 3 were indeed very beautiful, especially their long, white legs, which attracted most of the gazes. As the music played, the atmosphere suddenly shifted. The 3 dove into the water at the same time and began a magnificent aquatic dance. The dance was a feast for the eyes, capable of drawing one into it. And with the change of music, when they finally climbed back to the pool's edge to bid farewell to the audience, Natsui suddenly realized how quickly time had passed. In the blink of an eye, more than an hour had gone by. Incredible. Although the show had ended, the audience still seemed to want more, and they continued praising the performance. "Daisy is so pretty and so sweet, she's the perfect woman." "Nonsense. Violet is clearly the most beautiful." "Ah, her blue hair and dark red eyes have captured my heart." "Humph, you really don't know how to appreciate things." "If you ask me, Lily is the cutest of all." Overhearing the discussion beside him, Natsui couldn't help but smile. Now that the show was over, it was his turn. Descending the stairs on one side, he reached the basement and soon found the 3 sisters in the aquarium. The 3 were walking and laughing, clearly very pleased with today's performance. Did you see the audience's reaction? Today's performance was a huge success. I know, it seems our special training all this time wasn't in vain. Seeing the 3 about to disappear at the end of the aquarium, Natsui quickly approached and called to them. "Excuse me, miss, please wait a moment." At Natsui's voice, the 3 sisters stopped and, turning to look at him, showed expressions of surprise. "Sir, the show is already over. If you want to see it again, you'll have to wait until tomorrow." Natsui shook his head. "Ah, no, I am, however." Before Natsui could finish, Violet interrupted him. "Are you a reporter?" "I'm very sorry, but if you want to interview us, you'll have to make an appointment through our manager." "A reporter?" Natsui shook his head again. "I'm not a reporter. I came this time only to you're not a reporter." Lily crossed her arms and smiled. "Then do you want our autograph?" What a nuisance these girls wouldn't let him speak. Seeing Natsui's exasperated expression, only Daisy seemed to realize the situation and asked, "Sir, did you come to challenge the gym?" Chapter 7. Victory against Lily in battle against Krabby. The Celeste Gym battlefield consisted of a deep circular pool with a rock platform in the center. As a water-type gym, space for movement was limited, so every step had to be taken with care. On both sides of the field, in the trainer zones, Natsui and the three sensational sisters stared at each other from opposite sides of the water. Daisy said, "The rules of the battle are simple. Each of us will use one Pokemon. If you defeat all of us, you'll have passed the challenge." Violet, arms crossed, asked, "So, who would you like to challenge first?" Natsui glanced at their faces one by one. "I don't mind who it is. You decide." "Well, aren't you confident?" As the youngest of the sisters, Lily stepped forward and pulled a Pokeball from her pocket. "If that's the case, let me be the first to face you. Go!" Goldeen. A flash of blue light cut through the air, and a white fish with a single horn on its head appeared in the pool. Natsui pulled out his Pokédex and pointed it at the Pokémon. Pokédex, Bip. Goldeen, the goldfish Pokémon. Its dorsal and caudal fins are highly developed, allowing it to swim at 5 knots. Since its tail fin sways gracefully like a dress, it is known as the Queen of Water. After glancing to his side, Natsui sent out his first Pokémon. "Eevee, I choose you." Eevee let out an excited cry and jumped, landing on the rock. There was no type advantage between the two Pokémon, so victory would depend on which one was stronger. However, with the terrain advantage, it wouldn't be easy for Eevee to defeat Goldeen. "Goldeen, use Peck." At Lily's command, the battle officially began. Goldeen flicked its tail, jumped out of the water, and as if flying, launched itself straight toward Eevee. "Eevee, dodge it." With its agile movements, Eevee easily dodged the attack. "Use Tackle." As their bodies crossed paths, Eevee leaped through the air to strike the small fish with great force. But just as Eevee was about to hit Goldeen, it dove back into the water, disappearing from sight. Eevee, with too much momentum and unable to stop, fell into the water as well. However, as soon as it surfaced, it swam with its 4 legs and climbed back onto the rock. It shook off its wet fur, looking like a drenched dog in trouble. On the other side, Lily smiled. "Good, Goldeen. Keep it up and corner it in the water." Goldeen repeated the same tactic and used Peck again, but this time, with the weight of the water, Eevee's speed was greatly affected. In the face of Goldeen's second attack, Eevee only barely dodged it at the last moment. Seeing this, Natsui let out a sigh of relief, but couldn't help but feel a cold sweat for Eevee. Judging by Eevee's current strength, if it took a direct hit, it would be weakened in just a few attacks. Thinking about this, Natsui's gaze moved, scanning the area, until he spotted a bunch of protruding rocks beneath Eevee's feet, and a plan began to form in his mind. "Eevee, jump onto those rocks below you." Eevee turned its head to look at Natsui, and though it didn't understand, it obeyed the order and jumped. Seeing this, Lily laughed. "Whatever you do now, it won't matter. Goldeen, use Horn Attack." Goldeen jumped out of the water once more, charging toward Eevee with its horn. "Eevee, dodge it." Eevee dodged the attack with a sideways leap, but the rocket had just been unshattered from Goldeen's impact. Natsui ordered again, "Eevee, jump back to where you were." As Eevee returned to the pile of rocks, Goldeen launched its attack once more. In front of the fast-moving Goldeen, Natsui said calmly, "Eevee, use Sandstorm." At the command, Eevee quickly turned around and, with its front paws, kicked up a cloud of dust, throwing all the rubble and gravel beneath its feet toward Goldeen. Instantly, the gravel blinded Goldeen's eyes, and the debris halted its charge, causing it to lose control and crash heavily onto the rock. Lily paled in surprise. "What?" Natsui smiled slightly. "A fish out of water. No matter how imposing it was before, in the end only has one way out." Lily shouted anxiously, "Goldeen, get back to the water!" However, Goldeen splashed a few times on the rock, but unable to orient itself, it couldn't return to the water. "Damn it!" Seeing Eevee getting closer, Lily shouted, "Goldeen, use Supersonic." A visible sonic wave shot from Goldeen's mouth. Although Supersonic hit Eevee and confused it for a moment, when Eevee recovered, the situation hadn't changed. "Eevee," said Natsui, pointing, "it's time to finish the battle." Eevee nodded, and with a strong charge, sent Goldeen completely out of the fight. Lily sighed, returned Goldeen to its Pokeball, and silently stepped aside. "You're not bad at all," Violet said as she moved to the trainer's zone and threw a Pokeball onto the surface of the water. "But this next Pokemon won't be so easy to beat. Go!" Krabby. A crab-shaped Pokemon appeared in the water. Its large pincers, raised high, were especially striking. However, upon closer inspection, its red and white body and a pair of blank eyes gave it a somewhat silly appearance, as if it wasn't very smart. Pokédex BIP. Krabby, the crab Pokemon. Its pincers are its most powerful weapon, but they sometimes fall off when attacking, though they quickly grow back. In areas with little food, it is common to see them fight for their territory. If danger approaches, they spit bubbles from their mouths to cover their bodies and appear larger. Eevee returned. "You've worked very hard." When Eevee returned to his side, Natsui first petted its head in approval and then looked toward Bulbasaur. "Now it's your turn, Bulbasaur." Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur understood, ran to the edge of the pool, and, with a jump, landed on the rock. Bulbasaur was a grass and poison type, so it had a type advantage over Krabby, which was a water type. However, the problem was still the same. In this water-filled battlefield, the space to move was extremely limited, and avoiding falling into the water would be the key factor for victory. Chapter 8. The final battle against Daisy. Natsui looked up at the ceiling. This battle wasn't without its advantages. Through the bright glass dome, the sun's soft light could be seen clearly. "It's a sunny day again today. Let's begin," Violet ordered loudly. "Krabby, use water gun." A thick stream of water shot out from Krabby's mouth, heading straight for Bulbasaur. "Bulbasaur, dodge it and use Vine Whip." Upon hearing the order, as Bulbasaur jumped aside to dodge the attack, two vines shot out from the bulb on its back, heading straight for Krabby. Violet shouted, "Krabby, hide in the water." The very next moment, Krabby dove into the water, and the vines only struck the surface, creating splashes. Seeing this, Violet smiled. One in the water and one on land. It's hard to decide a winner if they attack like that. Looks like I'll need to change my strategy. "Krabby, climb up onto the rock." "Oh." Natsui raised an eyebrow in slight surprise. "Giving up the field advantage? Are you sure about that?" Violet replied confidently, "Unlike Goldeen, my Krabby is still very strong even on land." Krabby used Scary Face. Krabby's four legs moved quickly, and it soon crawled up the rock. Its blank expression suddenly glowed with a red light as it stared intently at Bulbasaur. "Is she trying to use fear to make Bulbasaur more vulnerable?" Natsui said calmly, "Bulbasaur, don't let it affect you. Use growth." Bulbasaur's body suddenly emitted a faint green light. This move increases the user's attack power, and thanks to the sunny day, the sunlight was intense, making growth even more effective. Seeing the opportunity, Violet's eyes lit up, and she quickly shouted, "Krabby, quickly use water gun." Since Bulbasaur didn't have time to dodge, the water gun hit it directly. But even though Scary Face had lowered its defense, a water-type attack against a grass-type Pokemon only deals half the damage. So despite the impact, Bulbasaur didn't take much damage. "Bulbasaur, it's our turn to strike back. Use Tackle." Understanding that the power of this attack would be immense, Violet didn't let her guard down and shouted, "Krabby, quickly, use Harden." At her command, before Bulbasaur could get closer, Krabby's body emitted a glow. It was easy to notice that it had become more solid and smooth. With a strong hit, after receiving the full force of Tackle, Krabby was forced to step back. Now Krabby used Clamp. Krabby's large pincer stretched forward, tightly gripping Bulbasaur's neck. Bulbasaur cried out in pain. Since Clamp is a normal-type move, it wasn't affected by Bulbasaur's grass and poison types, and combined with Scary Face, it certainly caused considerable damage. But it was clear that Natsui wouldn't just stand idly by. "Bulbasaur, use Vine Whip." The vines rose high and struck with force, each hit causing massive damage. After several hits, Krabby could no longer withstand the pain and, on its own initiative, backed off to get away from Bulbasaur. Now it's our turn. Natsui ordered. Bulbasaur, use Leech Seed. A small seed shot out from Bulbasaur's bulb and attached itself to Krabby's body. Immediately, the seed began to grow rapidly, sending out several vines that trapped Krabby. Seeing that the situation was turning unfavorable, Violet made a final attempt at a counterattack. Krabby, quickly get back into the water. Now, she only thinks about running away. Too late. Bulbasaur, finish it off. Use Vine Whip. Two vines quickly approached and ruthlessly struck Krabby's body. In addition to the double damage from the type advantage, the Leech Seed also emitted a greenish light, draining the little energy Krabby had left. This time, Krabby finally couldn't take it anymore and collapsed onto the rock. I lost. Violet sighed, and with a flash of blue light, returned Krabby to its Pokeball. Now, only Daisy remained. Daisy, with a serious expression, slowly walked toward the trainer's zone. You're very strong, but we don't give up so easily. Go, my Pokemon Seal. Where a Pokeball opened, a white, seal-like Pokemon appeared in the pool. This Pokemon had a protuberance on its head, two tusks protruding from each side of its mouth, a tongue sticking out, and its tail was divided into two parts. Not very different from common seals in its past life. Pokédex, Bip. Seal, the sea lion Pokemon. It lives among icebergs. It uses the sharp protuberance on its head to break ice and swim in the sea. Its thick skin allows it to move freely, even in temperatures as low as -40°C. Return, Bulbasaur. Natsui withdrew Bulbasaur and sent out her last Pokemon, which was also her ace, Ralts. Ralts, I'm counting on you. Ralts let out a soft cry and, with a teleport, appeared on the rock in the middle of the pool. It stared at Seal, and in its eyes, beneath the bangs, a light seemed to shine, while its body began to subtly change. Is it called Ralts? Seeing Ralts' adorable appearance, Daisy instantly liked the Pokemon. How cute! Is it from another region? That's right. Natsui nodded and kindly warned, I suggest you be careful, Miss Daisy. It's a psychic and fairy type, a tough opponent. Wow, you're so polite and handsome. Daisy smiled and then ordered, but that won't stop me. Seal, use Aqua Jet. Aqua Jet, a move in which the user envelopes itself in water to strike the enemy, is a more powerful physical water-type attack than Water Gun. The fact that Seal could use this move showed that its level wasn't low. Ralts, dodge it. The next moment, Ralts disappeared from its spot, dodging the attack with ease. Psychic types are definitely troublesome. Daisy shook her head and added, if that's the case, then let's first limit its movement. Seal, use Icy Wind. A violent icy wind shot from Seal's mouth, covering Ralts and a large area around it. Its power was such that the temperature of the battlefield dropped below zero, and even the surface of the water froze into a thick layer of ice. Although Ralts used Teleport again to dodge the area attack. Due to the environmental change, its speed was inevitably affected. Chapter 9. The first badge, the Cascade Badge. Ralts, use Confusion. Upon hearing the command, just as Ralts was about to use Confusion, it saw Seal diving into the water at an incredible speed. The thick layer of ice prevented it from seeing Seal's position. It looked around, but just at Ralts' blind spot, Seal suddenly broke through the ice and charged at it with its head. However, after spending months with Natsui and gaining much combat experience, after a brief moment of surprise, Ralts used Teleport to dodge it once again. Seal, use Ice Song. Seal opened its large mouth again, creating numerous ice shards and shooting them toward the just-appeared Ralts. A violent explosion followed, and ice fragments and debris flew, enveloping Ralts. However, when the dust settled, to Daisy's and the other surprise, even though Ralts was hit by Ice Song, not only did it resist the attack, but from its condition, it was evident that it hadn't taken much damage. Huh, how strange, Daisy said, surprised. By type, a psychic and fairy type Ralts and a water type Seal shouldn't have an advantage or disadvantage. And Ice Song is an ice type move. Why did it do so little damage? Miss Daisy, Natsui said with a smile. I suppose Seal's ability must be thick fat, right? The thick fat ability means that when a Pokemon with this ability is hit by ice or fire-type moves, it only takes half the damage. Daisy nodded. That's right, but so what? Natsui said, my Ralts has the trace ability, so it can copy Seal's thick fat ability entirely. That's why your ice-type moves don't pose a threat to it. I see, Daisy said, suddenly understanding. So it copied Seal's ability right at the start of the battle? Upon hearing Natsui admit it, Daisy said resignedly, I have to admit, that's a very rare ability. It really caught me by surprise. But I won't give up because of that. Seal, use Aqua Jet. Natsui ordered at the same time. Ralts, use Magical Leaf. Countless glowing leaves suddenly appeared in front of Ralts. These leaves, glowing faintly, spun, compressed, and then continuously flew towards Seal, colliding with the oncoming jet of water and causing a violent explosion. However, when the dense fog cleared, it was revealed that Magical Leaf had not only neutralized the Aqua Jet, but had even injured Seal. After taking the hit, Seal was forced to fall onto the ice layer. Grass beats water. It's super effective. Ralts, use Confusion. Seal, get back into the water quickly. However, having learned from the previous mistake, this time Ralts didn't let Seal get away. It concentrated and acted first. Before Seal could move, it enveloped Seal with Confusion and lifted it into the air. Under the force of Confusion, Seal groaned in pain, and no matter how much it struggled, it was in vain, unable to break free from the psychic bonds. After lifting it high enough, with a downward movement of Ralt's arm, Seal was slammed with great speed against the rock. Boom! With a loud crash, Seal, unable to even moan, was knocked out cold. We lost. After returning her unconscious Seal to its Pokeball, the three sisters slowly walked toward Natsui. However, before Natsui could withdraw Ralts, it was suddenly enveloped in light. A few seconds later, the original Ralts disappeared, and in its place appeared a new form. Curlia Violet covered her mouth in surprise. What? Did it evolve? Curlia looked like a ballerina dressed in white, with something like a tutu. Its legs were slender, and its hair no longer completely covered its eyes like Ralts, instead having bangs that reached its shoulders, revealing its red eyes. Even its two red horns had changed position, resembling hairpins. How should I say it? It was as though a little girl had grown into a beautiful young lady. Pokédex, Bip. Curlia, the emotion Pokemon. When using its psychic powers, the horns on its head create illusions in the surrounding space. It has the ability to sensitively perceive the emotions of its trainer. When it's happy, it starts to dance, and its trainer's good mood is the source of its psychic power. Evidently, Curlia wasn't quite used to its new appearance. After spinning a few times, it returned to Natsui's side. Curlia, your new appearance is so beautiful. Curlia looked at Natsui, a bit shy, and only after Natsui petted its head did it lovingly rub its cheek against his hand. At that moment, Daisy, holding a blue medal, approached Natsui. This blue medal was shaped like a drop of water in a light blue color, and in the sunlight, it sparkled like a gem. Congratulations, trainer. This is your reward for defeating us. Natsui exchanged a few words of courtesy, took the Cascade badge, and placed it in his badge case. Upon seeing the solitary Cascade badge in the case, Violet pouted and lamented. It can't be. We're the first gym leaders he's defeated. How frustrating. Natsui smiled, but didn't say anything. These three, more than protecting the gym, were now more focused on water ballet and had neglected training their Pokemon. Among all the gyms, their level was probably the lowest. But everyone has their own aspirations. I hope Misty can take charge of this place soon. Waving goodbye, Natsui left with his three Pokemon. And just as he exited the gym and his figure disappeared, a girl with orange hair and a side ponytail entered the battlefield. Sisters, I've been looking for you everywhere. And it turns out you were here. Huh? Why do you all look so down? Violet exaggeratedly said. Misty, we've just been deeply hurt by a man. Hurt? Misty was surprised at first, But when Daisy explained the situation, she angrily said, "They say they were hurt, but they just lost the gym's defense. And I thought they let you go." Daisy thought seriously and said, "Now that you mention it, he was kind, very strong. He would be a great choice for a boyfriend." "I can't stand you anymore," Misty said with a pout. "If I had been here, there's no way I would have let him take our Cascade badge. And on top of that, losing 3-0 without being able to do anything. What a disgrace." Hearing this, Lily pointed her finger and said, "Don't talk out of turn. That guy with the curlio was really strong. Even you, with your level, wouldn't have been able to beat him." "Don't underestimate me," Misty exclaimed, her spines standing on end. "I've decided to leave on a trip the morning after tomorrow and won't return until I become a great trainer." Chapter 10. The capture of Squirtle out at sea. Far from Celeste City, a fishing boat slowly sailed across the surface. The sea breeze gently caressed their faces. Natsui and his 3 Pokémon were lying on the deck, enjoying a rare moment of leisure. The warm sun falling on their bodies made them feel so comfortable that they didn't want to move at all. Too bad if it weren't for the strong smell of fish constantly emanating from the boat. This trip could have been even more relaxing and enjoyable. After over an hour of sailing, the fishing boat finally stopped at the shore of a small island. The captain, with his weathered face, stepped out of the cabin and said to Natsui, "Young man, the place you are looking for is here. Well, keep sailing south, out to sea, and we'll pick you up at night. For now, good luck." After thanking him, Natsui jumped off the boat, watched it sail away, and then turned to observe the island. The island was surrounded by trees, lush and green. In the center, there was a large solitary mountain with shrubs growing in orderly rows, resembling from a distance the shell of a giant turtle. The island of the Blastoise. It is said that this island doesn't appear on maps. Only Pokémon living here and the most experienced fishermen know its exact location. And just as its name indicates, on this island lived a Blastoise and a large group of its pre-evolutions, Wartortle and Squirtle. Getting here was thanks to Natsui searching for a long time at the docks and asking many people, until finally someone agreed to take him in their boat to find the island. However, his goal was not that Blastoise. After crossing the beach and entering the forest, Natsui soon saw a group of Squirtle and Wartortle playing. He took out his phone to take some photos of the surroundings, thinking of sending them to Professor Cerise, but when he saw there was no signal, he had to leave it for now. After observing for a while, Natsui jumped and landed in front of them. The Squirtle and Wartortle jumped at the sudden appearance of Natsui, but instead of running away, they stayed in place, watching him with curiosity. "All right," Natsui said to them. "Pokémon, I'm looking for companions to challenge the league. Would any of you like to leave this place and travel with me?" In this magical world, almost all Pokémon could understand, to some degree, human language. Upon hearing Natsui's words, the Squirtle and Wartortle looked at each other, but there was no reaction. Only one, the Squirtle, perhaps out of mischief or curiosity toward Natsui, took a few steps forward. "Squirtle, Squirtle, you're quite brave," Natsui smiled. "Then let's have a battle. If I win, you'll be my partner." Upon seeing that Squirtle, its companions instinctively moved aside to leave space. At that moment, Natsui also pulled out his Pokédex and pointed it at the blue Pokémon standing there. Pokédex, Bip. Squirtle, Water type, the tiny turtle Pokémon. It excels in Water-type attacks and has a hard shell for protection. When it encounters an enemy, it can launch a powerful water gun attack. With a wave of his hand, Natsui said, "Bulbasaur, I'm counting on you for this battle." Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur took a few steps forward and positioned itself in front of Squirtle. Seeing that both Pokémon were ready, Natsui gave the order, "Bulbasaur, use Vine Whip." 2 vines shot out from Bulbasaur's bulb towards Squirtle. However, Squirtle, unfazed, waited for the vines to get close before suddenly tucking its head and limbs into its shell. Pop, pop, 2 dry sound were heard. Despite being a grass-type move, thanks to its sturdy shell, Squirtle resisted the attack, taking only slight damage. As it emerged from its shell, a stream of water guns shot from its mouth at Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur dodged it, although Natsui gave the command in time. While Bulbasaur dodged, half of its body was still hit by the moving stream of water. Bulbasaur used Leech Seed. A seed shot out from Bulbasaur's bulb, but as it reached Squirtle, it spat out a large amount of bubbles, which neutralized the seed. Seeing this, Natsui couldn't help but praise it. For a wild Pokemon, you're pretty good. Squirtle, Squirtle. Natsui pointed a finger. Bulbasaur continued using Vine Whip. 2 vines shot again towards Squirtle, and just like before, Squirtle used Withdraw, tucking its whole body into its shell. But Natsui's attack wasn't over. He shouted next. Bulbasaur, trap it this time. This time, the vines didn't retract but instead wrapped tightly around Squirtle's body, one loop after another. Squirtle? Squirtle was greatly surprised and tried to pull its head out, but the openings of the shell were completely blocked. It struggled for a while, but couldn't move. That's called falling into your own trap. Natsui smiled and said aloud, Now, lift it up and give it a taste of what a body slam feels like. Following Natsui's words, Bulbasaur lifted Squirtle into the air with its vines and then slammed it hard against the ground. Then came a second time, the third. When there was no longer any reaction from inside the shell, Natsui gestured, and Bulbasaur finally let go of the vines. Seeing Squirtle lying on the ground, the inside of its shell silent and unmoving, Natsui took out a Pokeball and threw it. With a flash of red light, the Pokeball, without even shaking, confirmed the capture. 4th Pokemon captured. However, before Natsui could celebrate, he heard a loud roar from afar, and with it, the ground began to tremble. From the sound, it seemed like a powerful Pokemon was heading this way. It seems that the previous battle had completely alerted Blastoise on the island, and before the fishing boat could come back for him, he now had to find a place to hide. Bulbasaur returned. Retreat! It's time to get out of here. The sun and moon spun. When Natsui left the sea and returned to solid ground, he was already on the streets of Celeste City. After a night of rest and reorganizing of the Pokemon Center, Natsui, with his 4 Pokemon, set off toward Pewter City. In his free time, he also sent all the photos he took on the island of the Blastoise to Professor Cerise. As a special researcher at the Cerise Laboratory, this time by disembarking on the island of the Blastoise and photographing its ecosystem, it could be said that he had perfectly fulfilled his duty. However, just as Natsui was about to leave Celeste City, a tall boy with green hair and a backpack suddenly blocked his way. You up ahead, wait a moment. Will you accept my challenge? Chapter 11. AJ, the beast tamer Natsui, turned around to look at him. Your challenge? That's right. The boy adjusted his collar and smiled confidently. My name is AJ, known as the beast tamer. Since I started training, I've never been defeated. What do you say? Do you dare to battle me? AJ, the beast tamer? Looking at the sand shrew at his feet, Natsui showed a look of understanding. No problem for me, Natsui said, glancing around. But where are we going to battle? There's no battlefield around here. Thanks to Pokemon battles becoming official, widespread, and popular due to the league, much like outdoor basketball courts in his previous life, it was common to see simple battlefields in parks, schools, along riversides, and next to streets in the city. Unfortunately, the area where Natsui was now was quite a distance from any public field. AJ pointed toward Vermilion City. I built a personal gym on the outskirts, not too far from here. There's a battlefield there. Follow me. One after the other, they left Celeste City, and 10 minutes later, they came across an improvised camp built with fences and a tent. Outside the camp, there was a huge sign that said, Unofficial Pokemon League Gym. Current streak, 92 victories. From AJ's confident expression and the words on the sign, it wasn't hard to see that he was a very self-assured trainer and very eager to attract attention. However, his face, along with his slightly stocky body and thick, arched eyebrows, when stared at for too long, had a rather silly air about it. Seeing that Natsui was staring at the sign, AJ proudly said, My goal is to reach 100 consecutive victories. Once I achieve that, they'll start traveling to challenge gyms and earn badges. Entering the camp and arriving at this supposed personal gym, through the open curtain of the tent, Natsui caught a glimpse of several Pokemon training on their own. A Butterfree and a Beedrill were flying and colliding in the air, seeming to practice close combat. While on the ground, 3 Rattata with strengthening equipment seemed to be doing endurance exercises. What do you think? Not bad for my gym, right? AJ said from the trainer's zone. Now, I just need to defeat you for my 93rd victory. That would be worth celebrating, Natsui said as he walked to the other side, adding seriously, it's clear you're a strong opponent, but I haven't lost a single battle since I started my journey. Under his feet was a field of compacted, hard-packed dirt. Though this kind of field was nothing special, it was the most common one in this world. Oh, really? Looks like today, one of our streaks will come to an end, AJ said with a shrug, as if he couldn't help it. All right, let's get back to it. The battle rules are simple. Each of us will use one Pokemon. The one standing at the end will be the winner. Natsui nodded. All right, I understand. Pulling a whip from his back, AJ cracked it forward and shouted, Sandshrew, show them our power. At his words, the Sandshrew next to him slowly ran toward the center of the field. In appearance, other than standing on 2 legs, this Sandshrew wasn't very different from an Earth Pangolin, though generally it was a bit rounder. Its skin was earth-colored, tough, and dry, with a brick-like pattern that made it look like a wall. Natsui pulled out his Pokédex and pointed it at the Pokémon. Pokédex, BIP. Sandshrew, the mouse Pokémon, ground type. It hates water and lives in deep burrows it digs in dry areas. When danger approaches, it curls into a ball to protect itself. Thanks to their types, both Bulbasaur, a grass type, and Squirtle, a water type, had an advantage over Sandshrew, a ground type. Although Natsui didn't remember the exact details of the episode, he recalled that this Sandshrew had defeated Ash and the Rocket Trio, so he didn't dare underestimate it. After thinking about it for a moment, with a gesture of his hand, he sent out his star Pokemon, Kirlia. Upon seeing Kirlia, with her maiden-like appearance, AJ said in surprise, Your Pokemon is quite unique, but it doesn't matter. Whoever it is, the result will be the same. Let's go Sandshrew. Use Rollout. Sandshrew quickly ran forward and, after gaining enough speed, curled into a perfect sphere, rolling at high speed toward Kirlia. Kirlia, use Double Team. Kirlia's body immediately split into dozens of illusions. Sandshrew, due to its great speed, couldn't stop and only realized after passing through the original trajectory that what it had passed was merely an illusion. Kirlia, use Confusion. Kirlia raised one hand, and suddenly a light surrounded Sandshrew. But at that precise moment, with a whip crack, Sandshrew curled into a ball at an incredible speed. Confusion activated, lifting Sandshrew into the air before dropping it with force. But when the dust settled, Sandshrew uncurled, shook its head, and stood up from the ground, evidently not having taken much damage. Not bad, Natsui complimented. Using Defense Curl in an instant to protect yourself from the attack, I must say, you've trained this Sandshrew quite well. AJ pouted. Huh, that scratch is nothing. My Sandshrew has gone through such strict training that it's even overcome its weakness to water. Oh, Natsui raised an eyebrow, surprised. A ground-type Pokemon that has overcome its weakness to water? That's impressive. In fact, through the brief exchange, Natsui had already noticed something. In addition to this Sandshrew being exceptionally strong, the communication between it and AJ was incredibly fast and concise. Often, AJ only needed to crack his whip, and without saying a word, Sandshrew could understand his intent through the sound, changing its attack to defeat the opponent with an unexpected move. These 2 points had allowed them to emerge victorious in their previous battles, achieving over 90 consecutive wins. However, now that they were facing Natsui and Kirlia, it could be said that they had finally found an opponent on their level. Natsui and Kirlia, naturally, also had a perfect bond. Thanks to the red horns on Kirlia's head, she could quickly sense Natsui's emotions, and being a Psychic-type Pokemon, to some degree, she could even read some of Natsui's thoughts. Chapter 12. An unexpected task, heading to Professor Oak's laboratory. Curlia. Use magical leaf. Magical leaves emitting a green light formed in Curlia's hands and flew relentlessly toward Sandshrew. Seeing this, AJ cracked his whip, producing a light snap. At the sound, Sandshrew moved its claws and, at an incredible speed, burrowed underground using dig, dodging the attack. Having lost its target, Curlia stood still, cautiously watching the ground beneath its feet. After waiting for a moment, a hole suddenly appeared beside it. Sandshrew emerged unexpectedly and rushed straight toward Curlia. Fortunately, Curlia was alert, and the moment the ground split open, it used teleport to dodge the attack. Do you think the attack is over? AJ made another flourish with his whip and shouted, Sandshrew, use our special move. Fisher attack. The Sandshrew, which had just missed its attack, jumped high into the air. Its body emitted an intense, earth-colored light. And with its head down and its right claw raised, it spun and plunged toward the ground. The next second, accompanied by a loud crack, centered around Sandshrew's claw, the battlefield suddenly split into countless pieces. These cracks were like abysses, and with a terrifying vibration, they spread across the field. Fisher, one of the one-hit KO moves from the ground type. If a Pokemon accidentally fell into one of the cracks it caused, the pressure exerted could inflict total damage, enough to knock it out. Curlia, dodge quickly, Natsui shouted. Curlia used teleport over 10 times in a row, disappearing, reappearing. Disappearing again, constantly searching for a safe spot to land. Only after exhausting more than half of its energy did it finally, barely, manage to escape the epicenter and take refuge in a safe corner. What? This truly surprised AJ. Although Fisher's accuracy was low, it had to be noted that, except for flying-type Pokemon, he had used this large area attack many times before, but he had never seen a Pokemon dodge it. On the other side, seeing the Fisher stop and Curlia unharmed, Natsui also secretly sighed in relief. It was a good thing he had been cautious and didn't send Bulbasaur or Squirtle in a battle. Otherwise, with their movement speed, they would surely have been knocked out instantly by that attack. And after using such a large amount of energy, Sandshrew also was affected by the shockwave, falling into a brief state of sluggishness. Seeing this, Natsui decisively ordered, Curlia, attack with magical leaf. Curlia raised both hands, and before Sandshrew could react, the magical leaves swirled toward it like a hurricane. Grass beats ground. It's super effective. Sandshrew's body staggered back again, and finally, it couldn't resist anymore. Its eyes rolled back, and it fell to the ground. Sandshrew. AJ ran hurriedly and embraced Sandshrew's body. Up until that moment, he couldn't believe he had lost. He had already achieved 92 consecutive victories, and only 8 more were needed to leave this place and go challenge the gyms. Damn it! Seeing he had won, Natsui clapped and said, a spectacular battle. Your Sandshrew is really strong. The toughest opponent I've faced since I started my journey. AJ silently returned Sandshrew to its Pokeball, and when he stood up again, the confidence on his face had disappeared. I lost. That you could defeat my Sandshrew really exceeded my expectations. AJ sighed deeply, but soon regained his composure. But still, I won't give up on my dream. From today, I'll start over and keep protecting this gym until I reach 100 victories. And after that, I'll find you and challenge you again. I look forward to that day, Natsui said, extending his right hand sincerely. It's thanks to strong opponents like you that I feel motivated to keep improving and moving forward. After bidding farewell to AJ, Natsui planned to head to Pewter City to challenge the Pewter Gym, but a call from Professor Cerise made him return to Vermilion City. At the Cerise laboratory, the professor said with an apologetic look, I'm really sorry for making you come back from so far suddenly. There's a very important matter in which I urgently need your help. You don't have to apologize, Professor. Just tell me what you need, Natsui said nonchalantly. Besides, I was near Vermilion City, so it wasn't a long trip. Really? There's no need to apologize. At that moment, Krysa brought a small box from the side and handed it to Natsui. Natsui asked confused, "What's this?" Professor Cerise explained. Inside is the prototype of a precision instrument. Since its development is not complete, it's a scientific secret and cannot be sent by courier. And we, for work reasons, cannot leave the laboratory. That's why we need someone trustworthy to take it to Professor Oak's laboratory and deliver it to him. Natsui nodded seriously. Understood. As a special researcher for Cerise, he'll make sure to deliver it intact to Professor Oak. Leaving Vermilion City, Natsui hurriedly traveled, bypassing the famous Viridian Forest. By dusk, he was already in Viridian City. Since it was late, he planned to rest for the night at the local Pokemon Center and head to Pallet Town the next day. But before entering the Pokemon Center, he stopped by a nearby shop to restock on canned food and a few Pokeballs, just in case. While paying, he received a call from Chloe. "Hello, Chloe, what's up?" On the other end of the phone, Chloe said, "This morning you sent a message saying you were coming back to Vermilion City. I want to see Curly's new appearance. I'm sure she looks even more beautiful, right?" "Ah, I'm really sorry," Natsui said, glancing at the wall clock. "I arrived at the lab in the morning, but I left immediately. Right now, I'm already in Viridian City." "Viridian City?" Chloe said, surprised. "How did you get there so quickly?" "I have something to take care of. I need to go to Professor Oak's lab." "Well, I still have some things to do, and it's really late. You should rest." After hanging up the phone, just as Natsui was about to leave the shop, the shopkeeper suddenly called him. "Excuse me, young man, wait a moment." Natsui looked at him, confused. "Is something wrong?" The shopkeeper pulled out a package from under the counter. "Sorry, I overheard your conversation. Are you heading to Professor Oak's lab in Pallet Town?" Seeing that Natsui nodded, the shopkeeper said happily, "Great. This package was ordered by Professor Oak a few days ago, but we've been so busy we haven't had time to deliver it. Could you do us a favor and take it along?" Chapter 13. Setting a trap for the Pallet Town trainers, the Oak Laboratory, located in Pallet Town, is a beautiful place with picturesque landscapes. In the afternoon, when Natsui knocked on the door of the Oak Laboratory, this kind old man with short, gray hair, who occasionally liked to recite Pokemon Senris, showed him a warm and generous smile. "Professor Oak, sorry for the intrusion." Natsui introduced himself. "I'm Natsui, from the Sakuragi Laboratory in Cerulean City. Professor Sakuragi asked me to deliver something to you." Professor Oak nodded. "Sakuragi already told me you would come. It's quite a long journey from Cerulean City. I'm glad you arrived safely. Naturally, I wouldn't dare delay an errand from Professor Sakuragi." Natsui first handed over the box containing the prototype to Professor Oak and then took out the package the shopkeeper from Viridian City had given him. Upon seeing the package, Professor Oak said joyfully, "You even brought this package with you? You've done me a great favor. Tomorrow is the day the new group of trainers leaves, and without these Pokeballs I wouldn't know what to do." Natsui casually said, "At this time of year, I imagine you're very busy, right, Professor? It must be exhausting." Yes, when you get older, you can't help but admit it," Professor Oak shrugged. "But this year, my grandson, that hopeless case, is also starting his journey. I'm really curious to see what kind of person he becomes." "A hopeless case?" Natsui asked. "Are you talking about Gary?" "Oh," Professor Oak said, surprised. "You know Gary?" "No, I don't know him." Natsui waved his hand quickly. "I just overheard Professor Sakuragi mention him by chance." However, even though he said that, Natsui couldn't help but feel a great excitement. Gary is going to start his journey tomorrow? That means Ash, his contemporary, is also about to begin his own adventure with Pikachu. I'm excited to meet them, but I also need to hurry. Otherwise, with their pace of growth, they'll soon surpass me, and he'll be left behind. After declining Professor Oak's invitation to lunch, Natsui headed back toward Viridian City. And as he passed through Viridian City, since he was no longer in a hurry, this time Natsui decided to head straight into the Viridian Forest. The Viridian Forest, located between Viridian City and Pewter City, is densely populated with a wide variety of trees, forming a natural maze. Even with a map, countless people get lost every year in this vast forest where light barely barado. Here, the most common Pokemon are bug and flying types, and due to the wide variety, some call it the bug catcher's paradise. As Natsui entered the forest, he moved guided by his intuition, defeating many Pokemon that attacked him by surprise. He also encountered a Pidgeotto and a Butterfree, Pokemon he had liked in the past, but after a moment of hesitation, he decided not to try to capture them. As for his 4 Pokemon, they also trained in this forest, and all, to some extent, made a bit of progress. After walking for a while, a bush ahead started moving. Just when Natsui thought another Pokemon was about to attack him, a young samurai in armor, with a net on his back and a long sword at his waist, jumped out from between the bushes. TSK, from a noise, I thought it was a rare Pokemon, but it's just a trainer. The young samurai looked at Natsui's Pokemon. What do you say? Feel like a battle? Natsui was stunned. Huh? Just like that? Of course. Being a Pokemon trainer means that when our eyes meet, a battle starts. With that, and without caring whether Natsui agreed or not, the young samurai threw his Pokeball. Go, Pinsir! The Pokeball opened, and a fierce-looking Pokemon with 2 large sharp horns, resembling a stag beetle, appeared before Natsui. Pokédex, BIP. Pinsir, the stag beetle Pokemon. Bug type. It has 2 powerful horns. Once it catches its prey, it won't let go until it has torn it in 2. No choice. Natsui sighed and looked over at his 4 Pokemon. Squirtle, it's your turn. As for types, both Bulbasaur, a grass type, and Kirlia, a psychic type, would be at a disadvantage against Pinsir, a bug type. Only Eevee and Squirtle had no type advantage or disadvantage against Pinsir. Squirtle, Squirtle. Squirtle jumped to the center, its eyes full of fighting spirit. But just when Natsui thought it would be a tough battle, he saw Squirtle only needed a few moves to win the battle cleanly and quickly. What? The young samurai exclaimed in disbelief. My Pinsir was defeated so quickly. It's not that strange, Natsui sighed. It's because your Pinsir is too low level. If you get the chance, I suggest you train a lot more. The young samurai's face turned red, and he clenched his fists. Damn it, don't celebrate too soon. Watch my second Pokemon. Go, Caterpie. A flash of red light passed, and the young samurai sent out his second Pokemon. Ah, it's Rayquaza's offspring. Oh no, it's a Caterpie. Caterpie is a typical bug-type Pokemon. Its back is green, its belly is white, and its most distinctive feature is the red Y-shaped antenna on its head. Pokédex, BIP. Caterpie, the worm Pokemon. Bug type. It uses the suckers on its feet to climb trees and nibble on the leaves it likes. Natsui, not wanting to change Pokemon, continued with Squirtle and with a few clean and quick moves. He once again easily defeated this Caterpie. Seeing the young samurai's frustrated expression, Natsui was about to leave when, suddenly, he seemed to remember something, stopped, and turned around to say, "Oh, by the way, I come from Pallet Town. If you're not happy, hurry up and get stronger, and give a good lesson to the rookie trainers who come after me." The young samurai muttered, Pallet Town? Rookie trainers? That's right. Natsui nodded slightly, a mischievous smile on his face. The trainers from Pallet Town are all very strong. I'm sure that, no matter who you meet, you won't be a match for them. Damn it, don't get too cocky. The young samurai, with a determined look, shouted at Natsui's disappearing back. Remember my words. No matter how strong Pallet Town trainers are, next time, you'll find out what a comb is worth. Chapter 14. Objective completed. Now for the 3 starters. To the northwest of Pewter City, beside an unnamed volcano. Since leaving the Green Forest, Natsui had been wandering around this enormous volcano for 2 entire days. At first, he had planned to go directly to challenge the Pewter City gym. But after hearing that there were Charmander in the area, he changed his mind and made it his main goal to capture one. The reason for his urgency wasn't just because the final form of Charmander, Charizard, is very strong, but mainly because its design is incredible, something that Natsui had loved since his previous life. But unfortunately, aside from some Diglett, Zubat, Geodude, and Cubone, He roamed more than half of the volcano without finding any trace of Charmander. As the sky began to darken and night was about to cover the land. Just as Natsui was putting down his backpack to prepare to camp, Eevee, who had gone to explore the path, suddenly rushed back. Seeing Natsui, Eevee ran toward him and called out anxiously several times. Although Natsui didn't understand the meaning of his calls, remembering the task he had assigned to Eevee, he immediately felt encouraged. "Did you find a Charmander?" Eevee nodded and turned around, signaling for Natsui to follow. Without time to think, Natsui grabbed his backpack and followed Eevee. They circled a wide area of gravel and finally, in a crack in the mountain, they discovered dozens of glowing lights. These lights were especially visible at that moment. As they got closer, Natsui could clearly see that it was a clan made up of Charmander and Charmeleon. In fact, when Natsui looked up, he could vaguely distinguish several Charizard flying through the skies between the clouds. And those lights were the flames of life that burned constantly on their tails. "After so many difficulties, Charmander, I've finally found you." But how could he capture it without alerting the Charmeleon and Charizard? It must be noted that the temperament of Charmander is relatively gentle within its family. But Charmeleon and Charizard would obviously not allow Natsui to waltz in and capture a Charmander. Lying among the dense trees, Natsui looked around and, as he unintentionally lowered his gaze, saw his backpack next to him. His eyes lit up, and a good idea came to him. He opened the backpack, took out a flashlight, ripped off a few pieces of tape, and stuck them on the front of the flashlight, leaving only a small circular hole. Then he took out a can of food, opened it, and placed it behind a large enough rock to hide. Having done this, he made a hand gesture and signaled for his Pokémon to hide around the area. "We don't have much time this time, so we won't follow the rules of battle. When we lure the Charmander here, we'll attack together to finish the battle before the Charizard notice. Understood?" "Squirtle, Squirtle." Seeing that his Pokémon agreed, Natsui, alone, returned to the tree where he had hidden and observed closely. The appearance of Charmander resembles that of a carnivorous dinosaur. It is orange, with a cream-colored belly and the underside of its tail. Its most distinctive feature is the flame at the tip of its tail. That flame reflects its health and mood. It burns brightly when full of energy, weakens when lacking spirit, flickers and moves when happy, and burns violently when angry. It is said that when the flame on its tail goes out, Charmander's life also ends. However, as long as it is healthy, the flame on its tail will continue to burn brightly, even if it is completely soaked. At that moment, those Charmander were still playing calmly, unaware of Natsui's arrival. After observing for a while, Natsui finally set his gaze on a somewhat special Charmander. Although this Charmander also played and joked with its companions, perhaps because it was a bit careless. Sometimes it used too much force without knowing how to control itself, which always made its companions angry, who would shout and scold it. Seeing its somewhat clumsy appearance, Natsui made his decision. "All right, I choose you." He took out the flashlight, turned it on, and pointed it at him. A thin beam of light from the flashlight, with several flashes, illuminated the face of that Charmander. But since the light didn't spread out, it didn't attract the attention of the others. At first, the Charmander didn't pay much attention to the dazzling light. It just blinked and turned its head to avoid it. But when the light followed the movement of its head and shone on its face again, it finally caught its attention. A big question mark appeared over its head. The Charmander looked around curiously and walked toward Natsui's hiding spot. Seeing that the target had taken the bait, Natsui slowly backed up and hid behind the large rock. When the Charmander, guided by the light of the flashlight, reached the spot, it suddenly discovered that the light had disappeared and, instead, there was a strange food that emitted a delicious aroma, placed in the middle of the clearing. It sniffed forcefully with its nose, and just when it had taken 2 steps forward, it heard an attack command. Suddenly, several figures appeared from 4 directions at once. Before it could react, in the blink of an eye, it was hit by a water gun, a confusion attack, a vine whip, and a tackle. It fell to the ground instantly. Everything turned black, and it completely lost consciousness. Awesome. Seeing the Charmander on the ground, Natsui emerged from his hiding spot, quickly took out a Pokeball, and threw it. A red flash, and the Charmander was absorbed by the ball, which didn't even wobble before the capture was successful. As he looked at the Pokeball, Squirtle was a bit stunned. An uncomfortable memory came to mind, feeling that this capture scene seemed vaguely familiar. What are you waiting for? Natsui tapped it on the head, and his smile, even in the dark night, seemed dazzling to Squirtle. Capture successful. Let's get out of here before the big ones notice. Late at night, at the Pewter City Pokemon Center, in the empty dining room, Natsui was reclining in a chair, legs crossed, drinking vegetable juice, with a completely relaxed expression. Today, he had finally achieved a feat. He had gathered all 3 starting Pokemon from the Kanto region, and beside him, of his 5 Pokemon for eating, only the recently captured Charmander was sitting, stunned, staring at the unfamiliar surroundings. Its memories were fragmented. It was as if it had taken a nap, and upon waking up, discovered that the world had completely changed. It didn't even know why it was there. Also, how had this human suddenly become its trainer? And these Pokemon, how had they suddenly become its companions? Seeing the Charmander sitting there, dazed, Natsui brought the food closer with a concerned expression. Eat a little more. What? Are you still a bit confused? Don't worry. After today, I think you'll get used to it very soon. Chapter 15. Ash and Misty in the morning, after a night of rest, Natsui, full of energy, was about to leave the Pokemon Center when he suddenly saw a young man with a Pikachu and a girl with orange hair arguing about something in front of a poster on the wall. The young man was wearing a baseball cap, a t-shirt, and a blue jacket on top. Although his appearance was a bit naive, he was full of spirit, and his expression radiated vigorous enthusiasm. The girl with orange hair, on the other hand, had a side ponytail. She was very pretty and wore shorts and a tight yellow tank top that not only exposed her abdomen and delicate white arms, but also 2 long and slender legs. She looked full of youth and had extraordinary vitality. With just one glance, Natsui recognized their identities. It was none other than Ash and Misty, and that little yellow mouse next to Ash, was it the legendary Pikachu, the Picadios who could face anyone? Seeing that both were carrying backpacks and seemed to have come from a long journey, Natsui couldn't help but think to himself, I didn't expect to meet them so soon and that they had already arrived in Pewter City. What speed? Misty pointed at the poster and said, challenging the Pokemon League is not as simple as you think, you know? You need to defeat at least 8 gym leaders and get their badges to participate. That little thing won't be a problem for me. Ash was full of confidence, and in his words, there was the bravery of someone who feared nothing. I'll challenge the Pewter City Gym right now to show you our true power. Hearing their conversation, Natsui couldn't help but approach and interrupt them. You're Ash, right? Ash turned around and saw that the one speaking was a young man he didn't know. That's right, I'm Ash, and you are? Staring at him, Natsui said, my name is Natsui. A few days ago, I went to Pallet Town and happened to hear Professor Oak talk about you. I didn't expect to meet you here today. So you know Professor Oak too? Ash said with a smile. This is my partner, Pikachu, and she is... Before Ash could finish, Misty intervened. My name is Misty, and I'm the most beautiful girl in the world. The most beautiful girl in the world? Natsui glanced at Misty's chest. There was no doubt that Misty had the makings of a beauty, but her body was not fully developed yet to become the most beautiful girl in the world. It seemed she still had a long way to go. At that moment, Misty was also observing Natsui. Seeing his attractive appearance and the Curlia following him, she suddenly remembered something. Are you the trainer with the Curlia who defeated my sisters? Natsui asked, pretending to be clueless. Oh, and who are your sisters? But hearing Natsui's words, Misty fell silent, clearly not wanting others to know that she came from the Cerulean City Gym. At that moment, a middle-aged man with a tall red hat and a big beard approached. Are you thinking of challenging Brock, the gym leader of Pewter City? Ash nodded. Of course. As soon as I leave the Pokemon Center, I'll go challenge the Pewter City Gym and defeat him. Unexpectedly, Upon hearing Ash's words, the middle-aged man laughed. "Ha, you." His tone was mocking, and without waiting for Ash to respond, he laughed again and walked away. Seeing him leave the Pokemon Center, Natsui couldn't help but ask, "Who is that? He seems to be underestimating you a bit, doesn't he?" Misty explained, "His name is Flint. He's a man who sells stones, and we met him when we arrived here." "Flint? The man who sells stones?" Natsui was puzzled for a moment, and then remembered he was none other than Brock's father, the one who left home years ago. Looking at his back, Ash said angrily, "HMPF, that man underestimates me too much." "Well, he'll go to the gym now and defeat Brock, so he can see." "What a coincidence." Natsui shrugged and smiled. "I was also going to challenge the Pewter City gym. How about we go together?" Pewter City, the color of stone. It is said that this city has been famous for its rock production for a long time. But aside from stones and fossils, it doesn't have any other special characteristics, so it could be considered a quiet city in the north. The whole city is surrounded by mountains and farmlands, and a wide river divides it in two. The Pewter City Gym is located in the northwest of the city, across the street from another famous building in the city, the Pewter City Science Museum. The group arrived at the Pewter City Gym. Seen from afar, the gym seemed to be made of layers of gigantic rocks and steel. But when they got closer, they realized that it was all a facade. Those giant rocks were just thin stone slabs that simulated being real, decorating the door. And as they walked around the door, they discovered that the back of the Pewter City Gym was no different from any ordinary warehouse. "Wow," murmured Misty. "I thought the whole gym was made of stone, but it turns out only the front part is real stone." They pushed the gym door, and although it was daytime, the interior was incredibly dark. Natsui and the others entered single file. It wasn't until they reached the center of the gym that a spotlight suddenly turned on, illuminating a corner where a man in a green vest was sitting cross-legged. "Who are you?" The man's voice was firm, and his tone calm, like that of an enlightened monk in meditation. "Are you Brock, the gym leader?" Ash stepped forward. "I'm Ash from Palatown, and I've come to challenge you." Natsui also said at that moment, "I'm Natsui, and I've come to challenge the gym as well." "As gym leader, I don't care how many challengers I face," said Brock as he slowly stood up. "However, only 2 Pokemon can be used. Who of you wants to battle first?" It was only then that Natsui could see Brock clearly. Spiky hair, a face that seemed older than it was, full of seriousness, and his eyes squinted so much that even when looking closely, it was hard to tell if they were open or closed. After looking at Natsui, Ash stepped forward, eager to start. "Of course he'll go first. Let's go whenever you're ready." Seeing Ash's attitude, Natsui had no intention of competing with him and went to the stands with his Pokemon. "Good luck, Ash." Misty waved at Ash and sat down next to Natsui. Looking at Ash, Brock snapped his fingers. Instantly, all the lights in the gym turned on, illuminating every corner. Under the stands on both sides, gates suddenly opened, and 2 battlefields made of dirt and rock slowly emerged, finally joining in the center. As a rock and ground-type trainer, Brock's gym naturally had a rock and dirt battlefield. Seeing Ash step onto the field with Pikachu, Brock jumped and landed on the trainer side of the area. Ash pointed forward and shouted, "Go, Pikachu!" How young and inexperienced. Upon seeing this, a slight smile appeared at the corner of Brock's lips, and he also threw his Pokeball. "Go, Onix." Chapter 16. Battle against Brock. As soon as Onix appeared, its enormous body and that cold gaze full of disdain upon seeing a Pokemon of immense size suddenly startled Pikachu. "Pika! Pika!" Pikachu was seen running back to Ash's side, lifting his clothes and trying to press the button of his other Pokeballs, wanting to switch out to fight with another of Ash's Pokemon. Hey! Ash picked up Pikachu and said, annoyed, "Pikachu, don't decide on your own to switch with Pidgeotto. Go fight right now." Under Ash's pushing and insistence, Pikachu reluctantly returned to the battlefield. Using an electric type against a ground type in the stands, Natsui smiled silently. Not understanding the type advantages and disadvantages of Pokemon and fighting recklessly was both a weakness of Ash's and one of his strengths. And it was precisely because of this that he could repeatedly use creative battle methods to defeat many strong enemies. But at this moment, his experience was still too scarce. Shaking his head, Natsui took out the Pokédex from his chest and pointed it at Pikachu. The appearance of Ash's Pikachu was no different from that of common Pikachu. Its entire fur was a soft golden color. Its ears were long. On its cheeks it had two red, round electric pouches. Its tail was shaped like a jagged lightning bolt, and a pair of black, bright eyes made it look very adorable. Pokédex Beep. Pikachu, the mouse Pokémon, an electric type, also known as the electric mouse. It can store electricity in the pouches on its cheeks, and when it gets angry, it releases all the stored electricity at once to launch an electric attack. Natsui pointed the Pokédex at Onix again. Onix had a long rock horn on the top of its head. Its body was tall and composed of multiple giant gray rocks, with a shape similar to a snake's, which gave it a very imposing and dominant look. Pokédex Beep. Onix, the rock snake Pokémon, a rock and ground type. Its body, formed by the union of giant rocks, resembles a large snake. It can create long tunnels while swallowing earth, moving underground at a speed of 80 kilometers per hour. With Brock's command, the battle began. Onix, use tackle. On the field, upon hearing the command, Onix's huge body moved, using its gigantic head to forcefully strike Pikachu. Pikachu jumped from side to side, intimidated by Onix's terrifying momentum, only knowing how to flee everywhere with no intention of counterattacking. And soon Onix took the opportunity to firmly wrap it with its tail. All right, Onix, use bind. Seeing that Pikachu couldn't move under Onix's enormous strength and was struggling in pain, Ash, watching anxiously from the edge of the field, couldn't help but shout, "Pikachu, quick, use Thunderbolt." Hearing Ash's words, Pikachu's cheeks sparked with electricity and then emitted a powerful discharge. But even so, upon hitting Onix, it caused no damage at all. On the other side, Brock crossed his arms and said, "As a trainer, your method is truly ineffective, defeating my Onix with just a Thunderbolt? How naive. Damn it." Ash clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. But seeing Pikachu suffering more and more and unable to break free, he finally shouted in resignation, "Please stop. I forfeit this match." Seeing Brock nod, Onix finally released its tail. Pikachu fell and was picked up by Ash, who ran onto the field to hug him. "Are you okay, Pikachu?" Seeing that the battle was over, Natsui slowly came down from the stands, not knowing for a moment how to comfort him. But with Ash's personality, he would surely recover soon. Arriving at the trainer's area, Natsui said to Brock, "Well, the appetizer is over. Now it's my turn." Looking at Natsui, Brock recalled Onix and took out another Pokeball. "From your appearance, you seem to be completely different from the person before. Although he is a bit immature now and lacks some experience," Natsui smiled, "I believe that with enough training, sooner or later he will become an admirable Pokemon master." As he hugged Pikachu and went up to the stands, Ash heard these words and turned around sharply. Being recognized for the first time by someone made his eyes moisten a little. This person really has that much faith in me? Come out now, Geodude! Brock threw his Pokeball at that moment. A blue light flashed, and a round rock with sturdy arms appeared in front of Natsui. Pokédex Beep. Geodude, the rock Pokemon, a rock and ground type. It mainly inhabits mountains and forests, buries half of its body in the ground to observe the movements of mountaineers, and since it looks very much like a rock, people passing by often step on it unintentionally and trip over it. Natsui turned around, his gaze shifting from Squirtle to Bulbasaur and back, and then said to Bulbasaur, "Bulbasaur, I'm entrusting this battle to you." Soar. Whether it was the water-type Squirtle or the grass-type Bulbasaur, against a rock and ground-type Pokemon, due to the double advantage, both could cause quadruple damage. So no matter which one he chose, the battle seemed to be quite easy. In the stands, seeing Ash approach, Misty first stroked Pikachu's forehead and then said to Ash in a teasing tone, "He knows about type advantage. It seems that unlike you, You fool. Natsui understands more about battles. He's a competent trainer. Surprisingly, Ash didn't refute, but instead watched Natsui's every move intently. Perhaps Natsui's earlier recognition made Ash give this person a little more importance. When Bulbasaur and Geodude were in their positions, the match officially began. Geodude, use Tackle. Natsui shouted, Bulbasaur, show him our new move. Use Razor Leaf. Before Geodude could get close, many leaves emitting a green light suddenly appeared around Bulbasaur and flew toward Geodude. Brock shouted, Geodude, dodge it quickly. However, the speed of Razor Leaf was too fast, and even though Brock gave the order, it still accurately hit Geodude. It's super effective. After the dense smoke from the explosion dissipated, Geodude had an expression of pain. Seeing this, Brock ordered, Geodude, use Rock Throw. Geodude was seen raising both hands upwards, and instantly, under the ceiling, several huge rocks appeared out of nowhere and rushed towards Bulbasaur. The area was too large. Natsui knew that with Bulbasaur's speed, it couldn't dodge, so he ordered decisively, Bulbasaur, aim at those rocks and use Razor Leaf. The green light condensed. Razor Leaf shot out again, hitting those rocks, but although it shattered most of them, many broken stones still impacted Bulbasaur. But even being hit by the rocks, Bulbasaur was seen standing calmly in its place, as if that little bit of pain was not worth mentioning. Chapter 17. The Second Medal. The Boulder Badge. Bulbasaur, use Vine Whip. Bulbasaur shook the dust from its body, extended 2 vines from its bulb, projected them forward, and forcefully struck Geodude's body. Geodude received several lashes. With an expression of pain, and seeing he was at a disadvantage, Brock hastily shouted, We're not getting anywhere like this, Geodude. Close the distance quickly. Use Rollout. Geodude was seen pulling in its fists, spinning rapidly, turning its body into a stone ball, and rolling towards Bulbasaur at extreme speed. Is he trying for a close-quarters combat to dodge Bulbasaur's Razor Leaf? Natsui said decisively, Don't let him get his way. Catch him with Vine Whip. However, Geodude's rolling speed was too fast, and, after dodging the Vine Whip several times, it finally crashed into Bulbasaur. It was just a shame. Rollout is a rock-type move, and after the impact, it only caused limited damage to Bulbasaur. And when Rollout stopped, Bulbasaur took the opportunity to lift it high with Vine Whip, holding it in the air. Time to end the match. Bulbasaur, use Razor Leaf. At such a close distance, being hit squarely again by Razor Leaf, this time, Geodude completely lost the ability to fight. It fell to the ground, like a stone sinking to the bottom of the sea, unable to make a single ripple. Recalling Geodude, Brock's face became somewhat solemn, knowing that he had the advantage in neither strength nor type. From the previous battle, it's easy to see that you are truly very strategic, Brock nodded in praise. But if you want to get the Boulder Badge, you still have to defeat this guy. Come out now, Onix. Seeing Onix come out to fight again, Natsui called back Bulbasaur and sent out Squirtle. It's all up to you. Squirtle. Squirtle, Squirtle. Perhaps having learned his lesson from before, when the battle started, Brock directly shouted, Onix, use Rock Tomb. Onix raised its torso, opened its huge mouth, and instantly, countless giant rocks condensed in the air and fell, crushing down on Squirtle. Squirtle, use Withdraw. Hearing Natsui's words, Squirtle quickly tucked its head and limbs into its shell, and in the next second, the rocks were seen falling and being bounced off by the hard shell. Good chance. A glint flashed in Brock's eyes, and he shouted, Onix, take this chance. Use Bind. Taking advantage of Squirtle not having stuck its head out yet, Onix quickly approached. Using the same move it used against Pikachu, it coiled Squirtle with its tail and squeezed it tightly. Even due to the excessive force, as it pressed on the shell, it emitted a terrifying cracking sound. In the stands, Misty's heart raced, and Ash also widened his eyes, wanting to see how Natsui would deal with the same move. In the command area, Natsui said unhurriedly, Squirtle, use Rapid Spin. Squirtless shell was seen vibrating continuously, and then the vibration became more and more intense, grazing and colliding with Onyx's body, and finally spinning at high speed, like a spinning top, managing to forcefully repel Onyx's body. Rapid spin, a normal-type physical move, once used, besides causing damage to the opponent. It can also free the user from being bound and from the leech seed status. Taking advantage of Onyx's body being paralyzed, Natsui continued, Squirtle, use water gun. A brief moment of surprise caused Brock to miss the perfect moment to give a command, and by the time he reacted and wanted Onyx to use a move, it was already too late. Faced with a powerful water gun, Onyx tried to dodge by instinct, but due to its enormous size, it was hit squarely. Water against rock and ground, it's super effective. Hearing Onyx's wail, Brock ordered, Onyx, quick, use dig on the field if you didn't see it with your own eyes. Who could imagine that Onyx's enormous body, relying on the stone horn on its head, could excavate the earth and stone and get underground with agility? On the silent battlefield, Squirtless gaze patrolled from side to side, cautiously watching for any unusual movement. And, just as it was turning around, the ground beneath its feet suddenly cracked, and a colossal creature emerged from it. But Natsui was already prepared for this. He knew that the purpose of dig was none other than to hide one's figure while waiting for an opportunity to act. Now, seeing that Onyx, just as he had predicted, chose to appear under Squirtless' feet, he shouted loudly, Squirtle, use bubble. A large number of bubbles were expelled from Squirtless' mouth and expanded rapidly. These bubbles not only confused Onyx's eyes, but also caused it continuous watertight damage. Natsui extended his right hand forward and shouted, Now's the time, let's end the match. Squirtle, use water gun. Squirtle looked up at this colossal creature, 10 times larger than itself, with no fear in its eyes. It opened its mouth, and a jet of water sprayed Onyx's body, and with a crash as it fell to the ground, it was completely defeated. Clap, clap, clap. Applause sounded. Brock recalled the unconscious Onyx to its pokeball, walked up to Natsui, and said sincerely, You are truly amazing. I accept my defeat in this battle wholeheartedly. It's nothing, it's nothing. Natsui waved his hands hastily and said, humbly, I just had the type advantage. If it had been with other Pokemon, I wouldn't have won so easily. Actually, Brock's strength among the many gym leaders was not particularly outstanding. Because his parents left home one after another, he, though not yet of age, took on the responsibility of caring for his 9 younger siblings, washing clothes and cooking every day, which led to his Pokemon being lacking in training. Although he was much stronger than an average trainer, he wasn't very difficult to defeat either. At that moment, Brock stepped aside, took a badge from a box, and handed it to Natsui. This is the Boulder Badge. As a reward for clearing the challenge, I now present it to you. The shape of the Boulder Badge was like that of a cut diamond, and although it was dark gray under the light of the lamps, it still reflected a dazzling sheen. The second badge of the Indigo League. Finally, in his hands, placing the badge in his badge case, Natsui first praised his 2 Pokemon, and then turned around to look for Misty and Ash, only to see that Ash and Pikachu had already disappeared. Only Misty was there, waiting for him. Huh? Where's Ash? Misty shrugged and said with resignation. Perhaps seeing you in the battle so easily, he felt overwhelmed. He left without a word and without looking back. I don't know where he went. Shaking his head, Natsui said, Forget it. Let's not worry about him for now. Knowing his personality, he's probably conducting some kind of special training in secret somewhere. I believe that even if we don't look for him now, he will soon recover and challenge this gym again. Chapter 18. A place to stay. Leaving the Pewter City gym with Misty, Natsui pointed towards the Science Museum across the street. The museum here is very famous. It could be considered one of Pewter City's main attractions. What do you think? Want to go take a look? Sure. Since she had nothing to do anyway, Misty agreed without a second thought. They crossed the street, and a museum of magnificent scale appeared before their eyes. Upon entering the building, Natsui bought 2 tickets and together with Misty, entered the first-floor lobby. The Science Museum was divided into 2 large areas, the exhibition area and the scientific research area. Unfortunately, the research area was not open to the public, so visitors could not enter and could only walk around and visit the exhibition area. The exhibition area was divided into 2 floors. The first was a fossil exhibition. In a display cases were some rare Pokemon from ancient times. And the most important pieces were the fossil skeletons of an Aerodactyl and a Kabutops. However, Misty didn't seem very interested in these fossils. She barely glanced at each display case before quickly moving on. I really don't understand why they display such scary things. The 2 went up to the second floor, and unlike the first, the theme here became space. The objects on display, in addition to historical relics and some meteorites that have fallen on the lunar surface, even included a model of a space shuttle. When Natsui and Misty stood in front of the model, an old man saw them stop and began to speak on his own. Several decades have passed in the blink of an eye since man first stepped on the moon. I've heard there are now plans to go to an even more distant red planet. This kind of news related to the universe, whether true or false, always manages to excite me. Exchanging a smile with Misty, the 2 strolled leisurely through the museum a couple more times, then left the Science Museum and found a nearby restaurant. Although the restaurant wasn't high-end, both the appetizer and the dessert after the meal, once tasted, were very satisfying. During the meal, Natsui heard Misty retell the story of how she met Ash and about that unfortunate bicycle. You should have seen its pitiful state. To this day, Misty's grudge was still considerable. I had just bought that bike, and I didn't expect that after using it for only 1 day, he would turn it into charcoal. So, you're going to follow him like this until he pays you back. That's one of the reasons. Misty smiled. My goal is to become a water-type Pokemon master, and traveling everywhere is the best shortcut. Natsui smiled and nodded with a few words, although he had already seen it in the anime. Hearing it again from Misty's own mouth was a different feeling. At dusk, when they returned to the Pokemon Center, there was still no sign of Ash. Misty couldn't help but ask, Ash? He hasn't already left here, has he? That's impossible. Natsui shook his head. He won't leave Pewter City without defeating Brock. Tonight at the earliest, and tomorrow morning at the latest, I believe he will appear to challenge the Pewter City gym again. And just as Natsui had said, after resting for a night, when Natsui and Misty were having breakfast in the restaurant, they once again saw an Ash who, though full of fatigue, was brimming with energy. Ash, Misty waved at him. Where did you go yesterday? Sorry to worry you. Ash sat down at the table with a plop and messily stuffed some food into his mouth. Yesterday, I ran into Mr. Flynn at the gym entrance, and, with him, Pikachu and I underwent special energy charging training. Mr. Flint? Energy charging training? Misty was perplexed, but even so, an electric-type Pikachu can't beat Brock. That kind of thing. How will you know if you don't try? Ash was full of fighting spirit and said without concern, besides, today's Pikachu is completely different from yesterday's. Oh, really? Misty was skeptical. Is that really so? Well then, you'll wait and see. Wiping the corner of his mouth with a napkin, Natsui suddenly said at that moment, Good luck, Ash. Too bad, I won't be able to witness that moment. Why? Ash asked, puzzled. Natsui didn't answer directly, but asked in turn. Your goal is to participate in the Indigo League Conference, right? Seeing Ash nod, Natsui looked at his own Pokemon and said solemnly, That being the case, then we are rivals. Besides, I have my own path to follow, and it's time to set off for the next gym city. Huh, you're leaving already? Misty felt reluctant to let him go. Although she hadn't known Natsui for long, the time they spent together was very relaxed and happy. And through a day's contact, she could feel the gentleness, consideration, wit, and humor of this man. Natsui smiled. No need to be so sad. Although Kanto is very large, our goals are the same, so sooner or later we will meet again. Maybe in the next city, or at the next gym, we'll see each other again. After returning to Vermilion City, Natsui went directly to the Sakuragi laboratory. It's been a very tough journey for you. Upon seeing Natsui, Professor Sakuragi said gratefully, "After you delivered the prototype, Professor Oak called me. He praised you for a long time on the phone, so much that even I felt a little embarrassed." At that moment, Koharu came in from outside with her backpack. Seeing Eevee, Squirtle, and Charmander, she couldn't help but be surprised and say, "You've already caught so many Pokemon?" "Yes, I've already gathered the 3 starters. The next step is to catch one more to form a team," Natsui said, and then gestured to the Pokemon that hadn't seen Koharu. "This is Koharu. Come and say hello." She stroked their foreheads one by one, and upon seeing Kirlia, Koharu's eyes lit up. She walked over to Kirlia and crouched down. "So this is what Kirlia looks like now? It's so adorable." Hearing Koharu's compliment, Kirlia gave her a curtsy, and that docile and quiet appearance made Koharu cover her mouth in surprise. Seeing the cheerful and harmonious scene between Koharu and the Pokemon, Professor Sakuragi spoke. "By the way, Natsui, I prepared a dorm room for you in the lab, so in the future, you won't have to stay at the Pokemon Center. Also, the Sakuragi Park is already built, and from now on you can leave your Pokemon there." "Sakuragi Park?" Natsui was perplexed. Professor Sakuragi pointed out the window. "Look, it's that one." Following the direction Professor Sakuragi's finger was pointing, he saw behind the Sakuragi laboratory a huge dome-shaped building made of reinforced glass. Its shape was like a transparent cover, and under the cover, you could see streams and ponds, hills and valleys, and a dense forest. Chapter 19. The Challenge at Cerulean Gym in Sakuragi Park. Natsui and Koharu walked side by side, strolling peacefully through the garden. The atmosphere here was exceptionally beautiful. In terms of function, it was very similar to the forest behind Professor Oak's laboratory, both places allowing trainers to leave their extra Pokemon under care. Flowing water, abundant berries, enough sunlight. After taking a walk, Natsui discovered that the park had a complete ecosystem, capable of being completely self-sufficient without human interference. As they walked, Natsui couldn't help but sigh. Such a large scale. Are you sure Professor Sakuragi invested a lot of effort into this? Koharu covered her mouth and smiled. This part wasn't finished until yesterday. My father said that once it was done, he wanted you, as a trainer, to be the first to enter to find its flaws. Natsui shrugged. As expected of Professor Sakuragi, his way of thinking is really meticulous. Alongside them, amid Yamper's barks, Bulbasaur, Squirtle, Eevee, and Charmander were chasing each other, playing happily. It seemed like they loved the atmosphere of this place. Only Kirlia followed Natsui step by step, never leaving his side. Seeing this, Natsui smiled and shouted, "All right, Bulbasaur, stop playing. Remember to save your energy. We have important matters to attend to later." "Important matters?" Koharu asked curiously. "What matters?" "Of course, going to challenge the Vermilion Gym." Natsui suggested in a persuasive tone. "What do you think? Do you want to come with me to see it? You must know that real Pokemon battles are much more exciting and overwhelming than on TV." "Real Pokemon battles?" Koharu lowered her head, clearly tempted, and after a moment of hesitation, she nodded slightly. Vermilion, the orange color of twilight. The Vermilion Gym was located on the west coast of Vermilion City, with a color scheme mainly of yellow and white. Its exterior shape resembled a large inverted trapezoid, similar to large sports stadiums. Upon entering the gym, they were greeted by dedicated staff, and after explaining their purpose, a staff member led Natsui directly to the gym's battlefield. "Please wait a moment. The gym leader, Lieutenant Surge, will arrive shortly." After the staff left, Natsui looked around. On the field, on the earthy ground, there was nothing else. It was clearly a conventional battlefield. And outside the field, on all 4 sides, there were a dozen rows of seating, like in a stadium, and judging by his estimate, if they were all filled, it could hold at least 1,000 people. Being the first time in a place like this, the formal and solemn battle atmosphere made Koharu feel a little nervous. "Relax." Natsui patted her on the shoulder. "There's nothing to worry about. Just watch the battle from the side." "Understood." Regulating her breath, Koharu whispered, "Good luck." Seeing Koharu head to the spectator area, Natsui turned around and saw several people coming out from the opposite hallway. The one leading the group had blonde, spiky hair, a strong and muscular physique, wore a military green t-shirt, camouflage pants, sunglasses, and a military ID tag hanging from his neck. Just from his demeanor, it was easy to tell that he was a determined and fierce man. And he was the Vermilion Gym leader, LT. Surge. It was said that Lieutenant Surge had been an Air Force major piloting special planes that generated electricity with electric-type Pokemon. He participated in many wars until he retired, and after several twists and turns, he eventually became the gym leader of Vermilion. However, judging by his reputation, LT. Surge's fighting style was very aggressive, attacking with extreme harshness. Against weaker challengers, he often left his Pokemon severely injured. Standing in his trainer's area, Lieutenant Surge's voice echoed, "You dare come to my Vermilion Gym. Looks like we have another challenger who doesn't know his limits." Natsui was unbothered by his provocation, took a few steps forward, and said, "To obtain the Thunder Badge, Gym Leader Lieutenant Surge, I now officially challenge you. If you want the badge, you'll have to beat me first." Lieutenant Surge said, arms crossed arrogantly. "Many people come to challenge me every day, but their strength is too weak in my eyes. They're just a bunch of babies. And you, will you be another baby?" Hearing his peculiar accent, Natsui couldn't help but frown. He really didn't expect Lieutenant Surge to be such a conceited person. "What are the battle rules here?" Lieutenant Surge pulled out 2 Pokeballs with his fingers. "The battle rules are simple. There is no time limit. As long as you defeat the 2 Pokemon I have in my hands, the challenge is considered successful." Saying this, he threw one of the Pokeballs. With a flash of blue light, a Pokemon that resembled Pikachu, but larger, with a longer tail and darker color, appeared on the battlefield. "So it's a Raichu." Pokédex, BIP, Raichu, the mouse Pokemon, electric type. The evolved form of Pikachu. The power of its electric discharge reaches 100,000 volts, able to knock out opponents dozens of times larger than itself. And as the electricity stored in its body increases, its character becomes more aggressive. "So what's your Pokemon?" Natsui looked behind him and then said, "Kirlia, I leave it to you." Kirlia nodded slightly and walked slowly toward the center of the field. "So it's a Kirlia, eh." Being from another region, Lieutenant Surge naturally recognized Kirlia, but still, he made a grimace and said with disdain, "None of the Pokemon you have behind have fully evolved. Their strength is too weak. You're really the baby of babies." "You're wrong," Natsui said in a deep voice. "In this world, there are no weak Pokemon. The only weak ones are the trainers." "Oh, those words of yours have certainly made me look at you differently." Lieutenant Surge's face hardened and he shouted, "But talking big won't do any good. Raichu, let's go. Use Mega Punch." When Raichu launched its attack, the battle officially began. Seeing Raichu already in motion, Natsui shouted, "Kirlia, use Magical Leaf." Magical green leaves formed around Kirlia and shot towards the Raichu running toward her. Seeing this, LT. Surge didn't have Raichu dodge, but instead changed strategy and shouted, "Raichu, use Thunder Punch." Raichu's body emitted dazzling electric light that clashed in the air with the magical leaf. With the sound of a violent explosion, the magical leaf pierced through the electric light and hit Raichu's body. Chapter 20. The first round, although Raichu was hit by the magical leaf, because the grass type doesn't have an advantage over the electric type, it didn't cause much damage. However, this caught Natsui's attention. Did not dodge using speed, but instead used a move to counterattack. Although there seemed to be no problem, in terms of the outcome, had she underestimated the power of the magical leaf? But since the attack had worked, Natsui naturally wouldn't change tactics and continued shouting, "Kirlia," once more. Magical Leaf attack. Seeing how the magical leaf materialized again, this time Lieutenant Surge didn't order Raichu to use Thunderbolt, but instead shouted, "Raichu, dodge quickly." However, although he said that the speed of the magical leaf's firing was too fast. Even though Raichu moved out of the way in advance, Curlia controlled its direction, like a burst, quickly reaching him and striking his body. Boom, boom, boom. The dense smoke from the explosion hid everyone's view, and when the smoke cleared, Raichu, with marks of wounds, shook his head and continued charging towards Curlia. Raichu, use Mega Punch. Raichu was seen standing on his hind legs, his claws turning in a fist that shone with a blue light, and throwing punch after punch at Curlia. Mega Punch, a physical normal-type attack. The user strikes the opponent with a punch using all their strength. If it hits, it can cause considerable damage. Curlia, use Double Team. At Natsui's command, Curlia instantly split into more than a dozen illusions, and Raichu, unable to see the real body, could only use his fist to randomly scatter some of the false images. Lieutenant Surge frowned and shouted, "Raichu, take them all out, Thunderbolt." Upon hearing this, Raichu abandoned his punching attack, tensed his whole body, and as electrical light flickered on his surface, dozens of thick electric currents rapidly spread around him. The crackling sound was incessant, and because the light was too dazzling, even Natsui had to cover her eyes with her arm. When the dust settled, Natsui quickly looked up and saw that all the illusions had disappeared, leaving only Curlia standing in the distance, staring at Raichu. It turned out that in an instant, she had used teleport to avoid that dangerous area attack. Good. Seeing that no harm had been done, Natsui's heart finally calmed. Curlia, use Confusion. Curlia raised her hands, and Raichu, without warning, was lifted into the air and then slammed forcefully against the ground. Damn it! Lieutenant Surge shouted loudly, "Raichu, get up quickly! Close the distance!" Raichu struggled to get up, released his last bit of energy, and quickly approached Curlia. And it was then that Natsui suddenly remembered Raichu's weakness. She recalled that in the anime, when Ash lost his first challenge at the Vermilion Gym in his second battle against this Raichu, he discovered that due to its rapid evolution, it hadn't learned any speed-related moves. In the end, Pikachu used agility and quick attack to face it and defeat it. At that moment, Raichu had already reached Curlia, and Lieutenant Surge shouted, "Raichu, use Body Slam." Obeying Lieutenant Surge's command, Raichu jumped high, extended his body, and pounced on Curlia. Although there were other ways to dodge this attack, Natsui chose the simplest and most direct method. Curlia, use Confusion. The next second, Raichu, falling at high speed, seemed to hit an air wall, being lifted again into the air, as if an invisible giant had grabbed him by the tail, shaken him repeatedly, and finally tossed him aside, crashing back to the ground. But this time his eyes rolled back, and he couldn't get up. The referee, observing the battle, raised his flag and announced loudly, "Raichu is unable to continue. Curlia is the winner." And upon hearing that Curlia had won, Koharu, in the stands, couldn't help but applaud excitedly. Just as Natsui had said earlier, seeing the battle in person, being immersed in the scene, was far more exciting and engaging than watching it on television. Additionally, emotionally, being on Natsui's side, her mood fluctuated with the progress of the battle, which further fueled her emotions. After recalling Raichu, LT, Surge nodded to Natsui with approval. "To defeat my Raichu is proof enough that you're not just a simple baby, but if you want the badge, you still have to defeat the next one." Saying this, he threw his second Pokeball. A blue light shone, and a strange yellow and black Pokemon appeared on the field. This Pokemon stood on two legs, was mainly yellow with black stripes, had a black lightning symbol on its chest, two short fangs curving out of its mouth, and, next to its pointed ears, had two circular organs that stored and released electricity. Pokédex. Bip, Electabuzz, the electric-type Pokemon. The evolved form of Elekid. It is a very rare Pokemon. Its body is occasionally traversed by electrical currents, and since it likes to consume electricity, it often causes large-scale power outages in cities. Natsui recalled Curlia and sent out Bulbasaur. "Bulbasaur, the second round is up to you. Soar! Soar!" Seeing that Bulbasaur was ready, Lieutenant Surge shouted, The real game has just begun. Go, Electabuzz! Electabuzz took large strides towards Bulbasaur, clearly full of energy. Natsui ordered, Sharp Leaf Attack. A multitude of green leaves, like spinning blades, flew towards Electabuzz. And Lieutenant Surge, as before, ordered, Electabuzz, use Shockwave. From Electabuzz's head, two dazzling beams of light suddenly shot out, merging and crashing into the Sharp Leaf. But this time, the two moves neutralized each other, and neither gained the advantage. Seeing that Lieutenant Surge kept using this type of response, Natsui had already understood in her heart that perhaps due to the trainer's personality, just like the previous Raichu, this Electabuzz had also given up on speed-related moves, opting for a diversified offensive. Seeing Electabuzz getting closer and closer, Natsui gave another command. Bulbasaur, use Vine Whip. Two vines rose into the air and lashed forcefully at Electabuzz, but it, without dodging or evading, withstood the vine attack and charged directly until it reached Bulbasaur. Now, Lieutenant Surge shouted loudly, use Thunder Punch. The next second, Electabuzz's fist suddenly lit up with electricity, and swinging them, he struck Bulbasaur forcefully. However, Natsui wasn't too worried about this. In terms of types, although the grass type doesn't have an advantage over the electric type, an electric type attack against a grass type only causes half the damage due to type resistance. That's why, earlier at Sakuraji Park, Natsui had told Bulbasaur to conserve energy, because, from the start to finish, the main pillar to challenge the Vermilion Gym was always Bulbasaur. Chapter 21. The third badge and a double evolution Bulbasaur. Use Sleep Powder. After receiving several punches, it found a gap, shook its bulb, and instantly expelled countless glowing spores. These spores moved without the need for wind, and in a single breath, they covered half of the field. Lieutenant Surge's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly shouted, Electabuzz, dodge quickly. However, Electabuzz was too close and, caught by surprise, was covered by the sleep powder. At that moment, he felt a strong wave of sleep that he couldn't resist. His body swayed, fell to the ground, and fell into a deep sleep. Electabuzz, wake up already! Even though Lieutenant Surge called to him forcefully from his side, Electabuzz slept so peacefully that no matter how much he worried, his voice couldn't wake Electabuzz's consciousness. This should be over now. Natsui gave Bulbasaur the final command. Use Razor Leaf. Bulbasaur walked up to Electabuzz, looked down at him, and Razor Leaf materialized above its head. Then hit Electabuzz precisely and continuously. This time it caused full damage, and Electabuzz, upon receiving the attack, didn't have time to wake up, going directly from sleep to unconsciousness. With a flash of blue light, Lieutenant Surge pulled out his Pokeball and withdrew Electabuzz. However, just at that moment, a light enveloped Bulbasaur, and a few seconds later, an Ivysaur with a completely new form appeared on the field. Had Bulbasaur evolved into Ivysaur? For Natsui, this was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise. In appearance, compared to Bulbasaur, Ivysaur didn't seem to have changed much. Only the color of its body had become a little darker, and along with the bulb on its back, it now had 4 green banana-shaped leaves. Pokédex, Bip, Ivysaur, the seed Pokemon, a grass and poison type. The evolved form of Bulbasaur. The more sunlight it receives, the more vitality it has. When the bulb on its back absorbs enough nutrients, a large flower will bloom. Congratulations, really. Elte, Surge slowly approached Natsui. Although he had lost, there was no trace of displeasure on his face. Not only did you beat me, but your Pokemon also evolved. You've really gone from being a baby to an impressive boy. Koharu also came down from the bleachers at that moment and approached Natsui. From her expression, she seemed even happier than he was, but since there were strangers around, she didn't say anything. She just crouched down and gently petted Kirlia and Ivysaur to express her joy. Lieutenant Surge took a medal out of his pocket and handed it to Natsui. The Thunder Badge, it's your well-deserved reward, take it. This badge had the shape of an orange sun that emitted a yellow glow. Natsui took the badge, turned to leave with Koharu, but just as they reached the door, Lieutenant Surge suddenly called him. "Wait a moment, take this too." They saw him take a small shining stone from his pocket and throw it to Natsui. The stone traced a perfect arc in the air, but just as it was about to fall in front of Natsui, it stopped firmly in midair. It was Curlia who stopped it with confusion. Being an extremely loyal Pokemon to its trainer, it naturally wouldn't just watch something strange approach Natsui. Natsui examined the stone. It was in the shape of a bright green gem, and through its crystalline surface, by looking inside, a clear lightning-shaped symbol could be seen. Was it a thunderstone? Natsui looked at Lieutenant Surge with doubt, not knowing what he intended. "Take it," Lieutenant Surge said with a smile. "As a trainer, I recognize this thunderstone is a personal gift from me." Natsui was puzzled for a moment. Then a wide smile lit up his face as he thanked. "Thank you. Then I won't be modest." That said, when Natsui extended his hand, the stone landed softly in his palm. At that moment, the sky outside had already darkened. After Natsui and Koharu left the Vermilion Gym, they followed the lit streets back to the Sakuragi Institute. Inside the institute, Professor Sakuragi hadn't left yet and was busy with something on his computer. He was very happy to hear that Natsui had successfully passed the Vermilion Gym, and when he learned that Koharu had also gone to the gym, he opened his mouth in surprise. "Incredible! Who would have thought that the day would come when you, Koharu, would like Pokemon battles?" After seeing in person, I realized that Pokemon battles are quite interesting. As Koharu spoke, she unconsciously looked at Natsui. If it hadn't been for his invitation, she probably would never have gone to watch a Pokemon battle on her own. Seeing that it was already late outside, Natsui yawned and was about to say goodbye to the professor and his daughter to return to his dormitory, when Professor Sakuragi stopped him with his hand. "By the way, Natsui, if it's not too much trouble, I'd like to ask you to go take a look at the nearby power plant tomorrow." "The power plant?" Natsui said, confused. "What's going on there?" Professor Sakuragi explained. "The electricity for our Sakuragi Institute is supplied by an abandoned power plant on the outskirts. Although it's been empty for many years, the electrical system has always worked normally. But these last few days, I don't know why, the voltage has become very unstable, with intermittent power cuts that prevent us from continuing our research. I think some electric-type Pokemon might have gotten in. An abandoned power plant, huh?" Natsui nodded. "No problem, leave it to me." In the depth of the night, in the Sakuragi Institute dormitory, after a quick hot shower, Natsui, with his torso bare, lay down on the soft bed. The bright light, reflecting off the simple blue-green wallpaper, made the dorm room feel very cozy. And what was even rarer, the equipment here was very complete. Whether it was the wardrobe, the bookshelf, the desk, or the private bathroom, everything was included. Even to the side, there was a fluffy sofa. His Pokemon were playing nearby. Natsui took the Thunderstone Lieutenant Surge had given him earlier in the day, thought seriously for a moment, and gestured to Eevee. "Eevee, have you thought about your evolution direction?" Eevee tilted its head, looking at him with an innocent expression. Playing with the Thunderstone in his hand, Natsui continued. "Although your personality is a bit impatient, you're very fast. I think you would be perfect to evolve in a Jolteon and take advantage of your specialty. But if you have another direction you'd like to evolve in, it'll respect your choice." With a soft squeak, Eevee looked at the Thunderstone as if it were thinking. After a pause, it slowly approached and gently rested its forehead against it. The next second, accompanied by the hum of electricity, a dazzling electric light suddenly shone in the dorm room. Chapter 22. The abandoned power plant. When the light faded, what appeared before Natsui's eyes was an Eevee with a new form. A Jolteon with a yellow body covered in sharp spikes like lightning bolts. Jolteon had thin limbs and small claws, a white fur collar around its neck, and the spikes on its body were as sharp as lightning rods. Just by looking at it, one could almost feel the vibrant vitality and electricity inside its body. Shoving aside the other Pokemon who had gathered curiously to watch, Natsui quickly took out his Pokédex to search for information on Jolteon. Pokédex, BIP, Jolteon, the lightning Pokemon, electric type. evolved with a thunderstone. When frightened, the fur all over its body bristles like needles to intimidate the enemy. It is an expert in electric-type moves, capable of absorbing negative ions from the air and sometimes releasing high-voltage discharges of about 10,000 volts. It possesses considerable speed, so in some places, it is even tasked with watching over other Pokémon. What a marvel! Stroking Jolteon's sharp spikes, Natsui nodded with satisfaction and complimented it. Jolteon, your new look is amazing. It really suits you. In the morning, Natsui left the Sakuraji Institute and, following a winding uphill mountain path, slowly ventured into the deep mountains adjacent to Cerulean City. After walking for a while, the terrain gradually elevated. The buildings on both sides became more sparse, and in their place appeared increasingly sturdy and dense trees, along with rows of wind turbines that occasionally turned. Erected on the slopes of the mountain, and amidst the mountains stood an old power plant built with red bricks and cement. From the outside, this power plant, although covered in moss and with several broken windows, was not entirely abandoned, as occasional flickers of electricity in the wires and the hum of equipment inside indicated. Occasionally, maintenance personnel came to carry out minor repairs. Looking around, aside from the whispering wind, everything was silent, with no strange movements or signs of wild Pokémon activity. As Natsui approached the plant, he discovered that the main door was locked, with a large, rusted padlock hanging from it, securing it firmly. However, a side window was slightly open, with broken glass on the ground. He looked around, and after confirming that no one else was present, he jumped through the window to enter. The interior of the power plant was built like a maze, and just like on the outside, there was an exceptional silence here as well. Under the light of the orange emergency lamps, the place seemed very dark. Taking out a flashlight, Natsui removed the tape, and, upon turning it on, the light illuminated the surroundings, finally allowing him to see the internal structure of the plant. The echo of disordered footsteps softly resonated through the hallway. Natsui searched carefully, but after opening the doors of several rooms, he found nothing unusual. Have you discovered anything abnormal? Upon hearing Natsui's words, Kirlia and the other Pokémon gently shook their heads. Nothing? Could it be that the equipment is just old? With doubts, Natsui rubbed his chin and ordered, "Well, since we're here, let's split up and search. Maybe we'll find something." However, as soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly heard what seemed to be a scream coming from deep within the plant. The sound was brief and clear, and although it only lasted for a moment, he caught it with his sharp hearing. What was that sound? Natsui strained his ears, and upon hearing no second scream, he looked at his Pokémon. The Pokémon nodded in unison, clearly having heard the sound as well. "It seems to be coming from there. Let's go." Leading his Pokémon, Natsui quickly walked, turning left and right, until he finally reached a half-open door. Through the crack, he could see that in the room, sunlight poured in from the glass ceiling, illuminating the entire space. The hum of several generators allowed Natsui to immediately identify that this was the most important part of the plant, the main power room. But what surprised Natsui the most was that, at that moment, in the middle of the room, a huge golden bird Pokémon was perched on a machine, continuously absorbing electricity from the generators. Upon seeing that familiar form, that imposing figure, although Natsui had already seen many Pokémon, he couldn't help but feel a strong shock in his heart. It was the legendary Pokémon, Zapdos. Zapdos is an extremely rare legendary Pokémon. Its body is mainly golden, with numerous sharp feathers on its wings and tail. Under its sharp eyes, it has a long, pointed orange beak. Due to its ability to control lightning and change the weather, people often refer to it as the god of thunder. What should he do now? Natsui turned around, looked at his Pokémon, and, seeing that they were all watching him, waiting for his orders, he couldn't help but clench his fists. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Since I've encountered it, I must capture it at all costs. However, with his current Pokémon, capturing Zapdos wouldn't be easy. Zapdos types are electric and flying, and Natsui didn't have any Pokemon in his team that had a type advantage over it. On the contrary, Zapdos could deal double damage to his Squirtle. But no matter how difficult it was, Natsui didn't want to miss this opportunity. Kirlia, Ivysaur, Jolteon, Squirtle, and Charmander, now it all depends on you. Our opponent this time is an extremely strong type. If you fight alone, none of you will be able to rival it. So don't hold back. Attack together and defeat it. All the Pokemon shouted in unison. Immediately, the door to the power room opened with a bang, and Jolteon was the first to rush out. Behind it, the other Pokemon entered in line, surrounding Zapdos. Inside the room, Zapdos, which had been replenishing its energy, became enraged at being interrupted while feeding. And seeing that the annoying intruders were a group of low-level, unevolved Pokemon, it became even more impatient. It roared in anger, flapped its wings, and in an instant, a burst of scorching electricity spread around. It was trying to use its own intimidation to scare off these Pokemon that had invaded its territory. Natsui then entered the power room and shouted at Zapdos. Zapdos, risking your freedom, let's have a battle with all our might. Zapdos looked at Natsui haughtily, as if completely ignoring him. If that's the case, we'll take it as a yes. Natsui took out a Pokeball and threw it into the air in his hand. Kirlia, use Magical Leaf. Ivysaur, use Razor Leaf. Charmander, use Ember. Squirtle, use Water Gun. Everyone attacked together. At Natsui's command, all kinds of moves were instantly launched towards Zapdos, and thus began the great battle to capture Zapdos. Chapter 23. The capture of Zapdos. Zapdos let out a cry, spread its wings, and an electric current flashed from its body, using thunder to nullify all attacks. Natsui couldn't help but praise, as expected of a legendary Pokemon, even when facing many enemies at once. It can respond so calmly. But perhaps considering it too noisy, a bolt of electricity suddenly shot towards him. Seeing it, Natsui quickly hid in the doorway to avoid the fate of being charred. Peeking his head out again, Natsui shouted, Kirlia, quickly find a way to restrain its movement. Kirlia raised its hands, and an invisible psychic force surrounded Zapdos. But perhaps due to the huge difference in level, strength, and base stats, Zapdos only struggled a little before breaking free from the restraint. After circling under the skylight, Zapdos' body suddenly spun, and its long beak lit up, heading directly towards Ivysaur. Oh no, it's Drill Peck. Charmander, quick, use Smokescreen. Drill Peck, a flying-type move, not only had an advantage over Grass-type, but with Zapdos level, if it hit Ivysaur, it would be enough to knock it out directly. At the order, Charmander opened its mouth and exhaled a puff of black smoke, covering the room and hiding its trace. Zapdos lost its target, and the next moment, its attack veered off, forcefully pecking the ground. Its power was such that it not only created a large hole in the ground, but also seemed to shake the entire power room a little. Seeing it had missed, Zapdos flew high again, but its body, glowing with electricity, now resembled a bright light bulb in the middle of the smoke screen, exceptionally noticeable. Suddenly, a jet of water and a flare shot through the thick smoke from the left and right and hit Zapdos simultaneously. Zapdos cried out in pain, then flapped its wings, dispersing all the smoke screen. At that moment, two vines shot upward from below, wrapping around Zapdos' wings. Ivysaur, well done. Natsui shouted, eyes shining. Quick, bring it down. Ivysaur used all its strength to try to pull Zapdos to the ground, but Zapdos flapped its wings and stayed firmly in the air. At a standoff with Ivysaur, Jolteon used Quick Attack. Jolteon's speed increased drastically. It stepped on the wall several times, then jumped into the air, slamming into Zapdos. Quick Attack, though its name contains the words electric or light, is actually a normal type move. When it collided with Zapdos, it lost control of its body and, in a moment of carelessness, was dragged down by Ivysaur. Now, Natsui shouted loudly. Full Attack. His Pokemon attacked in unison, and in an instant, several more moves hit Zapdos at the same time. This time, receiving the full damage, Zapdos let out a cry of pain. But after all, it was a legendary Pokémon. After enduring the concentrated attack, it didn't fall, and an electric current instantly covered its entire body, launching another thunder. A violent and furious electricity coursed through the power room, attacking indiscriminately with no fixed target. For a moment, not only did Natsui's Pokémon scatter to dodge, but the power plant's equipment was also destroyed. When Natsui peeked his head out from behind the door, he found that explosions, thick smoke, sparks, and broken machinery had become the dominant features of the place. He quickly scanned the room to check the status of his Pokémon. He saw that, except for Jolteon, all the others had suffered varying degrees of damage and seemed covered in wounds. But fortunately, none had fallen. Even Squirtle, at the last moment, had used Protect to shield itself. Zapdos flapped its wings and flew high, watching those Pokémon it viewed as extremely weak, with a flame that seemed to burn in its eyes. Having suffered such humiliation, it was now completely enraged. With a roar of fury through the broken skylight, the sky above the power plant suddenly darkened. In just a few seconds, the entire sky was covered by a thick layer of clouds, darkening completely. And among the clouds, lightning flickered from time to time, as if a terrifying thunderstorm was brewing there. Swallowing, Natsui was about to give an order when suddenly he received a call from Professor Sakuragi. Without thinking twice, Natsui answered the call, and as soon as the speaker was activated, he heard Professor Sakuragi's urgent voice from the phone. "Natsui, are you okay? I thought I heard an explosion, and now, including the Institute, the whole area is without power. What exactly happened?" Natsui looked up at the dark clouds and said with a bitter smile, "Sorry, Professor, a little situation has come up here, but I think, whatever the final outcome, everything will be over soon." As his words echoed, a deafening thunder struck from the sky, passed through the skylight, and covered the entire power room. Thunder, an electric-type move, with huge damage and range, can drag all enemies. Even if the damage isn't enough after hitting the enemy, there's a chance it will leave them paralyzed. At that moment, the Pokémon trapped in the power room had nowhere to hide. However, in that critical moment, a small figure jumped voluntarily into the air, facing that violent thunder. It was Jolteon. Without time to call it, accompanied by the deafening crash of the thunder, the lightning struck Jolteon, unleashing an intense light that almost blinded Natsui. When the dust settled, Natsui looked hurriedly at Jolteon, but to his surprise, Jolteon was there standing, though a bit panting. That thunder had not harmed it in the slightest. He was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly remembered Jolteon's ability. Volt Absorb. Pokémon with this ability are not affected by electric-type moves. When hit by an electric-type move, they are immune to damage and recover a small amount of health. Awesome. Jolteon. In the air, Zapdos didn't expect this result. As it gasped, Kirlia activated its psychic force, and Ivysaur also swung its vines, and both moves caught it at the same time. "Don't give it any more chances to resist," Natsui shouted. "Attack together and finish it off." A variety of moves of all colors struck Zapdos simultaneously, and this time, it couldn't endure it anymore and fell from the sky. Good opportunity. Seeing this, Natsui pulled out a Pokeball without hesitation and threw it. The Pokeball drew a perfect arc in the air, hit Zapdos, and with a flash of red light, Zapdos was absorbed by the ball. However, the next moment, it immediately broke free. It still has energy. One more effort. Guys, keep attacking. Several more attacks hit Zapdos. It let out a cry of pain, but with its last bit of energy, it managed to launch one last thunder. Z. After the dazzling flash of light, Natsui's Pokémon couldn't withstand the damage and fell one by one, leaving only Jolteon standing. Damn it! Knowing the most crucial moment had come and that he couldn't give up, Natsui gritted his teeth and shouted, "Jolteon, quick attack!" Jolteon accelerated sharply and, with the speed of a meteor, slammed forcefully into Zapdos. And this time, Zapdos had no strength to resist and, with one last weak cry, collapsed to the ground. At that moment, Natsui's heart was about to leap out of his chest. He pulled out another Pokeball and threw it at Zapdos. After the red light, and with Zapdos entering the ball for the second time, the Pokeball began to shake violently, shaking and shaking again, until a few seconds later, with a click, it turned off. Slowly picking it up, looking at the red and white Pokeball in his hand, Natsui felt like he was in a trance. Did I really catch Zapdos? Chapter 24. Reunion with Ash dragging his exhausted body. Natsui arrived at the Cinnabar Island Pokemon Center. After leaving his Pokemon with Nurse Joy, and once their treatment was complete, he returned to the Sakuragi laboratory. Along the way, everything was chaos, due to the explosion at the power plant. As Professor Sakuragi had told him over the phone, a large area near the Sakuragi laboratory had been left without power, severely affecting traffic, restaurants, and work. He even saw Officer Jenny, with a grow lathe, directing traffic in the middle of the street. But luckily, key buildings like the Sakuragi Laboratory and the Pokemon Center had their own backup power sources and, for the time being, would continue to operate. Upon seeing Professor Sakuragi, Natsui briefly told him what had happened, and when the professor heard that he had encountered Zapdos, he rose from his chair, astonished. Why you encountered the legendary Pokemon Zapdos? Seeing Natsui nod, Professor Sakuragi quickly calmed down and continued. So that was who was causing the constant power outages at the lab. But since there was an explosion, I don't think that Zapdos will reappear. As for the generator room, they'll call the power company right away, so they can send someone to repair it and replace the units. Well, the thing is, Natsui scratched his head. I also happened to catch Zapdos. What? Professor Sakuragi nearly choked on his own saliva. He coughed a couple of times, wearing an expression of complete disbelief. You're saying you caught it? That's right. Natsui pulled out the Pokeball containing Zapdos and shook it in front of Professor Sakuragi to prove he wasn't lying. But to avoid unnecessary trouble, I'd appreciate it if you kept it secret, Professor. Professor Sakuragi took a deep breath to calm himself and nodded. He too knew it was something not to be disclosed. Don't worry. I'll keep my mouth shut until you decide to reveal it yourself. At that moment, Natsui asked cautiously, Excuse me, Professor, when a trainer has more than 6 Pokemon. Any new ones they catch are sent to the lab, right? I was wondering if there's a way to change that setting. Upon hearing Natsui's question, Professor Sakuragi smiled. What's the matter? Aren't 6 Pokemon enough for you? In a normal situation, of course it's enough, said Natsui, pointing to the Pokeball in his hand. But in a case like this, it's not convenient for me to leave it elsewhere, so I have to carry it with me. Taking up a slot really limits my options in regular battles. Professor Sakuragi immediately understood. You don't want to use Zapdos as a regular battler, do you? Exactly, Natsui explained. For me, Kirlia and Ivysaur are my main cards, while a legendary Pokemon like Zapdos, drawing so much attention, is like an ace up my sleeve. Switching between what I show and what I conceal is the best way to catch an opponent off guard and secure victory. I see. I understand your line of thinking. That's a very prudent strategy, said Professor Sakuragi, extending his hand toward Natsui. Here, give me your Pokédex. He handed the Pokédex to Professor Sakuragi, who connected it to his computer. After typing for a bit, he returned it to Natsui. All set. I've modified your permissions and increased your Pokeball carrying limit from 6 to 12. That way, besides your 6 usual Pokemon, if you catch another rare Pokemon in the future, you won't have to worry about it being sent away unexpectedly. In the afternoon, at Sakuragi Park, Natsui opened the Pokeball and released Zapdos. Since the place was still closed to the public, he didn't have to worry about anyone seeing Zapdos and causing a commotion. Zapdos flapped its wings, watching Natsui from above. Natsui smiled. I know you're not happy about being defeated by weaker Pokemon, and on top of that outnumbered. But don't worry, in time you'll come around. Zapdos lifted its head, exuding an air of disdain. Natsui didn't mind its attitude. I don't care if you don't want to listen to me, but as my Pokemon, you have to accept it. And since you're so strong, you'll be their training partner. With that, and without waiting for Zapdos' response, he yelled to his other Pokemon. All right, attack together now. With a furious cry, an intense electrical light suddenly flashed throughout Sakuraji Park. After a day of rest, Natsui slung his backpack over his shoulder and, along with several of his Pokemon, left the Sakuraji laboratory. Just as he was heading to the next city with a gym, he heard someone calling his name. He turned around and saw Ash, Misty, and Brock. Could it be fate? The three had ended up traveling together. Just like in a show. You made it to Cinnabar City so fast? Said Natsui with a smile as they approached. And now, are you going to challenge the Cinnabar gym? Ash rubbed his nose and, with an air of confidence, opened his jacket to show Natsui the 3 badges hanging inside. The Boulder badge, the Cascade badge, and the Orange League badge? Said Natsui, surprised. You also got 3 badges in just a few days? That's incredible speed. That's nothing. Laughed Ash. My goal is to become a Pokemon master, so getting 3 badges isn't that hard, you know? You're amazing, said Misty beside him, frowning. You only got those badges because you felt sorry for us and we didn't battle seriously. Brock nodded in agreement. That's right. Sometimes it's better to be a bit more modest. Right after bragging, his 2 companions revealed the truth. A hint of embarrassment appeared on Ash's face, but he laughed it off, not dwelling on it. Misty, with her hands behind her back, approached Natsui to greet him. Perhaps she didn't even realize it herself, but her tone had less of her usual sass and a touch more shyness and happiness. Natsui gave her a radiant smile. It's only been 2 days, Misty, but you look even more beautiful than before. Beside him, Brock also extended his right hand to Natsui. I haven't properly introduced myself. I'm Brock. A few days ago, I left my position as gym leader and began traveling with Ash and Misty. Now, my goal is to become the best Pokemon breeder. That's a great aspiration. Although I think being a Pokemon doctor would also be an excellent choice for you, said Natsui as he shook his hand. Then, changing the subject, he asked, Pardon my boldness, Brock, but are you really only 15? You seem even older than me. Chapter 25. The SS and Ah. While Brock shook his head with a wry smile. He never imagined the first thing they'd talk about when they reunited would be who looked older. But he knew Natsui was joking to break the ice, so he spread his arms and said, Maybe it's because I have to look after 9 brothers and sisters, and that's why I'm so worn out. By the way, Ash asked, Do you want to come with us to the port now? Natsui asked in surprise, What are you going to do at the port? A little while ago, in the city center, someone gave us a ticket for a luxury cruise, Misty explained. The person who gave it to us said there's going to be a lavish party for trainers, hosted by a big tycoon. Lots of people will attend. ITLL will be a lot of fun, and it's all free. Something that good exists? Natsui said, frowning. The way it sounds, it seems like a scam. Seeing that Natsui didn't believe him, Ash pulled a ticket from his pocket. It's real, look, Hay Race the cruise ticket. Plus, on the way here, we already saw tons of people heading to the port. Still looking at the ticket, Natsui couldn't help but ask, It's only 1 ticket, how do you 3 plan to get on? Ash opened the ticket, letting Natsui see the word group printed on it. It's a group ticket, so as many people as we want can go. If you want to come too, join us. Natsui studied the ticket closely. On the front was a picture of a luxurious cruise ship, and off to one side, in large letters, SS and the SS. And Natsui was stunned. Wasn't that the famous ship that sank in the series? Unaware of Natsui's doubts, Ash continued excitedly without pausing, battling and trading ideas with trainers from different places, and seeing a bunch of Pokemon we've never seen before. It's going to be awesome. Yes. Brock nodded, his mind full of daydreams. And I'm sure there'll be tons of delicious food and lots of beautiful girls. Even Misty's eyes sparkled with longing. A relaxing boat trip, sunbathing on deck, just thinking about it gets me excited. While the 3 daydreamed, Natsui's thoughts were on something else. If you remember correctly, shortly after the SS and set sail, It would be attacked by Team Rocket, hit by a storm, and eventually, under the onslaught of giant waves, sink to the bottom of the sea. A luxury cruise that expensive. Sunk just like that the losses must have been billions at least, but Natsui reconsidered. Even if he wanted to warn them in good faith, he probably couldn't change their fate. If Team Rocket had managed to infiltrate the SS, and they must have had everything well planned. Without proof, intervening hastily would not only fail to alert the captain, but would tip off Team Rocket. And if it were too obvious, it could attract the attention of the party organizer, in other words, Team Rocket's secret boss, Giovanni. As for the storm, although Natsui didn't know much about maritime affairs, a cruise ship that large would surely check the weather report before sailing. If the captain allowed departure, it meant that either Team Rocket suddenly changed the ship's course, or that massive storm capable of capsizing it formed out of nowhere. Huh? Natsui, what are you thinking? Misty asked, seeing that Natsui had been silent for a while. So, what do you say, are you coming with us? Natsui nodded. Of course I am. I want to see what it's like too. The four of them arrived at Vermilion City's port. No sooner had they entered than they saw numerous ships of all sizes docked along the coast. But the largest and most luxurious by far was, without a doubt, the SS-N. With its more than 10 decks, that colossus was the most dazzling and indisputable presence in harbor. The SS-N was a world-famous luxury cruise ship. It was said to dock at Vermilion City once a year before setting off on the rest of its world tour. Just as Ash had said, there were indeed many trainers with their Pokémon on the pier, validating their tickets to board. And the closer they got, the more imposing the cruise ship seemed. Wow, it's huge, Misty exclaimed, looking up in amazement. Are we really going to set sail on this ship? But just as Ash and the others were about to board, Natsui stopped them. Wait a moment, I'm going to buy a few things first. With that, he headed to a nearby diving gear shop, and, after browsing for a while, bought a pair of goggles and a simple snorkel. That was expensive. After buying those two items, he had just under half of his savings left from his previous jobs. Seeing Natsui pay and tuck the gear into his backpack with a worried look, Ash asked curiously, "Why did you buy those things?" "I'm not very good at swimming. You never know when you might need them." Natsui decided not to tell Ash and the others the truth. After all, it was something that hadn't happened yet. Besides, considering how incredibly lucky these people were and how they always managed to get out of trouble, he was sure that even if the SS-N sank, they'd find a way to escape. Line up, validate the ticket board. When Natsui and the others walked up the gangplank, crossed the deck, and entered a gleaming hall. The hall was tall and wide, with immense space. Under the gold decorations and the sparkle of countless crystal chandeliers, it was already full of tourists of all kinds. On the red carpet, long tables were piled high with abundant food, available for people to sample at any time. Natsui plunged into the crowd. Glancing around, whether they knew each other or had just met, people chatted animatedly, sharing travel anecdotes and talking about their Pokémon. Everyone wore a smile. They seemed very pleased with the cruise. On both sides of the hall, there were also vendors offering all kinds of goods. From small items like earrings and studs to action figures, to large Pokémon plushes, there was everything. The buzz of conversation, the calls of the vendors, and the haggling over prices never ceased, creating an incredibly lively atmosphere. But what caught the most attention at that moment was, without a doubt, the Pokémon battle taking place in the center of the hall, surrounded by a circle of spectators. The battle had been organized by the passengers themselves. The trainers were a middle-aged man in a suit and a young man wearing a green shirt, and their Pokémon were a Rattata versus a Starmie. Chapter 26. Buying a Magikarp. Natsui focused his gaze and thought the man in the suit looked very familiar. On second thought, he was the same man he had battled on a ship when he first arrived in the Kanto region. What a coincidence! However, the purple mouse, Rattata, that battled Curlia back then, had already evolved into a large, brown rodent. Raticate. Raticate, use Jump Kick. Starmie, use Tackle. The two Pokémon clashed, and although they seemed evenly matched, Raticate actually had the upper hand. As they broke apart, The man in the suit commanded again. Raticate. Use hyperform. After a quick dash, Raticate pounced on Starmie and sank its hard fangs into it. As it bit down hard, the gem in the center of Starmie shattered, and its whole body fell backward onto the ground. A burst of applause erupted from the crowd, cheering for the victor. Seeing the young trainer hug his Pokémon, the man in the suit, despite having won, showed his gentlemanly nature and said, "It was just a small battle. Let's just say the goddess of victory was on my side. In any case, you should keep training your Starmie to make it stronger." A woman in a strapless red evening gown approached and took the man in the suit by the arm. Lucky in battle and lucky in love. You could tell that man greatly enjoyed that kind of life. "All right, are there any other trainers who want to challenge my Raticate?" He had barely finished speaking, and before Natsui could react, a figure shot past him like a bolt of lightning. And Ash was already standing before the man in the suit. "I'm all fired up. Let my Butterfree be your opponent." Natsui shook his head, said goodbye to Misty and Brock, and instead of staying to watch the battle, he went to explore other places with Curlia. Before boarding the ship, and worried about the noise in the crowd, he had returned his other Pokémon to their Pokeballs, leaving only Curlia by his side. As he walked among the stalls, Natsui suddenly saw a young man dressed as a waiter chatting with a Magikarp salesman. The young man was handsome, with medium length, blue-gray hair parted in the middle, covering his ears. His overall appearance was that of a kind and good-natured person. He'll tell you a secret. The Magikarp salesman, who wore a white headband and had a sly look on his face, was saying, "This Magikarp can lay golden eggs." The man was perplexed. "Golden eggs?" "Yes, yes," whispered the Magikarp salesman, covering his mouth with his hand. "One Magikarp lays 1,000 eggs, and if each of those 1,000 Magikarp lays another 1,000 eggs, 1,000 times 1,000 is 1,000,000, you know? Imagine if that million lays eggs again. It would be an astronomical figure." The blue-haired man seemed dizzy from his words and muttered, "Wow, that's incredible." Seeing he was interested, the Magikarp salesman continued, "This Magikarp only costs 10,000. If it lays eggs 3 times, you could earn more than 100 million. Only 3 times." The blue-haired man exclaimed, clearly duped and his face full of amazement. "Doesn't that mean he'll become a multi-millionaire in no time? That's why I say it lays golden eggs." The Magikarp salesman told him in a you're-getting-a-steal tone. "So, what do you say? Right now, it's at a promotional price. The Magikarp that normally costs 10,000, he'll now give it to you with the breeding set, the raising set, and the development set. All for 30,000. How about it?" This scene, this moment, it was James from Team Rocket and the eloquent Magikarp salesman. Natsui couldn't believe his eyes. He had stumbled upon the legendary scene that was the origin of all evils. Although he didn't understand why James, coming from such a rich family, was so easily impressed by money. Seeing James take out his wallet, about to buy the Magikarp, Natsui couldn't help but cough lightly and approach. "Excuse me, sir, how about you sell me this Magikarp for 500? What are you talking about?" The salesman exclaimed, waving his hand impatiently. "Get lost. Get lost. This is a Magikarp that lays golden eggs. How could you think I'd sell it to you for 500? It lays golden eggs?" Natsui said, stroking his chin as he examined the Magikarp splashing in the water. "Well, from the looks of it, it doesn't seem any different from the Magikarp in the river." "Hey, mister, aren't you mistaken? This is a very common Pokemon. You can find it everywhere, whether in lakes or in the sea. You can catch one with a simple fishing rod. Besides me, who else would want to buy one?" Jameis' body shuddered, as if he had come to his senses. "A Magikarp you can find everywhere. No one would buy it." Seeing James hesitate, the Magikarp salesman hurried to explain, Hey kid, don't listen to him. My Magikarp is not like the others. Gold, it lays golden eggs." "Oh, really?" Natsui said skeptically. "If that's the case, why haven't you become a millionaire and are still here selling Magikarp?" With that, James understood everything. How dare you try to trick me?" He gave the fish tank a swift kick, then gave Natsui a grateful nod and stormed off in a fury. Seeing this, Natsui crossed his arms and was about to go on his way. But the Magikarp salesman got in his way, stopping him. "Hey, we have no problem with each other. Why did you have to ruin my business?" Natsui tilted his head to look at him and said, I'm very sorry. It's just that I have a very good impression of that person and couldn't stand to see him get scammed. If you want to sell it, go and find yourself another lucky customer." After saying this, he tried to go around the salesman, but as soon as he took a step, he was blocked again. "Don't think you could just walk away. You ruined my sale, so now you're buying it." Perhaps fearing Natsui would run off, the salesman tried to grab him by the sleeve, but Curlia stepped forward, its eyes beginning to glow as it stared him down. Its expression made it clear that if the salesman's hand moved an inch closer to Natsui, it would unleash a psychic attack without hesitation. The Magikarp salesman got scared and quickly pulled back his arm. Ignoring him, Natsui turned to look at the Magikarp. This Magikarp, even without the kick James didn't end up giving it, should already be on the verge of evolving, based on experience. If he bought it, he was sure that he would have a Gyarados in no time. It really was a good deal. "You're right. In that case, sell it to me for 500. Natsui hadn't just made up that price. He knew that in other places, Magikarp were sold for exactly that amount. It was the market price. 500? The salesman protested with a frown. "Just a moment ago, I almost sold it for 30,000. But seeing that Natsui didn't flinch, and after a long, tense moment, the salesman's eyes darted around a couple of times, and he finally sighed, "Ugh, fine. 500 it is. He'll be taking a loss, but he'll sell it to you." Chapter 27, Codename Afterpaying. Natsui put the Magikarp in its Pokeball, which meant he had obtained his 7th Pokemon. He went down the hallway, and the tourists began to thin out. Upon reaching the cruise ship's cabin area, crew members were barely in sight. It seemed most people were gathered in the main hall and on the deck. After all, they had just boarded, and few people would think of resting, heading deep inside the cruise ship. He looked around, but there was no sign of Team Rocket anywhere. Besides, since there were security cameras, Natsui didn't dare to keep wandering. He pretended to go to the bathroom, and, just as he was about to return to the main hall, he saw a suspicious figure sneaking around the corner of the hallway ahead. Could be Team Rocket? After a glance at Curlia, Natsui decided to follow them silently. When he reached the corner, he carefully peeked his head out and saw the figure crouching in front of the cabin door, trying to pick the lock. It was a middle-aged man in a brown trench coat over a suit and tie. He had an average build, neither fat nor thin, and although his face was serious, it couldn't hide his exhaustion, a clear sign that he often stayed up late. Natsui looked up at the surveillance monitor and noticed it had been temporarily disabled with a jamming device. No wonder this man dared to act so brazenly. The man was focused, skillfully turning the lockpick in his hands. With a soft click, the lock opened. However, before he could savor his success, he saw a shadow slowly appear on the door in front of him, cast by the light. This sent a cold sweat down his spine. Placing a hand on his hip, he spun around quickly, only to find that, at some unknown point, a looker young man of about 20 was standing behind him, watching with interest. Who are you?" Due to the extreme tension, his accent changed, taking on a foreign tinge. "Sir, you're with the International Police, aren't you?" "Huh?" The man's face paled, his heart in his throat, and he hastily denied it. "What nonsense are you talking about? I'm not with any International Police." "Oh no, are you sure?" Natsui said, pulling a wallet from behind his back and waving it in front of the man. "It's just that I found your wallet, and your ID is inside." The middle-aged man quickly patted his back pocket, and, sure enough, his wallet was gone. "Ha ha, so that was it," he said, snatching the wallet back with a smile that was as awkward as it was polite. "To tell you the truth, I am indeed an agent of the International Police. I'm currently investigating a large criminal organization, so I'm asking you to please keep it a secret." "Criminal organization?" Natsui asked. "You mean Team Rocket?" This time, the man couldn't keep his composure. He grabbed Natsui by the arm and pulled him into a nearby stairwell. He whispered, "How do you know about Team Rocket?" "It's no big deal," Natsui said casually. "They're famous for their misdeeds around here, They've been on wanted posters more than once. It'd be strange for a trainer not to know about them. You're right, the man smiled. He looked at Curlia and asked, "Are you a trainer?" Natsui took out his Pokédex and showed him his ID. "I'm not just a trainer. I'm also a special researcher from a lab." "I see," the man said, solemnly adjusting his shirt collar. "Then forgive me. I haven't introduced myself. My name is Looker, and I'm currently investigating Team Rocket in the Kanto region to stop their evil plans." "Your name is Looker?" This time it was Natsui's turn to be surprised, looking him up and down skeptically. "Are you that narcissistic? With your looks, the name Looker doesn't suit you at all." Perhaps choking on his own saliva, Looker's face turned red. After coughing a couple of times, he said, "We can't just use our real names. Looker is just my code name. My code name." Even so, Natsui continued to stare at him. Using Looker as a code name is still pretty narcissistic, don't you think? Looker looked mentally exhausted. He didn't explain further, but just waved his hand and said, "Forget it. I have work to do. It's best we part ways here." "Work? You mean breaking into that room from before?" Looker didn't want to involve outsiders, but remembering Natsui had already seen everything, he hesitated for a moment and finally said, "That's right. I was tailing a high-ranking member of Team Rocket and found out he had boarded this SSN. I figured they might have some plan for this ship, so I followed him here. I wanted to take advantage of his absence to get into his cabin and see if I could find any information." "What coincidence," Natsui said, deciding to give him a small hint, but without being too direct. "Before boarding the ship, I saw a group of disguised people sneak on. If there really are Team Rocket members here, it must be them." "What? A large group?" Seeing Natsui nod, Looker frowned. "This isn't good. Something big must be about to happen. Otherwise, so many of them wouldn't act at once. It seems I must request backup from headquarters immediately." However, he had barely finished speaking when the ship's loud siren sounded. The hull suddenly shuddered, and then it swayed briefly. He ran to the window and looked out. He saw that the ship had already set sail and left the port. "This is terrible. If I don't contact headquarters now, it'll be too late." With that said, Looker took out his phone, but just as he was about to dial, he found a signal was also jammed. "Darn it," he exclaimed, as if in disbelief. He walked a few steps and tried from another angle, but there was still no signal. Natsui also took out his own phone and confirmed that, indeed, the signal in that area was completely blocked. With a sigh, Looker looked at Natsui with a complex expression and said, "You'd better get out of here as soon as possible. I need to go to the captain's cabin now. What comes next is no longer a matter for ordinary citizens like you." When Natsui returned to the main hall, he saw Misty and Brock sitting at a table, eating voraciously, while Ash, next to them, was strangely quiet, like a young maiden, with a melancholy expression. "What's wrong, Ash? Did you lose the battle from before?" Looking at Natsui, Ash said in a dull voice, "No, I won." "Oh, you did?" Natsui said, puzzled. "Then why the long face? Did something happen?" Chapter 28. Team Rocket takes the stage. Misty glanced at Ash and said, even though he won the battle earlier, he traded his Butterfree for the other trainer's Raticate. Traded? Natsui was surprised at first, but upon remembering this episode from the story, he couldn't help but shake his head. "Wasn't Butterfree your partner? Why did you trade it? Besides, your goal isn't to complete the Pokédex, and Raticate isn't such a rare Pokémon that it's worth the trade." But Ash was also very hesitant, his tone unable to hide his disappointment. Brock also agreed to the trade. That's because he saw the other guy's female companion and couldn't take his eyes off her. How was he supposed to listen to you? Misty also didn't know what to do about Brock's habit of going crazy whenever he saw a pretty woman. Since things were already like this, Natsui didn't try to convince Ash to get his Butterfree back right away. After all, everyone grows up little by little, and this was a stage Ash had to go through. Besides, he was the one who accepted the trade proposal. He who tied the knot must untie it. Even if he regretted it, he had to wait for Ash to understand it on his own. By the way, Misty took another bite of cake and asked Natsui, "Where'd you been?" "Just taking a look around." Natsui looked at the pieces of cake in Misty's hand and smiled. Even if you're at a growing age, you shouldn't eat so many sweets. It's very easy to gain weight, you know? Hearing this, Misty looked at Natsui and, as if remembering something, though with some regret, she slowly put the cake down on the table. The ship's siren sounded again. The SS and had been sailing for a long time now. Through the window, no land or other ships could be seen, only the deep blue sea everywhere. Natsui sat down next to Misty and had barely taken a few bites of food when, suddenly, with a loud bang, all the doors to the hall slammed shut. A group of people with ill intentions appeared out of nowhere. These people wore black hats, masks over their eyes, and were dressed in black uniforms with the letter R printed on them. They carried machines with several suction tubes on their backs and surrounded the passengers. Just as everyone was confused and unsure what to do, the lights in the hall suddenly dimmed. Two figures, a man and a woman dressed in white uniforms, leaped onto a platform made of stacked tables. Then, amidst arrogant laughter, a spotlight shone on them. To protect the world from devastation, to unite all peoples within our nation, to denounce the evils of truth and love, to extend our reach to the stars above. Jesse, James, Team Rocket blasts off at the speed of light. Surrender now, or prepare to fight. Meowth. That's right, exclaimed a standing Meowth, jumping between the two at the end. The Team Rocket trio, present throughout the entire Pokemon series, had finally made their grand appearance. Jessie, with her long and voluminous magenta hair, put her hands on her hips and shouted to the passengers, "All the Pokemon here today, Team Rocket will be taking them." "That's right," James exclaimed with his arms crossed, also shouting. "And if anyone dares to interfere, don't blame us for not being nice." The passengers had no time to react. The black-clad Team Rocket members activated their machines, and in an instant, a powerful gust of wind swirled around. With the strong suction, the vast majority of Pokeballs from the people closest, whether in their hands or on their belts, were sucked into the machines. The crowd instantly erupted into chaos. Natsui, Ash, Misty, and the others, being farther away, had not yet been reached by the current of air. Team Rocket, just like in the series, had finally attacked the passengers after a brief moment of panic. The passengers were naturally not going to give up without a fight. One by one, they released their Pokemon, and under their owner's orders, they fought back and began to battle Team Rocket's Pokemon. The Team Rocket members' Pokemon were almost all poison types, the most common being Ekans, Coughing, and Zubat. On the other hand, the passengers' Pokemon were much more varied, but although there were many types, most were unevolved Pokemon like Rattata, Pidgey, and Bellsprout. Ash, Misty, and Brock also joined the battle. Both sides engaged in a fierce battle in the hall. Explosions and flashes of fire soon left the place a mess. However, overall, if Team Rocket had no other tricks up their sleeve, even without the help of Ash and his group, their defeat was only a matter of time. Could a plan so long in the making be this simple? Natsui watched everything calmly. Suddenly, he saw on the second-floor gallery the man with the codename Looker, who was battling with two Pokemon against an effeminate-looking man in a Team Rocket uniform with a purple mohawk hairstyle. With a hunch, and with no time to warn Misty and the others, Natsui ran towards the stairs and went up to the second-floor gallery. Looker's two Pokemon were a Krogunk, a standing frog with a sour face, and a Growlithe, with tiger stripes and a lion's mane. And the effeminate man's Pokemon were a Zubat, with no eyes but a huge mouth, and a Weezing that was constantly emitting toxic gases. The four Pokemon were in the middle of a fierce battle. Seeing Natsui arrive, Looker's face lit up with joy, while the effeminate man's face grew even darker. "Natsui!" Looker exclaimed, and then, pointing to the other man, he shouted, "This guy is named Lambda. He's one of Team Rocket's 4 commanders and the head of operations for this heist. If we catch him, we'll truly stop this chaos." "Damn it, stay out of my way," Lambda shouted angrily. "Whether it's the International Police or any other trainer, if you dare to interfere with Team Rocket's plans, you will pay the consequences." So he was the head of operations. It was no wonder that, being trapped here, the Team Rocket members below were so disorganized. "You'd better surrender," Natsui said. Look down. Your plan has completely failed. Your subordinates have been defeated and are fleeing. Defeat is inevitable. Curlia, use psychic. The next second, Lambda Zubat was as if grabbed by the neck and violently slammed into the ground. With Natsui's addition, the situation, which had been a close tie, was resolved in an instant. Seeing this, no matter how frustrated he was, Lambda had no choice but to swallow the bitter taste of defeat. Don't get too happy. We'll be back, he said, giving Looker and Natsui a furious glare. After saying this, Lambda commanded, Weezing, use smokescreen. A thick cloud of black smoke billowed from Weezing's body, enveloping Lambda. Curses, Looker exclaimed, and when he covered his nose and entered the smoke, he discovered that Lambda and his Pokémon had already vanished without a trace. Chapter 29. The Sinking of the Cruise Ship. Darn it, Handsome exclaimed, forcefully hitting the gallery railing. He got away in the end. Before Natsui could say anything, he explained himself. This Lambda is the high-ranking Team Rocket member I've been tailing. I thought I could capture him today and cut off one of Team Rocket's branches. But I didn't expect all the effort to be in vain in the end. You were able to stop this heist. That alone was a great job. Natsui consoled him, then abruptly changed the subject. But now is not the time for regrets. The priority is to deal with the low-ranking Team Rocket members downstairs. You're right. Handsome nodded solemnly. Then, let's act immediately. A light breeze blew, and the once calm sea surface began to ripple. Looking into the distance, you could see the sky had changed color. A huge, dense black cloud was slowly approaching the SS, and in the first-floor hall, with everyone's joint effort, Team Rocket was quickly defeated. The Team Rocket members fled in all directions, and, in the blink of an eye, they completely disappeared. Faced with this, Handsome felt helpless and could only watch them escape. After all, he alone couldn't bring so many Team Rocket members to justice. Therefore, after saying goodbye to Natsui and leaving him his phone number, he also chose to depart quietly. At that moment, a giant wave struck the ship. The hull shook violently, and the passengers, caught by surprise, lost their balance and fell backward. Natsui, with quick reflexes, grabbed onto a nearby table, thus avoiding a fall. But before he could lift his head, a small body collided with his chest. It was Misty. Natsui quickly wrapped an arm around her to keep her from falling, and at the same time asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Misty's face flushed slightly. She looked up at Natsui and gently shook her head. Under the onslaught of the waves, the SS swayed from side to side. Its stabilizers, in such adverse weather, were of very limited use. People ran in panic towards the ship's windows to look outside. At that moment, the entire sky looked like night, and all they could see was lightning and thunder. It's a storm. It's unknown who shouted it, but in an instant, panic broke out all around. Brock helped Misty up and sighed. With such terrible weather, it's impossible for this ship to turn back. And on the other side of the hull, the captain, who had been missing since the beginning, was found by the people. Although his face showed panic, he forced a calm demeanor and said, "By the time I realized it, the ship was already surrounded by the storm. But please don't worry. This SS has been tested in 1,000 battles. It has a great tonnage, and I guarantee you it is absolutely unsinkable." Just as he finished speaking, another giant wave hit the ship. Everyone staggered and fell to the floor. When they got up, they saw that the captain had already run to the end of the emergency corridor and sat down in a lifeboat. "Ladies and gentlemen," the captain shouted from the lifeboat, repeating his words to the stunned crowd, "I guarantee you that this ship is absolutely unsinkable. Please, stay here with complete confidence." However, seeing that even the captain was in a lifeboat, who was going to believe him? People ran desperately towards the lifeboats. In the midst of the chaos, the screams of women, the shouts of men, and the crying of children could be heard. For a moment, the scene was one of absolute disarray. "Let's go too," Natsui said, signaling to Misty and Brock. He was about to move when he didn't see Ash anywhere. "Huh, where's Ash?" Misty and Brock searched hurriedly and finally found Ash next to a machine in a corner. "He's over there." When Natsui and the others reached Ash, they saw him trading Pokemon on the machine with the man in the suit. So he finally understood as the man in the suit operated the machine. He was surprised to see Natsui. "It's you? In such a short time, your Ralts has already evolved into Kirlia. I'm sure it's become much stronger than before." Natsui nodded amicably, offering no further response. At that moment, Ash once again held the Pokeball containing Butterfree in his hand. However, before he could get a firm grip on it, the SS and shook again. His hand slipped. The Pokeball fell to the floor and rolled into a nearby corridor. "Butterfree!" Ash shouted and ran after it. And as his companions, Misty and Brock, concerned, also ran into that corridor. Natsui glanced at the lifeboats. If he wanted to get out of there safely, this was the best time. But logically, with such big waves, even in a lifeboat, wouldn't it be extremely dangerous? He shook his head. He chose not to leave alone, but also followed Misty and Brock, heading into the corridor. He ran several dozen steps before catching up to Ash. Just as Ash picked up the Pokeball, and before he could get up, a massive and unprecedented force struck the SS, and the next second, Natsui felt everything spin. His body was lifted into the air and slammed against the wall. The impact was truly powerful. It was a good while before Natsui, with Kirlia's help, could get to his feet. By then, he realized that the entire ship's hull had completely flipped over. Furthermore, he could clearly feel the entire ship sinking. From the occasional sounds of breaking, he could also hear torrents of water pouring into the ship. It finally sank beside him. Ash and the others were also stunned from the fall. Natsui woke them up one by one, and when they understood the situation, their faces also turned pale. With another jolt, the SS and seemed to have settled on the seabed, coming to a complete stop. The hallway lights were still illuminating the interior. It seemed its electrical system, for the time being, had not been affected. "What do we do now?" Ash asked, peering out a ship window with a face full of astonishment. "This ship has completely sunk to the bottom of the sea." "Calm down," Natsui said to reassure him. "Let's look for a way out right now. We have to escape from here before the water floods everything." But, luckily, due to the large amount of air trapped inside, the water pressure would prevent the ship from flooding completely right away, which gave them enough time. The group moved quickly down the corridor. Unfortunately, since the hull was inverted, what was below was now above, and what was above below. Some paths were blocked, and due to the accumulated water, moving forward had become extremely difficult. And when they reached the staircase, seeing it completely flooded with nowhere else to go, they couldn't help but stop, tense. Chapter 30. A way to escape. What's next? Are we going to dive into the water? Ash asked. Brock gently swirled the seawater with his hand and said with concern, "But if we dive and swim for a long time only to find a dead end or a hatch that won't open, we'll be in trouble." "In a situation like this, of course, we must rely on Pokemon," Misty said, taking out her Pokeball and releasing a Goldeen into the water. "Goldeen, go check things out and find an escape route." Goldeen nodded, dove into the water, and disappeared in an instant. However, a long time passed, and it didn't return. "I guess that didn't work?" Misty frowned. Just as she was thinking of going down to investigate herself, the water's surface suddenly began to ripple. After a moment, as the water churned, the first thing to emerge was a head with disheveled hair, like that of a water ghost. Since everyone was paying close attention, they got a huge fright. Misty let out a scream and hid behind Natsui, trembling as she gripped the edge of his clothes. Compared to the girls, Natsui was a bit braver. He forced himself to remain calm, and as the head continued to emerge, he discovered it was the Team Rocket trio, piled on top of each other, being pushed out of the water by Goldeen. "Don't be scared, it's Team Rocket." Natsui patted Misty on the shoulder, and when she saw that it was indeed the Team Rocket trio, she let out a sigh of relief. What the heck? What are they doing in the water? Jessie, James, and Meowth lay on the ground, each spitting out a bit of seawater. They were on the verge of collapse with their eyes rolled back, but upon hearing Misty's voice, they instantly regained their energy and jumped to their feet. Jesse shouted, "Speak of the devils. So it was you." Immediately, tension grew between the two sides. Everyone took out their pokeballs. Jesse and James released Arbok and Coughing, while Ash and Brock sent out Squirtle and Geodude. Hey, Misty got between them, trying to keep the situation from escalating. "Let's get something straight. My Goldeen just saved you. Besides, look around you. This is no time to fight. If we don't find a way to escape soon, we'll all die here." Despite her words, Ash, Brock, and the Team Rocket trio continued to glare at each other with hostility, with no one willing to back down. At that moment, James suddenly saw Natsui off to the side and, pointing at him, said in surprise, "It's you. Thank you so much for before. If it weren't for you, that Magikarp salesman would have scammed me. You fool. We're supposed to be the bad guys. Why are you thanking him?" Jesse gave James a hard smack on the head and then asked, confused, "But by the way, who is he?" James blushed and didn't dare tell the truth. If Jesse found out, he had almost spent both of their salaries on a Magikarp that only knew how to splash, she would surely kill him with her own hands. Natsui intervened to calm things down. "We should stop. Misty is right. We really don't have much time left." With Natsui's mediation, both sides finally withdrew their Pokemon. After asking them, Natsui and the others learned that the human pair and cat from Team Rocket had also failed to abandon the SS and in time. After the ship capsized, in their desperation to escape, they broke the hull, causing seawater to flood the compartment and sweep them away with the current. If Goldeen hadn't passed by there by chance, the trio would likely have already become wandering souls under the sea. Fine," Jessie said arrogantly with her hands on her hips. "But don't get comfortable. This is just a temporary truce. It doesn't mean we'll leave you alone in the future." Hey, Natsui asked tentatively, "You don't have any water-type Pokemon, do you? We're going to have to exit through the sea in a moment. Do you really think it's a good idea to act so arrogantly?" The faces of the Team Rocket trio changed. Apparently, they had just realized the problem. Their attitude did a 180, and they all bowed to apologize. We're sorry, that was our mistake." Natsui smiled and shook his head. No matter how heavy the atmosphere was, as long as they were around, everything seemed to become comical and cheerful. With the Team Rocket issue settled, they could finally discuss a plan in peace. Brock rubbed his chin and asked, "So now, how exactly are we going to get out of here?" "Leave it to me," Misty said, puffing out her chest. "I once made a model of the SS, and so I know its structure very well. Since the path below is blocked, we'll have to go up. I remember that the ship's bottom, below the engine room, is thinner. If we make a hole there, we can escape." Ash and the others nodded in agreement. Only Natsui expressed an objection. "We can't make a hole in the ship's bottom." "Huh?" Misty asked, confused. "Why not?" Natsui explained, "If we break through the ship's bottom, water will pour in from above, and the pressure will be immense, making it very difficult to swim against the current. Besides, breaking the hull will unbalance the air pressure, and seawater will quickly fill the entire cruise ship. If we don't manage to get out through the bottom, there won't be time to try another method." Misty suddenly understood. "I see. So, do you have any ideas?" Natsui continued, "Since the lower part is already completely flooded, I think we should have the water-type Pokemon break through one of the walls in the submerged area and swim us out. The water pressure wed face would be much lower, but that way," Misty said hesitantly, "it will surely take longer than going out the top. I doubt we can hold our breath that long." "Don't worry about that. I just looked out the window. Although the ship sank, the seabed in this area is relatively high. We're actually not that far from the surface." Saying this, Natsui pointed to the water at their feet. "Besides, look, what's that?" Everyone looked down, and in the direction Natsui was pointing, they saw several plastic bottles floating. After their contents were drunk, these bottles filled with air and, somehow, had floated all the way here. Natsui said, "If we hold the bottles with our mouths, even if it's for one extra breath, we can last a few more minutes than normal. And since the water here isn't deep, there's no need to worry about the pressure crushing them. If anyone else had raised this objection, Misty might have stuck to her own opinion, but since it was Natsui who spoke, she became his biggest supporter. As for the others, they looked at each other, undecided. But since Misty was supporting Natsui, they had nothing more to discuss. All right, let's do it that way then. Goddess Training Manual Chapter 31. The Great Underwater Escape. Opening their pokeballs, Misty sent out her Goldeen and Starmie. Natsui and Ash also released their respective Squirtless. The 4 Pokemon dove in and, in front of the nearest window, used Tackle at the same time. The continuous impacts gradually caused the ship's window to crack, until finally, a large hole formed, big enough for 2 people to pass through at once. And since the opening was completely submerged, no more water entered, nor did it affect the air pressure inside the cabin. When the Pokemon returned to the group, Brock took some clotheslines from his backpack and tied each of them to one of the Pokemon. Hey, Jessie said anxiously, seeing that they each had a Pokemon. What about us? We don't have any water-type Pokemon. At that moment, Natsui released his Magikarp. In the anime, the Team Rocket trio escaped the sunken ship thanks to this Magikarp. Who would have thought that, even with a new owner now, it couldn't escape its destiny? James looked down and, seeing the lively Magikarp, immediately recognized its origin. Ah, isn't that the Magikarp from the scammer salesman? Natsui nodded slightly. That's right, I bought it for 500. That scoundrel. James clenched his fists, grinding his teeth. And to think he hyped it up so much. And this Magikarp is really only worth 500. Well, Natsui said to the Team Rocket trio, let this Magikarp pull you out. But I'm warning you, it seems a bit dim-witted and might not understand human language. If any accidents happen along the way, I won't be held responsible. Exactly, Misty added. And you'd better not try any funny business, or we'll leave you here to fend for yourselves. You can rest assured. The Team Rocket trio quickly shook their heads, looking weak and humble. In a life-or-death situation like this, how could we possibly cause trouble? That's right, Meow. Regardless. Natsui pointed at Meowth and said, but just in case, Meowth, you're coming with me. Meowth was stunned, huh? And why is that, Meow? You fool. To be the hostage, of course, Natsui said, then turned his gaze to Jessie and James. When we get back to the surface, if you want to get Meowth back, you better take good care of my Magikarp. If not, they'll use him to settle the debt. Hearing that he was being taken hostage, Meowth's gaze towards Natsui filled with terror, while Jessie muttered under her breath, how is this kid more of a villain than we are? Once everything was settled, Natsui returned Curlia to its Pokeball and then tied Meowth to his waist. At that moment, Brock also picked up a few empty bottles and handed them to the others. I don't know if this method will work, but it's better to be safe than sorry. Let's all take them. Natsui took out his phone and took a few pictures of the place. Although it was a misfortune, it was a once-in-a-lifetime experience, a very valuable memory. Then he used a sealable plastic bag to store his phone, his Pokédex, and his wallet. After sealing it tightly, he wrapped the bag in a raincoat and only then put in his backpack. Finally, he took out a pair of swimming goggles, put them on, and at the same time took out an underwater respirator. Although he knew how to swim, he wasn't very good in the water. He couldn't swim very fast or open his eyes underwater like the others. However, this underwater respirator was actually a small portable oxygen tank. The compressed air inside could provide 3 minutes of oxygen under normal conditions, but it was uncertain how long it would last at this depth. Aside from him, everyone else was holding an empty water bottle in their mouth, which gave them a very comical appearance. They looked at each other with smiles in their eyes. Seeing that everyone was ready, Natsui put the respirator's mouthpiece in his mouth, gave an okay sign with his hand, and, along with the others, plunged into the water one after another. The current below the surface was relatively stable. Propelled by Squirtle, Natsui barely had to exert himself as his body was pulled a great distance. They swam another 10 meters down a corridor and finally saw the window the Pokemon had broken. The group exited the cruise ship in an orderly fashion and then changed direction to swim towards the surface. Sunlight barradoed the water, leaving hazy shadows. Visibility was not good, beyond a few meters around them, everything was total darkness. And under the dim light, Natsui could see Misty's pale legs, moving right before his eyes in a very eye-catching way. She really looks like a mermaid at that moment. The bottles in everyone's mouths began to deform from the water pressure, the impact of the current, or their own breathing. They had no choice but to take a deep breath of air and get rid of the bottles one by one. After swimming a few more meters upwards, Natsui took a moment to look back and saw that, somehow, Jesse and Jameis' ropes had gotten tangled. Their bodies were spinning endlessly, creating a force opposing Magikarp's pull. Seeing this, Natsui quickly pulled on the rope at his waist. Squirtle turned around and, seeing Natsui's gesture, swam back towards Jesse and James. Natsui reached out his hands to try and untie the rope. But at that moment, the two were so entangled that no matter how much he pulled, he couldn't separate them. In that instant, a figure appeared beside him. It was Misty, who had seen them falling behind and had also come to help. But even so, they couldn't untie the rope. Finally, Meowth, who could no longer bear to watch, used its sharp claws to cut the rope from Jameis' waist, freeing them from their predicament. However, as luck would have it, while Jessie was struggling, she unintentionally kicked Misty in the abdomen. Misty felt a sharp pain, opened her mouth by instinct, and instantly, a stream of bubbles escaped from it. Seeing that Misty had run out of air, Natsui quickly took the underwater respirator from his mouth and passed it to her. Misty had no time to think. She quickly took the respirator, put it in her mouth, and took a deep breath. That saved her life. She returned the respirator to Natsui and gave him a thumbs up to indicate she was okay. Natsui nodded, waved his hand at Squirtle, and, together with Misty, they each took one of Jameis' arms and, with the help of the two Pokemon, continued to swim upwards. After that accident, the rest of the journey went smoothly. The light above them grew brighter and brighter until, finally, after swimming another 10 meters up, they emerged on the surface, completely safe. Chapter 32. The Maiden's Peak Summer Festival on the surface of the sea. Ash and Brock, who had gotten out before Natsui, had already found some planks from the ship and tied them together to improvise a raft. Seeing Natsui and the others emerge, they hurried to help them out of the water. We're finally saved. James lay face up on the raft, completely soaked, looking at the blue sky and white clouds, feeling as if he had gone to the afterlife and back. Natsui also took off his swimming goggles, untied the rope, released Meowth, and returned Magikarp to its Pokeball. Under the warm sun, the sea was calm. Debris from the SS and floated everywhere, and aside from them, not another soul was in sight. Brock, with his squinted eyes, scanned the horizon and said with disappointment, "It seems everyone who escaped on the lifeboats has already left this area." "So what do we do now?" Ash asked, but as he spoke, he noticed Misty was kneeling with her back to everyone, a blush on her cheeks. "That's weird, Misty. What's wrong?" Misty quickly stood up and shook her head. "It's nothing. I just swallowed some water earlier and don't feel very well." She tried to force herself to calm down, but her gaze couldn't help but drift between the respirator in Natsui's hand and the corner of his lips, and in an instant, her face turned even redder. She approached Natsui and, changing her usual lively and haughty attitude, she whispered, "Thank you so much for before." Natsui, of course, understood what she was referring to. But at that moment, the situation was urgent. He couldn't worry about other things. The priority, of course, was to save her. "You don't have to worry about that." Natsui coughed lightly, feeling like he was trying to awkwardly cover it up, so he said no more and turned to Ash. "Ash, send out your Pidgeotto, have it fly around, and see if there are any ships or an island nearby." Ash released Pidgeotto and gave it the command. It first circled twice above their heads, as if it had found a direction, and then flapped its wings and flew off into the distance. Not long after, when Pidgeotto returned, it seemed to have discovered something. It landed on Ash's shoulder and kept gesturing with its wing. As the only Pokemon who could speak human language, Meowth acted as the translator. "It says there's a port town not far from here." Hearing the word port, everyone's spirits lifted, and they ordered the water-type Pokemon to swim towards the town Maiden's Peak, a small port town located between Vermilion City and Saffron City. Although the place was small, the town was very prosperous. Not only did it have a large population, but by possessing a good natural harbor and being on a major route, many ships passed through every day, making it very lively. Upon paddling into the harbor, as soon as Natsui and the others set foot on the fine sand of the beach, the Team Rocket trio instantly regained their vigor. They appeared out of nowhere with 2 roses in hand and stood back to back. Gently sniffing the fragrance of one rose, Jesse let out a huff. Since we've arrived, it's time to say goodbye. Correct, James said with a gallant air, holding the other rose in his mouth. Although we're grateful you saved us, the next time we meet, we won't show any mercy. That's right, Meow. With that said, amidst outrageous laughter, they turned and ran towards a huge rock by the sea and disappeared. I can't stand them, Misty sighed. But right now, I don't have the energy to worry about them. Being all wet is horrible. I'd love to take a nice hot bath and then sleep soundly. Actually, it wasn't just Misty. Even Natsui, after the whole ordeal, was completely exhausted. Then let's hurry up and go to the Pokemon Center to rest. Natsui adjusted his backpack, and just as he was about to move forward, he felt a strange sensation. He turned his head towards a small pier in the distance and saw a woman in a white dress with long, lavender-colored hair, standing quietly. The breeze blew, lifting a lock of her beautiful hair and revealing her exquisite and beautiful profile. But for some reason, a faint sadness persistently enveloped her. To the side, Brock also seemed to see the woman. His eyes turned into hearts, and he couldn't help but let out an exclamation. What a beautiful woman! Hearing him, Ash and Misty looked into the distance, but they saw nothing. What are you looking at? Misty asked curiously. There's nothing there. Natsui blinked, and in just an instant, the woman's figure had vanished. They continued on their way, and when they reached the Pokemon Center and checked in, Natsui learned from Nurse Joy exactly where they were. Maiden's Peak? The spirit of the beautiful maiden and ghastly remembering the related anime plot, Natsui couldn't help but smile. It turned out they had arrived here without realizing it. By the way, Nurse Joy said with a smile, you've arrived at just the right time. Right now, the town is holding its summer festival. Not only is there a big parade and a bonfire party, but also many food stalls. If you get the chance, don't miss it. For such an activity, Misty, being a girl, and Ash, with his youthful spirit, were naturally very excited. But since everyone's energy had reached its limit, they agreed on a time to meet, and each went to their own room to rest. In reality, as public buildings where lodging and food are free, the accommodation conditions in Pokemon centers always vary by region. As in Maiden's Peak, where they were now, since it wasn't a large town, the Pokemon Center wasn't very large either. The boys' dormitory, for example, was nothing more than a small, clean room with 2 bunk beds. However, for Natsui, the white sheets at that moment seemed to have a powerful magic, making him want to throw himself directly onto them. But despite this, he fought off his sleepiness, took a quick shower, put his clothes in the dryer, and only then did he collapse onto the bed, falling into a deep sleep. The sun was setting. He slept until dusk before sitting up in bed with his eyes still drowsy. Seeing that Ash and Brock were still fast asleep, he woke them up and then went to knock on Misty's door. Once reunited, they left the Pokemon Center together. At that moment, the entire town was completely enveloped in the festive atmosphere of the festival. Crowds of people in festive attire followed the floats, parading through the town. And amidst the laughter and joy, the spirits of everyone, whether residents or travelers like Natsui, were infected with happiness. Chapter 33. The woman from 2,000 years ago, Natsui, and the others also joined the crowd, moving slowly along with the other tourists. Along the street were 2 rows of stalls selling all sorts of delicious snacks and other trinkets. Natsui, seeing that Ash seemed interested, bought a few things to share with everyone. And when he saw Misty stop in front of an accessory stall and then walk away quietly, Natsui went over to the stall. carefully chose a hairpin, and gave it to Misty as a gift. Misty smiled. Although she didn't say much, you could see from her expression that she loved the gift. The festival, as every year, was very lively. They walked a bit further and even saw an elegantly dressed woman who, to the sound of music and people's cheers, was performing an exotic-style dance. But unlike the relaxed attitude of Natsui and the other two, Brock was in no mood for fun. He walked behind them with his head down and a look of longing, clearly unable to forget the woman on the pier. He was even muttering something under his breath. Wait a moment. An elderly, yet vigorous voice suddenly sounded from behind them. Natsui turned around and saw a white-haired old woman, less than a meter tall, holding a staff and wearing a purple robe. The old woman had a large mouth and very dry skin, and her eyes, in particular, seemed quite piercing. Brock, who was still absorbed in the beauty of the other woman, turned around and was so startled by the old woman's appearance that, caught by surprise, he fell and sat on the ground. Whoa, hey! A wrinkly old hag appeared. Who are you calling a hag? The old woman retorted grumpily, and then her gaze swept over Natsui and Brock before saying mysteriously, Listen well, you must be very careful with beautiful women, or you will have very bad luck today. What are you talking about? Misty pouted, glanced quickly at Natsui, and said shyly, How could I possibly bring him bad luck? You fool, the old woman shouted. I was talking about beautiful women, not a brat like you. What? You call me a brat? Misty instantly flared up. It was obvious those words had hit a nerve. To the side, Brock grew thoughtful upon hearing the old woman's advice. Only Natsui, who knew it was actually a disguised ghastly that now had its sights on them, smiled and didn't pay her words much mind. But Misty didn't want such a special trip to the festival to be ruined by this old woman. Pure nonsense. Well, let's not pay her any more attention. Let's get out of here. With that said, she pushed Natsuis back with one hand and pulled Brock's ear with the other, turning to leave. The final stop of the festival was a shrine at the end of the town. When Natsui and the others arrived at the shrine with the crowd, they saw an old priest ring a bell to mark the hour. Everyone quiet down. The treasure of the maiden's shrine will now be exhibited. Next to the old priest, there was a rolled-up scroll, but it was covered with a white cloth, preventing anyone from seeing what was painted on it. The people surrounded the shrine, listening as the old priest continued. This painting is a secret treasure that has been passed down in the maiden's shrine for 2,000 years. It is only displayed once a year during the summer festival. Now, I ask all our guests to gaze upon it with attention. Saying this, he tore off the white cloth, completely revealing the painting to the crowd. The image showed the portrait of a woman. Her eyes gazed forward and her hands were on her chest, as if she were praying. Although the painting was only in black and white, with no other colors, it still conveyed the woman's beauty and a deep sadness. To the side, Brock was very surprised, because the beautiful woman in the portrait was the exact same woman in the white dress he had seen on the pier at noon. The old priest's voice echoed in people's ears like that of a storyteller. 2,000 years ago, there was a young couple deeply in love. But due to the war, the man was drafted and had to leave to fight at sea with the army. Before he left, he promised he would return victorious when the war was over. And so, the woman waited for many years, but in the end, her beloved never returned. The endless, bitter wait turned her to stone, standing tall on the cliff, where to this day, she continues to wait for her man. It was certainly a sad legend, and after hearing it, the people's spirits fell. And Brock, as if bewitched, suddenly asked, So, where's that rock now? Huh? The old priest was surprised. You don't know of Maiden's Rock? Night covered the land. On a cliff by the sea, a wooden hut stood alone. When Natsui and the others climbed the cliff via the steep path and went around the hut, they immediately saw a stone statue of a woman, situated on a crag separate from the coast. Who knows how many years had passed, but the statue seemed to have merged with the crag. The waves crashed against the rocks. In the distance, the countless lights of the town of Maiden's Peak could be seen. Although they were far away, the cheerful sounds of the festival could still be faintly heard. And this place, just like the legend, was filled with loneliness. Looking at Maiden's rock, Misty whispered, "Do you think this rock is really the woman turned to stone?" "Who knows?" Natsui shook his head. "At least I don't see any signs of it being artificially carved." It was already 10 o'clock at night. Dark clouds suddenly covered the moon in the sky, and a breeze brought with it a cold air. On intuition, perhaps sensing that something was about to happen, Natsui took out 2 pokeballs. With a flash of blue light, Charmander and Jolteon appeared at his feet. The flame on Charmander's tail and the electric currents that occasionally sparked from Jolteon's body not only illuminated the surroundings, but also gave him an extra sense of security. "There's not much to see here. Let's go back to town." Compared to the lively streets, Misty naturally didn't want to stay here for long. But to her surprise, just as she turned around, she saw that the door of the hut behind her was slowly opening. Creak at first, she thought the wind had blown the door open, but the next second, a blurry, glowing human figure floated out from inside. A ghost. Chapter 34. Ghastly. Upon hearing Misty scream, Natsui and the others spun around quickly and also saw the supposed ghost. The shape of this ghost was identical to that of the woman in the portrait. It floated in the air with a transparent, blurry body and slid slowly until it hovered before them. "I missed you so much." The soft words came from the ghost's mouth. Natsui felt nothing in particular, but Brock beside him was completely captivated by her beauty, utterly fascinated. Brock said, enraptured, "I've missed you too." Looking at Natsui and Brock, the ghost whispered, "I've been waiting for your return." In time with her voice, a strange gust of wind suddenly blew, and in the next instant Natsui's and Brock's bodies were swept up by the wind beyond their control, and they began to float toward her. The suction was incredibly strong. Natsui instinctively reached out, trying to grab something, but there was nothing nearby to use for support. And just as he drew closer and closer, slender hands suddenly gripped him. That person, of course, was Misty. Seeing Natsui floating in midair, she no longer cared about being afraid of any ghost. "Hey, you, where do you think you're taking them?" Misty clung tightly to one of Natsui's hands, pulling back with all her strength. Although she was just a girl and not very strong, no matter how the strange gust blew, she refused to let go. Natsui knew that this ghost was actually a Ghastly, and with Misty's help he bought a moment to react, shouting to his 2 Pokemon, Charmander, "Use Ember." Jolteon, "Use Thunderbolt." A flash of fire and a bolt of electricity shot at the ghost almost simultaneously. Hit by the attack, the ghost could no longer control the strange gust of wind. As it dodged, the suction vanished and Natsui and Brock inevitably fell from the air. Misty, by instinct, stepped forward to try to catch Natsui, but ended up crushed beneath his body. As for Brock, he wasn't so lucky and crashed to the ground with a heavy thud. Fortunately, the fall caused Brock to regain consciousness temporarily. "What happened?" he asked, looking around in confusion. In fact, ever since he arrived at Cape Maiden, his mind had been in a haze, as if a ghost had clouded his judgment. Meanwhile, the ghost, seeing her plans foiled, changed her tone and snarled, "You meddlesome intruders, stay out of my way." At her words, a group of skeletons suddenly appeared and whistled as they flew overhead. What is all this?" Seeing the terrifying scene, Misty couldn't help burrowing into Natsui's arms. Natsui stood and, seeing that everyone seemed to have lost their fighting spirit, shouted, "Don't be afraid. It's only a Pokemon." Saying that, he pulled out his Pokédex and aimed at the ghost. Pokédex, beep. Ghastly, the gas Pokemon. Ghost poison type. Born from toxic gases, it's an expert in hypnosis and loves playing pranks. It typically hides its true form and can pass through any solid object, including walls. Ghastly. Upon hearing it was just a Pokemon, Ash and Misty stared in amazement. "Haha, since you've uncovered me, what can I do about it?" The woman suddenly smiled, and her body began to change, first transforming into the old lady with the purple cloak, and finally into a black orb surrounded by purple mist. "Sometimes I'm a beautiful, legendary maiden, other times a mysterious fortune teller, but my true identity is Ghastly." This black orb was both Ghastly's body and its face, on which, aside from a pair of sharp eyes, there was only a large mouth showing 2 short fangs. So it really is a Pokemon. Ash exclaimed excitedly. Awesome. Then let's battle with Pokemon. Pikachu go. Pika, Pika. You want to battle? Ghastly sneered mockingly. I'm in a hurry right now. Let me finish you all off in one go. As it spoke, a series of waves emanated from Ghastly's body and headed toward the group. Natsui recognized the move at once. Watch out. It's hypnosis. Before they could react, the beams of hypnosis passed through them all. Immediately, they felt a heavy drowsiness wash over them, their eyelids growing heavier and heavier until they collapsed one by one. That was too easy, Ghastly murmured to itself, looking around at the 3 humans and their Pokemon fast asleep. All right, now for the important part. The strange gust of wind blew again, enveloping Brock's body. But when Ghastly fixed its gaze on Natsui, it suddenly spotted a flash of blue light at his waist, and a Pokemon appeared by his side. With her green hair and maiden-like body, it was Kirlia. Oh, you came out of your Pokeball on your own. What's this? Want to help your trainer? Ghastly said, sizing up Kirlia, then shook its head. Too bad. You psychic types are at a disadvantage against my ghost type. You don't stand a chance. Everything you do will be in vain. Kirlia knew the type matchup was against her, so she didn't plan to attack directly. Instead, she used her psychic power to open all of Natsui's Pokeballs. In an instant, several blue lights flashed, and all the Pokemon, including Zapdos, were released. Ghastly's gaze swept over Kirlia, Zapdos, Ivysaur, and Squirtle, lingering for a long moment on the leaping Magikarp. Then it laughed. For against one? I didn't expect this trainer to have a Zapdos impressive. Zapdos lifted its head proudly, partly out of disdain for Ghastly and partly because those words struck a chord. Ghastly, perhaps intimidated by Zapdos' presence, felt the situation had become a bit complicated. After hesitating for a moment, it said, forget it. Even though you're just one trainer and my energy's a bit low, since you all protect your trainers so fiercely, they'll leave you be and take only this one. With that, it seized Brock and departed without looking back. When Natsui woke up, he found himself lying on the ground. In front of him was Kirlia's worried face. How did you get out? She asked. Stroking his hair, Natsui sat up and saw Ash and Misty, along with Charmander, Jolteon, and Pikachu, sleeping soundly around him, but there was no sign of Brock. And on the other side, he saw his other Pokemon, including Zapdos. Even Zapdos had come out. Seeing this, Natsui paused for a moment and realized what had happened. Chapter 35. The challenge to Ghastly after putting away all his Pokemon except Kirlia. Natsui gently woke Misty and Ash. Ash stretched with a big yawn, having apparently slept quite well. Is it morning already? Misty rubbed her eyes too and said, still drowsy, I think I just had a dream that a ghost attacked us. Natsui smiled wryly. It wasn't a dream. It was real, and Brock is missing. What? Misty and Ash exclaimed, suddenly fully awake. Did they take him? Thinking of the corresponding anime plot, Natsui nodded. I don't think he's in any life-threatening danger, but nonetheless, we should find him as soon as possible. The 3 looked at the wooden cabin before them and entered cautiously, only to find it empty. There was just a smell of dampness and mold. Who knows how many years it had stood. As they stepped on the wooden floor, it let out an eerie creak. Misty peeked over Natsui's shoulder, looking around with some fear. Huh, Brock's not here? Natsui thought for a moment and said to them, Come on, let's go back to the Maiden's Shrine. When they returned to Maiden Cape Village, it was already midnight. The night sky was dotted with stars. The day's hustle had ceased, and the entire village was eerily silent. The cold air seeped through their clothes, making them shiver involuntarily. The people who had attended the festival had already left, leaving trash scattered everywhere, waiting to be cleaned up in the morning. They arrived at the Maiden Shrine, opened the door, and saw Brock lying on the floor, unconscious. Aside from him, there was still no sign of Ghastly. In reality, Natsui understood that, with Ghastly's strange abilities, truly finding him would be extremely difficult. Brock, wake up! Ash shook Brock hard. After a while, Brock finally stirred weakly, still muttering under his breath. I want to see her. Natsui quickly knelt down to check his condition. He has dark circles under his eyes, his clothes are disheveled, he's lacking energy, and he's visibly thinner than before. They must have drained too much of his vitality and energy. Compared to an innocent boy like Ash, Misty, being a girl, was more perceptive, although she didn't know much about those matters. She vaguely understood some things. She blushed and said, "Was it ghastly?" No, Natsui shook his head. "I think it was a real ghost that drained his energy, and ghastly was just its accomplice." "A real ghost?" Misty asked in surprise. "You mean that woman actually exists?" Natsui confirmed. "Of course, otherwise Ghastly wouldn't have led Brock to a place like this." Misty asked again, "So why did she do it?" Natsui thought for a moment and speculated. "After all, she's existed for 2,000 years. Even a ghost needs energy to maintain its existence. So I guess that's why she absorbs men's energy during the summer festival every year." Seeing that Misty was about to ask more, Natsui quickly said, "All right, no more questions. Let's hurry and take Brock back to the Poke Center." At the Poke Center, after Nurse Joy diagnosed that Brock was only suffering from extreme exhaustion, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. However, regarding what had just happened, no matter how much they questioned him, Brock only looked confused, as if he didn't remember anything after Ghastly took him. After leaving him in the bedroom and asking Ash to take good care of him, Natsui exited the Poke Center alone. Although that Ghastly was extremely difficult to deal with, Natsui had made up his mind to capture it. As a wild Ghastly that had lived for who knows how many years, its abilities were naturally very powerful. And the strangest thing of all was that, just like Team Rocket's Meowth, it could also speak human language. For that reason alone, if he captured it, communicating with his Pokémon would be much more comfortable in the future, and he wouldn't have to rely solely on intuition and guesswork to interact with them. But where could Ghastly be now? It was 2 in the morning, and the night was deep. Natsui looked both ways and finally decided to trust his instinct, heading first to Maiden's Rock on the cliff by the sea to try his luck. Following the mountain path, he left the village and soon reached his destination. However, as before, aside from the sound of the waves and the salty sea breeze, there was nothing. "Ghastly, are you here?" Natsui shouted loudly, but although his voice carried into the distance, there was no response. "He really isn't here?" Natsui said to himself as he approached Maiden's Rock. "Then I suppose it wouldn't matter if I destroyed this rock right now, would it?" Hey, a voice suddenly sounded behind him. "I can't pretend I didn't hear that." Natsui smiled, turned around, and, sure enough, it was Ghastly. "Ghastly, let's battle." "Oh," Ghastly said seriously. "You want to catch me?" Natsui pulled a Pokeball from his belt, which expanded in his hand. "Of course. My goal is the Indigo Conference, and I'm looking for teammates. Your power will undoubtedly be a great help to me." With that, Natsui threw the Pokeball he held, and after a flash of red light, what appeared in front of Ghastly was an EV whose fur was completely bristled. "Wow, so it's a Jolteon." Ghastly's tone at that moment, though somewhat surprised, was mostly one of relief. Natsui asked, "What's the matter? Surprised to see a Jolteon?" Ghastly replied, "I thought you'd pull out that Zapdos to face me. Honestly, if I had to go up against a legendary Pokemon like that, I wouldn't stand much of a chance." Natsui chuckled, "As if I didn't want to, but am I going to tell you I still can't give it orders? Don't worry, even if Jolteon fails, I want you Zapdos against you," Natsui said with his arms crossed, pretending to be nonchalant. "All right, enough chatter, let's start the battle. Jolteon, use Thunderbolt." Small electric sparks flashed across Jolteon's body and then formed a bolt of electricity that shot toward Ghastly. Seeing Jolteon's attack, a black orb of energy suddenly materialized beside Ghastly and collided with the electric bolt. It was the Ghost-type move, Shadow Ball. However, the power of Thunderbolt was clearly inferior to that of Shadow Ball. The Shadow Ball pierced the Thunderbolt and continued flying toward Jolteon. Natsui shouted, "Jolteon, dodge it quickly." then use Pin Missile. Thanks to its incredible speed, Jolteon easily dodged the Shadow Ball. It leaped to one side, and its fur, like steel needles, shot toward Ghastly in continuous waves. Chapter 36. A supposed tie and a voluntary decision faced with the whistling attack drawing near. The strange gust of wind blew again, scattering all the needles. Natsui asked curiously, "What move is that?" "Ha, ha, ha," Ghastly said with an air of superiority. "In all these long years, not only have I learned human language, I have countless abilities like this." Saying this as if showing off. It changed its form into a Jolteon. "Hey," Natsui couldn't help but complain. "Isn't this going too far? Besides, isn't Transform the ability of Ditto? Why can you use it too?" Looking at Kirlia, perhaps its previous action of saving its master made Ghastly feel a bit more fond of Natsui. It canceled the transformation and said, "Actually, it's just hypnosis. But my hypnosis no longer needs to put people to sleep to affect the real world." Natsui frowned. "Is it really that strong?" The sensation of the wind on her cheek was real and clear. It didn't seem like something hypnosis could achieve. But this Ghastly was extraordinary and certainly couldn't be judged by conventional logic. Jolteon used Thunderfang. Jolteon's sharp fangs crackled with electricity as it lunged at Ghastly at incredible speed. However, just as Jolteon's attack was about to hit Ghastly, its body vanished as if dispersed by the wind. Ha ha ha. When Ghastly reappeared, it had already positioned itself beside Jolteon without being noticed. Mockingly, it stuck out its long tongue and gave it a harsh lick. Jolteon shivered. It tried to leap away, but fell into a paralyzed state, unable to move. The taste of electricity. Ghastly laughed uproariously and formed another Shadow Ball, striking Jolteon with it. After taking the hit, Jolteon collapsed to the ground, weakened, defeated in one hit. Could the level gap really be that big? She recalled Jolteon and looked down at Kirlia. "It's your turn." Kirlia nodded and stepped forward to face Ghastly. "Do you intend to use a switching tactic to wear down my energy?" Ghastly said. "But I suppose you already know, Psychic-type Pokemon can't defeat me." "I know that, of course," Natsui said, drawing the other Pokeballs from her belt and tossing them all into the field. "That's why I wasn't going to let you fight alone. Everyone attacked together." Ivysaur, Squirtle, and Charmander appeared, taking their places beside Kirlia. Well, so it's a group beatdown," Ghastly grimaced, but its tone showed not the slightest concern. "I have no other choice," Natsui smiled. "The battle just now with Jolteon made me realize your true power. If I keep using conventional methods, it's impossible to catch you." Hearing Natsui's words, Ghastly fell silent for a moment and asked, "Why are you so obsessed with catching strong Pokemon? Is participating in the Pokemon League that important to you?" "How can I put it?" Natsui thought for a moment. "Life is full of joys and sorrows. Although the Pokemon League isn't everything in life, it's both a dream and part of what I pursue." "And what about you? Don't you have any goals you want to achieve?" "Dream? Goal?" Ghastly murmured. As a Pokemon who loved pranks, it had lived for countless years, and its daily enjoyment was playing tricks on others and living happily. It had never stopped to ponder such abstract questions. Seeing Ghastly lost in thought, Natsui's eyes sparked. An opening. "Kirlia, use Magical Leaf." At Natsui's command, a whirlwind of green glowing leaves shot toward Ghastly. Hey, attacking by surprise at a time like this is really low of you." Ghastly hurriedly dodged the attack. But no sooner had it finished speaking than it saw a water gun fired from the side. "That's not dirty, it's taking the initiative," Natsui shouted. "Charmander, use Ember." The water gun grazed Ghastly's body, and just as it regained its balance, a shower of embers rained down on it. What's the difference? The body of Ghastly vanished, and when it reappeared, guard down, it was hit by a razor leaf attack. Being struck by so many moves in succession left Ghastly somewhat battered, and at the same time made it decide not to hold back any longer. A series of light waves emanated from Ghastly's body, enveloping all the Pokemon on the field. Natsui's heart sank. At this moment, she had no way to counter that move, so she could only shout in the hope it would work. Charmander, quickly, use smokescreen. A thick black cloud of smoke poured from Charmander's mouth, instantly filling much of the field. Do you intend to use smokescreen to impair my vision and thus reduce hypnosis accuracy? Ghastly laughed. Good idea, but too naive. Saying that, Ghastly focused. The next second, the light waves at visibly faster speed became denser and shifted from a targeted attack to an area attack. In just an instant, all of Natsui's Pokémon fell into a deep slumber. This time, Natsui was out of options. Ghastly floated slowly upward, and looking at the thick cloud of black smoke below, unleashed its final attack. She saw pink gas clouds emerge from the bodies of Natsui's Pokémon and enter Ghastly's body. Then Ghastly's eyes opened wide, and the Pokémon, as if hit by a psychic attack, all fell to the ground. Dream Eater activated. Dream Eater, a psychic-type attack move. It attacks by devouring the opponent's dreams, dealing heavy damage and restoring a number of HP equal to half the damage dealt. As the black smoke slowly dissipated, Natsui looked at her Pokémon lying on the ground, completely out of commission, and sighed deeply. This Ghastly was far, far stronger than others of its species. Not even when facing Zapdos had she felt so helpless as today. She recalled them one by one into their Pokeballs and said, dejectedly, I've lost. Ghastly floated slowly until it was in front of Natsui, observing her intently. No, you haven't lost yet. Its gaze settled on the Pokeball containing Zapdos, and it smiled. You still have a legendary Pokemon left, don't you? So this can't be called a defeat. Besides, I've also expended a lot of energy. Since you don't intend to send out Zapdos to battle me, how about we call this a tie? Huh? Natsui was stunned. She hadn't expected Ghastly to say something like that. Ghastly continued, I like your spirit. Although I don't have any dreams at the moment, I also want to leave here and travel the world, win a Pokemon tournament, become the champion. Honestly, it's a good plan. Natsui looked at it, feeling a wave of joy in her heart. What do you mean by that? Ghastly opened its enormous mouth. I mean that I've accepted you. Now, take out your Pokeball. I'm willing to be your Pokemon and help you achieve your dream. Chapter 37. Helping a beautiful story. Natsui withdrew a Pokeball and held it out toward Ghastly. Ghastly didn't hesitate. His form brushed the Pokeball's catch sensor, and, with a flash of red light, he was drawn inside. The Pokeball wobbled slightly, and after a soft click, fell perfectly still. Did I really catch him successfully? But before Natsui could celebrate, the Pokeball that had just confirmed the catch snapped open, and Ghastly drifted back out on his own. I can't stand being cooped up in there. It's dark and cramped. Ghastly complained as he floated. I'm used to freedom. I'd rather be out here without restraints. Then don't stay in the Pokeball, Natsui said coolly. Honestly, I don't like traveling alone either. Having a Pokemon by my side is the best thing I could ask for. Ghastly nodded and resumed hovering before Maiden's Rock. This year's summer festival is over. Your legend will probably live on for many years to come. A ghostly image of a woman emerged from Maiden's Rock. It was the true Maiden's spirit. The Phantom spoke softly. Thank you, Ghastly. You're welcome, Ghastly smiled. I only did it so that this legend, which was slowly fading away, would be revived in people's memories. The spirit clasped her hands together. All this time, I have waited here, longing for the day I'd be reunited with him. No matter how long it takes, I will wait. Ghastly drifted aside so the spirit could see Natsui, then said, I'm sure you've heard what's happened. From now on, I'm off on my journey. Perhaps I'll cross paths with your beloved somewhere. Rest assured, when that day comes, I'll carry your feelings to him. Thank you so much. Joy filled the Maiden's voice, and with that, she floated back into Maiden's Rock and vanished. When he returned to the Pokemon Center, dawn was just breaking. Natsui had barely stayed awake, felt his eyelids grow impossibly heavy the moment he stepped into the warm room. Ash slept soundly, but Brock, who'd dozed far too long during the day, heard the noise and opened his eyes. He looked much more rested after a good night's sleep. Why are you back so late? Yawning, Natsui replied. I took advantage of the night to wrap up the ghost matter. Oh, by the way, Natsui suddenly remembered and said to Brock, Ghastly was a bit rude earlier. How about letting him apologize to you? Brock's eyes widened. You caught him? Natsui said nothing, but from his shadow, a black sphere wreathed in purple gas floated out unexpectedly. What? Brock jumped and let out a startled yelp. Hearing the commotion, Pikachu rubbed its eyes, peeked out, and looked on curiously. Only Ash turned over and continued snoring. You there, narrow-eyed fellow. Besides being a flirt, you're not exactly brave, Ghastly teased. What happened before was just a prank. I hope you're not taking it to heart. Brock, with his extremely gentle nature, hadn't held a grudge anyway. At Ghastly's apology, any lingering resentment melted away. Natsui pulled out his phone and checked the time. I don't know how long he'll sleep. When Ash wakes up, you two should head out first. He'll stay here another day or two. If we get the chance later on, we'll meet up again. But isn't everything finished now? Why stay? Brock asked, puzzled. Seeing Natsui offered no further explanation, he nodded. All right, then we'll head off first. After quickly freshening up, Natsui fell asleep, and when he opened his eyes again, it was already afternoon. These past 2 days of extreme exhaustion up all night, sleeping all day had completely thrown off his internal clock, leaving his mind far from sharp. Ash and the others had long since departed. When Misty heard Natsui wanted to stay a few more days, she too wished to remain, but since Natsui didn't ask, she had no choice but to give in, and with one last backward glance, she left with Ash and Brock. The reason Natsui chose to stay was, naturally, his desire to see this beautiful legend shared in the best way possible. Having experienced the event firsthand convinced him that true, eternal love does exist in the world. However, the method Ghastly had used before wasn't the right one. It was not only inefficient, but also failed to spread the story effectively. Now that Ghastly was his Pokemon, Natsui believed they could, together, help carry out that task as best they could. He wrote down everything that had happened since his arrival at Cape Maiden. Then he visited the shrine and, through the elder priest, learned of the tales of love and heartbreak that had unfolded there over 2,000 years. He blended all this material, edited, trimmed, and polished it into a heartfelt 6,000-word story. Recalling a conversation with Koharu where Shed told him her mother, Yoshino, had taught herself to paint and dreamed of being an illustrator, he emailed the story to Koharu, asking her to pass on his request in hopes Yoshino would add some illustrations. Koharu replied with a simple OK emoji. Shortly after, Natsui received a call from an unknown number. When he answered, a cheerful female voice said, Hello, good morning, this is Sakuragi Yoshino speaking. Are you Mr. Natsui? Here, Yoshino is her given name, taken from the Sumai Yoshino cherry blossom. Knowing it was Koharu's mother, Natsui responded politely, Hello, Annie. This is Natsui. Sakuragi Yoshino said. Koharu just told me your story. What you wrote is wonderful. I had heard the Maiden's Rock legend before, but I never knew it was real. Natsui smiled. Though it sounds incredible, I saw the Maiden's spirit with my own eyes. However, I ask that you keep this a secret, Annie. Otherwise, Maiden's Rock might attract people with ill intentions. Sakuragi Yoshino, I understand. It's like some of my husband's research, it needs to stay confidential. From what Koharu said, do you need help with illustrations? Yes. Natsui hesitated for a moment. I'm sorry to trouble you, Annie. After learning the story in depth, I believe it must be shared. Sakuragi Yoshino laughed. Don't be so formal, you're part of the Sakuragi lab, after all. Actually, I think turning it into a manga would be even better than just illustrations. Chapter 38. Heading to the Saffron Gym manga? Natsui raised an eyebrow. He had never considered that possibility. Sakuragi Yoshino said, Yes, compared to text and illustrations, manga can convey the story's emotion more directly, and besides, it's more popular with young people. Wouldn't that be too much trouble? Sakuragi Yoshino's tone was full of enthusiasm, and she smiled. It's a bit more work, yes, but the structure and framework of the story are already in place. Now it's just a matter of giving them form. Besides, I don't have much to do at home, and if I can draw a manga like this, it would be like fulfilling a dream for me. Since you put it that way, Natsui had no reason to refuse. He then discussed a few details with Sakuragi Yoshino and hung up the phone. Due to the change of plans, he sent a message to Misty, telling them not to wait for him and that after challenging the Saffron City gym, they could go on ahead. Over the next 2 days, Natsui gathered material at Cape Maiden, keeping in constant contact with Sakuragi Yoshino to provide her with additional information. It wasn't until the 3rd day when he received her call and learned that she had already completed a draft of more than 20 pages that Natsui set off back for Vermilion City. Professor Sakuragi's house was a typical single-family Japanese home, not far from the lab. Knowing in advance that Natsui would come, Professor Sakuragi didn't go to the lab and stayed home on purpose, waiting for him. And since it was Saturday, the whole family of 4, including Koharu and her brother Soda, went out to greet him. When they saw Natsui, Yamper ran around him, wagging its tail nonstop. And seeing this close-knit family, Natsui couldn't help but break out in a little sweat. How strange it feels like I'm visiting my future in-laws for the first time empty-handed. As host, Professor Sakuragi was the first to speak. Welcome, welcome. Please come in. Natsui nodded politely, his gaze passing over Soda before settling on the lady of the house. Nice to meet you. I'm Natsui. Sorry for the intrusion. Sakuragi Yoshino wore round red-rimmed glasses and looked a bit like Koharu, though her face was rounder and more mature. She had her long cherry-colored hair styled in a side braid that fell over her left shoulder. As for Sakuragi Soda, he resembled Professor Sakuragi more. This boy had a cool vibe, a typical younger brother type, though a few years younger than Koharu. He seemed mature for his age, giving the impression of being even more dependable than her. A bit shyly, he slipped on his slippers and entered the house, arriving in the living room. Sakuragi Yoshino pulled out a clear folder and extracted the more than 20 pages of manga it contained. For now, I've only drawn this. I estimate it'll need about 195 more pages to cover the rest of the story, but since there aren't any very complex compositions, I might even go faster. Such a precise calculation, it seems she put a lot of effort into this. Natsui flipped through them carefully and said in admiration, "These drawings are excellent. It's such a shame you're not a professional mangaka, Aunt." As a full-time homemaker, having someone recognize her talent was naturally a great joy. "Your story is very well written, too," said Sakuragi Yoshino, covering her mouth to laugh softly, clearly impressed with Natsui. Only an exciting story, combined with exceptional art, can become a real hit. That's right, Koharu nodded. I was the first reader of this story, and after reading it carefully, I have to say it's very compelling. I was the second, and Dad was the third, said Sakuragi Soda, hands behind his neck in a relaxed pose. But he wasn't sure if it was his imagination. Suddenly, it seemed to him that in Natsui's shadow, there was a round head making a face. He rubbed his eyes, moved closer for a better look, and the next second something like a black orb suddenly appeared, giving him a fright of his life. Wah! Soda jumped and fell behind the sofa. He. Ghastly's body appeared, wearing a mischievous grin. What a scaredy cat. Is this the Ghastly mentioned in the story? Asked Professor Sakuragi as he helped his son to his feet, looking at Ghastly in amazement. That's right, Natsui recalled Ghastly and then nodded. In a way, he is the true protagonist of the story. Soda got up off the floor. Although he had fallen, he wasn't afraid. Instead, he approached Ghastly, observing it with curiosity, clearly intrigued by how it could hide in a shadow. At noon, at the kind insistence of the Sakuragi family, Natsui had lunch at their house. Amid laughter and conversation, the table was filled with a relaxed, cheerful atmosphere. And when Natsui took out the photos he had taken in the depths of the sea aboard the Assassin, all 4 let out exclamations of astonishment. Professor Sakuragi's eyes went wide as he said in disbelief, "The news of the Assassin's sinking caused quite a stir in Kanto a few days ago. I can't believe not only did you experience the event, you went down with the ship and still managed to escape." Koharu also looked Natsui up and down, as if getting to know him all over again. And Soda, stars in his eyes, looked at him in total admiration. "Brother Natsui, You're super awesome. After agreeing on a completion date with Sakuraji Yoshino, Natsui set off again for Saffron City. Saffron the color of bright, shining gold. This time, the Pokemon accompanying him were Curlia by his side and Ghastly hidden in a shadow. The other creatures were stored in their Pokeballs. There were no further incidents along the way. And when he arrived at this super metropolis of the Kanto region, Ash's group had already departed for other gym cities. However, Misty told him that they had many problems challenging the Saffron Gym. After failing on their first attempt, they struggled and had to go to the Pokemon Tower in Lavender Town. Only after catching a Haunter were they able, thanks to its power, to earn the badge. Because of that, they also lost 2 days, so the gap between them and Natsui wasn't very large. Saffron City was filled with skyscrapers. Not only was it the commercial center of the Kanto region, but it also boasted the region's largest infrastructure, including a magnet train station that connected it to the Johto region. Every day, countless trains, traveling at up to 550 kilometers each, ran between Saffron City and Goldenrod City, bringing economic vitality to these two metropolises of equal standing. Traversing the bustling streets, Natsui arrived directly at the Saffron Gym. He looked up. Its exterior looked like a cluster of many white umbrellas together, with a strong sense of design, though it was a bit plain. In Natsui's judgment, it was somewhat less impressive compared to other gyms. As Saffron City's current official gym, its leader was Sabrina, a psychic-type specialist who was very difficult to defeat. However, upon defeating her, one earned the Marsh Badge. He entered the gym through the automatic doors and looked both ways. The lobby was empty, with no one to greet him. After taking a few steps, he saw through a glass door that, in an adjoining room, a group of people in white lab coats sat at a table, holding spoons in their hands and staring at them with total concentration, as if they were undergoing psychic power training. Chapter 39. Psychic Duel. At that moment, footsteps sounded, and a middle-aged man wearing a baseball cap, a goatee, and casual clothes approached. "What can I help you with?" "Hello," Natsui said warmly. "I'm here to challenge the gym leader, Sabrina. Is she around?" The man nodded, his gaze settling on Curlia. "You like psychic-type Pokemon too? Although you, personally, don't seem to have the potential to awaken psychic powers." "Huh?" Natsui said, puzzled. "Why would I need psychic powers? I'm not planning to do magic tricks." "Magic tricks?" The man felt as though he had been strangled. After coughing a couple of times, he turned and strode into the gym. "Follow me, but don't say I didn't warn you. Someone without psychic powers can't bring out the full potential of a psychic-type Pokemon." "I can't bring out her full potential?" Natsui stroked Curlia's head without replying. He was just saying that a trainer without psychic powers can't form a mental bond with their Pokemon. While that might limit other trainers with psychic-type Pokemon, for Natsui and Curlia, it was no problem at all. Passing down a long corridor, Natsui arrived at the battle arena. The floor was tiled in marble, and 2 rows of stone pillars rose to the ceiling. Lit torches flanked the battlefield, making it feel more like a temple than a gym. On the far side of the arena, a tall, beautiful woman with pale skin, long, straight black hair, clad in a tight red leather outfit and long black stockings, sat calmly in a chair. Watching him, she was the Saffron City gym leader, Sabrina. "Sabrina, you have another challenger," the middle-aged man announced before stepping into the center of the arena to act as referee. Sabrina's body rose slowly and floated over to the trainer's side. That she could do that with her own psychic power left Natsui both envious and impressed. "I foresaw your arrival," Sabrina said in a serene, cold voice, as though she felt no strong emotions. "And I sense in you, besides psychic power, an annoying prankster's aura. No wonder she's so powerful, she can even see the ghastly hiding in my shadow." The impression had been so strong that Natsui still remembered her backstory quite clearly. When Sabrina was little, she awakened her innate psychic powers early. Unfortunately, her obsession with training gradually closed her heart. She made no friends, destroyed her own home, even used her powers to drive out her father when he tried to stop her, and turned her mother into a doll. From that moment on, Sabrina split into two personalities, one powerful and undefeated, the other lonely, playful, and longing for friends. However, Natsui had arrived at just the right time. A few days ago, Ash, with the haunter he brought from the Pokemon Tower, had managed to bring Sabrina back to her true self. Now, even though she still seemed cold and expressionless, her heart was no longer closed, shed, reconciled with her family, and even smiled occasionally. Thinking this, Natsui cast a quick glance at the middle-aged man. He must be Sabrina's father, right? Excuse me, Natsui snapped back and asked, "What are the battle rules?" Sabrina replied, "It's an unknown match. If you defeat my Pokemon, you pass the challenge." With that, Sabrina slowly withdrew a Pokeball. In a flash of red light, a whiskered, fox-like Pokemon appeared on the battlefield. Just as expected, it was the Kadabra that accompanies Sabrina in the anime. Pokédex, BIP. Kadabra, the psychic Pokemon, a psychic type and the evolution of Abra. It said that strange things happen near a Kadabra, like clocks running backward. It can also emit special alpha waves from its body that cause pain to enemies who get too close. Very demanding of its trainer. It won't accept anyone without strong mental fortitude. Additionally, without its spoon, it can use only half its psychic power. Natsui closed the Pokédex and extended his hand. At his feet, Curlia slowly stepped onto the battlefield. "Aren't you going to send out your ghost-type Pokemon?" Sabrina asked. Natsui shook his head without further explanation. After all, Ghastly was too strong and had the type advantage. Using it against Kadabra wouldn't let his other Pokemon train, and it would leave Sabrina with no chance to counterattack. At that moment, a Haunter flew out from the side. It circled Sabrina once, then, as if seeing the Ghastly in Natsui's shadow, hurried toward him. When Natsui's Ghastly saw it, it also floated out of the shadow. The two Pokemon flew together, making faces at each other, clearly delighted. Haunter is the evolution of Ghastly. For first-time acquaintances to be so friendly, it seems their species loves to play. But this must be the Haunter Ash brought from the Pokemon Tower, right? Just as I thought, it didn't return to the tower. It stayed by Sabrina's side. Seeing both Pokemon ready and Sabrina showing no intention of attacking first, Natsui took the initiative and shouted, "Curlia, use confusion." Curlia raised her hands and unleashed her power instantly, striking first. An invisible force surged toward Kadabra. Sabrina said nothing, but Kadabra lifted the arm holding its spoon and launched its own confusion. The two confusion beams collided in midair, unleashing a brilliant light. Yet as both continued to push their power, Curlia's expression grew strained. Although both had evolved once, Curlia's psychic ability was inevitably outmatched by Kadabra's. Finally, Kadabra's confusion struck Curlia with full force, knocking her off balance and forcing her to step back. Luckily, since both were the same type, their psychic attacks didn't hurt each other too much. Curlia, use Magical Leaf. At Natsui's command, a green light formed in Curlia's hands. A continuous stream of magical leaves then shot toward Kadabra at high speed. Sabrina's expression remained unchanged, but at the critical moment, Kadabra suddenly used teleport to dodge the attack. She can issue orders to Kadabra telepathically, without speaking. And that is Sabrina's true strength. Chapter 40. Tactical Deception. Upon reappearing, Kadabra attacked again. Another confusion bolt struck Curlia, lifting her into the air, but when Curlia used her own confusion to resist, she broke free with little effort. Curlia, use Magical Leaf. Magical Leaf shot toward Kadabra once more, but as before, he continued using teleport to dodge the attack. This time, however, Natsui was prepared. With a single thought, and without saying a word, Curlia understood his intention, and the instant Kadabra materialized, she struck him with confusion. Taken by surprise, Kadabra's body convulsed, and although he used confusion to free himself, he still suffered minor damage. With that, it was clear that both Pokemon were now on equal footing. Sabrina said in a calm tone. Although you lack psychic powers yourself, you can communicate telepathically with your Pokemon. I'm very impressed. It seems you've trained your Pokemon exceptionally well. You and your Kadabra are the truly amazing ones. Natsui returned the compliment. If we're talking purely psychic power, my Curlia stands no chance. The corners of Sabrina's mouth curved up slightly, though her expression remained unchanged. Being praised in person by another trainer, even for her, was strangely gratifying. But despite that, she showed no mercy in her next attack. Suddenly, Kadabra's eyes glowed red and emitted waves of light that enveloped Curlia. It was the psychic type move Confusion Beam, which deals damage and may confuse the opponent. Curlia used Teleport. Curlia's form vanished in an instant, evading the Confusion Beam. Natsui's mind raced at top speed. Right now, both Pokemon share the same type. If I want to win, I can't rely solely on psychic moves. As he thought this, an idea struck him, and he shouted, Curlia, use Confusion. You still want to use Confusion? Sabrina said indifferently. Have you forgotten what you just said? Curlia's power can't compare to my Kadabra's. With that, she issued Kadabra his order by telepathy. Kadabra used Confusion, intending to strike Curlia again. However, just as he unleashed his attack, he realized the move coming at him wasn't Confusion, but Magical Leaf. What? Both Kadabra and Sabrina stared in astonishment. On Natsui feigned surprise as well. Curlia, why aren't you following my orders? The invisible Confusion clashed with a flurry of Magical Leaves, and in the end, Magical Leaf emerged victorious, sweeping Kadabra off his feet. Being a grass-type move with no weakness or resistance involved, it dealt only half damage to Kadabra. Kadabra whimpered in pain and dropped to his knees. Sabrina looked at Natsui and asked in surprise, Did you use a fake command to trick your opponent? No. Natsui shook his head vigorously, denying the accusation. But seeing Sabrina frown, clearly unconvinced, Natsui cleared his throat and explained again, Well, actually it's my trainer technique. I call it words and heart aren't aligned. Or maybe say one thing, think another. But if possible, I'd prefer it be called tactical deception. Tactical deception? Sabrina chuckled coldly to herself and paid him no mind. The next instant, Kadabra's body glowed a golden hue. The scratches from Magical Leaf were visibly healing. Watch out its recovery. Natsui yelled immediately, Curlia, use Confusion. Before he even finished speaking, Curlia raised her hands and fired a Confusion Beam that struck Kadabra. The attack knocked Kadabra to the ground. Though it didn't deal much damage, it interrupted his recovery and caused his spoon to clatter to the floor. Now, Natsui's eyes lit up. Sensing his chance, he ordered decisively, use Magical Leaf. The Magical Leaves whirled like a tiny tornado around Kadabra. He could have escaped with Teleport, but he couldn't abandon his spoon. He withstood the barrage in the green vortex until he could feel the ground and retrieve his spoon. When the Magical Leaf dispersed, Kadabra was already panting and covered in wounds. Perfect, Natsui shouted. Finish him off, use Captivating Voice. Curlia let out an enchanting cry, and a series of pink sound waves radiated outward, piercing Kadabra's body. Captivating Voice, which had replaced Double Team, was a fairy-type move that, if it hit, dealt infallible special damage. Taking this hit, Kadabra staggered again and again before finally collapsing, unable to move further. Seeing this, Sabrina's father sighed softly, raised his right hand, and announced aloud, Kadabra can't continue. Curlia is the winner. Sabrina withdrew Kadabra into its pokeball and walked slowly over to Natsui. Though she had lost the battle, her expression remained as always cold, betraying no other emotion. You've won. Here is your well-earned reward. With that, she gestured, and a badge floated from the side into Natsui's hand. And of course, this badge was the Marsh Badge. The Marsh Badge was round like a button, and true to its name, it shone with a golden luster, like sunshine on a swamp. She placed it in her badge case. With this, Natsui had earned 4 badges, meaning he had defeated 4 gym leaders. He was now halfway to his goal of 8 badges needed to participate in the Indigo Conference. He waved farewell to Sabrina and, alongside Curlia, left Saffron Gym, leaving behind only the image of his determined back. After exiting the gym, he headed straight to a nearby Pokemart. Since catching Zapdos, Natsui felt his standard Pokeballs weren't very reliable for capturing Pokemon, so he bought several Great Balls just in case. Then he purchased plenty of Pokemon food and stowed it in his backpack. With all his preparations complete, he was just heading for the Pokemon Center to rest when a flash of fire caught his eye. He looked up at a nearby skyscraper and saw several bursts of smoke and sparks through one of the upper floor windows, as if someone were battling inside. Can people battle with Pokemon inside a building? Natsui shook his head, and just as he was about to continue on his way, he stopped dead in his tracks and turned to read the name on the imposing structure. Sylph Company. Building. Chapter 41. Team Rocket at Sylph Company. Sylph Building. Isn't this the company's building that Team Rocket took over in the Pokemon games? Natsui stared more closely. Although the first floor looked completely normal, with security guards patrolling and a bored receptionist yawning behind her desk, something about it felt off. Just then, a police car sped past Natsui with its siren blaring, but it didn't stop at the Sylph Building. Instead, it continued on toward a more distant part of town. Natsui sharpened his eyes and ears. It sounded like there was a disturbance several blocks away. How strange, how could the whole city seem different after stepping out of gym battle? It was as if something big was about to happen. He slipped into a deserted alley, climbed onto a higher ledge, pulled binoculars from his backpack, and peered up at the upper floors of the Sylph Building. The smoke had already cleared, and he could see several people in black uniforms with a large R on their chests, escorting a group of researchers elsewhere and dousing the remaining flames with fire extinguishers. It was Team Rocket. He thought for a moment, located a public phone booth, and dialed the police. The line rang for a long time before someone answered, but when Natsui finished explaining the situation, the response left him speechless. What? You're saying you've already sent people to the Sylph Building and found nothing unusual? Correct, said the voice on the other end. We've checked twice, but everything's in order, no sign of anything. Right now, there are too many Team Rocket incidents across the city. We're overwhelmed and simply don't have the manpower for pranks like this. Huh? Natsui blurted. This isn't a prank. Halfway through his sentence, Natsui sighed and hung up. Now he understood Team Rocket's plan. First, they called the police themselves to lure them to the Sylph Building. When officers arrived and found nothing amiss, they dismissed it as a prank and went back to the station. Meanwhile, Team Rocket's low-ranking members stirred up trouble citywide to draw the police away, while the main team began seizing the building. And even if a researcher called the police again, the officers would be met by Team Rocket grunts disguised in the first-floor lobby, so they'd assume it was another prank and skip a thorough inspection. That way, Team Rocket could take over all of Sylph Company without interference. What a devious strategy, but as a villainous organization. And since Natsui had witnessed it firsthand, he naturally couldn't ignore it. With that in mind, he snapped a few photos on his phone and sent them to Looker. However, the pictures were a bit late. They showed only wisps of black smoke and fading sparks, no Team Rocket or captured researchers. It wasn't long before Looker called back. Is this really a major Team Rocket operation? Looker's tone blended excitement with guilt. Damn, I'm in Cerulean City right now, investigating a Team Rocket base. Even if I head straight over, I'm afraid I won't make it in time. It definitely is a major operation, Natsui said slowly. And from what I can tell, they've already taken control of the entire building. Looker asked, did you call the police? Of course. And what did they say? Did they send anyone? Natsui laughed bitterly and relayed everything Head heard, along with his own deductions. I see Looker grasped the key point. They must have planned it from the start. But why attack that place? Sylph Company is Pokemon's most famous manufacturer and retailer. Many items, including Pokeballs, are produced by that company. Given Team Rocket's financial resources, they shouldn't need those Pokeballs. And once the takeover became public, it would surely provoke a massive police response. No matter how he thought about it, Looker couldn't understand the logic. Who cares about the motive? Natsui said indifferently. Even if Team Rocket were just there to celebrate the Sylph president's birthday, we can't let them get away with it. You're right, Looker laughed, then changed the subject. But these photos you sent don't show Team Rocket. Even if I present them at headquarters to lobby the police, I doubt anyone will believe us. Natsui was stunned. Is your rank in the international police really that low? Don't you have any authority? Ahem, let's not talk about that now. Looker coughed, embarrassed. Our priority is figuring out what they're up to. Could I ask you a favor? Though Natsui intended to help, he couldn't resist saying, hey, it doesn't seem right for you, a member of the international police, to ask me, an ordinary person, to get involved in something so dangerous, does it? You're not ordinary. Looker flattered him. After SS, and it's clear you're an elite trainer with a good heart. And I'm not letting you go in alone. I'll use my personal contacts in the Pokemon League to send someone to help you. People from the Pokemon League? They handle this too? After hanging up, Natsui stayed in the shadows, watching the Sylph building carefully. After a moment, a woman his age approached from behind. Natsui turned and saw Sabrina. How are you here? Sabrina, equally surprised to see Natsui, said with mild astonishment, the Pokemon League just contacted me, saying an international police agent needed help. I didn't expect it to be you. I'm not with the international police. Natsui waved his hands. I'm just helping with a matter. Have you heard what's going on? Sabrina shook her head. They only said it was urgent, that I should come and follow orders, so I rushed over. Having Sabrina's help was undoubtedly a huge boost. Natsui recounted the entire story from the beginning. So we just have to get inside the building and find out what's happening? Sabrina turned to look at the Sylph building and asked, but how do we get in? It's impossible to sneak in through the front, Natsui said, already forming a plan. I was going to have Curlia lift me up with Psychic, then send Ghastly to scout. But since you're here, let's go in together. Chapter 42. Infiltration of the building. Sabrina asked calmly. So, how do we get in? Natsui looked up, glanced at the security cameras around the Sylph company building, then looked to either side, pointing at an adjacent commercial office building. This building is only half the height of the Sylph company building. If we can enter the Sylph company building from its rooftop, we can avoid the Team Rocket members on the lower floors. Sabrina didn't object. She followed Natsui, crossed the street, and blended in with a group of office workers to enter the building. They took the elevator to the top floor. On the stairway leading to the upper levels, Sabrina used her psychic powers to break the door lock, and they reached the rooftop without any obstacles. Clearly, psychic powers are a really powerful and convenient ability. The cold wind blew over Natsui. He stood on the edge of the railing and looked ahead. On the street below, the endlessly flowing vehicles had become tiny, and the Sylph company building across the way was still quite a distance away. What's the matter? Are you scared? Sabrina asked quietly. Not scared, but my legs are shaking a bit, Natsui admitted generously, without trying to sound tough. But at a time like this, there's no turning back, right? With that, his gaze searched the opposite side and soon found a window that had been broken during the Team Rocket raid. It was a large picture window that let in plenty of light, but it was already shattered. The room behind the window was an office, but at that moment, due to the chaos, it was empty. Let's go in through there. Seeing Sabrina nod slightly, Natsui signaled to Curlia, who approached his side and wrapped her arms around his waist. Teleport, activate. A second later, Natsui disappeared, and when he and Curlia reappeared, they were already standing in that office. He looked back towards Sabrina and saw her body floating effortlessly, flying directly from the opposite rooftop into the room. All right, you have psychic powers, you win. When the two reunited, Natsui called softly, Ghastly. Ghastly's body emerged from its shadow. What's up? But before Natsui could speak, Sabrina, with a rare display of surprise, covered her mouth. It can speak? And what's so surprising about that? Ghastly glanced at Sabrina. It's nothing more than the language of insignificant humans. Girl, you've still seen very little of the world. Okay, enough jokes, Natsui said. Hurry and scout the area, and make sure to find out where Team Rocket is stationed. Seeing Ghastly pass through the wall, Sabrina turned to look at Natsui, as if getting to know him anew. Pokemon trainer, international police officer, a talking Ghastly. I didn't expect that despite being about my age, you would have lived through so much. That can't compare to you, despite the dangerous situation. Natsui's mood didn't seem too tense. Not only do you have psychic powers, but you've also become a gym leader. You are the one to truly envy. Perhaps use the compliments. Sabrina paid it no mind and asked again, do you know what Team Rocket's objective is? Natsui shrugged, indicating he didn't know. Because of how much time had passed, he no longer remembered the details about Sylph Company in the games, but he was certain it had something to do with the company president. At that moment, he pulled out his phone and took a look. Just as on the SSN, the signal was completely blocked. A short while later, Ghastly returned. Most of the Team Rocket members are concentrated on the lower and upper floors, while there are very few in the middle. And the building's employees? Ghastly replied, they're all gathered in various rooms under guard. But it doesn't seem like Team Rocket intends to harm them. So for now, they're safe. What do you plan to do now? Sabrina asked. There are too many of them. There's no way we can rescue everyone by ourselves. Natsui thought for a moment. I think the best plan is to find the president's office and rescue him. As long as we can guarantee his safe exit. Team Rocket's plan will fail no matter what they do. Sabrina nodded. That sounds very dangerous, but don't worry. Since I accepted the mission, it'll help you without fail. Those words are truly comforting. Taking a deep breath, Natsui leaned out to look down the hallway, then quickly pulled back. There's a camera right in front of us. If we walk out like this, we'll definitely be seen. So, before we move, we have to deal with the surveillance. With that, Natsui turned to Ghastly and ordered from now on, we split up. You go to the control room first and see if you can disable the entire system. Then we'll meet back on the rooftop. Ha, ha, ha. Ghastly grinned broadly. Leave it to me, destruction is what I like most and what I do best. Saying that, he vanished from the room. Sylph Company. Building, first floor control room. At that moment, two Team Rocket members were staring intently at the surveillance monitors, afraid of missing any information. Before today's operation, both their big boss and their superiors had ordered everyone to be on maximum alert and allow no slightest negligence. And as low-ranking members with great ambitions, they naturally executed this order to perfection. Although they were an evil organization that often did bad things, the truth is that Team Rocket's internal conditions were excellent. Not only were they a large-scale organization with many major multinational corporations, but they also provided their members with comprehensive social welfare, paid salaries on time, supplied equipment and resources such as Pokemon, and often organized get-togethers, tea parties, and morale-boosting talks. That's why their cohesion was so strong. Suddenly, a frivolous male voice sounded over the walkie-talkie. Hey, what's the situation over there? Sir Lance, sir. One of the members responded respectfully. No anomalies detected on the building perimeter. The walkie-talkie asked again. And inside the building? The Team Rocket members' gaze swept over all the monitor screens. No anomalies detected on any of the floors either. Very good. The male voice praised him a couple of times and then ordered, stay alert. If there's any problem, report immediately. Yes, sir. Setting the walkie-talkie aside, this member wiped the sweat from his brow and joked to himself, phew, no matter how many times I talk to those executives, they always give me chills. However, after saying that, a good while passed without his companion responding or nodding. Puzzled, he quickly turned to look only to see the other member lying motionless across the control console, as if asleep. Hey, what kind of joke is this? He exclaimed, stepping forward and pushing the member hard. How dare you sleep at a moment like this? You've got some nerve. Chapter 43. The Locker and the News, however. He pushed a few times with all his might, but saw no sign of the grunt waking up. Startled, just as he was about to shout, he suddenly sensed a noise behind him. He turned his head quickly, only to see a dark, round, large face right in front of his. Before he could even scream, a wide, thick tongue, slick with a bit of drool, had already licked his face. Instantly, he felt the world spin, and, just like his partner, he fainted and collapsed on the ground. Gihi Ghastly chuckled maliciously. Enjoy the nightmare. After taking care of the two Team Rocket grunts, Ghastly looked around at the various surveillance monitors. It formed a shadow ball and hurled it at the main console. In the next second, with a crackle of sparks, rows of screens all went dark. That should do it. Looking at its handiwork, Ghastly nodded in satisfaction. Just as it was about to disappear, the walkie-talkie on the side suddenly crackled to life. Control room? I think I just heard something. What happened over there? Ghastly's body began to change, eventually transforming into the likeness of the grunt from before. It picked up the walkie-talkie and, using the original owner's voice and tone, replied, "Reporting. Everything is normal here. That noise just now was me accidentally bumping into a chair." "Is that so?" The person on the other end of the walkie-talkie didn't suspect a thing. Continue surveillance. In the 15th floor office, Natsui peeked into the hallway again. Seeing that the red light on the security camera was off, he knew Ghastly had succeeded. He waved to Sabrina, and the two of them quickly headed toward the staircase. In this situation, they certainly wouldn't dare take the elevator. If they were discovered, there would be no way to retreat. However, they unexpectedly hit a snag. Just as they were about to reach the staircase, the sound of chaotic footsteps suddenly came from within. Natsui's heart skipped a beat. The footsteps were so close, it seemed they would meet in an instant. Because they had already come so far, there was definitely no time to return to the previous room. Before he could even react, Sabrina grabbed his sleeve and pulled him into a nearby room. They had just closed the door when they heard several people exit the staircase and arrive on their floor. They exchanged a glance. Both of them knew they were still far from the top floor, and they could not afford to be discovered. They turned their heads at the same time, looking for a place to hide. This room seemed to be a lounge area for the Sylph Company. It had a few pool tables and sofas with potted plants in the corners. And at the very back, a row of tall lockers stood side by side. They hurried to the lockers and tried to pull the doors open, but after trying several in a row, they were all locked. Just as Sabrina was about to use her psychic power to open a lock, Natsui happened to open one of the doors. Seeing that this locker was just big enough to hide them both, and hearing the footsteps getting closer, Sabrina didn't have time to think and jumped inside first. Natsui took out a pokeball, returned Curlia, and also squeezed into the locker. But no matter how big the locker was, it was still a bit crowded for two people. Natsui and Sabrina were pressed close together, their limbs inevitably touching. They could even feel each other's breath on their faces. But at that moment, neither had time to dwell on it. As the door to the lounge opened, several Team Rocket grunts slowly walked in. One of them was heard saying, "Everyone, search carefully. We can't afford to miss anyone." "Hey, Captain," someone replied, "didn't we already search the whole building once? Why are we searching it again?" "You fool," the captain scolded. "This company is huge, and those researchers are cunning. There could be stragglers hiding anywhere. Our plan cannot fail. Keep your eyes peeled and search again carefully." The footsteps drew nearer. One of the Team Rocket grunts walked up to the lockers and pulled on a door, but it didn't open. He shook it forcefully, and, after confirming it wouldn't open, he moved on to the next one. Several in a row were locked. When he reached the one Natsui was in, Natsui's heart sank, and he was already preparing to burst out and attack. However, when the Team Rocket grunt pulled on the door, he found that, just like the others, it wouldn't budge. "Why are they all locked?" The Team Rocket grunt muttered under his breath. Natsui was amazed and turned his head to look at Sabrina. It turned out she had used her psychic power. The captain asked from the other side of the room, "You really can't open them?" "Huh, they're all locked?" "Then forget it. Let's hurry to the next room." "Huh," someone complained. "Captain, let's take a break. We've been searching for several floors straight. We can't walk anymore." "Yeah, let's rest for a bit," the other Team Rocket members chimed in. After a moment of thought, the captain finally nodded. "All right, then. Well, rest here for 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, we move out." The grunts all cheered and plopped down on the sofas. Inside the dim locker, Natsui and Sabrina remained silent. The air didn't circulate well here, and as time passed, it began to feel stuffy, and the temperature was slowly rising. In the lounge, the Team Rocket grunts took advantage of the rare break. As their minds went blank, they began to chat idly. "Captain, what's the real goal of this huge operation of ours?" As low-level grunts, they didn't know many details about the operation, but out of sheer curiosity, they wanted to use the break to get some information from their captain. At first, the captain was reluctant to say anything, but he couldn't resist everyone's persistent questions. After a brief pause, he finally spoke. All right, I can't say much, but I can reveal a little something." He cleared his throat lightly and continued, "Besides this company's assets, our real target is a type of pokeball they're secretly developing, the Master Ball." "The Master Ball?" A grunt said blankly. "What's that?" "It's the most precious pokeball of all." Speaking of the Master Ball, a look of longing appeared on the captain's face. It said that no matter what kind of Pokemon it is, if you use this ball, you can capture it with a 100 success rate without even needing to battle or weaken it. Is that amazing? The Team Rocket members were all stunned. "Of course it is." The captain laughed. "Otherwise, why would we at Team Rocket go to such great lengths to take over this place? If we can really get our hands on this Master Ball, then catching powerful and rare Pokemon will no longer be just a dream." Chapter 44. Layers of Obstacles, the Master Ball. So that really was their target. Just then, Sabrina shifted uncomfortably. She had been holding the same position for so long that her body had understandably grown stiff. But this movement, while providing some relief, brought her into even closer contact with Natsui. Feeling a few soft places, Natsui's heart couldn't help but beat faster, and even Sabrina's breathing grew heavier. Fortunately, the Team Rocket grunts really did just rest for a moment before leaving the lounge. Once their voices had completely faded, the two of them scrambled out of the locker. After being cooped up for so long, Natsui took a deep breath of fresh air. He wasn't sure if it was his imagination, but perhaps from being so close to Sabrina, had some of her feminine scent clung to him? To avoid any mutual embarrassment, Natsui didn't look at Sabrina's expression. Instead, he walked to the door and slowly poked his head out to observe. A dark, round face was staring right back at him. Natsui jumped in fright, only to realize it was his own Ghastly. "What are you doing out here?" "It's because you two were being so slow." Ghastly floated in from the side, its suspicious gaze shifting back and forth between Natsui and Sabrina. "Strange. What were you two doing just now? How come her face is a little red?" Hey, don't say things like that." Natsui quickly tried to cover Ghastly's mouth, but his hand passed right through its gaseous body. "We were just hiding from a Team Rocket search party." "Relax, Team Rocket has already left." Ghastly chuckled mischievously, clearly taking Natsui's explanation as a poor cover-up. "Since everything's fine, we should get going." Leaving the lounge, the pair entered the staircase and headed upstairs. Unfortunately, the building was crawling with too many Team Rocket members. They hadn't gone far before they ran head-on into a few grunts. "Who are you?" Seeing Natsui and Sabrina, whose clothes were clearly different from the researchers, one of the grunts shouted. But before they could even act in the next second, all of them were enveloped in psychic power and turned into small dolls by Sabrina. This was the same move she had once used against Brock and Misty during Ash's gym challenge. Those affected by it had no power to resist and could only be manipulated at will. But even though they had dealt with these few, the shout from before had alerted others. Many Team Rocket grunts who heard the cry rushed towards their location. "I guess this won't be as smooth as we hoped." The two of them took off, running up the stairwell as more and more Team Rocket grunts gave chase from below. "Intruders! What happened? Didn't the control room see them? Darn it! How did they get in?" "Report to the executives, quickly." After running up a few more floors, their path was soon blocked by another group of Team Rocket grunts, now with chasers behind and a blockade in front. Their route was completely sealed off. Seeing this, Natsui decisively took out a Pokeball and sent out Curlia. "Ghastly, use Hypnosis." "Curlia, use Psychic." Both Pokemon unleashed their moves at the same time. The Team Rocket grunts, before they even had a chance to call out their own Pokemon, fell to the ground one after another like bowling pins. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Natsui and Sabrina continued to run upwards. Sylph Company top floor, President's office. As the ultimate boss of Team Rocket, Giovanni, dressed in a black suit with his hair impeccably styled and a stern expression, was currently standing in the office, looking down on an old man before him. The old man sat on the sofa. Though he was over 70, he was full of spirit. Despite the predicament, his expression remained unchanged, showing no signs of panic. Old man, Giovanni's voice was low and slow, sounding extremely oppressive. For the safety of your employees, you'd better tell me quickly where you've hidden the Master Ball. You can forget about it. How could I possibly hand over such a dangerous Pokeball to people like you? The old man said with a calm expression. I just never expected that the infamous leader of Team Rocket would personally lead a team to take over my company today. It's truly surprising. Giovanni was completely unmoved by the old man's sarcasm. In fact, after meticulously searching the building and not finding the Master Ball, this old man had become his last hope. Furthermore, because of his age, he wouldn't use brute force on him. Just then, a Team Rocket grunt walked to Giovanni's side and whispered a few words in his ear. Intruders? Giovanni shot the grunt a cold look, his authority radiating effortlessly. Why are you only discovering this now? Cold sweat instantly beaded on the grunt's forehead. It's because they broke into the control room first, knocked out our people, and destroyed the equipment. So he never thought that such a meticulous plan could still have unexpected variables. Who are the intruders? The grunt quickly replied. There are 2 intruders. One of them has been identified. It's the Saffron City gym leader, Sabrina. The other is a male, around the same age as Sabrina. But his specific identity has not yet been determined. Sabrina? A murderous glint flashed in Giovanni's eyes. Anyone else would be one thing. But as an official gym leader of the Pokemon League, Giovanni had naturally met Sabrina on several occasions. His own identity as the Viridian City gym leader was a very good cover. If Sabrina were to find out his true identity, it would indeed be a great loss. Thinking of this, he looked back at a Team Rocket executive who had been leaning against the wall the whole time. Lance, I'm leaving things here to you. Don't let them leave alive. The executive called Lance was a man with short, teal-colored hair, wearing a standard-issue black Team Rocket cap. Hearing the order, he gave an elegant bow and said respectfully, though in a frivolous tone, Please rest assured, my lord. It will all be over soon. Just as Natsui and Sabrina, panting for breath, finally reached the top floor, they suddenly heard the loud roar of propellers outside the window. A helicopter, in an instant, departed from the Sylph Company building and disappeared into the distant sky. They entered the floor and locked the stairwell door behind them. Just as they were about to breathe a sigh of relief, they heard a round of applause from in front of them. Lance, clapping as he walked, approached the pair and praised them. To be able to break through our Team Rocket's tight encirclement to get here, I must say you two are quite impressive. Beside Lance, numerous Team Rocket grunts swarmed in to surround them. And behind the pair, with a loud crash, the pursuing Team Rocket members broke down the stairwell door and poured into the hallway. Chapter 45. The third executive, but your good luck ends here. As Lance spoke, the crowd of Team Rocket grunts all sent out their Pokemon, packing the hallway to the brim in an instant. Natsui and Sabrina stood back to back, pressed closely together, not daring to relax for a second. What now? Should we run? Sabrina asked softly. Of course we can't run. Natsui shook his head, then took a Pokeball from his waist and tossed it into the air. Now that we've made it this far, how could we give up halfway? With a flash of blue light, a Pokemon with a nearly 3-meter wingspan, a golden body, and crackling with electricity appeared before everyone. Is that a Zapdos? Whoa, this is the first time I've ever seen one. The Team Rocket grunts cried out in alarm. Even Sabrina couldn't help but turn her head, her gaze towards Zapdos full of astonishment. It was well known that such a legendary Pokemon was extremely rare. An ordinary person might never see one in their entire life, let alone capture it or battle with it. Don't panique. Seeing the commotion among his grunts, Lance shouted to calm them down. So what if he has a Zapdos? Everyone attack together. Natsui also gave his command. Zapdos. Use Thunderbolt. Zapdos was initially reluctant to obey Natsui's command. However, seeing attacks coming from both the front and the back, it cried out in anger and, to protect itself, had no choice but to unleash an indiscriminate attack in all directions. A violent blast of electricity erupted from Zapdos' body, instantly neutralizing the other Pokemon's moves and continuing to spread until it engulfed more than half the hallway. The moment Zapdos unleashed its Thunderbolt, Kirlia grabbed Natsui in Sabrina's hands and used Teleport to move them to the other end of the corridor, dodging the attack. The electric light was incredibly blinding, and amidst the crackling, one could even hear the pained screams and wails of the Team Rocket grunts. By the time the light faded, the hallway was littered with fallen Team Rocket grunts and their Pokemon. Darn it! Lance's face was grim as he turned to look at Natsui. Because he had been far behind the crowd, he had luckily avoided being hit by the Thunderbolt. Gritting his teeth, he sent out his own Pokemon. You're not leaving here unless you can get past me. His Pokemon, just like the other executive, Proton, whom Natsui had met on the SS, and were a Zubat and a Weezing. The sound of footsteps continued to echo as many more Team Rocket grunts ran in from the stairwell, standing behind Lance. TCH, Natsui sighed. They just keep coming. What a pain. Just then, Sabrina took a step forward, standing in front of Natsui, leaving him with only her alluring silhouette. All right, leave this to me. Now, you go do what you need to do. But Natsui hesitated for a moment. But he knew the situation was urgent, and this was no time for courtesy or delay. Besides, Sabrina's abilities were exceptional, so he really didn't need to worry too much. Okay, they'll leave Zapdos and Ghastly with you to help. You have to be careful. After speaking, without waiting for Sabrina's agreement, he took Kirlia and ran unimpeded towards the president's office. Damn it! You stop right there. Seeing Natsui leave, Lance tried to step forward and stop him, but after only a few steps, he saw Sabrina calmly toss out her own Pokeball, blocking his path. Natsui pushed open the office doors and saw an old man collapsed on the sofa. Other than him, the entire office was empty. Huh? Giovanni isn't here? Remembering the helicopter that had just departed, Natsui already had his answer. With no time for details, and seeing that the old man's demeanor and attire clearly didn't belong to Team Rocket, Natsui quickly walked over and helped him up. Are you all right? The old man opened his eyes, looked at Natsui, and also breathed a sigh of relief. You police sure took your time getting here, sorry. Natsui shook his head. I'm not the police. I was just asked by someone to come here and check on the situation. What? The old man's eyes widened in disbelief. You're not the police, and you still managed to break in this far? That's incredible. What about those Team Rocket members outside? That's right. Natsui paused his words, letting the old man hear the continuous screams coming from the hallway. They're still out there. We should hurry up and leave. However, just as he was helping the old man and about to have Kirlia use Teleport to get them out, a woman's voice suddenly echoed through the room. I knew that guy Lance couldn't be trusted. To think he'd still let a rat slip in. What a waste of the boss trust. Natsui spun around, only to find that in a corner of the office, a woman in a white Team Rocket uniform with red eyebrows and red hair was now standing there, as if from nowhere. Her appearance was like that of a ghost, eerie and traceless. Who are you? Natsui asked. Allow me to introduce myself. The expression on the woman's face looked fierce and domineering. My name is Ariana. I am a research scientist, and, just like that good-for-nothing outside, I am also one of Team Rocket's executives. Another executive? Natsui looked her up and down. And a researcher? Ariana nodded with a smile. My main field of study is the strange sound wave that forces Pokemon to evolve. I came here today hoping to see the legendary Master Ball, but I didn't expect this old geezer's lips to be so sealed. Seeing the woman's obviously malicious intent, Natsui grew vigilant, but he smiled and said, Since you're a researcher, getting your hands dirty would be beneath your status, wouldn't it? How about this? We pretend we never saw each other, and you let us leave safely? You're quite the talker, kid, the woman said with a fake smile. I wonder, would you be willing to tell me who you are? I can't do that. Natsui shrugged. My mother once warned me never to tell my name to mean-looking, unpleasant ladies. The two of them seemed to be joking, but in reality, it was a tense standoff, with neither willing to back down. Ariana's face darkened, clearly angered. Is that so? In that case, I have even more reason not to let you leave. As she spoke, she took out 2 Pokeballs and sent out her Pokemon. These 2 Pokemon were a creature coiled up like a giant cobra, an Arbok, and another, a Pokemon that looked like a giant crow, black all over, with head feathers like a wizard's hat and a tail like a broom of Murkrow. At this point, Natsui didn't waste any more words with her and threw his own Pokeballs at the same time. As flashes of blue light blinked one by one, in the next second, Ivysaur, Squirtle, Charmander, and Jolteon all appeared inside the office. In an instant, the tension was palpable. A chaotic battle seemed inevitable. Chapter 46. The end of the incident and the reward shielding the old man behind him. Natsui took the initiative and commanded, Everyone, let's go. His several Pokemon launched their moves at once. Instantly, a flurry of multicolored attacks flew towards Murkrow and Arbok. Ariana, while having her Pokemon dodge, mocked him. Ganging up on me, huh? Your style is certainly a bit different from the average trainers. Natsui didn't say much in response to her taunt. After all, this wasn't a trainer battle. There was no need to follow any battle rules. However, her 2 Pokemon were indeed powerful. Even while being assaulted by several Pokemon, they could still seize opportunities to counterattack. Murkrow used Wing Attack. Arbok used Sludge Bomb. Seeing this, Natsui certainly didn't back down, choosing to meet her head-on. Charmander used Ember. Squirtle used Water Gun. The moves clashed and created an explosion. But since Natsui had more Pokemon, he continued his commands. Jolteon used Thunder Shock. Ivysaur used Razor Leaf. Murkrow and Arbok couldn't dodge in time and were each hit by a move, letting out a low cry of pain. TCH, Ariana gritted her teeth. In the end, she had underestimated the man before her, and even more so, the number of Pokemon he had. Excellent. Seeing his attacks were effective, Natsui pressed his advantage. Kirlia used Psychic and hold them in place. Arbok, which had been dodging attacks, was suddenly pulled by the psychic power. Its body froze, giving Natsui's Pokemon the perfect opportunity to focus their fire, and it was hit by several moves at once. Taking hit after hit, Ariana could see the situation was dire. As unwilling as she was, the circumstances forced her to make the most logical decision. Darn it, we're retreating. With that, she recalled Arbok with its Pokeball, took a running start, and leaped out of the shattered office window from over 20 stories high. Then, Natsui just saw a black shadow flash before him. Murkrow swooped past, grabbed one of Ariana's arms, and carried her far away from the Sylph Company building. Seeing that Ariana was truly gone, Natsui let out a long sigh of relief. Looking at the wreckage, he turned and said apologetically, "Sorry about making such a mess of your office." The old man smiled kindly. "It's all right. Compared to my life being safe, what does this little bit of damage matter?" Unexpectedly, however, Ariana's retreat seemed to trigger a chain reaction. The sounds of battle in the hallway had stopped. The voices of the Team Rocket grunts could no longer be heard. When Natsui opened the office door, he came face to face with Sabrina. "Are you okay?" Natsui asked with concern, his gaze looking past her shoulder to the hallway behind her. "I'm fine." Sabrina shook her head. "We were in the middle of fighting, but I don't know why they all suddenly retreated." At this point, besides the traces of the recent battle, there was no sign of Team Rocket in the hallway. Even the grunts who had fainted had been taken away by them. Maybe it's because their plan was disrupted and there was no hope of kidnapping this gentleman, so they chose to leave. With that, Natsui recalled his other Pokemon one by one, leaving out only Kirlia and Ghastly. The old man's gaze shifted back and forth between Natsui's face and the pokeball containing Zapdos, and he gave an imperceptible nod. He said with sincere gratitude, "Thank you both so much. If you hadn't lent a hand today, not only would this company have been completely destroyed, but the world itself might have suffered a catastrophe." This was no exaggeration. In fact, if the Master Ball had truly fallen into Team Rocket's hands and been mass-produced, it would have inevitably caused severe damage to the ecological balance. We only did what we could. After speaking, Natsui turned to Sabrina and said, "There are still many researchers locked up in other places. I think we should call the police first and let them handle it." Sabrina nodded and went downstairs to take care of the related matters. Natsui had Ghastly scout the area to see if there were any other potential dangers nearby. When all this was done, the old man invited him back into the office. "I'm sorry, I haven't had a chance to introduce myself," the old man said. "My name is Sylph, and I am the president of this company." Natsui had figured that out already. He said, "Hello, Mr. Sylph. I'm Natsui, a Pokemon trainer." Mr. Sylph invited Natsui to rest for a moment on the badly damaged sofa. He studied him for a long time, and as if he had finally made a decision, he slowly walked to a wall, activated a switch, and revealed a high-tech safe inside. He entered his fingerprint, opened the safe, and took out a Pokeball from within. The appearance of this Pokeball was different from a regular Pokeball or a Great Ball. Its lower half was the normal white, but its upper half was bluish-purple, with two pinkish semicircles on the sides that looked like a fly's eyes, and in the very center, there was a large M written on it. Walking over to Natsui, Mr. Sylph handed him the Pokeball and said solemnly, "As a reward, I intend to give you this Master Ball. Isn't this gift too valuable?" Natsui quickly stood up. For him, although the Master Ball was precious, he preferred to capture his favorite Pokemon through battle. "Take it." Mr. Sylph let out a long sigh. "We've only produced a few Master Balls, and it has already caused such a huge commotion. If the research were truly completed, who knows what other trouble it would attract?" Natsui asked, "Then why not seal it away forever?" Mr. Sylph shook his head, as if he had seen through everything. "No matter where a treasure is buried, it will always attract the greedy. It's better if I leave in your care." Seeing his firm attitude, Natsui pondered for a moment and no longer refused, accepting the weighty gift with both hands. When Sabrina returned, Natsui decided to leave quietly before the police arrived to avoid any trouble. After all, whether it was Zapdos or the Master Ball, he didn't want to reveal any information to the outside world. The two said goodbye to Mr. Sylph and took the elevator outside the building. Watching the sun slowly set, although they had only been inside for a few short hours, the series of intense battles made them feel as if a lifetime had passed. Just then, Sabrina said, "Well, since the request is completed, I should be getting back to my gym." Natsui turned to look at her. He wanted to say something to thank her, but in the end, he didn't say a word, simply extending his right hand. "I hope we can meet again sometime." Sabrina nodded, and her soft hand clasped his. "My intuition tells me we definitely will." Chapter 47. Meeting Gary inside the Saffron City Pokemon Center. Natsui was eating dinner while on the phone with Looker. On the call, Looker praised him. "You're truly amazing. I just asked you to check out the situation, and I never expected you'd go ahead and solve the whole thing. It's not like I solved it." Natsui took a big gulp of juice. Their leader left early, and without a head, they not only resisted for a long time and almost succeeded, but they also made a very wise decision to retreat at the last moment, not even leaving a single injured person behind. "All right, don't worry too much about the details." Looker's tone was still upbeat. "If it were anyone else, they wouldn't have been able to complete the mission like you did. So, what do you say? Ever consider joining us in the International Police? I see a lot of potential in you." "No, thanks. My goal is to win the league conference. I don't want to deal with these bad guys every day." Natsui directly refused, then leaned back in his chair and asked, "How are things on your end? Have you found Team Rocket's base yet?" "Nope," Looker said bluntly. "Celadon City is so big, I have no idea where to even start looking. We found a lead earlier, but it quickly went cold. By the way, that's your next destination, right? When you get here, they'll treat you to a meal as a thank you. Sure, they'll contact you when I get there. Although he said that, Natsui was thinking about another problem. Team Rocket's base, huh? He hesitated, wanting to say more, but decided against it. Having foreknowledge wasn't always a good thing. The more you say, the more you might slip up, and a single sentence could arouse suspicion and misunderstanding. After resting for a night in Saffron City, the next day, Natsui continued on his way to the next gym. According to the map, the closest gym city was Celadon City. Since he hadn't contacted Misty, he didn't know if Ash had successfully obtained his 5th badge. The distance between the two cities wasn't too far, yet even so, by noon, he had only covered about half the journey. Along the way, he passed through plains and forests. A gentle breeze was blowing, and flocks of butterfree flew across the sky, like a dance of 1,000 butterflies. After taking a picture of this rare sight, just as Natsui was looking for a place to rest his feet, a red convertible sports car whizzed past from behind, only to quickly reverse back. When the dust kicked up by the car settled, Natsui turned to look and saw 5 people in the car. Aside from a handsome, reddish-brown-haired boy in the passenger seat, everyone else, including the driver, was a beautiful young lady. The boy was wearing large sunglasses. He turned his head to size up Natsui and said, "I remember you. I saw you from a distance when you came to Professor Oak's lab to deliver something for my grandpa." This boy was, of course, Professor Oak's grandson and also Ash's first major rival, Gary. "You must be Gary, right?" Natsui asked, pretending not to know. "A few days ago, when I was chatting with Ash, he mentioned you. He said you're not only his friend since childhood, but also a rival he truly respects. Is that so?" Gary didn't seem to care much about that. "That Ash, he can be quite the smooth talker sometimes. By the way, judging from the Pokemon next to you, you must be the one who told that samurai boy in Viridian Forest to teach a lesson to the trainer from Pallet Town, right?" Remembering that experience, Natsui smiled. "That was me. Why? Did he give you a hard time?" "Thanks to you, I was attacked by him without any warning as soon as I entered the forest." Gary pouted. "And he also said you were an extremely skilled trainer. I wonder if that's true? That depends on who you compare me to." Natsui didn't deny it. "At least on my journey so far, I've never lost." "What's that supposed to mean?" "I've never lost either." Hearing Natsui's answer, Gary couldn't tell if he was genuinely skilled or just boasting. So, after thinking for a moment, he asked, "How many badges have you gotten so far?" "For badges," Natsui said, then pointed ahead. "But I'm on my way to the Celadon gym to challenge the gym leader there. I'll have my 5th badge soon." "What? Only 4 badges? You're pretty slow. Looks like you and Ash are on the same level." Gary's tone was quite arrogant. "I've already collected 7 badges, you know, and now I'm on my way to Viridian City to get my next one." So he judges a trainer's skill by the number of badges they have, it had to be said. This kid's attitude was pretty arrogant, but it made sense. Gary was just starting out, his ambitions were high, and he believed that as Professor Oak's grandson, he had an advantage over others from the start, having not yet suffered a crushing defeat in 2 conferences. It was natural he wouldn't take others seriously. Thinking of this, Natsui took out a pokeball, enlarged it, and started spinning it on his finger. "In that case, what do you say? Care for a battle?" "A battle?" Gary shrugged. "Sorry, I don't have time to waste here. If you really want to battle me, then I wish you luck getting into the Indigo League and facing me there." With that, Gary waved his hand. The car started up again, accelerated, and left the area. "Gee!" Ghastly floated up from Natsui's shadow at that moment, mocking itself. "Looks like we've been underestimated." Watching his departing back, Natsui shook his head. So young, and he already has a sports car and so many female companions. It's enough to make anyone envious. Shaking off the thought, he set down his backpack and had Curlia gather some firewood to prepare a meal, while also letting out all his other Pokemon except for Zapdos and Magikarp. By now, these Pokemon had spent so much time with him that they knew what to do without Natsui having to give any orders. Squirtle took the canteen to the river to get water. Charmander lit the firewood. And as for Ivysaur, it led the other Pokemon into the nearby forest to gather berries. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. After everyone had eaten their fill, Natsui took out the Pokeball containing Magikarp. He thought for a moment, then walked over to the river and released it. With a flash of blue light, Magikarp appeared in the river, swimming around happily. Actually, after observing it closely, Natsui realized that the Magikarp salesman had tricked him back then. This was clearly a male Magikarp. How could it possibly lay eggs? But counting the days, it had been a long time since Natsui had gotten this Pokemon. Logically, it should have evolved by now, but after all this time, there was still no sign of it evolving. Could it be that it was missing that final push from James, which was why it was taking so long to evolve? Hey, Ghastly! Natsui turned back to look at Ghastly and asked in a situation like this, is there any way to make it evolve quickly? Evolve? Ghastly let out its signature cackle. What's the matter? Is a simple little evolution really such a difficult thing? Chapter 48. Haunter and Gyarados, what do you mean by that? Natsui was taken aback. I mean, if I want to evolve, I can do it anytime. Anywhere. As Ghastly's voice fell, its body was suddenly enveloped in a burst of light. When the light faded, a Pokemon in a completely new form appeared before Natsui's eyes. Natsui was utterly astonished. Just like that, without any warning, it had evolved into a Haunter. Compared to its previous form, Haunter's round body had changed shape. Not only had the purple mist around it disappeared, but it now had a set of 3 spike-like protrusions on each side, and even a pair of disembodied claws had appeared out of thin air. Natsui took out his Pokédex. Pokédex BIP. Haunter, the gas Pokemon. A ghost and poison type. The evolved form of Ghastly. It typically lives in haunted houses and cemeteries. Haunter is stronger than Ghastly and will hide in the dark to find its prey. If licked by its gaseous tongue, even one's soul will be snatched away. Hey, you just evolved on the spot? How did you do that? Natsui asked subconsciously. But on second thought, Ghastly's evolution, while unexpected, was also within reason. After all, before it met him, who knows how many years Ghastly had already lived. Logically, it could have evolved into a Haunter long ago. The reason it hadn't evolved for so long was probably just because it didn't want to. What's there to be so surprised about? Haunter's claws kept opening and closing as it familiarized itself with this new feature, while it said nonchalantly, I can even evolve into my 3rd form right now, if I want to. Stop, stop, stop. Natsui quickly stopped it. Evolving too fast isn't necessarily a good thing. You should take some time to get used to this new body. Just then, Natsui turned his gaze back to Magikarp. But speaking of which, although I'm happy you evolved, our original problem still isn't solved, is it? Hey, Haunter, hurry up and try to communicate with Magikarp. You want me to communicate with it? Haunter looked utterly stunned at first, then flew over Magikarp and stared at it, its mouth moving slightly. After a long moment, it silently flew back. It's no use. It's like this guy's head is completely empty. I have no idea what it's thinking. Seeing Natsui frown in silence, it helped analyze the situation. But since you said it's about to evolve, and yet it's stuck at the tipping point, it must be lacking some experience or stimulation. I think if you make it battle, it should evolve pretty quickly. Experience? Stimulation? Natsui's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had been inspired. Seeing Natsui's intention, Haunter said in surprise, No way. You really want to make it battle? But this thing only knows Splash, which does no damage at all, even against other Pokemon. All it can do is take a beating. That's not a problem for me. Natsui clearly had an idea. He looked at his other Pokemon and ordered everyone spread out and see if there are any wild Pokemon nearby. The place they were at was a river bend next to the road, and not far away was a small forest. The Pokemon searched around, and soon Curlia found a bug-type Pokemon sleeping on a tree trunk in the forest of Weedle. It let out a soft cry, and when Natsui arrived and saw the Pokemon, he nodded in satisfaction. A Weedle? Excellent. Everyone keep an eye on it. Don't let it get away. Although they were very confused, the Pokemon obediently surrounded the Weedle, cutting off all its escape routes. Seeing that everything was ready, Natsui then said to Charmander, Use Ember. Charmander tiptoed closer, took a deep breath and shot a spark at the sleeping Weedle, instantly engulfing it. Fire is super effective against bug. Hee Magikarp, now it's my turn to help you. Seeing that the Weedle had pretty much lost its ability to battle, Natsui picked up Magikarp, walked over to the Weedle, and held Magikarp high above his head. Go, Magikarp! Let witness our combo move. Silly Fish Slam. As Natsui forcefully threw it downwards in the next second, Magikarp's body, full of bones and scales, slammed heavily onto the Weedle. With a thud, the two Pokémon collided, making a dull sound. Seeing that the Weedle still hadn't lost consciousness, Natsui couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Huh, it's still not down? You're tougher than you look. But no matter, Magikarp. Let's do it again. With that, he once again raised Magikarp high and slammed it down hard. This time, the Weedle couldn't take it anymore and fainted completely. And Magikarp's body, just as Natsui had hoped, was suddenly enveloped in a white light. Excellent. The plan was a great success. With a dragon's roar that shot up to the sky, a giant Gyarados appeared before Natsui's eyes. Its body was about 6 to 7 meters long, with a blue back and a light yellow underbelly. Besides having a 3-pronged horn, it also had 2 long whiskers. Its gaping mouth was huge, and its eyes seemed to be perpetually filled with rage. Pokédex, BIP. Gyarados, the atrocious Pokémon. A water and flying type. Evolved from Magikarp. It has an extremely violent nature. Its scales are as hard as steel, and its fangs can crush rocks. Once it goes on a rampage, it will burn anything and everything, even in a storm. It is a very brutal Pokémon. Although this newly evolved Gyarados still looked a bit dopey, it was undeniably a qualitative leap. But perhaps due to its nature, the first thing it did after evolving wasn't to get used to its new body, but to launch an indiscriminate attack on its surroundings. Hey, is there something wrong with this guy's head? Haunter flew up into the sky to dodge Gyarados' random crashing and said to Natsui, "Could be that you broke it when you slammed it down like that. You idiot, what are you talking about?" Natsui also quickly backed away, getting out of Gyarados' attack range. Didn't you just hear the Pokédex? Its personality is just that brutal. So what do we do now? Haunter asked. Do we wait for it to stop on its own? Of course not. We went through all that trouble to make it evolve. How can we just let it be now? Natsui waved his hand forward and commanded, "All right, everyone, stop standing around and give this disobedient one a taste of your power. It's time to teach it a lesson for daring to attack its own trainer and companions, and make it understand who's the boss around here." Chapter 49. Choosing a gift. Natsui's Pokémon launched a series of attacks on Gyarados. And with a final jolt of electricity from Jolteon that dealt 4 times the damage, Gyarados could take no more and fell stiffly to the ground. That should calm you down. It's said that the reason Gyarados is so violent is that during evolution, the structure of its brain cells is reorganized, causing a drastic change in its personality. Only after it becomes familiar with or acknowledges its master will it truly settle down. Remembering someone once said that stroking the horn on a Gyarados head would make it gentler, Natsui couldn't help but walk over and gently stroke its hard horn with his right hand. Sure enough, its expression slowly changed from initial resistance to acceptance. After resting for a while to recover some stamina, Natsui repacked his bag and once again set off for Celadon City. However, what he didn't know was that at this very moment, in a secret room beneath the Viridian City gym, a conspiracy against him was already unfolding. In the dimly lit room, Giovanni sat on a sofa. A Pokémon resembling a large cat with a red jewel embedded in its head was lying quietly at his feet. With a knock on the door, a woman with a bob cut and glasses walked in. Giovanni gave her a faint glance. Midori. "Well, have you investigated the matter?" Midori took out a file and handed it to Giovanni. In the top right corner of the file was a blurry photo of Natsui. "It's all been investigated. As a competent and meticulous secretary, she was naturally very efficient. This person's name is Natsui, age 20. He came to Kanto from the Kalos region half a month ago and has been challenging various gyms. According to Proton, he and the international police were the ones who interfered in the SSN incident. Combined with the Sylph Company incident, he has now thwarted us twice. Giovanni flipped through the file, which also contained general information on all of Natsui's Pokemon, including Zapdos and Ghastly. Where is this person now? Giovanni asked. Midori pushed up her glasses. Based on his travel patterns, after leaving Saffron City, his next destination should be the Celadon Gym in Celadon City. Celadon City? Giovanni's brow furrowed slightly. Isn't that international police agent investigating our base in Celadon City? Midori nodded. That's right. He has been lingering in Celadon City for several days. Although we managed to shake him off, it seems he hasn't given up the search. We can't let them meet again. Send someone to eliminate that trainer. Giovanni's tone was as casual as squashing an ant. Which of our field agents are currently near Celadon City? Midori thought for a moment. Besides the base's security forces, the other executives have been dispatched to the Johto region, and most other personnel are scattered in other cities. Only Jesse and James are currently loitering around Celadon City. Then send them. Giovanni made his decision. However, after he spoke, seeing Mator's hesitation, he couldn't help but ask, "What? Is there a problem?" "There's a slight problem." Matori hesitated, choosing her words carefully. Given Jesse and James' abilities, they don't seem very reliable. How about I dispatch my elite unit, the Matori Matrix, instead? No need. Giovanni Slurli a cigar. Even if they can't eliminate him, they can at least delay him for a while. Take this opportunity and have your unit eliminate that rat in Celadon City first. Celadon, the color of a dreamlike rainbow. As the second largest city in the Kanto region, surpassed only by Saffron City, its most famous attractions, besides a university with an international reputation, were the large shopping malls everywhere and the renowned Celadon Game Corner. Walking down the street towards the gym, Natsui suddenly smelled a strange fragrance. The scent was like a mixture of many perfumes, drifting gently on the breeze and filling the entire street. Following the scent, Natsui looked ahead and saw a rather large perfume shop nestled between several tall buildings. On impulse, he walked over. "Welcome." Upon entering the shop, several fashionably dressed female clerks were chatting at the counter. When they saw Natsui, they all started to giggle. "Are you here to buy perfume?" Natsui nodded, but looking at the dazzling array of perfumes, he felt a bit overwhelmed, not knowing where to start. One of the girls leaned in, looking him up and down with a smile. "Is it a gift for your girlfriend?" "No, I don't have a girlfriend. I just want to buy a few bottles as gifts for some friends." "Friends?" It said that 3 women make a scene. The clerks, perhaps used to joking among themselves, clearly didn't believe Natsui's words. They exchanged a look and said slyly, "I bet it's not as simple as just friends. Are you dating several girls at the same time?" "Well," before Natsui could speak, a soft yet somewhat stern voice suddenly came from behind him. "You girls, stop making such jokes with the customers." Hearing the voice, the female clerks immediately straightened up. Natsui turned to look and saw a beautiful girl in a kimono with a red ribbon in her hair and shoulder-length hair, walking over slowly. "Manager, what are you doing here?" The girl said, "Another delivery of perfume has arrived in the storeroom. Go and sort it out. They'll take care of things here." With that, she walked up to Natsui and gave a slight bow. "I'm sorry, they're used to joking around, and sometimes they don't watch what they say. Please don't mind them." "Not at all, not at all." Natsui waved his hand, not taking the matter to heart. By now, he had already recognized the girl's identity. It was the Celadon Gym leader, Erica. Erica walked to the shelf and asked, "So, what kind of perfume are you looking to buy?" Natsui hesitated for a moment, then described the personalities of Koharu, Misty, and Sabrina to Erica. Finally, remembering how much Talia had helped him, he asked Erica to help him pick a perfume for her as well. "I see." Erica nodded, walked to a section, and introduced, "Actually, all the perfumes in our shop are quite good, but based on your descriptions, I would recommend the following." With that, she pointed to a few perfumes in the very center of the shelf. "These are common floral perfumes, our shop's signature products. The two on the left, one is more suitable for a lively girl, while the other is better for a quieter girl. As for the two on the right, the scent isn't very strong, but it's quite long-lasting, which fits your requirements perfectly. Chapter 50. The seriously injured handsome man, Natsui, didn't know much about perfume, but he knew he couldn't go wrong by listening to the expert's opinion. Erica then took out the perfume sampler she bought for Sabrina, rolled up her sleeve, and sprayed a little on her wrist. "Come and smell it. Doesn't it have a wonderful scent?" Glancing at her fair, smooth arm, Natsui leaned in and took a light sniff. Indeed, he smelled a pleasant fragrance, fresh yet not overpowering. And besides the perfume, there was the heart-pounding scent of a young woman. This scent was different from Sabrina's, which also reflected the vastly different personalities of the two girls. Erica smiled and said, "This perfume can't be bought anywhere else but our store, you know. It's our own unique blend." Clearing his throat, Natsui said, "All right, it'll take these 4 perfumes. Please wrap them up for me." After paying, Natsui said goodbye to Erica and left the perfume shop. He intended to contact Looker, but his calls wouldn't go through. Strange, wasn't he the one who said he wanted to meet once he got to Celadon City? But thinking about his mysterious identity, Natsui didn't dwell on it. Perhaps he was on a mission. And as a gym leader, since Erica was currently at the perfume shop, going to the Celadon gym would be pointless. He couldn't challenge her at all. After a moment's thought, Natsui turned and headed for the Celadon game corner. Since he had nothing better to do, he might as well kill some time there. The Celadon game corner was in the southeast of the city. When Natsui saw it with his own eyes, he found it was much larger than in the games. Not only did it have a hotel and a restaurant, but even a movie theater and several dance halls. People were coming in and out of the game corner, not just groups of young people, but also many middle-aged adults. Looking inside, there were claw machines, arcade games, slot machines, dance machines, balloon-popping games, and pachinko machines, a vast and lively assortment. At the counter, he bought a dozen or so game coins. And just as he was about to walk to a claw machine, his eyes were drawn to a nearby stall. The owner of this stall was just an ordinary man, and the goods he was selling were rows of Pokemon masks of various styles. "Excuse me, how much is that mask?" Natsui pointed to a half mask of a Jengar. The upper part of the mask was identical to Jengar's large, dark purple face, covering most of the wearer's face, while the lower part was missing a piece, perfectly revealing the wearer's mouth. "You have a good eye, sir," the shop owner said. "This mask is the treasure of my stall. Not only is it very durable, but its eyes are also made of glass, so your vision won't be obstructed at all. It usually sells for $300, but today's special price, just for you, is $250. That number, Natsui frowned and started to haggle. "Will you sell for $100? You must be joking, sir. $250 is already a very cheap price," the shop owner said with a sincere face, seemingly unwilling to budge. Natsui shook his head slightly and used his old trick, turning to leave without looking back. Seeing this, the shop owner quickly rushed forward and pulled him back. All right. I feel a connection with you. How about you add a little more? They'll sell it to you for $150. How about that?" Natsui laughed inwardly. This trick was truly foolproof. However, his face remained unmoved. He only took out a $100 bill. Seeing this, the shop owner, though sighing, quickly took the bill and stuffed the mask into Natsui's hands. He was so fast that Natsui couldn't help but wonder if even $100 was too high a price. After leaving the stall, Natsui put the Jengar mask in his backpack for safekeeping. Ever since revealing Zapdos at Sylph Company, Natsui could clearly feel that showing his true face could easily attract unnecessary trouble. Although this mask was simple, it could effectively hide his identity, greatly reducing his chances of being exposed. He took out a game coin and inserted it into the claw machine. Just as he was concentrating, several pairs of eyes outside the game corner fixed on him. Hey, are we really going to attack him?" James asked in a low voice, hiding in a phone booth. And beside him, naturally, were the inseparable Jessie and Meowth. "Of course, it's an order from the boss," Jessie nodded. "Besides, we ditched the twerp and his Pikachu and rushed back to Celadon City specifically for this guy. But James hesitated. He's a really nice person. Didn't he help us escape from the bottom of the sea last time? If we do this, wouldn't we be ungrateful? You idiot. We're the bad guys. How can you say something like that? Meowth leaped up and scratched James' face hard. Wah, my face. James fell down in pain, but quickly got back up. But he's right at the entrance to our secret base. Are we really going to do it here? Of course we can't do it here. As the true leader of the trio, Jesse made the decision. Let's wait for him to leave the game corner. Then we'll find a chance to strike. After having a great time at the game corner, Natsui was about to leave with his 2 plush toy prizes when he suddenly received a message. The message was from Looker, and besides a location pin, there wasn't a single word. What does this mean? Are we supposed to meet there? Wary, Natsui followed the location pin, walking towards the edge of the city until he stopped in front of a few warehouses next to the freight train station. It was quiet here, not a soul in sight, and besides the occasional freight train passing by, there were no other sounds. Haunter, go check the vicinity. Curlia, stay on high alert. Natsui gave the orders quietly and then put on the mask he had just bought. He never thought that this mask, which he had bought so recently, would come in handy so quickly. Before long, Haunter returned and shook its head at Natsui. There's no ambush here, but in that warehouse up ahead, there's a seriously injured person. A seriously injured person? Natsui was taken aback. Realizing that Haunter had never seen Looker and didn't know what he looked like, he nodded and followed its directions, soon arriving at the door of a damaged warehouse. The warehouse's large door was already broken, the metal gate ajar. To his surprise, a trail of blood stretched from outside the gate all the way inside. The bloodstain was alarmingly conspicuous, and the thick smell of blood seemed to be constantly telling a story. Chapter 51. The Team Rocket attack. Natsui walked into the warehouse and, behind several cargo boxes in the very back, saw Looker half lying on the ground. His appearance at that moment could only be described as tragic. Not only was he severely injured, but blood was still seeping from the bandaged wound on his abdomen, staining his suit red. Seeing the mask on Natsui's face, Looker was first startled, but after seeing Curly at his side, he quickly calmed down. A faint smile finally appeared on his weak and haggard face. You finally came, cough. Natsui quickly pulled out a potion and sprayed it on his wounds. As a competent trainer, he had long since packed his bag with various medicines, including potions, antidotes, burn heals, and paralyze heals, precisely for situations like this, so he wouldn't be helpless. How did he get so badly injured? Ignoring the blood on his hands, Natsui frowned and took out his own bandages to rewrap Looker's abdomen. Even though it was his first time seeing so much blood at such a critical moment, he endured the pungent smell of blood and his own discomfort to patiently finish the bandaging. I was ambushed, caught completely off guard. Looker's lips were already pale. Enduring the pain, he sent out his 2 Pokemon. These 2 are also injured. I'm counting on you. His Krogunk and Growlithe were also in terrible shape. Not only were they covered in wounds, but they were also both poisoned. Taking out an antidote, Natsui gently gave it to them. After bandaging their wounds as well, he returned them to their Pokeballs. These medicines, while useful in an emergency, would require treatment from a professional for a full recovery. Compared to being outside, their Pokeballs were not only safer, but also allowed them to rest properly and prevent their injuries from worsening. Taking out his water bottle, Natsui gave Looker a little water. Seeing his complexion improve slightly, Natsui asked, "Who on earth would attack so viciously? Team Rocket? Who else could it be?" After receiving the medicine, Looker was already doing much better, at least no longer bleeding. But unlike the regular grunts, the ones who attacked me this time were Team Rocket's elite unit. They call themselves the Matori Matrix. They're an extremely tough bunch. It took everything I had to shake them off. The Matori Matrix? Natsui thought for a moment, then shook his head. He seemed to recall hearing that name before, but he couldn't remember the specific details. "I should take you to the Pokemon Center first." "No," Looker said weakly. "Those people are still looking for me everywhere, and Team Rocket has spies all over the city. The moment I show my face, they'll definitely find me. Then what do you want to do? Natsui asked. Looker glanced behind him, as if he had already planned his escape route. The freight train station is right behind here. I just calculated a train passes by almost every 10 minutes or so. I plan to take a train and leave the city first. Natsui pondered for a moment before offering his own suggestion. I feel it would be safer to have your colleagues come get you, or to call the police. Forget it. Looker gave a bitter smile. Team Rocket has been operating in this city for years. Who knows if there are any moles in the police force? It's too risky, and I've already contacted headquarters. Even if they send someone, it will take some time. Although Natsui was still a bit worried, since Looker had already made his decision. He couldn't say much more. He helped Looker up, and just as they were about to leave the warehouse, a woman's wild laughter echoed as two people suddenly jumped in through a window. Oh-ho-ho, Jessie had a triumphant look on her face. You there, kid? After following you for so long, we finally found our chance. Jessie. Natsui was on high alert. What are you doing here bothering me instead of chasing after Ash? Of course. We're here on the boss orders to eliminate you. Don't think I won't recognize you just because you're wearing a mask. Go, Eakins, Jessie said, throwing out her pokeball. But after a long moment, seeing that James hadn't chimed in, she grew furious, grabbed him by the collar, and shook him back and forth. You idiot, stop hesitating and get a move on. James had no choice but to release his own Pokemon as well, saying with little confidence, go. Coughing, seeing the large are on their chests. Looker shook his head helplessly. I can't believe they've targeted you too. Natsui couldn't help but sigh. Since he was opposing Team Rocket, he was already prepared for this, but he hadn't expected it to happen so soon. Although these two from Team Rocket had crossed paths with Natsui before, they had never fought, so they naturally didn't know his strength. But Natsui had no time to deal with them now. He threw two Pokeballs from his waist. Charmander. Squirtle. I'm leaving this to you. We're leaving. Trying to run? Meowth popped out from nowhere, blocking Natsui's path. Taste my fury swipes. With that, Meowth leaped forward, its two claws glinting as it swiped at Natsui's face. Nice one, Meowth. Jessie cried out in delight. But as soon as the words left her mouth, she saw Meowth's body hit what seemed like a wall of air, pause for a moment, and then fly backward like a cannonball, smashing through several wooden boxes. Curlia slowly lowered its arm, its eyes fixed on Meowth. Darn it! Jessie clenched her fists and shouted. Eakins, coughing. Don't just stand there, attack. The two Pokemon heard the command and launched their respective moves, but in the next second, they were blocked by Charmander's Ember and Squirtless Water Gun. Taking this chance, Natsui left the warehouse through the back door with Looker and got onto the train tracks. Just as he was about to set Looker down to the side, a rocket suddenly flew towards them at high speed. In a flash, being an ordinary human, Natsui didn't have time to react. But at that critical moment, his and Looker's bodies were suddenly enveloped by a strange gust of wind and flown to the side, dodging the attack. The sound of the explosion echoed throughout the freight station. Rubble and shrapnel flew in all directions, only to be blocked completely by that same gust of wind. Oh, you dodged it? How did you manage that? A deep voice came from a nearby rooftop. Natsui looked up and saw 5 men and women wearing berets and Black Team Rocket uniforms, standing there and watching them coldly. Looking at these Team Rocket members, whose demeanor was clearly different from the usual grunts, Natsui asked in a low voice, "Who are you?" "Right, we should introduce ourselves, so you don't die without knowing who killed you." The leader, a burly man with an eye patch over his right eye, grinned ferociously. "My name is Gozu, and we are the elite unit under MS. Matori of Team Rocket, the Matori Matrix." Chapter 52. The Matori Matrix, you're the Matori Matrix? Natsui said, glancing back at Looker. Seeing him nod gently, he knew the situation had become much more difficult. Using rocket launchers, you really don't play by the rules. We're the bad guys. Completing the mission is our top priority, Gozu said with his arms crossed, smiling at Looker. But I really didn't expect you to be hiding here. We were originally just tailing those two idiots to see what they were sneaking around for. I didn't expect such a pleasant surprise. Hey, you, who are you calling idiots? From behind, James and Jesse, with Meowth and their Pokemon, scrambled out of the warehouse, just in time to hear that remark. Both of them looked incredibly disheveled at that moment. Not only were they soaking wet, but much of their hair was also singed. Following them, Curlia, Charmander, and Squirtle also rushed out of the warehouse in pursuit. Jesse then pointed at Gozu and shouted, "Ah, I remember you. You're that underling of the woman with the watermelon rind glasses, aren't you? How dare you follow us? Watermelon rind glasses?" Gozu's face darkened. "You've got some nerve calling Miss Madory that." "Cut the crap," Jesse yelled. "This person is our target. You can't interfere." "Oh, your target?" Gozu's gaze lingered on Natsui's mask for a long moment before it dawned on him. "I see. So he's Natsui. This is perfect. Since both of them are here together, it saves us the time of looking for them. We can catch them all in one go." "What did you say?" James said in disbelief. "You dare defy the boss' orders and steal our prey." "You fool." Gozu took out a Pokeball and threw it to the ground. "As long as the job gets done, the boss won't care who completed the mission. Go, Agron." A flash of blue light, and a large Pokemon with 3 sharp horns on its head, a massive steel-like tail, and its entire body covered in hard armor appeared on the field. As soon as Agron appeared, it roared towards the sky, letting out a deafening bellow, and the remaining 4 members of the Madory Matrix also sent out their own Pokemon one by one. "Come on out, Toxicroak. Purigly, appear. It's up to you, Skuntank. Crush them, Rhyperior." As all 5 Pokemon entered the field, they approached step by step, surrounding Natsui and Looker. Flee or fight? With just a moment of thought, Natsui instantly made his decision. Without holding back, he released all of his Pokemon at once. Flashes of blue light appeared one by one, and when Zapdos and Gyarados appeared simultaneously, their presence was in no way inferior to that of the Madory Matrix members. Gyarados let out a long roar to the sky, its red eyes staring deadly at the Agron before it. "Zapdos!" Looker shouted in surprise, and he wasn't the only one. Even Jesse and James jumped in shock. The two of them, although they had received orders to eliminate Natsui, were never told by that wretched woman Madory that Natsui was hiding a legendary Pokemon like this. That damn woman with the watermelon rind glasses. She's the worst. Jesse cursed. In fact, within Team Rocket, many people knew she and Madory did not get along and had disliked each other for a long time. Seeing this, James asked in a low voice, "What do we do now?" "We absolutely cannot let those guys get their way," Jesse said through gritted teeth. "If they actually complete the mission, we'll be completely useless to the boss from now on, and we'll never be able to hold our heads high in front of that woman again." "Huh? You're going to stop them? Is that a good idea?" James hesitated. "No matter what, they're part of Team Rocket just like us. If the boss finds out, he'll never forgive us." "You idiot. Who said anything about fighting them?" Meowth said slyly. "We're just following orders. It's just that in the process of dealing with that kid, we might accidentally get them involved." Jesse's and Jameis' eyes lit up. "You're a genius. Meowth, you really are the most wicked of us all." After making their decision, the trio flashed and disappeared from sight. At this point, the many Pokemon on the field were already in a chaotic brawl. Seeing their master being surrounded, Curlia, Charmander, and Squirtle could no longer be bothered with the Team Rocket trio and leaped into the fray. Gyarados charged directly at Agron. Toxicroak took on Ivysaur. Purigly used its speed advantage to constantly harass Charmander, and Skuntank attacked Jolteon. As for Rhyperior, it was fighting 2-on-1, taking on Squirtle and Curlia simultaneously. As for Zapdos, it was tied down by the 5 agents' firearms, unable to break free for the moment. With Haunter as a backup in the shadows, Natsui wasn't panicked at all and calmly commanded, "Curlia, you go deal with Toxicroak. Ivysaur, you and Squirtle take on Rhyperior together. Jolteon, stop tangling with Skuntank and go after Purigly. As for Charmander, I need you to hold off Skuntank for now. This rearrangement of matchups gradually brought order to the complex situation, and in terms of Pokemon types, even if they didn't have a suppressive advantage, they at least wouldn't be countered by their enemies. Taking a moment, Natsui glanced at Gyarados and Agron. Biting, roaring, both Pokemon had gone berserk, and without any commands, their only thought was to tear their opponent to shreds. However, Gyarados had only just evolved and lacked experience, appearing a bit naive and clearly at a disadvantage. Without outside intervention, its defeat was only a matter of time. Looking at it now, it was no wonder Looker had ended up in such a state. The Pokemon of the Matori Matrix were indeed not something he could handle. Just then, with the whistle of a freight train puffing thick smoke approached from the distance. Knowing this was his chance, Natsui said softly, "Haunter, am leaving Mr. Looker to you." "I understand." Haunter chuckled sinisterly, emerging from Natsui's shadow and flying into Looker's. Then, Looker was seen gently floating up, flying toward a train car, and landing steadily on top of it. Over there, Gozu had been watching the situation closely. Seeing Looker get on the train, he grew anxious. Damn it, he's getting away. The members of the Matori Matrix were shocked. Just as they were about to abandon Zapdos and rush towards the train, their vision suddenly went dark, and then a giant Meowth-shaped robot jumped in front of them. Chapter 53. A melee, who are you people? How dare you block our path? Gozu shouted sternly. You're the ones in the way. Jessie's voice came from inside the Meowth robot. We're about to deal with that kid. If you know what's good for you, get out of here. As she spoke, the upper body of the robot began to spin, and its two massive mechanical cat paws, like fan blades, created a powerful hurricane. Looking at this machine, Natsui couldn't help but give a mental thumbs up. He had no idea where they had managed to get such equipment in such a short amount of time. Darn it! The fierce wind pressure blew the hats off the Matori Matrix members. Delayed by this, they could only watch as the freight train sped past on the adjacent track. Gozu yelled, "You dare to sabotage the mission? I will report this to the boss exactly as it happened." "What are you talking about?" James looked down at Gozu from above through the glass dome. "We're on a mission, you know. When did we ever sabotage anything?" At this point, no matter how angry Gozu was, it was useless. He could only settle for the next best thing and make Natsui his primary target. But when his gaze fell on Natsui again, he discovered that after the high-intensity battle, their Pokemon were in a disadvantageous position. Squirtle, use Water Gun. Ivysaur, use Razor Leaf. The first to break through were Squirtle and Ivysaur. This water and grass duo, when facing the ground and rock-type Rhyperior, dealt 4 times the damage with every attack. Although Rhyperior was a Stage 2 evolution, its extremely cumbersome body couldn't withstand the continuous attacks from the two Pokemon, and it collapsed to the ground, out of stamina. TCH, a Matori Matrix member saw this, and had no choice but to recall it with its Pokeball. "Everyone, don't let your guard down. He's only one person. We absolutely cannot lose to him." Gozu shouted encouragement. But as soon as he finished speaking, another Pokemon fell. Toxicroak, a poison and fighting type, only lasted a few rounds before being pinned to the ground and thrashed by Curlia's psychic power. Completely unable to fight back, these two Pokemon were defeated quickly due to type disadvantages. But the other 3 Pokemon were not so easy to deal with. First was Purigly. As a normal-type Pokemon, while it had no special type advantages besides fighting types, no other type could deal multiple times the damage to it. Moreover, this rather stout-looking cat possessed an agility that completely contradicted its appearance. On the field, only Jolteon could keep up with it. The two Pokemon, chasing and tangling with each other, had long since run off to who knows where. Next was Skuntank. This poison and dark-type combination also prevented Natsui's Pokemon from dealing extra damage to it. Plus, with its stench ability, every attack was accompanied by a foul odor, preventing other Pokemon from even getting close. Finally, there was Gozus Agron. This Pokemon was indeed powerful. Despite being at a type disadvantage against Gyarados, It had now gained the upper hand. Agron, use Iron Tail. Following Goza's command, Agron, with what little reason it had left, swung its tail and struck Gyarados hard on the head. Gyarados let out a wail, and its massive body instantly collapsed. Just as Gozu was about to order Agron to press its advantage, the giant Meowth robot happened to walk right in front of it. "Taste my bulldoze." Meowth grinned slyly, manipulating the robot's legs to repeatedly lift and stomp on the ground, creating continuous attacks. But these vibrations, instead of finishing off Gyarados, dealt massive damage to the steel and rock-type Agron, knocking it to the ground. "You idiot! What are you doing? Stop it!" Goza shouted in panic. He wanted to go up and stop it, but was knocked over by the shock wave of the vibrations as well. "We're helping you." Jessie covered her mouth, snickering. "Don't be ungrateful." A great chance. Seeing Agron fall, Natsui's eyes lit up. As he recalled Gyarados, he shouted to Ivysaur and Squirtle, who were rushing to support. "Attack now." In the next second, a water gun and a continuous stream of razor leaf blades hit Agron dead on. Having succeeded with its attack, Meowth controlled the giant robot to continue its heavy-footed march towards Skuntank. Most of Skuntank's moves were close-range attacks. With Curly's help, Charmander was barely managing to hold its ground. Skuntank used Bite. Following the loud command from a Matori Matrix member, Skuntank suddenly accelerated, opened its mouth wide, and bit down hard at Charmander. Just then, the Meowth robot suddenly walked between the two Pokémon. Skuntank couldn't stop in time, and its head slammed hard into the robot. Thump! That was a really hard hit. Not only was Skuntank dizzy, but its pride and joy, its stench, couldn't even bravado the inside of the Meowth robot. Hee. The Team Rocket trio flashed triumphant smiles. By now, everyone present finally understood their purpose. Although Natsui didn't get it, and felt it was a bit strange, he didn't pay it too much mind. After all, both groups were his enemies. No matter who they were, they had to be defeated. The members of the Matori Matrix, also realizing that Jessie and James were targeting them at every turn, frowned and huddled closer to Gozu. "Captain, what should we do?" "Let's retreat for now." Gozu stared at Natsui and said in a low voice, "Compared to that international police agent, this person is truly strong. If we keep fighting, we have no chance of winning." But a member looked at the giant Meowth robot with disgust, saying unwillingly, "What about these two? They will absolutely not get away with this." Gozu said fiercely, "We're going back to report to Ms. Matori right now. We must have the boss punish them severely." "Yes, sir." The members all recalled their Pokémon and, along with Gozu, darted backward and vanished from sight. Are they really gone? Watching them leave in such a sorry state, Jessie's mood immediately brightened, but she still hadn't forgotten the main task. She turned her gaze back to Natsui. "Good. Now there are no annoying pests to bother us. Let us show you what we're made of." With that, the giant Meowth robot took large strides and charged straight towards Natsui. Chapter 54. The secret revealed. Facing the imposing Team Rocket trio, Natsui waved his hand gently. In the next second, his Pokémon focused all their power, and a chaotic barrage of moves instantly flew towards the Meowth robot. Under the constant assault, the warning lights in the cockpit went off the charts. The steel exterior could no longer hold, and after a massive explosion, Jessie, James, and Meowth, before they could even escape, were already lying amidst the wreckage. Blinking in bewilderment and seeing themselves surrounded by pairs of unfriendly eyes, the trio gave a sheepish smile. All of their previous arrogance gone. Their dream was so beautiful. Why was reality so cruel? They had just been boasting so boldly. Why had things turned around so quickly? Before they could say anything, a strange gust of wind suddenly swept them up into the sky, where they grew smaller and smaller until they disappeared into the clouds. It's finally over. Natsui let out a long sigh of relief, then looked around. The area was devastated, covered with destroyed cargo boxes and damaged buildings. The tragic scene looked as if it had been hit by a hurricane. His Pokémon had also suffered varying degrees of damage. Natsui first recalled Zapdos, and just as he was about to recall the others, he saw Squirtle's body suddenly start to glow with a white light. It had gained enough experience in the recent battle and was starting to evolve. A few breaths later, Squirtle appeared before Natsui in a new form. Compared to before, its appearance hadn't changed much, but it now had fangs, a pair of fluffy, wing-like ears, and its tail had taken the shape of a wave. Natsui took out his Pokédex. Pokédex BIP. Wartortle, the turtle Pokémon. A water type. The evolved form of Squirtle. As a more powerful evolution than Squirtle, Wartortle is not only very loyal, but is also said to live for 10,000 years. Its thick, fluffy white tail is a symbol of its longevity. 10,000 years? Wow, if he raised one of these, wouldn't it be able to see his descendants off for generations to come? Just then, security guards were seen running over from a distance. Natsui didn't linger. After confirming his mask was intact, he recalled his Pokémon and left without looking back. In the evening, Natsui arrived at the Pokémon Center and handed his Pokémon over to Nurse Joy to recover their strength. He then sat down in a corner and took out his phone. There was a message from Looker sent half an hour ago. Looker, I've arrived in Saffron City. How are things on your end? Natsui, I've also made it back to the Pokémon Center safely. Team Rocket's people have been temporarily repelled, but I don't know if they'll come back for more. Looker, that's amazing. To be able to take on so many at once, you're truly the man I thought you were. So, are you sure you don't want to consider joining the International Police? Natsui, no thanks, I don't want to go through something like this too many more times. How's your body? Looker, I'm lying in a hospital bed right now. After the doctor's treatment, the wound has been stitched up and is basically fine. All I need is to rest for a while. Thank you so much for this time. The doctor just said that if it weren't for the timely treatment, I really would have kicked the bucket back there. Natsui's fingers paused. After thinking for a moment, he told him that Team Rocket's base was hidden underneath the game corner. Since Team Rocket had already made a move against him, exposing one of their bases would be his return gift. Those executives probably never dreamed that their secret base, which they had operated for years, would be leaked in such a manner. Unexpectedly, as soon as the message was sent, Looker's call came through directly. The moment he answered, he heard Looker's deafening, astonished shout. Are you sure the Team Rocket base is really hidden there? Is this information accurate? Even though he couldn't see Looker's face at that moment, just from his tone, Natsui could imagine how shocked he was. Besides his voice, he could also hear a nurse next to him constantly try and calm him down. Sir, please don't get so excited. Where your wound could easily reopen after Looker had processed the information, Natsui continued. It's more or less certain, but as for the exact method to enter the underground base, you'll have to send your own people to investigate. After all this time, Looker trusted that Natsui wouldn't joke about something so important. He calmed down a bit and said with emotion, "We've spent so much effort and hard work on this matter, and I can't believe you found it so easily in just half a day. Okay, they'll report this to my superiors right away." Natsui didn't dare take credit for this. After all, it was only thanks to his prior knowledge from the games. Don't be in such a hurry. Natsui stopped him. Actually, there's something even more important I haven't told you yet. But you have to promise not to be too surprised after you hear it. Don't worry, Looker said with a confident smile. Right now, nothing could shock me more than discovering the Team Rocket base. Seeing Looker so calm, Natsui told him that Giovanni was the leader of Team Rocket. What? Looker's shriek, nearly cracking, echoed through the phone and even throughout the entire Pokémon Center. Even Nurse Joy from afar cast a curious glance their way. Natsui's ears were ringing. For a moment, he thought he had gone deaf. After a brief moment of silence, he then heard the nurse's panic scream. Whoa. Sir, your wound has completely split open. Hang in there. They'll go get a doctor right now. Then followed a flurry of chaotic activity and the sound of footsteps rushing away. After calming down for a moment, Looker was panting heavily, saying in disbelief, Giovanni is the leader of Team Rocket? Are you sure you're talking about the Viridian Gym leader, the man known as Giovanni of the Earth? Natsui softly hummed in confirmation. Looker was flabbergasted. After confirming with Natsui several times, he felt his head was a complete mess. The matter felt absurd, yet also strangely logical. With that man's temperament and personality, it wouldn't be strange at all if he really was the leader of Team Rocket, would it? This matter is too serious. I must immediately report to my superiors. Ah, no. They'll contact headquarters directly right now. After hanging up, Natsui rested for a night at the Pokemon Center. He had originally thought Team Rocket would continue to send people after him, but the entire night passed without any activity at all. It wasn't until the next morning, after he had eaten breakfast and was about to go challenge the Celadon gym, that he received another call from Looker. This time, Looker's tone was more formal and grave than the previous night. After discussions at headquarters last night, we have decided to explore and raid the Team Rocket base. As for Giovanni's identity, because it is too sensitive, it needs to be verified again before we can act. But all of this will require a significant amount of time to prepare. To avoid tipping them off, you should leave that city as soon as possible. Chapter 55. The Celadon Gym, don't you worry, Natsui said solemnly. After I challenge the Celadon Gym, I will leave this place immediately. I trust in your strength. In that case, I wish you success in your challenge. With that, Looker's tone shifted. However, I must tell you a bit more about what we discussed. When our preparations are complete and we raid the Team Rocket base, we will also form a special operations team to act as the vanguard. We may invite you to join at that time. Me? Natsui was stunned at first, but quickly agreed. Of course, no problem. Since Team Rocket has already made me a target, I can't just stand by and watch. But who else will be in the special operations team? Well, Looker thought for a moment. Those who can enter the special ops team will naturally be strong. We will do our best to invite the Elite Four, and at the same time, we will contact those outstanding gym leaders from the Pokemon League. Natsui couldn't help but nod. If they could really assemble such a team, they could indeed walk all over the Team Rocket base. Hanging up the phone, Natsui followed the main road to the Celadon Gym. The exterior of the Celadon Gym was somewhat similar to a typical school gymnasium. Its roof was earth yellow, and its sides were silver gray. It was situated in a huge garden in the city center. As the official gym of Celadon City, the gym leader Erika's specialty was grass-type Pokemon. By defeating her, one would earn the Rainbow Badge. Entering the gym, Natsui first came to a spacious lobby where several beautiful young ladies in shorts were working. Seeing him, a blue-haired girl walked over. "May I help you?" After Natsui stated his purpose, she led him further into the gym. After leaving the lobby, the first thing that caught his eye were greenhouses, separated by glass walls. The greenhouses were lush with greenery, filled with leafy trees, shrubs, and flowers. Rather than a gym for battling, this place felt more like an indoor garden. Speaking of which, the perfume Natsui bought yesterday was produced here. The staff, all young and beautiful girls, not only worked for the gym, but also held other jobs, managing the business at the perfume shop. Along the way, many grass-type Pokemon were running around from time to time. Under the care of the staff, they were frolicking, playing, and having a happy time. At the end of the path, they finally arrived at a simple and elegant room. Through the window, he could see Erika kneeling in the main seat on the tatami mats. She was holding a pair of scissors, trimming the branches of flowers in a vase, while explaining something to several women in front of her. Seeing Natsui staring intently, the blue-haired girl beside him explained, "Ms. Erika is not only a gym leader, but also a famous Ikebana master. Many people come to learn the art of flower arrangement from her every week." "Sir, are you also interested in Ikebana?" "Yes, in a way, I also really like flower arrangement." Natsui nodded. Flower arrangement is pleasing to the eye and brings joy to the heart. It's a very good way to regulate one's emotions. Before long, the class inside ended. When Erika walked out of the room and saw Natsui, she immediately recognized him. "You're the person from the shop yesterday?" Natsui said, "Yes, that's me. I didn't want to impose last time. This time, I've come specifically to challenge you, Ms. Erika." Observing Erika closely now, Natsui found her to be truly beautiful. She was about 18 or 19 years old, not very tall, and rather petite. Looking at her attire, she wore a kimono for both daily life and work. Clearly a traditional type of woman. Moreover, her every move carried the grace of a traditional Yamato maiden. I see. Please follow me. The three of them returned the way they came, until they reached a fork in the road and turned towards the gym's battlefield. Seeing the grass-type Pokemon again, Natsui couldn't help but say, Oddish, Bellsprout, Execute, Weepinbell, Victory Bell, Vileplume. The variety of grass-type Pokemon here is really quite complete. Erica smiled. I've loved nature since I was a child, and I love grass-type Pokemon, so I raised a few. The perfumes in the shop are also made by extracting substances from their leaves. Arriving at the battlefield, the two of them stood on opposite sides. Despite her mastery of grass-type Pokemon, the field here had no obstacles that would favor her. Instead, it was a wide-open, ordinary field. However, the one thing worth noting was the skylight directly above the field. The sun was high in the sky, and its warm light shone down, enveloping the entire area. The blue-haired girl walked to the middle to act as the referee. Erica said, the Pokemon rule here is a limit of 3. If you can defeat all of my Pokemon, you win the match. With that, she sent out her first Pokemon. It was a Pokemon completely covered and entangled in vines. It had no arms, only a pair of feet that seemed to be wearing red boots sticking out. Through the vines, only a pair of large eyes could be seen, and nothing else. Pokédex, BIP. Tangela, the vine Pokemon, a grass type. Its entire body is covered in blue, constantly wiggling vine-like plants, obscuring its true form. It wobbles when it walks and likes to entangle approaching objects with its vines. Even if the vines are damaged, new ones will grow back quickly. Natsui took out a Pokeball and threw it to the ground. To deal with a pure grass-type Pokemon like this, it was natural to use a type advantage to suppress it. Go, Charmander. Looking at Charmander with its tail burning brightly, Erica gently shook her head. As a gym leader, due to her type specialty, she had no other Pokemon she could switch to for dealing with Charmander. Therefore, as long as the difference in strength wasn't too great, the outcome of this battle could already be predicted. Let the battle begin. With the blue-haired girl's command, the two Pokemon launched their attacks almost simultaneously. Tangela, use Stun Spore. Charmander, use Ember. Clumps of sparkling powder flew towards Charmander. The moment the embers shot out and touched the powder, the flames suddenly intensified, burning most of the powder to ashes. Did that trigger some kind of chemical reaction? The flames continued towards Tangela. But perhaps due to its chlorophyll ability, Tangela's speed was doubled under the bright sunlight, and it managed to barely dodge the attack just before the flames reached it. But it had to be said, Erika's idea was a good one. Knowing the type disadvantage, she wanted to paralyze Charmander first before making her next move. Unfortunately, her plan had failed. Chapter 56. Fire, Fire, Fire Charmander. Keep using Ember. Since he had the type advantage, Natsui didn't need to switch moves and just kept using fire-type attacks to burn Tangela down. Erica shouted, Tangela, use Wrap. Tangela, which had been constantly dodging the flames, made a sharp turn, saw an opening, and its vine shot forward, tightly coiling around Charmander. Was she trying to close the distance and use a normal-type close-range attack? But for Natsui, such a decision played right into his hands. With the boost from chlorophyll, Tangela's speed was just too fast. Natsui had been struggling to figure out the most energy-efficient way to end this battle. Now that an opportunity had presented itself, he naturally wouldn't miss it. Charmander, let your ember travel along its vines. Tightly bound by the vines, Charmander was under constant pressure, its face showing pain. Hearing Natsui's command, it opened its mouth and spat out a burst of embers, using the vines as a medium to burn towards Tangela's main body. Oh no, Erica said anxiously. Tangela, let go quickly. But it was already too late to release the wrap. The fire spread along the vines at an incredible speed, racing towards Tangela. In the next second, Tangela's entire body was set ablaze, looking just like a moving fireball. "Nice one," Natsui said calmly. "Charmander, now's your chance. Close the distance." By the time Tangela finally managed to shake off the flames, it found an orange figure had already appeared right in front of it. Before it could react, following Natsui's next command, another burst of embers shot out, engulfing Tangela. Fire is super effective against grass. Looking at the extensively burned Tangela, Erika gently shook her head and recalled it, then sent out her second Pokemon. It was a peculiar, bell-shaped Pokemon with a large mouth. It had giant leaves on each side of its yellow body, and its large, round black eyes made it look a bit dazed. Pokédex, BIP. Weepinbell, the flycatcher Pokemon. A grass and poison type. The evolved form of Bellsprout. Looking no different from a plant, Weepinbell usually preys on bug Pokemon. Once it spots its prey, it will launch sharp leaves and paralyze the prey with poison powder, finally digesting it completely with a dissolving fluid. Although Charmander had sustained minor injuries, Natsui had no intention of switching it out. When both Pokemon were ready, perhaps due to her earlier loss, Erika chose to take the offensive. Weepinbell, use Razor Leaf. A continuous stream of sharp leaves shot out from Weepinbell's leaf stems. Natsui waved his hand, and Charmander spat out embers to counter them. Thump! The two moves met and canceled each other out in midair. After the leaves and flames had all disappeared, Weepinbell silently charged toward Charmander. So fast. Your Weepinbell doesn't have the chlorophyll ability too, does it? Natsui asked in surprise. You guessed right. With that, Erika glanced at the Kirlia beside Natsui, smiled, and said calmly, your Pokemon has the type advantage. And today's bright sunlight has at least helped me recover some of that disadvantage. Huh? That tone, and that slightly sly smile, was she complaining that I only use type advantages to bully people? His thoughts returned to the field. Natsui had already faintly guessed her idea. Seeing Weepinbell get close to Charmander, Natsui shouted, Charmander, use smokescreen. Black smoke spewed from Charmander's mouth. But just as it had enveloped itself, a thick, yellow liquid suddenly shot out of Weepinbell's large mouth, spraying towards its hiding spot. It was the poison-type move, Acid, which can deal damage and also lower the target's special defense. Seeing the perfect coordination between Weepinbell and Erika, this move must have been used countless times in previous gym battles. Although Charmander dodged in advance and had the cover of smoke, it was still hit by the acid and splashed a little. From within the smoke, Charmander let out a cry of pain, but quickly calmed down again. As the smoke gradually spread, it soon covered half the field. Weepinbell stood outside the smoke, but there was no longer any sign of Charmander. The atmosphere suddenly changed. The field was now exceptionally quiet, so much so that you could hear a pin drop. After waiting for a long time, Charmander still hadn't reappeared. Erika glanced at Natsui. Seeing his calm expression, she knew it wasn't that simple. Was this tactic meant to stall until the effect of acid wore off? Thinking of this, Erika no longer hesitated and shouted, Weepinbell, use Razor Leaf. Weepinbell once again formed leaves and swept them into the smoke. The swift blades created a gust of wind that quickly blew the smoke away. Now, seeing this, Natsui shouted, and with his command, Charmander, taking damage from Razor Leaf, suddenly dashed out from the other side, aimed at Weepinbell, and directly shot out an ember. Because Weepinbell was still in the middle of using Razor Leaf, it was stuck in a rigid state and unable to dodge, so it had to take the full damage. Flames enveloped Weepinbell. Super effective, but Charmander's attack wasn't over. It continued to run towards Weepinbell, first extending its sharp claws and slashing at it repeatedly, then following up with Dragon Rage, firing a shockwave at extremely close range that knocked Weepinbell out directly. Seeing Weepinbell fall to the ground, the blue-haired girl raised her right hand and announced loudly, Weepinbell is unable to battle. Erika silently recalled it. Just as she was about to send out her final Pokemon, she suddenly saw Charmander's body get enveloped in a bright light. Huh, It's evolving? After being with Natsui for so long, Charmander had finally gained enough experience and was beginning to evolve. Soon, when the light faded, in its place stood a much stronger Charmeleon. Charmeleon's appearance was much fiercer than Charmander's. Not only was its skin tone darker, its claws longer and sharper, and its eyes more spirited, but it also had a horn-like protrusion on the top of its head. Pokédex BIP. Charmeleon, the flame Pokémon, a fire type, the evolved form of Charmander. It is skilled at using flamethrower and can master a large number of fire-type moves. The power of its moves is also closely related to its mental state. If it encounters a strong opponent, it will become excited, not only spewing blue-white flames, but the flame on its tail will also burn fiercely. The evolved Charmeleon roared to the sky, its fighting spirit erupting, and its evolution also meant that Natsui's 3 starters had finally all reached their second stage. Erika let out a soft sigh. She was already at a type disadvantage, and now her opponent had suddenly evolved, undoubtedly becoming even stronger. The final battle would certainly be that much more difficult. Although she didn't want her Pokemon to get hurt, her pride as a gym leader still made her send out her final Pokemon. Go, my most treasured partner, Gloom. Chapter 57. A clean sweep and the 5th badge with a flash of red light. A Pokemon with short limbs. Eyes closed, just like Brock's, and a reddish-brown flower on its head appeared on the battlefield. Its appearance was very similar to a Rafflesia from a tropical rainforest. The pistil on its head was surrounded by 4 spherical petals, and beneath the giant flower was a body resembling a blue plant bulb. Pokédex. BIP. Gloom, the weed Pokemon, a grass and poison type, the evolved form of Oddish. It constantly has foul-smelling but honey-sweet drool hanging from its mouth. However, when it is relaxed, it will not release its stench. Only when it is nervous or senses danger will it release a foul odor to drive away enemies. The smell emanating from Gloom spread, and even Natsui, standing in the trainer's box, could smell it from afar. It seemed that, just like the Skuntank he encountered yesterday, this one also had the stench ability. Looking at Charmeleon, perhaps due to its previous experience, although it was also nauseated by the smell, it relied on the unyielding fighting spirit in its blood and stood its ground, refusing to retreat a single step. Knowing that the longer he dragged this out, the more disadvantageous the situation would become, Natsui took the initiative. Charmeleon. Let's strike first. Charmeleon opened its mouth, and a flame stronger, larger, and hotter than ember shot out. It's already learned flamethrower? Erika waved her hand and shouted, Gloom, dodge it quickly. Unfortunately, without the boost from chlorophyll, Gloom's slow speed made any attempt to dodge futile, and it was ultimately hit by the searing flames. Its body was set ablaze, and when the flames subsided, Erika quickly commanded, Gloom, use sleep powder. Encountering a first move sleep powder like this, Natsui knew it would typically be followed by other powerful moves. So he didn't dare be careless and decisively ordered, Charmeleon, use smokescreen again. The smoke from the previous battle had long since dissipated. Charmeleon quickly spewed black smoke again, enveloping itself once more. On the other side, clumps of powder drifted from Gloom's pistol, gradually spreading across the entire field and eventually seeping into the smoke. While the smoke was still thin, through the faint silhouette, Erika could vaguely see Charmeleon standing in place, falling into a deep sleep. Excellent. Gloom, use growth. Gloom's body glowed with a faint green light. Not only did it grow larger, but under the sunlight, the power of its moves was also greatly enhanced. In the trainer's box, Natsui also understood that while Charmeleon was asleep, without being hit by an external force, it couldn't wake up on its own in a short amount of time. So he remained silent, observing the situation and waiting for what came next. He had done what he could. Now it was time to see the opponent's performance. At this moment, after holding back for so long, Erika finally revealed her trump card. Gloom used Solar Beam. Following Erika's command, Gloom began to absorb sunlight. Countless particles of light quickly gathered and condensed at its pistil, eventually forming an orb of light. And that orb of light, upon reaching peak energy, was fired at Charmeleon. A beam of light shot straight across, directly dispersing the layers of smoke and hitting Charmeleon squarely. Solar Beam, an advanced grass-type move that can cause massive damage. Because of its long preparation time, it usually needs to charge up by storing sunlight beforehand. But in today's abundant sunlight, its energy-gathering time was greatly reduced. Charmeleon took the full damage, staggered, and fell to the ground. Although grass-type moves only deal half damage to fire types, with a boost from growth, this single blow nearly caused Charmeleon to faint outright. Charmeleon had a pained expression as it gritted its teeth and struggled back to its feet. Both its stamina and its endurance were at their limit. But thanks to that beam of light, its sleep was finally broken. It let out a roar, its blaze ability activating. Before Natsui could even give a command, it charged towards Gloom on pure battle instinct. "You're quite persistent." Erica first praised it, then shook her head. "But with the little stamina you have left, what can you possibly do?" "Gloom, use poison powder." Gloom flapped its petals, and clumps of sickly green powder instantly formed a barrier in front of it. Erica's intention was to force Charmeleon to change course, but to her surprise, it didn't dodge or evade at all. It charged into the poison powder, and before the move could take effect, it suddenly leaped high, pounced, opened its mouth, and with flames flickering between its teeth, bit down hard on Gloom. In a flash, Gloom cried out in excruciating pain. Fire Fong activated. Super effective. What? Erica was shocked. Just as she was about to order Gloom to break free, she saw Charmeleon's body sway. The poison powder had drained its last bit of stamina, and it fainted on the ground. She let out a long sigh of relief. But just as the blue-haired girl beside her was about to announce the result of the match, the unexpected happened. Gloom's body suddenly took on a red hue, and it began to tremble violently, as if it were burned all over. "Oh no, it's the burn effect." Erica couldn't help but cry out, and just as the words left her mouth, Gloom collapsed, also unable to battle. This Erica and the blue-haired girl looked at each other, both stunned by this outcome. It wasn't until a few seconds later that the blue-haired girl came to her senses and raised her right hand. Both Pokemon are unable to battle. The challenger is the winner. Take out a Pokeball. Natsui silently recalled Charmeleon. This gym challenge had been truly tough for it, and that last turn of events had shown him Charmeleon's latent potential. If he trained it well in the future, it would surely become a powerful partner. "Congratulations on defeating me and winning the Rainbow Badge." Erica walked up to Natsui at this point, applauding gently and saying sincerely, "I must say, your Charmeleon is really amazing. Its unyielding spirit at the end really impressed me. Its performance surprised me too." Natsui shook his head. "I will continue to train it and make it even more outstanding in the future." Erica said no more, took a badge from her clothes, and handed it to Natsui. "Great, the 5th badge finally in hand." Looking at it closely, the badge was shaped like a blooming flower, and its several petals corresponded perfectly to the colors of the rainbow, making it very unique. Placing it in his badge case, Natsui said gratefully, "Thank you for the battle, Ms. Erica. Well then, I hope we meet again someday." Chapter 58. Rest and Recuperation. Haunter. Use Shadow Ball. Under the sky of Sakuraji Park, Haunter and Zapdos were entangled in a chase. For a moment, various electric and ghost-type moves flew about. With a Shadow Ball hitting Zapdos, both Pokemon had exhausted most of their stamina, and this training session finally came to a close. They landed back on the ground, both panting slightly. Based on the battle, with Haunter not using Hypnosis, they were evenly matched. After being captured for so long, through bonding and training, today's Zapdos finally, slightly, bowed its head to Natsui. Although it didn't fully obey his commands yet, directing it was no longer a major issue. Nearby, Ivysaur was leisurely sunbathing War Turtle was floating on its back in the water. Charmeleon was lying on a rock, constantly flicking its tail, and Jolteon was tirelessly pestering it. Just then, Curlia let out a soft cry. Natsui's heart stirred, and he took out a Pokeball, recalling Zapdos. Even Haunter took the cue and returned to Natsui's shadow. A few seconds later, a boy and a girl walked into Sakuraji Park. It was Koharu and Go. Natsui picked up a brush from the ground, walked over to the pond, called War Turtle over, and while scrubbing the crevices of its shell, he asked, "What are you two doing here?" Koharu, with her hands behind her back, walked up behind Natsui. Her large eyes watched him as she said cheerfully, "I heard from my dad that you came back to the lab yesterday, so I came over to see Curlia after school. As for Go, he insisted on tagging along. I couldn't do anything about it." Curlia bent its body like a dancer and gave Koharu an elegant bow. Only then did Koharu turn her head to it and nod with a smile. Go, with his hands behind his head, paced around nearby. Seeing that there were only a few Pokemon in the vast Sakuraji Park, he couldn't help but laugh. "You've been traveling for so long, and you've only caught this many Pokemon? If it were me, I would have caught dozens by now." When he first met Natsui and saw him with a rare Pokemon, he thought he must be really strong. Thinking back now, he seemed just average. But no sooner had he finished speaking than a large, dark face suddenly shot out of Natsui's shadow and got right in front of his. Wah! Go was startled and took several steps back, even letting out a shriek like a girl's. But that wasn't all. From the pond, a massive, ferocious Pokemon with a gaping mouth burst out of the water and fixed its fierce eyes on him. Go, still in shock, broke out in a cold sweat again. His feet missed a step, and with a splash, he fell directly into the water. He swallowed a few mouthfuls of water and swam a bit before scrambling back up. Not daring to look Gyarados in the eye again, he looked at Haunter and said in a tone of disbelief, "How can there be a Pokemon that hides in a shadow? Hey, don't just pop out and scare people like that, okay?" "Gee," Haunter laughed mockingly. "You're just a scaredy cat, kid. And you want to be a Pokemon trainer? You'd better start thinking of another career path." Whoa, it's talking. Pointing at Haunter, Go's expression was one of utter astonishment. TCH, what a country bumpkin. Haunter couldn't be bothered with him and slowly returned to Natsui's shadow. Natsui then walked over to his backpack, took out a beautifully wrapped small box from inside, and handed it to Koharu. "This is a gift I bought for you when I was in Celadon City." "What is it?" Koharu's heart leaped with joy. She opened the gift box with a smile and saw the perfume bottle inside. "It smells so good." She sprayed a little on her wrist, and immediately a light, fresh scent reached everyone's noses. Just a few days ago, the girls in my class were talking about the perfume from Celadon City. They said the perfume made there is the most famous and the best in the Kanto region. Seeing that Koharu genuinely liked it, Natsui felt a bit relieved. But Go, standing to the side and watching Koharu's happy expression, felt a sourness in his heart. He said with a look of disdain, "Perfume is still too early for you. It doesn't suit your age at all. What kind of old-fashioned thinking is that?" Glaring at him, Koharu said with dissatisfaction, "Perfume isn't just for adult women. It can relax the mind, calm people down, restore spirits, and even has a healing effect on the heart. It's not as simple as just smelling good." Well, Go was left speechless, not understanding why Koharu had such a strong reaction to perfume. "All right." Koharu seemed to have suddenly remembered something and said to Natsui, "My mom has finished the manga. She said you should go over as soon as you have time." "Oh, that fast?" Natsui was a bit surprised, but he didn't head to the Sakuraji residence right away. Instead, he temporarily left the Pokemon in the park, went back to the lab first, and found Professor Sakuraji. "Professor, please help me transfer Zapdos from this Pokeball to this Great Ball." Looking at the two Pokeballs in front of him, Professor Sakuraji pushed up his glasses and asked in surprise, "Oh, why do you want to do that?" Natsui said helplessly, "This Zapdos has finally become a bit more obedient, but it has always been bothered by the fact that it was caught with a regular Pokeball. Giving it a Great Ball now, a change of environment, is to sort of calm its mood. So that's how it is." Professor Sakuraji said with understanding. No problem, leave it to me. Inside, the Sakuragi residence. Because Professor Sakuragi was still busy with work, this time it was just Natsui, Koharu, and Talia. Even Koharu's younger brother, Parker, was out playing with friends and had not yet returned home. At the coffee table, Natsui first took a gentle sip of the tea Koharu handed him, then gave the gift he had bought for Talia to her. Auntie, you've worked so hard these days. This is just a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it. Oh my, you shouldn't have. How can I accept this? Talia initially wanted to refuse, but with her daughter constantly egging her on from the side, she finally accepted the gift. At this point, seeing Talia accept it, Natsui finally focused all his attention on a well-bound manga on the side. Talia was extremely dedicated. Not only had she completed the artwork with great effort, but she had also compiled it into a book, taking care of everything. Flipping open the art book, he had already seen the earlier content. After looking through the rest of the story, he nodded in satisfaction. As a woman, her portrayal of the emotions in the story was delicate and nuanced, completely fitting the mood of the story and the feelings it wanted to express. This is truly wonderful. I believe that when this manga is released, it will be very popular. Chapter 59. The Hut Incident. Hut, located between Vermilion City and Maiden's Peak, was just a simple port town until a few months ago. But because it was also by the sea, a generous investor set his sights on it, planning to build a super luxury hotel offshore, intending to imitate the city of Porta Vista on the other side and turn this small town into a famous resort destination in the Kanto region as well. After leaving Vermilion City, Natsui was passing through the small town on his way to Maiden's Peak when, unexpectedly, at the port, he ran into Ash, Misty, and Brock again. At that moment, the three of them were sitting lazily by the shore, staring out at the endless sea, seemingly lost in a daze. What are you three doing here? Natsui suddenly spoke from behind them, startling them all. Huh, it's Natsui. Misty quickly stood up, a complete contrast to her earlier listlessness. Her whole person seemed to instantly radiate youth and vitality. Brock also greeted Natsui, then said helplessly, "We're waiting for the ferry. We were planning to take a boat to Fuchsia City on the other side of the sea, but we just missed it, so to catch the next one, we'll have to wait at least another 3 hours." Through some conversation, Natsui finally understood why they were still lingering here. After challenging the Celadon gym, they not only rested for a day in Porta Vista, but also caught a prime ape in the wild, solved the case of missing children, and finally defeated Team Rocket on the Beauty Street, helping Brock get a Vulpix. In terms of travel experiences, it could be said to be quite rich and colorful. And, compared to other things, Ash was more concerned about the number of badges. Upon learning that Natsui had also obtained a rainbow badge, he invited him. "Do you want to challenge the Fuchsia Gym with us?" "Not right now." Shaking his head, Natsui politely declined. "I still have some things to take care of. You guys go ahead first." Just then, Misty suddenly noticed a Pokemon surface on the sea in the distance. "Huh, look you guys, there's a Horsia over there. It's so cute." Natsui and the others turned their heads and saw a seahorse-like Pokemon with half of its head exposed, watching them. But Brock, who was good at observing details, noticed something unusual about it right away. "Strange, it looks like it's injured." Because of the distance, after Brock mentioned it, Natsui squinted and looked closely, only then noticing that there seemed to be a large bruise on Horsia's face. What great eyesight! Natsui couldn't help but glance at Brock. Was he able to see so far because his squinting eyes allowed him to focus differently than ordinary people? Noticing the people's gazes, Horsia didn't leave. Instead, it cried out a few times, then spat a large pool of black ink onto the sea surface, as if trying to convey some message. As it continued to spray, the pool of ink eventually formed a picture of 2 jellyfish on the sea. Seeing this familiar scene, Natsui also remembered the relevant plot. He looked up, and, sure enough, in the distance on the sea, he could vaguely see a luxury building under construction. "It's drawing?" Staring at the black ink, Ash said strangely, "But what does drawing 2 jellyfish mean?" Perhaps out of her love for water-type Pokemon, Misty took out her Pokeball and aimed it at Horsia. Since it's injured, no matter what, treatment should be the priority right now. Horsia, get in the Pokeball. As she spoke, she was about to capture the Horsia, but just before she threw the Pokeball, a loud explosion suddenly came from the distance, once again attracting their attention. A small cargo ship that had just passed by the offshore hotel seemed to have been attacked by something. It exploded, and then the whole ship broke in two, emitting thick smoke as it sank into the sea. The people on the ship were caught off guard and fell into the water one after another. What happened? Seeing such a scene, Ash and Brock both stood up, their faces filled with shock. Now is not the time to ask that. Misty said anxiously, "There are people in the water. We should hurry and save them." It seemed that whenever it was related to water, Misty was particularly energetic and assertive. She put away the empty Pokeball, no longer caring about the Horsia, and released her 3 Pokemon at once. Goldeen, Staryu, Starmie, I'm counting on you to save those people. Natsui also sent out his Wartortle to help with the rescue, while Ash and Brock split up to search and soon borrowed a speedboat, heading towards the fallen crew members. The speedboat had limited seats, and besides, the number of crew members in the water wasn't very large. Misty and her group were enough, so Natsui didn't rashly add to the chaos. Instead, he stood where he was and looked towards the bottom of the cargo ship. He could actually vaguely see a group of glowing red creatures quickly leaving from under the sea surface. It seems that, just like in the anime plot, it really was that group of tentacle taking revenge on humans. In the distance, after a frantic rescue effort, the crew members were soon brought to the dock. But their condition was really bad. Their entire bodies were, as if paralyzed, completely unable to move. When we were attacked by Pokemon, one of the crew members grabbed Brock's arm and said with difficulty, quickly notify the president at Hutper Port in a company office, Natsui, Ash." And the others met the president the crew member had mentioned. She was a short, ugly old woman with long red hair braided into pigtails and straight bangs. And by her side were 4 handsome young men wearing only underpants, serving her with downcast eyes. "I heard you saved my company's crew. Thank you so much, Granny." Through introductions, they learned that her name was Brutella, but she had a strange personality, was very long-winded, and liked to add the word Granny to the end of every sentence as a catchphrase. Strange Ash stared at her face and asked, "Haven't we met in Porta Vista?" Unexpectedly, after hearing this, Brutella's expression changed drastically. "You idiot! Although I'm her cousin, don't you dare lump me together with that woman." "Granny, cousin." Remembering the plot concerning Porta Vista, Natsui shook his head helplessly. He didn't know what was wrong with this world. There was a Brutella in Hutper Port and a Brutella in Porta Vista. It was hard to believe that 2 people who looked so similar were merely cousins. Even Professor Oak, in the distant Alola region, had a cousin who looked extremely similar to him. Not to mention the dozens of Officer Jennies and Nurse Joys, who not only looked almost identical, but also worked in the same profession. Sometimes Natsui couldn't help but wonder if they were the product of some cloning technology, mass-produced. The thought was truly terrifying. Brutella then walked to a sand table model of Hutper Port and explained to the group, "I'm going to build a tourist resort in this small town that surpasses Porta Vista, and I will build a super luxury paradise hotel on the sea." "Granny, but that bunch of tentacle that came from who knows where have been frequently attacking my employees, obstructing my construction, and causing us a lot of trouble. Granny, seeing as you kids can use Pokemon to save people, how about you help me drive away those jellyfish? If you can solve the problem, I can reward you with 1 million Poke Dollars." Granny. Chapter 60. The Giant Tentacruel hearing the $1 million reward. Ash and Brock were both tempted, but before either of them could speak, Misty had already loudly refused. "Are you kidding me? Who would agree to such a request?" With that, she grabbed Natsui's arm and walked out of the office. In the city, the group walked to the coast. Even now, Ash and Brock were still clueless, not understanding why Misty was so angry. Wait a minute. Misty, why don't you want to help her? Ash asked, confused. He knew that with a $1 million reward, if he could really get that money, he could pay Misty back for her bike. That Brutella is infuriating. Misty complained. Tentacle are so cute. Why would anyone want to hurt them? I think there must be a reason why they're attacking humans. Tentacle are cute? Natsui, Ash, and Brock all had looks of confusion on their faces. That's right, Misty said with an entranced look. Tentacle are so soft to the touch, it's very comfortable. And the red parts on their heads are known as the rubies of the sea. Rubies? Ash said, speechless. You become a completely different person whenever water-type Pokemon are involved. Just then, a broadcast sounded throughout the city, and Brutella's voice came through. To drive away our enemies, the Tentacle, we are now recruiting capable warriors. Whoever can drive away those wretched Tentacle, I will reward with 1 million poke dollars. Trainers who want this money, no, who want to make a name for themselves locally, gather at the port right away. The broadcast repeated 3 times, and trainers from all over the city were spurred into action. Whether they genuinely wanted to help, were tempted by greed, or just there for the excitement, they all began to gather at the port. How could she do that? Misty frowned, turned, and rushed towards the port. Seeing this, the others had no choice but to quickly follow. The port was already crowded with people. Natsui and the others managed to squeeze in and saw Brutella sitting in a tank. In front of her, the Team Rocket trio seemed to have already accepted the mission and were speeding away on a boat. Team Rocket, Misty had a bad feeling. When they get involved, things are bound to get worse. Sure enough, Team Rocket's boat sailed to a coral reef and was soon attacked by Tentacle, causing an explosion. It was only then that people discovered with astonishment that thousands of Tentacle had gathered there at some point. They were layered densely under the water, the rubies on their foreheads emitting a terrifying red glow that merged into one, looking incredibly scary. The crowd fell silent, finally realizing that perhaps humans weren't the only ones who wanted to eliminate and drive out the other. Strangely, and it was unclear how it happened, but under Team Rocket's provocation, one Tentacle was doused with a barrel of unknown liquid and suddenly mutated, evolving directly into a supergiant tentacruel dozens of meters tall. The moment this tentacruel appeared, it caused a panic among the people on the shore. Some, seeing the situation was bad, had already quietly slipped away. How could it get so big? Misty's mouth fell open, her face a picture of disbelief. Natsui guessed. It must be Dynamax. Maybe that barrel was mixed with some substances from the Galar region. Otherwise, something like this couldn't have happened. Dynamax. It was the first time Ash had heard this term. Then, as if remembering something, he said suddenly, I remember now. When we were at Bill's lighthouse, we also saw a giant Pokemon in the fog. Was that also Dynamax? Who knows? Natsui shook his head. There are many unknown mysteries in this world that cannot be explained by science. There are too many truths waiting for us to discover. Misty covered her mouth and chuckled. The way you said that, you sound like a research scientist conducting experiments. Really? Natsui was taken aback. Could it be that from spending so much time with Professor Cerise, his way of thinking had been subconsciously influenced? At that moment, the giant tentacruel had already climbed onto the unfinished super hotel. As its tentacles continuously coiled and squeezed, like a monster invading the earth, it completely destroyed the hotel. Over here, seeing her dreams shattered before her very eyes, Brutella's vision went black. She felt a surge of rage and nearly fainted. How dare you destroy my hotel? I'll never forgive you. Attack! Attack! The tank beneath her suddenly opened fire, and those 4 handsome young men, from who knows where, produced rocket launchers and continuously fired at the giant tentacruel. Unfortunately, the human artillery shells simply bounced off Tentacruel's soft body, unable to even break its skin. However, this action further provoked it. With a roar of anger, the tentacle army began to land on the city, and it itself, with its massive body, triggered a tsunami that rushed towards the shore. Everyone, don't just stand there, let's get out of here. Seeing the monstrous wave getting closer, Natsui first snapped Ash and Brock out of their daze, then grabbed Misty's hand and ran backward. But the wave came on so fiercely. The entire city began to be washed over and submerged by seawater. Natsui and the others had only run a few dozen meters before the wave caught up to them. As for the people behind them, they had long been swept into the sea. Houses everywhere were destroyed by the huge impact. Doors and windows were broken, cars were submerged, and the city was completely plunged into an ocean. Gyarados, come on out. Natsui quickly opened a Pokeball. As the Pokemon appeared, the group scrambled onto Gyarados' back. Led by Gyarados, they narrowly escaped disaster. When they finally retreated safely to a television tower on a hill behind the city, they looked back to see that the city below was already a scene of utter devastation. Looking at the giant Tentacruel again, it was clearly not satisfied. It let it swarm into the city, its tentacles flying everywhere, wreaking havoc. Brock let out a long sigh and realized, so that's what the Horsea was trying to tell us. But why are they doing this? Misty asked, confused. If they keep this up, people will hate them even more. At this point, Natsui knew he had to explain it to them. He pointed to the ruins of the hotel in the sea and said to them, look closely. That hotel was built on a coral reef, and that is where this swarm lives. When the workers were building, they inevitably damaged the coral reef and encroached on their territory, which is why they were attacked by the jellyfish and ultimately provoked this retaliation. Chapter 61. Zapdos attacks as the seawater slowly receded. Looking at the city occupied by the tentacle, whether people wanted to or not, they now had to make a final effort to defend this land. After retreating to a safe place, they all sent out their Pokemon in unison, trying to counterattack while resisting the jellyfish offensive. Seeing this, Brock also took out a Pokeball and said to Natsui and the others, let's help out too. But Ash hesitated for a moment. How are we supposed to fight a giant thing like that? Don't think so much. Natsui also sent out his Pokemon at this point. Let's just beat back those smaller tentacle first. Kirlia, Gyarados, Jolteon, Ivysaur, and Wartortle, you guys go too. At this point, everyone had no other choice and threw themselves into the battle. Ash sent out Pikachu, Pidgeotto, Bulbasaur, and Squirtle. Brock also brought out his Zubat. Only Misty still wanted to try and quell the riot through persuasion. It's no use. Seeing Misty wanted to go up and intervene, Natsui quickly grabbed her arm. Until Tentacruel's anger has subsided, it won't listen to any human explanations. We can only communicate with it after we calm it down. If it had been anyone else, with Misty's personality, she would have certainly argued back if their opinions differed. But facing Natsui, she didn't want to argue with him at all. Thus, her stance instantly changed, and she nodded obediently. Okay, then I'll help too. Go, Staryu, Starmie, Goldeen. With more and more trainers' Pokemon joining, the battle began, erupting in almost every corner of the city. In a melee of this scale, giving individual commands to the Pokemon was clearly unrealistic. People could only let them act on their own, allowing the Pokemon to fight as they pleased based on their past experience and instincts. However, the number of Tentacle was simply too great, and with that giant Tentacruel, even after fighting for a long time, the human side still hadn't gained any significant advantage. Seeing the battle at a stalemate and the city so severely damaged, Natsui understood in his heart that perhaps it was time to do something. Thinking of this, he hesitated for a moment, then turned to Misty and said softly, I'll leave my Pokemon with you for now. I have to step away for a moment. Huh? Misty was confused. Where are you going? Natsui raised a finger to his lips in a hushing gesture. Without saying more, amidst Misty's curiosity, he quietly left the crowd alone and went behind the television tower. It wasn't until he reached a corner where no one was paying attention that Natsui crouched down and took out the Jengar mask from his backpack. Haunter emerged from his shadow. Being clever, it had already guessed Natsui's intention. Are you really going to do this? Natsui asked in return. What? Are you trying to talk me out of it? How could that be possible? Haunter let out its signature gee laugh. I love excitement the most. How could I possibly miss out on something like this? Then, I'm counting on you to watch my back. Natsui put on the mask. Seeing a black raincoat that had drifted from who knows where, snagged on a bush nearby, he walked over and draped it around himself like a cloak. Perfect, completely covered. Even someone who knew him well wouldn't be able to easily recognize his identity. With all this done, he sent out Zapdos. The moment Zapdos appeared, it spread its wings and let out a loud cry. As a legendary Pokemon, even after changing its Pokeball, it still disliked being in such a small, enclosed space. Zapdos. This time's opponent is a big one, and it's very strong. It's all up to you. Zapdos stared at Natsui for a few seconds. It didn't refuse, just nodded reluctantly. Good. Natsui then pointed to the top of the television tower and said to it, Then take me up there first. Hearing such a command, Zapdos' eyes widened. As if in utter disbelief, it let out an impatient cry, as if warning Natsui not to push his luck. Don't treat it like one of those ordinary birds that humans could ride whenever they pleased. Hey, don't look at me like that. Natsui threw up his hands. Curlia isn't here, so I can't use teleport to get up there. Besides, the view up there is wide open, perfect for directing the battle. Zapdos turned its head and looked at Haunter. It can't do it either. Natsui quickly shook his head. Haunter always stays by my side, so people could easily recognize me through it. That's why I have to trouble you with this. After speaking, without waiting for Zapdos to agree, he directly hugged Zapdos' neck and climbed onto its back. Zapdos twisted its body, trying to throw Natsui off, but Natsui held on extremely tight. No matter how hard it struggled, it couldn't shake him off. All right, don't be so stingy. Natsui gently soothed its mood. Let's not delay any longer. This city urgently needs our help. Let's get going. Zapdos, resigned, sighed, and had no choice but to beat its wings and fly up, carrying Natsui to the top of the television tower. It wasn't until he was actually riding Zapdos that Natsui truly felt that its feathers, like Jolteon's, were a bit hard and prickly. Not only was it uncomfortable to sit on, but if you sniffed closely, you could also smell a hint of electricity. The sea breeze blew through Natsui's hair. Zapdos' speed was extremely fast. With just a few flaps of its wings, it had already reached the platform at the top of the television tower. Natsui let go of its neck and jumped steadily onto the platform. Pointing at the giant Tentacruel in the distance, he said, Look over there. That Pokemon is Tentacruel, and it's your opponent this time. But don't be fooled by its large size. It's just a water and poison type. In terms of typing, we have the absolute advantage. It was also the first time Zapdos had seen such a giant creature. A strong fighting spirit lit up in its eyes. It let out a huge cry and flew straight towards Tentacruel. At this moment, the battle below was at a fierce stalemate. Although the trainer's Pokemon were stronger, the number of Tentacruel was simply too great. It was common for several jellyfish to be ganging up on a single Pokemon. Just as people were feeling more and more strained, someone suddenly noticed something strange above. They looked up and saw a golden bolt of lightning streak across the sky. Look, it's Zapdos! It's unknown who shouted it, but the surrounding trainers all looked up. When they saw clearly that it was indeed the legendary Pokemon Zapdos, they were all filled with shock and disbelief. Chapter 62. The Sea and Sky Battle Zapdos? It really is Zapdos. Why is a legendary Pokemon like that here? People discussed loudly. The sudden appearance of Zapdos, to them, was even more eye-catching than the giant Tentacruel. And just as some were about to give up on the Tentacle and go after Zapdos, they saw it fly at an incredible speed to the giant Tentacruel and launch an attack. Huh, it's attacking the giant Tentacruel? People were stunned for a moment, and then they suddenly realized something. Does this Zapdos already have a trainer? The crowd looked in the direction from which Zapdos had flown. After looking around for a long time, they finally spotted a man wearing a mask and a black cloak at the top of the television tower. Because he was completely covered, the man's appearance and age were unknown. Coupled with a long distance, People could only see that under the somewhat comical Jengar mask, his mouth was opening and closing, as if he were saying something. On the rooftop, Natsui stepped onto the concrete ledge, glanced down quickly, and said nervously, "You know, Hunter, I think I might be a little afraid of heights. Otherwise, why will my legs be shaking so much from Natsui's shadow?" Only a pair of Hunter's eyes were visible. It said helplessly, "If you're afraid of heights, then just step back a bit. Or better yet, just stop looking down. How about you pay more attention to Zapdos battle?" "I want," Natsui said seriously. "Only by facing fear can one truly overcome it. But speaking of which, if I accidentally fall, you'll save me, right? Hey, don't suddenly go silent. Say something." Haunter's figure emerged, pretending to pick its ear, and sighed. "Honestly, I never noticed you had such a chatty side before. Don't worry, it'll definitely catch you when you're just 0.01 meters from the ground, so you can personally experience the terrifying thrill of the Haunter brand bungee jump." Perhaps it was Haunter's dark humor that eased Natsui's mood a lot. He took a moment to glance at his other Pokemon and saw them, under Misty's command, battling against the countless Tentacle. "Nice one, Misty. Let my Pokemon get some more experience." Natsui praised her silently. And just as he had expected, countless people were looking his way. Some even took out their phones and started recording him and Zapdos. Good thing I had the foresight. Otherwise, I would have been completely exposed, right? In the distance, Zapdos circled the giant Tentacruel, and at the same time, bolts of electricity generated from its wings struck Tentacruel. Tentacruel, naturally, was not to be outdone. The red jewel on its head continuously fired laser-like beams at Zapdos. But perhaps because of the Dynamax, the Tentacruel's resistance was greatly enhanced. Despite taking so many thunder shocks, its condition was still good, and it showed no signs of backing down. Seeing this, Natsui shouted, "Zapdos, stop using Thundershock. Use Thunderbolt." It was unclear if his voice really reached Zapdos' ears on the wind, but in the next second, Zapdos suddenly powered up, and countless dazzling bolts of electricity burst forth, launching an indiscriminate attack in all directions with an overwhelmingly powerful electric aura. This time, the giant Tentacruel finally let out a wail. The currents then traveled through the seawater at its feet, striking the countless Tentacle nearby. In an instant, tentacle after tentacle were electrocuted, turning belly up and drifting with the waves, completely unconscious. Just then, with a sweep of Tentacruel's tentacle, Meowth was lifted up from who knows where. Using its toxins to control Meowth's nerves, it used its mouth to convey its anger to the world. "We are Tentacruel and Tentacle. This time, you humans have destroyed the place where we live, so we will destroy your cities in retaliation. We will make you feel the sorrow of having your home destroyed." As it spoke, its gaze suddenly turned to Zapdos. "And you're a Pokemon just like us. Why do you stand on the side of humans?" Unfortunately, with Zapdos' pride, the only answer it gave was another bolt of electricity. The giant Tentacruel was furious. It thrashed its dozens of tentacles about wildly, but couldn't even touch a feather on Zapdos. Seeing that it couldn't harm Zapdos, the Tentacruel suddenly remembered Natsui, who had been giving commands. Its massive body then began to move towards the television tower. Along the way, any Pokemon that dared to block its path was mercilessly crushed. Seeing this, Natsui knew he couldn't let it get close and decisively commanded, "Zapdos, stop it. Use Drill Peck." Zapdos began to glide through the air, building up speed. At the same time, its body spun continuously, and its long beak began to glow as it dove straight towards the giant Tentacruel. Although Tentacruel's tentacles swung nonstop, they still couldn't block this attack, as Zapdos' long beak pecked it hard. The giant Tentacruel couldn't help but let out a massive wail. "Woo!" This cry seemed to shake the heavens and the earth, and it also showed the trainers of the entire city the true power of Zapdos. So strong. Is this the power of a legendary Pokemon? People stared blankly at the battle between the two Pokemon. Compared to them, Their own Pokemon's battles seemed like child's play. Even Ash and Brock had looks of longing on their faces. As trainers, who could resist the allure of a legendary Pokemon? But even after taking such a heavy blow, the giant Tentacruel still hadn't fallen. When it was close enough, it suddenly fired a laser beam at the top of the television tower. After the flash of light, Natsui only felt a jolt beneath his feet. The place where he was standing collapsed with a roar. In the next second, along with countless broken bricks, his body involuntarily fell towards the ground. But at that critical moment, Zapdos swooped past and caught him steadily. Phew! Natsui let out a long breath. For a moment there, his heart had nearly stopped beating. Now, having survived, he couldn't help but say, this Tentacruel even knows to take out the leader to get the followers. It's pretty smart. But speaking of which, thank you so much, Zapdos. You were so reluctant before, but you still caught me in the end. After a brief silence, for a split second, Zapdos really wanted to throw him off again. Just then, several more beams of light shot towards them. Zapdos hurriedly maneuvered to dodge, but because it was carrying Natsui, its speed was greatly reduced. Several times, it was a hair's breadth miss. Darn it, this isn't going to work. Natsui crouched on Zapdos' back and said to it, use that move. Zapdos nodded lightly. Then, Natsui took a leap backward, voluntarily detaching himself from Zapdos' back. To the astonished gazes of the people below, it was as if he had grown a pair of invisible wings. He flew through the air and landed once again on the top of the television tower. This time, the people could no longer contain their emotions and shouted out in shock. Oh my God, how'd he do that? Chapter 63. The retreat and the consequences that Natsui could fly was of course thanks to Haunter. With him by her side, there was no need to worry about any accidents. She could do whatever she wanted in the sky. And after a furious screech from Zapdos, the city was covered in dark clouds. The thick clouds piled up, darkening the sky like the bottom of a burnt pot. At the foot of the television tower, Ash and Pikachu exchanged a glance and then looked up at Zapdos, which shone like a sun under the clouds. A flash crossed their eyes. That move is... That's right, it's thunder, said the experienced Brock, nodding. It's one of the most powerful electric-type moves. If it were raining, the enemy wouldn't be able to dodge it. When the energy of the lightning reached its critical point, with a second screech from Zapdos, an incredibly thick bolt of lightning struck the giant Tentacruel at a dizzying speed. This time, the giant Tentacruel couldn't take it anymore and collapsed to the ground. And, whether from running out of energy or losing consciousness, its body shrank back to its normal size. The crowd erupted in cheers. Without the giant Tentacruel to lead them, the other Tentacle were repelled and soon expelled from the city. Zapdos flew in circles through the sky and then flew toward the television tower. Natsui took the opportunity, leaped high, and landed on its back. Under the gaze of everyone, the trainer and Pokemon quickly disappeared behind tower. Soon after, when Natsui removed the mask, she mingled with the crowd and ran back to the foot of the television tower, and everything had ended. By that time, the commotion caused by the jellyfish Pokemon had resulted in losses of tens of billions in the city. Not only had countless buildings collapsed, but countless properties had been destroyed as well. With such a disaster, Brutella not only lost all of her properties, but also saw her reputation crash. She probably wouldn't be able to continue investing in Puerto Vista, and with her dream shattered, it remained to be seen what lesson people would learn from this terrible catastrophe. Ash and Brock had been so focused on the battle that they hadn't realized that Natsui had left. Only Misty seemed to notice something and gave a slight smile, but she didn't say anything. Natsui stored her Pokemon in their Pokeballs, and, just as she was about to leave with Ash and the others, she saw that the Horsia had approached Misty. During the chaotic battle, Misty had not only bandaged its wounds, but had also protected it. That's why the Horsia had accepted her in its heart. And, at the end of everything, it wanted to voluntarily become her Pokemon. After the exhausting event, at noon, Natsui and the others camped outside the city to rest and have lunch together. And that was when Natsui tried Brock's cooking for the first time. Wow, this is delicious, exclaimed Natsui, giving Brock a thumbs up in approval. Compared to your talent, she said enviously, what I cook is an insult to my stomach. It seems that if I have the chance, I'll have to find someone who cooks this well to travel with me. Natsui wasn't exaggerating. In fact, the ingredients that seemed ordinary became exquisite after passing through Brock's hands. He cooked with so much dedication that not only could Natsui not help but praise him, but even his Pokemon ate, wanting more. It's not as much as you say. Brock, somewhat embarrassed by Natsui's compliments, took out paper and pencil from his backpack, wrote down some recipes, and handed them to her. Here's some recipes. Though the ingredients are very common, I'm sure if you follow my steps, everything will turn out delicious. Thank you so much. Natsui solemnly stored the recipes. And while they enjoyed lunch, the video of the battle between Zapdos and the giant Tentacruel had already been uploaded to the internet by the people, quickly attracting a lot of attention. Its popularity skyrocketed, even reaching other regions. People debated fervently, speculating about the identity of the man with the Haunter mask. And the imposing figure of Zapdos, along with the power it demonstrated, made countless people long for it. After a brief rest, although Misty felt reluctant in her heart, she knew the time had come to say goodbye again. Natsui waved goodbye to them, but before leaving, she gave Misty that perfume bottle. Here, it's a gift I bought for you in Celadon City. I don't know if you like it. Misty blushed, accepted the gift box shyly, and didn't open it at that moment. In reality, it didn't matter what was inside. Even if it was just a candy, she would treasure it. Looking at Natsui's back as she walked away, Misty's eyes blurred, and with a barely audible voice, she whispered, Brother Natsui, see you next time. Ash's ears twitched slightly. Huh? Brother Natsui? Why do you call him that? Idiot! Misty exclaimed, embarrassed and upset for being overheard by Ash. She pulled his ear and said loudly, He's older than us. Out of courtesy, isn't it normal to call him brother? Ah, I see. Ash, who didn't understand the girl's feelings at all, saw that it made sense and smiled, saying, Then from now on, he'll call him Brother Natsui too. It sounds really close. After leaving Puerto Vista, Natsui continued north, and a few hours later, she arrived back at Maiden Cape. Although she was returning after several days, she didn't feel that melancholy of coming back to a familiar place and finding it changed. She walked through the streets she had already traversed and went straight to the Maiden Shrine. At that moment, the elderly priest they had briefly met that day was sweeping the courtyard. Although the summer festival had ended long ago, being a tourist town, many visitors still came every day to take home a souvenir. Natsui approached the elderly priest and explained the reason for her visit. What? You want to help us spread the story of Maiden Cape better? The energetic priest nodded. That's wonderful. Thank you very much. And when he found out it would be through a manga, so that the younger generation could learn about the story, even though the elderly priest didn't understand much about it, he took the matter seriously. This matter, although it originated more than 2,000 years ago, involves the whole town, so I can't make a decision on my own. How about you wait here for a moment? He'll go inform the mayor, and when he arrives, you can tell him everything again. Huh? Do we also need to inform the mayor? Natsui was puzzled. Her original intention was only to help the maiden's ghost pass on her wish and, on the way, calm Haunter. She thought it would be enough for the shrine to print the mangas and distribute them to tourists to fulfill the mission. But she never imagined it would end up involving the town's mayor. Chapter 64. The meeting when a young mayor with a refined appearance and golden glasses arrived at the sanctuary. Natsui explained the whole situation once again. The mayor listened while flipping through the manga, and when he looked up, a flash of insight reflected in his glasses. As a mayor who had risen to the position from a business world, he had keenly detected the commercial opportunity behind it. Although the Maiden Village relied on the legend of the Maiden to attract many tourists at this time of year, it didn't have much more to offer, especially with the famous city of Porta Vista and the new Yumichi Pier not far away. The Maiden Village seemed to fall behind in comparison. If this manga were spread, it would make more young people aware of and fond of this place. thereby attracting more tourists. They could then organize plays, otaku culture events, manga conventions, and sell merchandise, which would undoubtedly increase the popularity of the place. I've heard you're thinking of donating this manga to the sanctuary? That's right. Natsui nodded, although it had taken him a lot of time and effort. He had never thought of profiting from the manga. However, to his surprise, the mayor proposed a different idea upon hearing this. Creating the plot and drawing it must have been very hard work. What do you think of this? I'm thinking of offering you a sum of money to buy the copyright. What do you think? Huh? Buy it? Natsui was stunned. But this manga is an adaptation of the story of the Maiden Village. What copyright could I have? Besides, it's still uncertain whether it will truly become popular. For that, I have my methods. The mayor's expression showed no concern about a possible failure. With the power of the entire Maiden Village, I think a little advertising is all it takes to create a significant effect. Natsui also understood that the mayor wanted to buy it now at a low price, to avoid any future disputes over profits and save himself from unnecessary problems, regardless of how things would develop. Still, receiving a sum of money was an unexpected gain for Natsui, so there was no reason not to accept it. To show his sincerity, the mayor finally offered 200,000 pocacuarto, transferred directly for all the rights. This immediately restored Natsui's almost depleted savings. After signing the contract, Natsui left the sanctuary and immediately transferred 100,000 to Koharu, asking her to give it to her mother. Not long after, Koharu's mother called him. At first, she flatly refused to accept the money, but after much insistence from Natsui, she finally accepted. And with that, the matter of the Maiden Village was finally settled, with a clear beginning and end. From now on, with the continued publication of the manga, Hunter no longer had to worry about the story of the maiden's ghost being forgotten and could travel with Natsui wholeheartedly outside of Celadon City. Natsui, wearing a Jengar mask and a black cloak, slowly approached a heavily guarded temporary camp. The guard officers, seeing such a suspicious person, immediately drew their weapons and surrounded him. "Halt! Who are you?" Natsui said calmly. "Looker called me. Please let him know." The officers looked at him with suspicion. Someone made a call to verify, and after a brief wait, a slightly weary-looking looker emerged from inside. "Huh? Why are you wearing that mask again? Take it off quickly." Natsui shook his head, rejecting the request. "No way. I still remember the lesson from Team Rocket. From now on, for matters like this, it's safer to wear a mask. But aren't you already on the blacklist? Even if you cover up now, isn't it too late?" Looker smiled wryly, and upon seeing that Natsui wouldn't relent, he didn't press further. "I don't know what to do with you. All right, follow me inside." Inside the camp, there were heavily armed elite police officers and packs of Groliath everywhere. Even in one corner, Natsui saw rows of armored vehicles and helicopters, deploying so many weapons and equipment. Seems like they're determined to win this time. Of course. Looker nodded. "We've pinpointed the exact location of Team Rocket's base. Besides the underground passage from the casino, we've discovered another route on the outskirts of the city." Seeing that Looker was out of breath after just a few words, Natsui couldn't help but ask, "How's your injury?" Looker waved his hand. "It's nothing serious, but the doctor told me to rest and not do any intense exercise. If it weren't for this emergency, they wouldn't have discharged me from the hospital." Speaking of which, it was impossible not to admire the level of medicine in this world. Not just for humans, but also for Pokemon. No matter how severe their injuries were in the wild, after being treated by Nurse Joy at a Pokemon Center, they were sure to be ready to fight again the next day. "So why are you participating in this operation?" Natsui asked in surprise. "Don't tell me you're the only one working this hard in the International Police." "Of course not." Looker gestured for Natsui to look around and said with a hint of pride, "Do you see the officers around here? They've all been sent directly from headquarters. Even my superior has come and is in the command post up front, directing everything." Natsui was about to speak when he saw a familiar figure ahead. A curvaceous figure, long black straight hair. and black stockings made it impossible to look away. And on a delicate face, a pair of cold eyes silently watched him. It was Sabrina, whom he hadn't seen in several days. He never would have imagined that she would also be part of this operation. But thinking about it, it made sense. Since the International Police was going to cooperate with the Pokemon League, and Sabrina was in Saffron City, not far from Celadon City, it was natural that she would be one of the first considered. Natsui quickly approached and greeted her. "The last time we parted, you said we would meet again soon. I never imagined that, in just a few days, we'd be back fighting side by side." Sabrina's gaze seemed to pierce through Natsui's mask to look directly into his eyes. "I figured you'd come, so I waited here. Looks like my intuition wasn't wrong." Upon hearing this, Looker couldn't help but take a step back. What was going on? This beautiful and distant girl with psychic powers was talking to someone in that tone. In reality, Looker had only met Sabrina a few times. The last time during the Sylph building incident. He only received her help thanks to the mediation of the Pokemon Association. But even so, he knew Sabrina's personality well. If it were a normal relationship, she would never have gone out to meet someone in person. It seemed that these two had either developed a friendship and rapport during their previous battle, or something more had definitely happened between them. Oh, by the way, Natsui opened his backpack and pulled out the last gift box containing a perfume. "This is a gift I bought for you, as a thank you for last time. Please, you have to accept it." Chapter 65. Arrangements and preparations. When Natsui walked into the lounge, several people were already scattered around inside. First, sitting at the very front, was a handsome man with a serious expression, spiky hair like fire, and a black cape. His gaze was remarkably sharp. Next to him, a Dragonite was lazily curled up on the floor, feigning sleep. Next, sitting in a corner, was an old woman in a long purple robe, leaning on a cane. Her hair was nearly grayish-yellow, and she had an unapproachable air. Anyone who didn't know her would surely think she was some wicked witch who had wandered in from somewhere. Then, there was an old man with grayish-white hair and two large dark circles under his eyes. He looked even more worn out than Looker. This person wore an open police special forces jacket on his upper body. But on his feet, he shuffled in slippers. Though he was no longer young, he gave off a flippant and cynical vibe. As for the last person, it was surprisingly the Celadon gym leader, Erica. With the addition of Natsui, Sabrina, and Looker, the special operations team was now assembled. For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Natsui. "Why are you still wearing a mask?" The old man muttered with a pout. "Don't tell me you're some kind of undercover agent on a secret mission?" In the distance, Erica also sized Natsui up with suspicion. Why did this person's figure seem somewhat familiar? But after all, she had only met Natsui a few times and couldn't connect the figure to Natsui's identity alone, until Sabrina walked past her. A faint scent of perfume drifted past Erika's nose. She sniffed gently and immediately recognized its origin. It was clearly that unique perfume from her own store. But Sabrina wasn't wearing any perfume when she just went out, was she? And with her status, even if she had personally come to the store to buy perfume, her staff would have surely recognized her. Being a person of keen insight with a little thought, Erika had already figured out the whole story and, in the process, guessed Natsui's identity. So it was him. But immediately, another question troubled her. What exactly was the relationship between these two? Why would he give Sabrina perfume? And even more unbelievably, Sabrina had actually accepted it. At that moment, Looker walked to the front of the tactical board to face the group. "Our last team member has arrived. Let me first introduce," every Looker was saying. Then he glanced at Natsui's Jengar mask, paused, and said helplessly, "Forget it, you'd better do it yourself." Natsui cleared his throat slightly. "Hello everyone, my name? My codename is Player. I specialize in using ghost-type Pokemon. I look forward to working with you all." "Codename? Player? What the heck are you playing at?" Looker's face darkened as he listened, but he didn't expose him. Instead, he introduced the people before him. "The two on your left are members of the Kanto Elite Four, the Ghost-type Master, Ms. Agatha, and the Dragon-type master, who is also a Pokemon G-Man, Mr. Lance. An old bag of bones like me still being called Miss. Even blushing a little. Agatha replied with a flat tone, then nodded at Natsui. Young man, to wear a Jengar mask on your head and claim to specialize in ghost-type Pokemon. You're really something. You know, the young people of this era are less and less fond of these Pokemon that reek of death. Natsui accepted Agatha's compliment with composure. Although he only had one ghost-type Pokemon, compared to his other Pokemon, Haunter was the most formidable. In a way, it wasn't wrong to say he specialized in them. Lance also stepped forward at this time and shook Natsui's hand. Hello, Lance. To be here. Your skills must have certainly been recognized by the officer. On behalf of all the members of the Special Operations Team, I welcome you. See, as expected of someone who's seen the world, he really knows how to talk. Looker then looked at the two girls on the right. Since you already know Ms. Sabrina, I won't waste my breath. And I believe you've met Ms. Erica before, so I won't make introductions here either. Finally, only the worn-out-looking old man was left. This is Mr. Nanu. He was my former superior, is proficient with Dark-type Pokemon, and is also an island kahuna of the Alola region. Those are just little titles. Nothing worth bragging about, Nanu first said, waving his hand dismissively at Natsui, then sighed and said lazily, honestly, let's just hurry up and finish the mission. That way I can retire early and go back to Alola to live out my days. Mr. Nanu, Looker said with a forced smile, don't say that. You're still very young. Why are you always thinking about retirement? Just as Nanu was about to speak, the door to the lounge suddenly opened, and a bald, burly man in a suit and tie walked in from outside. Seeing him, Nanu quickly composed himself and became serious. Is everyone here? The bald man asked. Sir. Looker saluted and said respectfully, the Special Operations Team consists of 7 members, all present and accounted for. The burly man nodded and said to the group, I'm the commander-in-chief of this operation, codename Zero. Thank you all for coming here despite your busy schedules to help the Kanto region, and indeed the world, deal with the troublesome criminal organization that is Team Rocket. Nanu was the first to applaud, followed by a sparse round of applause that echoed in the lounge. Once the applause died down, Zero flipped the tactical board and continued, for this operation, we will be divided into 2 forces. The main force, composed of the International Police Special Units, will lead the assault on the base's main gate, supported by armored vehicles and helicopters to draw Team Rocket's attention. As for your Special Operations Team, after the battle begins, you will secretly infiltrate the interior from the underground entrance of the Celadon Game Corner, striking from within while we attack from without to annihilate and arrest these people in one fell swoop. Lance asked, then what about Giovanni? Don't worry, Zero said, glancing at him. The other 2 Elite 4 members, Mr. Bruno and Ms. Lorelei, have also arrived in Viridian City. When the time for the general assault comes, they will move simultaneously with us to attack the Viridian Gym. This arrangement seemed to have no issues, so no one voiced any objections. It's unbelievable, Agatha said with a sigh. Even now, I still can't believe that the man known as Giovanni of the Earth, a man of such composure, is actually the secret leader of Team Rocket. Whether you're willing to believe it or not, the facts are the facts, Zero sneered. Behind every successful man often lies a great secret. No matter how perfectly he presents himself, in the end, the day will come when he shows his true colors. No one is an exception. Chapter 66. The operation begins Celadon City. At 9 in the morning, 2 black cars, one after the other, pulled up outside the Celadon Game Corner. On the street, vehicles of all sizes flowed endlessly, and pedestrians, busy with their own journeys, didn't spare a second glance at the 2 cars that had suddenly stopped. Is it time? From the passenger seat, a young man wearing a Jengar mask asked in a low voice. The driver was a slightly frail-looking man. He glanced at the time on the dashboard and nodded. The time is just right. Do we move? No, we still need to wait for the signal. This place is crawling with their lookouts. Everyone, be extremely careful. Understood. Hey. The conversation between these two made Erika's face darken. She said helplessly, "Could you two please speak in a normal tone? Don't make it sound like we're undercover agents making contact." Saw the looker said, embarrassed. "It's mainly this mask Natsui is wearing. He really doesn't look like a good guy. In this atmosphere, I just got caught up in the moment without realizing it." Glancing at Looker, Natsui said solemnly, "Mr. Looker, please don't talk nonsense." "Huh? What's wrong?" Looker was taken aback. Why did he suddenly become so serious? Was it because I said he didn't look like a good guy, and that made him unhappy? Natsui said, word by word, during the operation, "Do not call me by my name. Please refer to me by my codename Player." Looker felt a surge of frustration, as if a breath was stuck in his chest. "I thought it was something serious, but you're just hung up on a name?" "That's right," Natsui said, as if it were the most natural thing. "This way, it makes us sound more professional." In the back seat, Erika covered her mouth to stifle a laugh, and even Sabrina had a hint of a smile in her eyes. Just then, a sound of an explosion suddenly came from outside the city, followed by a series of crackling sounds like firecrackers. The noise, like a mix of gunfire and cannons, reached them even from a great distance. The pedestrians on the street all looked towards the outskirts of the city, but with the tall buildings, they couldn't see anything. "Is this the signal?" Natsui asked. Looker nodded, raised his arm, and started timing with his watch. "All right, time's up. Let's move out." With Looker's command, the people in the car got out simultaneously. Behind them, Lance, Agatha, and Nanu also emerged from the other car. The group, with serious expressions, walked straight into the game corner. Here, many tourists were engrossed in playing various arcade games. They were startled to see a group of intimidating, uninvited guests and cast surprised glances. Ignoring them, Natsui and the others reached a hallway. When they came to a staircase leading to the second floor, they didn't go up. Instead, Looker fumbled on the wall for a moment and quickly found a hidden switch behind a poster. He pressed it lightly, and the floor suddenly opened up, revealing a staircase leading underground right before them. With that, the veil was finally lifted from the Team Rocket's secret base that had been hidden for so many years. Two Team Rocket grunts, disguised as clerks, heard the commotion and hurried over. When they saw that the entrance to the secret base had been opened, their faces changed drastically. "Damn it, there are intruders here too." But before they could sound the alarm, Lance and Nanu rushed forward, grabbed them by the throat, and easily knocked them out with their fists. Tossing them carelessly into a corner, the group entered the interior, only to find that the place was astonishingly large, far from a small-scale operation. The entire base was brightly lit and had a high-tech feel. However, on the surrounding walls, red alarm lights were flashing continuously. This wasn't caused by them, but because outside Celadon City, the International Police's special forces were launching a full-scale assault on another exit of this base. This had triggered the alarms and drawn most of the Team Rocket grunts over there. "Good, everything is going smoothly," Looker said. "Now, we'll proceed according to the plan and split up." The group nodded, released their Pokemon, and then split into two teams, heading rapidly down the corridors on either side. Although they didn't know the specific details of the base yet, based on common sense, the important departments here would be none other than the control room, research and development lab, data room, armory, and power room. Therefore, to prevent data and information from being destroyed, they had to occupy these places before Team Rocket could. The team assignments had been decided long ago, just as when they were in the cars. Now, Natsui, along with Looker, Erika, and Sabrina, advanced like a hot knife through butter, defeating every Team Rocket grunt they encountered. However, as they went deeper, the resistance grew stronger. Besides Team Rocket grunts armed with guns, they even encountered swarms of Pokemon that suddenly appeared from behind and launched attacks. "Damn it, there are way too many people here." Looker barely dodged an acid downpour, and looking at the wall corroded by the poison, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with lingering fear. Not only are there many people, but their strength is also much tougher to deal with than the common Team Rocket grunts outside. While speaking, Natsui commanded Haunter to knock out several Pokemon with Shadow Ball, finally dealing with that wave of enemies. Look at this. You guys. Erica suddenly pointed to a shutter door and said to them, behind this are all computers and various machines. It looks like the base's RD lab. Hearing Erika's words, Looker walked to the shutter door. After failing to open it, he could only peer inside through the thick, specially made glass of the door. That's right, it's definitely the place where they develop their technology and equipment. But this door is so thick, we can't possibly open it. Leave it to me. Sabrina, who had been silent all this time, walked to the shutter door. Her eyes began to glow, and then the seemingly indestructible, fireproof, and explosion-proof shutter door was forced open by her psychic power. After entering the RD lab, they found it in a complete mess, with scattered papers and broken coffee cups everywhere. It was clear that while the main entrance was being attacked by the special forces, the research personnel here had fled in a panic, leaving them no opportunities. Damn it, are we too late? Looker gritted his teeth, walked to a computer, and began operating the system, trying to find any important files that might have been left behind. Natsui also walked around the RD lab a few times. He noticed that almost all the equipment here was still running, which showed just how rushed and urgent the Team Rocket researchers were when they left. Just as he was turning around, a strangely shaped pair of binoculars suddenly caught his eye. What is this thing? He picked up the binoculars. He could see that not only was the entire body of the binoculars white, but the lenses were also emitting a faint blue light. Out of curiosity, Natsui put the binoculars to his eyes and looked around. But surprisingly, it had neither a telescopic function nor any microscopic or X-ray abilities. Everything he observed was presented exactly as it should be. Just as he was wondering, when he turned his head towards Haunter, something that astonished him suddenly appeared. Chapter 67. The Sylph-scope and Archer at that moment, Haunter was floating quietly in place, its eyes also fixed on Natsui. But its body was in a faint, semi-transparent state, not fully materialized. However, in the scope, its form was clearly visible. Even the parts that had disappeared were perfectly clear. He took the scope away from his eyes, and Haunter's appearance returned to normal. Why are you looking at me? Haunter asked curiously. In this scope, your body has nowhere to hide, you know. Haunter was greatly surprised. What? There's such a magical pair of goggles? Natsui nodded and said, if I'm not mistaken, this must be the Sylph-scope. Sylph-scope? What's that? Seeing Erica and Sabrina also approaching, Natsui explained, this is a high-tech product made by the Sylph Company. Its purpose is to see things that are imperceptible to the naked eye, like seeing through a ghost-type Pokemon's invisibility, seeing enemies in a smokescreen, and even seeing psychic energy fluctuations in the air. It's that amazing. Natsui turned his head to Sabrina. This might be the loot they stole from the Sylph Company building during the last attack. Sabrina glanced around at the equipment. So, you're saying they wanted to analyze its principles for mass production? Just as Natsui was about to speak, the lab's main door opened again, and several people burst in from outside, wearing berets and black uniforms. It was surprisingly the same Matori Matrix members who had pestered Natsui before, and their captain was none other than that burly, one-eyed strongman Gozu. You disgusting rats. To think you've already made it this far. When he saw Looker and Natsui, a fire ignited in Gozu's eye. It's you again? This time, without the help of those two idiots, they'll be sure to eliminate you here. At the sight of these people, Looker's not yet healed wounds throbbed faintly. He shouted, Gozu, last time it was because of your sneak attack that I was seriously injured. This time, I will bring you to justice and completely crush Team Rocket. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes burn with fury. After they both exchanged threats, their Pokemon pounced on each other, breaking into a chaotic battle, putting the Sylph-scope into his backpack. Natsui was about to have Haunter join the fight, but Looker stopped him with his hand. We can all get tied up here. You need to go to the other areas. We absolutely cannot let them destroy any more data. We're splitting up again? Natsui frowned. If we divide our forces any further, we'll lose our advantage. His preference was for the four of them to stick together, a concentrated force that could strike like a heavy fist. However, Looker's decision to split up couldn't be called right or wrong. After all, their different roles led to different ways of thinking. Natsui's priority was, of course, everyone's safety. Since they were already here, it was best to stay together to avoid being picked off one by one and suffering needless sacrifices. But Looker, as an international police officer, prioritized mission completion and efficiency over his own safety. Moreover, the data and information here were invaluable to headquarters. Don't worry, Looker said, feigning a carefree attitude. As soon as I'm done with these guys, I'll regroup with you. All right, I'll leave this to you then. As Natsui was about to leave, Gozu saw this and let out a roar. Try to run? None of you are leaving. Agron, use takedown. Agron charged towards Natsui's group with heavy steps, but was blocked by Sabrina's psychic power. I'll stay and help him too, Sabrina said, turning her head to Natsui. You two go quickly. Leave this to us. The scene couldn't help but remind Natsui of that similar moment back at the Sylph Company building. He and Erica exchanged a look, and without further hesitation, they immediately left through the back door. Passing through a long connecting corridor, they arrived at the core area. Here, there was a downward-going elevator. Natsui pressed the button a couple of times, but there was no sign of the elevator starting. Pointing at the card slot on the control panel, Erica said, "Looks like it needs a key card to activate. Let's find another way." They continued forward, passing through several rooms, and happened to enter the base's internal cafeteria. The two of them stopped, not because they didn't want to proceed, but because behind rows of dining tables, a man and a woman, though currently eating, looked so calm and unhurried that they had clearly been waiting for a long time. The woman was Ariana, with whom Natsui had fought at the end of the Sylph Company battle, and the man next to her, just like her, was also wearing a white Team Rocket uniform. Beneath his short, bluish-green hair was a face with delicate features and a capable demeanor. He gently wiped the corner of his mouth with a napkin, then looked up, his sharp gaze slowly shifting to Natsui. "This is as far as you go," the man said. "From now on, I will not allow you to take another step forward." As he spoke, the wall next to Natsui and Erica suddenly shattered. A Pokemon with a powerful build, like a monstrous Godzilla, smashed through the wall and crashed hard into Erica. Erika's body lurched backward. Luckily, Natsui was quick enough to catch her in time. A trickle of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. She looked at the Pokemon, her expression filled with gravity. "It's a Tyranitar," setting Erica down and shielding her behind him. Although Natsui already had a guess in his heart, he still asked, "Who are you?" The man and Ariana stood up and walked closer. "You must be Natsui, right? My name is Archer. Like Proton, Petrol, and Ariana, whom you've defeated. I am one of Team Rocket's 4 executives." So it really was him. Looking back at Erica, Natsui gave a wry smile. "I thought with the international police backing us, everything would go smoothly. It looks like we'll have to fight these guys after all. How are you? Can you still battle?" "I'm fine." Erica slowly stood up, and with a flick of her hand, she sent out 2 Pokemon at once. It was the Gloom she had battled Natsui with before, and a Pokemon that looked like a pineapple tree, an Executor. Ariana stared at Natsui and said coldly, "Take off that ridiculous mask. Did you think I wouldn't recognize you just because you're wearing it?" As she spoke, she also sent out her Pokemon, Arbok and Murkrow. Knowing that a tough battle was now unavoidable, Natsui no longer hesitated and opened several Pokeballs at once. Instantly, Kirlia, Jolteon, Charmeleon, Wartortle, and Ivysaur appeared, standing before Natsui. Grewer. Tensions were high on both sides, and with a roar from Tyranitar in the next second, the Pokemon all launched their moves, attacking the other side. Chapter 68. The tide has turned, seeing the scene descend into utter chaos. Natsui quickly issued commands to reassign his Pokemon. Kirlia, Charmeleon. You two take on Murkrow. Jolteon, Wartortle, Arbok is yours. Ivysaur, go help Exeggutor and Gloom, and surround Tyranitar together. Hearing his command, the Pokémon quickly adjusted. At the same time, Natsui glanced at Haunter and instructed, Haunter, take the down one by one. I understand. Haunter's body vanished, and when it reappeared, it was already next to Arbok. At that moment, Arbok twisted its body, having just dodged a flamethrower, and immediately retaliated, spewing a large mouthful of acid at the two Pokémon before it. Just as Charmeleon was about to be hit, Curlius suddenly grabbed it and used Teleport, moving to a safe location. Seeing Haunter appear silently and unnoticed, with Arbok completely unaware, Ariana shouted, Arbok, watch your back. Arbok had just turned its head when it saw a shadow ball getting closer and closer, smashing into its body. It cried out in pain, but Haunter's attack wasn't over. Haunter then stuck out its large, slightly slobbery tongue and licked its face. This not only caused damage, but also triggered the paralysis effect. Good chance. Natsui yelled. Curlia, use Magical Leaf. Charmeleon, use Fire Fawn. The two Pokémon launched their moves, hitting Arbok simultaneously, because the fire and grass combination triggered a burn effect. This time Arbok didn't even have time to scream before it collapsed from exhaustion. Nicely done. Just as Natsui was about to repeat the strategy and switch targets to defeat Murkrow, Archer, in the distance, suddenly gave a command, Tyranitar, use Dark Pulse. Tyranitar opened its massive mouth, and in the next second, rings of dark energy and a dozen orbs of darkness shot out from its maw. However, its target wasn't any of the Pokémon present, but surprisingly, Natsui and Erica. Although Exeggutor quickly used Psyshock to intercept, due to the power difference between the Pokémon, it only neutralized part of the attack, and the Aftershock still flew towards Erica. Watch out! Natsui shouted, quickly tackling Erica to the ground. In a flash, the shockwave arrived. Although they shared the damage, the powerful force sent them rolling together several meters away. When it finally stopped, Natsui felt a burning pain in his arms, thighs, and back, as if he had gained many bruises. Even his mask had fallen to the side. Looking at Erica in his arms, she wasn't seriously injured, but her face was pale, clearly shaken. Once Erica understood the situation and looked at Natsui's face, her big eyes were full of gratitude. Thank you. Her soft body lay on top of him, and though it felt delicate, Natsui still said, this isn't the time for that. We can't let it attack us again. Erica nodded and quickly climbed off Natsui, commanding her Pokémon to counterattack. By the time Natsui got up and put his mask back on, Haunter had already defeated Ariana's Murkrow. However, Archer's Tyranitar was extremely powerful. The Pokémon's moves hit it, but remained standing, unshaken. What was even more troublesome was that after seeing Ariana defeated, Archer calmly took out another Pokeball and sent out a second Pokémon. This was a Pokémon whose entire body, including its tail and forehead, was engulfed in flames. It looked something like an ugly, large duck, burning all over like a fireball. It's a Magmar. Natsui whispered a warning, and Erica, beside him, nodded. She also recognized the Pokémon, and what was worse as a fire type, Magmar had a complete type advantage over her Pokémon. However, seeing Natsui's hand subconsciously reach for a great ball on his belt, Erika's heart skipped a beat, and she whispered, at a time like this, don't hold back anymore. If you have any trump cards left, you should use them now. Natsui hesitated slightly, just about to send out Zapdos, when suddenly the window of a nearby room shattered, and a man jumped in from outside. Fiery red hair, a black cape, everything was so familiar. It was Lance. Glancing around, Lance smiled. Looks like I've arrived just in time. Lance. Archer narrowed his eyes, staring deadly at him. To think that even you would come. Lance waved his hand nonchalantly. Hey, I'm telling you, Archer, this isn't the first or second time we've fought. No need to be so surprised to see me, right? As he spoke, a large, Stout Pokemon flew in through the window and slammed hard into Tyranitar, sending it straight into the wall on the other side. Seeing Lance join the battle, Natsui lowered his arm and asked, "Mr. Lance, how's the situation on your end?" Lance gave Natsui a thumbs-up gesture. "Don't worry. The special forces have already broken in. They'll have this entire floor secured soon. These guys won't be running rampant for much longer." Hearing this, Archer and Ariana exchanged a look, sensing things were bad, and both had the thought of retreating. If only a few people had invaded, they could have just eliminated them. But if a large force had already entered the base, then wasting any more time here was completely meaningless. With that thought, the two didn't delay any longer. They recalled their Pokemon and left without so much as a backward glance. They ran. Natsui breathed a sigh of relief. Calming down, he could indeed hear the sounds of intense fighting and chaotic footsteps from the hallway outside. He recalled his other Pokemon, leaving only Curlia and Haunter by his side, and walked out of the cafeteria. Outside, International Police Special Forces were everywhere. Large groups of Team Rocket members were either fleeing or being arrested in a state of complete rout. Remembering Sabrina and Looker, Natsui was about to turn back to find them, but then he saw the two of them, along with Agatha and Nanu, slowly walking over. Meeting Sabrina's gaze, Natsui asked, "What about the Matori Matrix members?" Before Sabrina could speak, Looker had already cut in. "We repelled them. Or rather, they retreated on their own after seeing the special forces enter the base." So Natsui mused. "We still couldn't catch them this time?" "Yeah." Looker also sighed helplessly. "This is their lair, after all, filled with traps and secret passages. Catching them is indeed not that easy." With the first basement level completely secured, they continued forward, conquering the second and third basement levels, until they reached the fourth basement level. Just as everyone thought the operation would conclude perfectly, Looker pushed open the stairwell door. There, in the center of the vast underground hall, a middle-aged man in a suit was sitting on a soft sofa, watching them with a calm expression. Chapter 69, Mutuo Gio. Giovanni. Everyone was shocked, their nerves instantly tensing as they assumed battle stances. "What's going on?" Natsui whispered to Looker. "Why is he here? Weren't you certain he was at the Viridian Gym and had sent Bruno and Lorelei to deal with him?" Looker hesitated. "I'm not sure about that either. Giovanni's whereabouts have always been unpredictable. Perhaps Bruno and Lorelei came up empty. But since he's appeared here, it saves us a lot of trouble. We can arrest him directly." Behind Giovanni stood the 4 Team Rocket executives: Archer, Ariana, Petrol, and Proton. Despite being in a difficult situation, not a single one of them showed any sign of panic. Looker took a few steps forward, looking directly at Giovanni. "Giovanni, you are suspected of kidnapping, destruction of property, and multiple cases of terrorism. According to international law, I am now formally placing you under arrest." Giovanni glanced at him and said flatly, "It was only a matter of time before this base was exposed. I'm not surprised you found this place. It's just that your speed was indeed a few years faster than I anticipated. It seems you international police officers aren't a complete bunch of useless waste after all. Spare us the commentary." Looker said in a low voice, "The fall of Team Rocket is inevitable. Now that it's come to this, are you going to surrender? Or are you planning to continue your futile resistance?" Hearing this, Giovanni slowly stood up from the sofa. "Just because you've taken one of my bases, you don't actually think you've already won, do you?" "What do you mean by that?" Looker pointed behind him. "With so many people mobilized today, and with Mr. Lance and Ms. Agatha present, do you still think you can escape?" Looking at Giovanni, Lance's expression was tinged with sorrow. "Mr. Giovanni, I once thought you were an upstanding man. It seems I was truly mistaken about you." Young Giovanni. Agatha also sighed. "Even though we've known each other for many years, I never would have thought you were hiding an identity like this. Humans are often deceived by the surface they perceive, unable to see the essence of things. When have any of you ever understood the real me?" Giovanni's tone was, like his personality, calm and ruthless. "Cut the crap," Looker barked. "Giovanni, The strongest trainers and Pokemon in the Kanto region are all here today. If you know what's good for you, you'll surrender at once. The strongest? Giovanni let out a cold smirk. What a joke. A group of ignorant people truly overestimating your own abilities. Today, I will let you witness what the strongest Pokemon truly is. As Giovanni's voice fell, a thin red light suddenly lit up in a dark corridor behind him. Then, under everyone's watchful eyes, a peculiar Pokemon clad in armor and a helmet slowly flew out from the darkness using psychic power. It was a humanoid Pokemon. Because most of its body was covered, its specific appearance was unclear. All that could be seen were two silver-white, cat-like feet and a thick, purple tail. What is that Pokemon? Everyone gasped in amazement. Even the worldly-wise Lance and Agatha looked astonished. Only Natsui, upon seeing this Pokemon, showed no sign of surprise. At this point in time, it's still under Giovanni's control, just as I thought. You think you can stop us with just one Pokemon? Looker waved a hand forward, sending out his Krogunk and Growlithe. The two Pokemon leaped forward and opened their mouths simultaneously. Countless poison needles and a stream of fire shot directly at the armored Pokemon. However, just as the two attacks were about to reach it, the armored Pokemon raised its arm. In the next second, the poison needles and flames were encased in two spheres of blue light, frozen in midair, and with a gentle push of its arm, the two blue spheres continued forward, striking Krogunk and Growlithe and slamming them hard against the back wall. Bang! Bang! After two loud thuds, the two Pokemon fell to the ground. Everyone was stunned. Defeating two Pokemon so easily with a single blow after displaying such incredible power. No one dared to underestimate this armored Pokemon anymore. Lance nodded to the Dragonite beside him, and Agatha sent out her Jengar. The two Pokemon, one on the left and one on the right, attacked the armored Pokemon from two sides. A shadow ball condensed in Jengar's claws and was then thrown at the armored Pokemon. At the same time, Dragonite flapped its wings and charged towards it. But just as the moves were about to make contact, the armored Pokemon's figure suddenly vanished. When it reappeared, it stretched out both its hands, and Dragonite and Jengar were similarly enveloped in blue light and slammed heavily onto the ground. It really is powerful. Nanu sighed and said to the others, "Let's not just stand around. Let's all attack together." Erica and Sabrina nodded in unison, commanding their own Pokemon. Once Looker's Krogunk and Growlithe got back up, everyone sent out their respective Pokemon and joined the siege. But as the number of Pokemon increased, moves flew chaotically, and for a moment, the entire fourth basement level began to shake slightly. Haunter was about to go forward, but seeing Natsui's calm expression, it couldn't help but scratch its head and ask, Aren't you going to let me help too?" Natsui hesitated for a moment. Help is necessary, of course, but Giovanni and the four executives behind him are just watching the show. They haven't taken the opportunity to escape or send out any other Pokemon to join the fight. Is it because they have absolute confidence in Mutuo's power? Just as Natsui was thinking, a strange, neutral voice suddenly echoed in the depths of his mind. "You know my name is Mutuo? Do you know me?" Whose voice was that? Natsui was stunned at first. Then he realized that someone must be communicating with him via telepathy. And from the tone of the question, it was undoubtedly Mutuo. But when Natsui looked up at it, he saw Mutuo was still in the middle of the battle, seemingly not paying any attention to him. "You really do know my name. Who are you?" But before Natsui could answer in his mind, he suddenly felt a jolt in his heart. Then his memories began to rapidly rewind in his mind, as if someone was reading and reviewing his entire life. "This is bad. Curlia!" Natsui suddenly shouted, startling Erica, Sabrina, and even Haunter beside him. But he had no time to worry about anything else. As he struggled to extend a hand towards Curlia, Curlia immediately sensed the urgency of the situation. It used teleport to appear by Natsui's side, stretched out its hands, which were enveloped in psychic power, and tightly gripped his large hand. Chapter 70. Success and failure. Blue psychic energy enveloped Natsui, protecting his mind and brain. And it was because of Curly's psychic power that Natsui was finally able to break free from Mutuo, no longer hearing its telepathic voice. Breathing a sigh of relief, Natsui looked up at Mutuo again, his gaze full of vigilance and caution. Unsure of how many of his private thoughts and secrets had been glimpsed by Mutuo in that brief moment. On the battlefield, Mutuo, who had been dominating all before it with no equal, suddenly stopped. Its body hovered in midair, completely still, with only its thick tail twitching and turning, as if it had fallen into a state of extreme agitation. This sudden change also made Lance, Agatha, Looker, and Nanu frown. However, not knowing what Mutuo was doing, none of them dared to rashly give the command to attack. Their Pokémon, without orders, also stopped fighting, panting heavily. Giovanni couldn't help but narrow his eyes. This situation with Mutuo had happened once before in the lab where it was created. At that time, it had questioned its own existence, not understanding the meaning of life, and thus revealed a ferocious side, destroying everything on the island with world-ending power. And now this scene, once again, reminded Giovanni of that inferno-like sea of fire. What are you doing? Defeat them. Do not forget, you must learn to control your power, otherwise, all you will bring to this world is destruction. Giovanni's voice echoed in the hall, but Mutuo remained unmoved. Seeing this, Giovanni felt a sense of foreboding. He glanced at his four subordinates and then slowly walked towards the elevator on the side. Giovanni, where are you going? Looker shouted. Giovanni ignored him, instead taking out a key card, swiping on the control panel, and opening the previously sealed elevator door. Damn it! Looker clenched his fists, turned back to a Special Forces officer behind him, and asked, "Where does that elevator lead? Do we have people guarding the exit?" Well, the officer hesitated for a moment before replying, "We tried to cut the power just now, but that elevator seems to run on an independent system. Without the key card, we have no way to control it. Damn it, we can't let him escape. Get people upstairs to stop him," Looker said, then shouted to his two Pokémon, Kroga and Growlithe, "Stop them." Just as the two Pokémon were about to move, a brilliant blue light suddenly erupted from Mutuo's body. A violent and irresistible force burst forth, creating intense wind pressure that blew in all directions. People couldn't help but squint, and in the next moment, they were all knocked to the ground. By the time they came to their senses, they saw Mutuo flying upwards, smashing through several layers of ceilings, and disappearing from sight. Its armor lay scattered on the ground, but no one had seen its true form. "It's gone?" Lance looked up at the large, damaged hole in the ceiling, wondering why this strange Pokémon, in the middle of a battle, would abandon its trainer and flee. "Giovanni!" Looker yelled, his gaze urgently searching forward, only to find that Giovanni had already entered the elevator with his executives. The heavy elevator door was closing bit by bit, revealing only Giovanni's somewhat grim face. "This is bad. After them." Looker knew it was hopeless to stop the elevator, so he was the first to turn back to the stairs, leading the Special Forces team in pursuit. Natsui got up from the ground and helped Sabrina and Erica up in turn. "That Pokémon is just too strong," Erica said with lingering fear. "What does it even look like under that armor? Is it a newly discovered legendary Pokémon?" "I don't know. It's the first time I've ever seen a Pokémon like that," Sabrina said, then recalling Natsui's strange behavior earlier. She looked at him with what seemed to be concern in her eyes. "What happened to you just now?" Natsui didn't speak, just gently shook his head, offering no explanation. Some secrets were destined to be buried in his heart, never to be known by anyone. With Giovanni's escape, this operation could be called both a success and a failure. The success was that they had conquered a Team Rocket base that had been operating for many years, obtaining a large amount of data and arresting many Team Rocket grunts, dealing them a significant blow. The failure, however, was that they hadn't managed to capture even a single high-ranking executive. The continuous battles and his involvement in the Team Rocket incident had left Natsui mentally and physically exhausted. After saying goodbye to everyone and returning to Vermilion City, he immediately decided to take a short vacation for himself to rest for a couple of days. Charmeleon used Flamethrower. Jolteon dodged it quickly, then used Thunderfang. In Cerise Park, Natsui lay on a rocking chair, simultaneously commanding his two Pokémon to battle each other. Koharu sat in the distance, combing Curly's hair with a wooden comb. Seeing Natsui's lazy appearance, she couldn't help but chuckle. "You're being way too lazy, aren't you? Commanding your Pokémon like that. There's no way they can determine a winner. This is what I call me against myself. The goal is just to train them," Natsui said, letting out a soft sigh. "But it can't be helped. I'm the only trainer here. Even if I wanted someone to help me train, there's no one to be found." The reason Koharu was here was that it happened to be the weekend, and she was free, so she came over to help. "Weren't you just saying that traveling is what helps them keep improving? Why the sudden thought to rest?" Natsui looked up at the dome's ceiling and stretched out with a big yawn. "I'm just an ordinary human, after all. Resting is just to get in better shape to welcome the next journey." "Oh, right. Speaking of journeys," Koharu seemed to remember something. "Let me show you something fun." She stood up, walked over to Natsui, took her phone out of her pocket, and played a video. Natsui leaned in for a look and saw that it was the scene from that day at the Porta Vista Pier, where he battled the giant Tentacruel with Zapdos. Seeing this, his spirits lifted, and he watched intently. He had to admit, although the image quality was a bit blurry, in the video, he was completely wrapped in a raincoat and mask, so his true identity was completely unrecognizable. And that battle, after some post-production filtering, had clearly been made to look even more spectacular. Koharu continued, "This video has been really popular these last few days. It's gone viral among the boys in my class. I figured since you're a trainer, you'd definitely like this video too." Of course, Natsui quickly agreed. "Look at this Zapdos. Its electric-type moves are so powerful. You can tell at a glance, it's extremely strong." The great ball on his waist shook slightly. Clearly, Zapdos was enjoying Natsui's flattery. Koharu nodded. "It is very strong, but its trainer's outfit is really ugly." "You ugly?" Natsui's face darkened, and he twitched the corner of his mouth. "This outfit, while it is a bit strange, it's not so bad as to be called ugly, is it? Look, the black cape and the Jengar mask together. Don't they create a sense of mystery?" Chapter 71. Dragonite Island. Koharu was about to speak when Natsui's phone suddenly rang. She had no choice but to keep quiet, squatting on the ground with her chin in her hands, watching Natsui with a smile as she waited for him to finish his call. Natsui glanced down at the screen. It was Sabrina calling. "Hello." When the call connected, Natsui didn't bother with pleasantries and got straight to the point. "How did it go?" On the other end of the line, Sabrina's voice was as cool as ever. "I've already given the Sylph scope to Mr. Sylph. He expressed his heartfelt thanks for you recovering it." Natsui was waiting for more, but when Sabrina stopped, he couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Huh? That's it?" Sabrina chuckled and asked in return, "What? You sound disappointed?" Of course, Natsui admitted freely. "After all, I got it back from Team Rocket. I was kind of hoping he might give me another Master Ball." "A Master Ball?" Sabrina said, amused. "What do you think a Master Ball is?" "A regular Pokeball you can find lining the shelves of any Pokemart." "I know that, of course, but men are greedy creatures. We always hold unrealistic fantasies about the things we can't have." It's unknown if Natsui's words caused a misunderstanding, but Sabrina fell silent for a moment before slowly saying, "All right, I'll stop teasing you. Actually, Mr. Sylph knows you're continuing your journey, so he had someone modify the scope so that you can install on your mask." "Mask? What mask?" Koharu's ears immediately perked up. He's actually giving the scope to me." "Wait, since when do you tell jokes?" Natsui said in surprise. Seeing Koharu eavesdropping on his conversation, he quickly turned away and lowered his voice. "Ahem. Okay, anyway, thank you, and please thank Mr. Sylph for me. Just hold on to it for now. You can give it to me when I have time to go to Saffron City." In the afternoon, Natsui returned to the laboratory But he didn't stay idle. Instead, he helped Professor Cerise and the others, lending a hand here and there. Besides Professor Cerise, Run and Krysa also taught him many things, like how to write observation notes, use simple equipment, and analyze the essence of things. They truly treated him as a member of the laboratory. Taking this opportunity, Natsui also studied diligently, humbly asking them questions and trying to absorb any knowledge he could about Pokemon. In the blink of an eye, it was Monday. When Koharu went back to school, Natsui also set off on a new journey. This time, his destination was the city of the Fuchsia Gym, Fuchsia City. The straight-line distance between Fuchsia City and Vermilion City wasn't that far, but because a sea separated them, there were two ways he could get there. The first was to travel by land, heading east from the outskirts of Vermilion City through a dense, deep mountain range, and then taking a detour from there, following the coast southwest until finally reaching Fuchsia City. But this route, aside from being more than 10 times longer, was also particularly time-consuming and laborious, clearly not worth the effort. As for the second option, it was to take a cruise ship directly across the sea. However, after a moment of thought, Natsui decided to try a method he had never experienced before. "Come on out, Gyarados!" As the Pokeball opened, a Pokemon with a dragon-like head and a long, slender body appeared in the sea. Natsui leaped forward, landing steadily on Gyarados' back. Ever since coming to this world, he had always wanted to try riding a water-type Pokemon out to sea. Now that he had such a suitable opportunity, it could be considered a wish fulfilled. Setting his direction, with a cheerful shout from Natsui, most of Gyarados' body floated on the water's surface as it swam rapidly towards the other side of the sea. The boundless sea, the blue sky, and the white clouds lifted one's spirits. Even the damp, salty sea breeze felt exceptionally comfortable against his skin. Coupled with the occasional ship he encountered and the Pokemon that would leap out of the sea from time to time, it added a bit of surprise and fun to this otherwise ordinary trip. However, after a long time, no matter how beautiful the scenery was, it gradually became dull and boring. Natsui yawned, feeling bored, when suddenly a strong wind blew. He looked into the distance and saw, at the very edge of his sight, a fierce storm approaching him. "You gotta be kidding me. Why do I always run into this kind of weather as soon as I go out to sea?" Sighing internally, Natsui quickly directed Gyarados to change course. However, the storm was moving too fast. In just a few short minutes, it was already upon him. The fierce sea wind was so strong it was almost impossible to open his eyes, and the pouring rain instantly soaked his clothes. Just as he was hesitating whether to switch to Zapdos and escape by air, giant waves were already crashing over him. In the face of nature, both humans and Pokemon seemed so insignificant. Gyarados' body was completely out of its control, tossing and turning on the waves. Natsui wrapped one arm around Gyarados' neck while his other hand reached for the Great Ball on his waist. However, at that very moment, he saw several Pokemon flying towards him from the sky. From far to near, their yellow, stout bodies seemed completely unaffected by the storm, making them exceptionally conspicuous even under the dark sky. It was Dragonite. Before Natsui could understand what they were going to do, one of the Dragonite had already flown in front of him. Without a word, it used its claws to pick him up and flew back into the air. Natsui looked bewildered. "What's going on? Did they mistake me for a castaway?" Seeing they were flying further and further away, he quickly took out a Pokeball and recalled Gyarados. However, perhaps because he didn't sense any malice from these Dragonite, Natsui let them carry him away from the storm. Their wings flapped, and they flew far away from the storm. But then, Natsui saw the Dragonite carry him right into another storm. Before he had time to be surprised, they had already passed through the storm, and the view before him suddenly opened up. In midair, Natsui looked down from above and saw, within the ring-shaped storm, a lush green, isolated island. Such a sight immediately made Natsui think of one place, Dragonite Island. After the Dragonite landed on the island, Natsui stepped onto the soft sand. He looked up and saw the Dragonite gathered around him, all watching him with proud expressions. They looked just like children who had done a good deed and were eagerly awaiting praise. All right. Natsui shook his head, cleared his throat, and said gratefully, although it wasn't necessary, I still have to thank you for getting me out of that storm. Chapter 72. The Pitiful Dratini, actually. Being brought here by a Dragonite was not a unique case. In fact, both Ash and Go from the Journey series, as well as ordinary shipwrecked sailors, have been rescued by them before. Hearing Natsui's thanks, the Dragonite all squinted their eyes and smiled, letting out cheerful cries. Dragonite are kind-hearted by nature. If they find a ship in distress at sea, they will guide it to shore. Moreover, they are strong and powerful, and it's said they can circle the globe in just 16 hours, making them an incredibly fast Pokemon. Seeing that Natsui was fine, the Dragonite slowly dispersed, leaving him there just like that. They neither paid him any mind nor watched his every move, seemingly not at all worried that he might cause some kind of disturbance. Seeing this, Natsui shook his head helplessly. With a personality like this, it's no wonder their habitats are shrinking, and the Dragonite population itself has become increasingly rare, to the point where it's almost impossible to encounter a wild Dragonite on any continent now. Looking towards the island's interior, it was clear that besides these few Dragonite, there were many more of their kind in the forest, as well as many of their unevolved forms Dragonair and Dratini. These Pokemon moved about everywhere, searching for berries and living carefree lives. What was even rarer was that none of the Dragonite showed any hostility or resistance towards humans. He took out his phone. Just as he expected, there was no signal at all. After taking a few photos as mementos, Natsui shook the raindrops off his body and walked towards the interior of the island. At that moment, Haunter emerged from his shadow. It looked at the surrounding Dratini and Dragonair, clicking its tongue in wonder. Say, Dratini and Dragonair are both so slender and slim. Why is it that after evolving into Dragonite, not only does the color change, but the body becomes so stout and chubby? There's nothing strange about it. After all, this world can't be explained with common sense, Natsui said, shrugging. Actually, if you ask me, I feel like Milotic is a more fitting evolution for Dratini and Dragonair. Oh, Haunter asked curiously. Why do you say that? I'm not just referring to their body shapes and appearances, Natsui said, then asked a question in return. Have you heard of the ability Marvel Scale? Haunter shook its head. Never heard of it. What's that? Natsui smiled. Pokemon with this ability get a defense boost when afflicted with a status condition. It's an extremely rare ability. And looking at all the species of Pokemon, only Milotic, Dragonair, and Dratini, only these three have a Marvel Scale ability. So, you understand the connection, right? A meaningful smile appeared on Haunter's face. Oh, I get it. Just like that, stopping and starting, Natsui walked with a leisurely mood until he reached the bottom of a waterfall. The river water cascaded down, forming a clear, small lake. Between the smooth rocks, many Dratini were gathered, playing, resting, and chasing each other. It seemed this was their nest. Seeing Natsui and Haunter, these Dratini didn't seem scared of strangers at all and curiously approached them. Although they were shy by nature, with so many Dratini gathered together in their familiar nest, it made them much bolder. Everyone, come on out and play with them too. Natsui tossed his Pokeballs, and all of his Pokemon, including Zapdos, were released. Seeing these various types of Pokemon they had never seen before, the Dratini were extremely excited, circling around them endlessly. Natsui's Pokemon were also very happy, playing cheerfully with them. Just then, Natsui suddenly noticed a Dratini in the corner, curled up all by itself, peering over at them with a look of both envy and fear. Following his gaze, Haunter also saw that Dratini and asked, puzzled, why is it over there all alone? Is it being isolated by its peers? It doesn't quite look like it's being isolated. It seems more like it's afraid of me. As Natsui spoke, he cautiously walked towards it. Sure enough, upon seeing Natsui approach, the Dratini backed away fearfully. Seeing this, Natsui could only give up and return to his original spot. The sound of footsteps came from behind as several Dragonite walked over from a distance. Seeing so many Pokemon playing with the Dratini, they all nodded happily, and their gazes towards Natsui became even friendlier. When they got closer, Natsui said to Haunter, "Could you help me ask them what's wrong with that Dratini?" Haunter turned and communicated with the Dragonite. It wasn't long before it relayed the story to Natsui. It's quite a sad story, actually. Haunter sighed. This Dratini's mother left the island and never came back. Ever since then, it's been like this, unwilling to interact with its own kind or leave the nest, and its personality has become more and more withdrawn. Natsui had a soft spot for these kinds of touching stories about life and death. His heart filled with pity, and he looked at the Dratini with great sympathy. Did something happen to its mother? Not really, Haunter said, shrugging. I heard she ran off with a trainer's Dragonite. A few of them saw her a few months ago, and apparently, she's living very happily. This. Natsui's face was full of shock. How did a perfectly good tragedy turn into a TV drama in the blink of an eye? She abandoned her child and ran off with someone else? Okay, just pretend I didn't ask anything. Although the mother was alive and well, for some reason, after hearing the story, he felt that the Dratini had become even more pitiful. Abandoned at such a young age, turned into an orphan. No, it should be an orphan. To encounter something like this, it really deserved sympathy. With that thought, Natsui turned, rummaged through his backpack, and pulled out a can of food. He walked over to the Dratini and opened the lid. Instantly, the aroma of the food wafted in front of the Dratini. Don't be scared. This is really tasty. Come on, have a try. In the distance, Ivysaur tilted its head, feeling that this scene was very familiar. The Dratini sniffed deeply a few times, its stomach growling. After holding back for a long time, it finally gave in to the temptation of the food and crawled out of its hole. It approached bit by bit, and seeing that Natsui had no ill intentions, it couldn't resist quickly snatching the can and retreating back into its hole to eat heartily. Taking this opportunity, Natsui moved a few steps closer and said softly, I don't really know how to comfort you, but life as a dragon is unpredictable. You should try to look on the bright side. Think about it. At least your mother is living happily now, isn't she? Chapter 73. The ninth Pokemon and the Fuchsia Gym, the Dratini, was completely engrossed in its meal, seemingly paying no mind to the words spoken next to it. In fact, a long time had passed since its mother had left. Although it still thought of her occasionally, the wound was slowly healing. It was no longer as heartbroken as it had been at the beginning. After licking the can completely clean, it looked at Natsui again, clearly wanting more. Seeing this, Natsui quickly took out a second can and held it out. Eat up, eat up. Eat as much as you want. This time, the Dratini was a little bolder. It cautiously inched closer to Natsui and once again snatched the can away. Watching it devour the second can until it was sparkling clean, Natsui couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. Such a tiny body, yet such a huge appetite. It's almost as much as 2 Wartortle. Just then, Haunter looked up at the sky and said to Natsui, it's getting late. We've already delayed here for too long. Shouldn't we be leaving? Natsui nodded, called his Pokemon together, and was about to leave on Zapdos when the Dratini, who had been staring at his back for a long time, saw that he was leaving and hurriedly followed, letting out a few soft cries. Huh? Haunter said, surprised. It wants to go with us. Go with us. Natsui was stunned, feeling a sense of wonder. As the only pseudo-legendary from the first generation, he was naturally very fond of Pokemon like Dragonite. Before setting foot on this island, he had often thought about catching a Dragonite one day. But since arriving here and seeing these Pokemon live such carefree and peaceful lives, he couldn't bear to disturb the island's tranquility and hadn't entertained the thought of catching them. But he never expected that now a pitiful Dratini would be willing to leave with him voluntarily. What an unexpected delight. Hey, Haunter, you don't think the reason it wants to follow me is just to keep eating canned food, do you? Give yourself some credit for knowing that much. Haunter rolled its eyes at him. Living here, I bet it's long since gotten tired of those berries. I'm afraid that in its eyes, your backpack is a bottomless pit. As long as it follows you, it can eat those different flavored cans every day. All right, although the method was different, Natsui was naturally very happy to be able to catch such a precious Pokemon just with canned food. He turned his head to look at the few Dragonite nearby. Seeing they had no objections and instead had looks of relief on their faces, Natsui gestured to them, then crouched down, took out an empty Pokeball from his backpack, and faced it towards the Dragonite. Have you thought it through? Natsui asked solemnly. If you leave here with me, it might be a very, very long time before you can come back here, you know? The Dragonite licked its lips, seemingly not hearing what Natsui was saying at all. Instead, it seemed to think the Pokeball was another tasty treat and slowly approached it. The moment its nose touched the switch with a flash of red light, it was directly sucked into the Pokeball. The Pokeball shook slightly, and after a soft click, it fell completely still. Sigh, what a little foodie. Natsui shook his head helplessly at this. But regardless, after traveling for so long, he had finally caught his 9th Pokemon, riding on Zapdos' back. Natsui passed through the circular storm and left Dragonite Island. Once his phone regained its signal, he pinpointed his location and set off once again towards Fuchsia City. The air at high altitude was very cold, and flying against the wind made it almost difficult to breathe. He quickly patted Zapdos back, telling it to lower its altitude, which made him feel much better. The sea surface zipped by rapidly beneath his feet. At Zapdos speed, he flew for a long time until he reached the coastal waters. To avoid being spotted, Natsui switched back to Gyarados and swam to the shore. Fuchsia, a gorgeous and brilliant pinkish-red color. As an important city in the southwest of the Kanto region, Fuchsia City's most famous landmark, aside from the Fuchsia Gym, was the Safari Zone not far from the city. There, for an entrance fee of 500 Poke Dollars, people could get 30 Safari Balls and freely catch Pokemon in that natural Pokemon habitat. Because no battling was required, one could catch Pokemon simply by throwing Safari Balls, rocks, or bait. Many ordinary people would travel from far and wide every year to catch their first Pokemon here. However, for Natsui, there was nothing here worth catching anymore. So, when he passed by the Safari Zone, he merely gave it a casual glance before leaving hastily, heading straight for Fuchsia City. However, upon entering the city full of tall buildings, he learned from his navigation app that the Fuchsia Gym, unlike other gyms, was not built within the city but was hidden deep in the mountains outside of it. With no other choice, after restocking on fresh water and food in a shop, Natsui had to set off on foot again, heading towards the mountains. Frustratingly, the path to the Fuchsia Gym was very rugged. Most of it consisted of uneven mountain trails, even requiring him to wade through streams and cross a single log bridge, making every step more draining. Strange cries echoed from the dense forest, and there was no telling what kind of Pokemon were peeking out. Seeing Natsui slow down, Haunter suggested, "How about it? Wanting to use the wind to help push you forward?" "Forget it," he said, shaking his head in refusal. "Walking on a path like this is tiring, but it's not without its benefits. Let's just consider it exercise." "I really don't get it," Haunter said, looking around puzzled. "Why build a gym in such a remote place? It's clearly meant for trainers to challenge for badges, yet they build it so far away. I bet by the time we get there, we won't even need to battle. The exhaustion alone will be enough to take someone down." "Well," Natsui tightened his backpack straps and said as he walked, "the Fuchsia Gym leader is Koga. He's not only a poison-type Pokemon expert, but also a ninja, said to be a descendant of the Iji-Ryu school. That's why he secludes himself in the deep mountains for training. So, this path can be considered a test for trainers." After another 10 minutes of walking, when they finally reached a high slope and looked down, they at last saw a spacious, multi-leveled courtyard on a cliff on the other side. The style of the courtyard was simple and elegant, and inside, all the buildings were connected by covered walkways, forming a massive complex. Looking closely at the courtyard's main gate One could just make out the 4 large characters on the plaque. Fuchsia Gym. Chapter 74. Traps and Janine. After crossing the long suspension bridge, Natsui arrived at the closed main gate of the Fuchsia Gym. Just as he was about to knock the door knocker, the 2 wooden doors opened on their own, without any wind. But looking into the courtyard, there was no one behind the doors. No staff came out to greet him, nor were there any Pokemon in sight. Did I trigger some kind of mechanism? Hello? Is anyone here? Natsui called out loudly. His voice echoed in the courtyard, but after waiting for a long time, there was still no sound. The surroundings were dead silent, creating an exceptionally eerie atmosphere. It seemed as if every corner was filled with a murderous aura. So mysterious. Is this what a ninja's home is like? Seeing this, Haunter immediately became interested. As a Pokemon that loves pranks besides haunted houses and cemeteries, this kind of place had always been its favorite. Perhaps this is also a kind of test. Natsui hesitated no longer and stepped into the gym. He followed a gravel path and arrived at the entrance hall of the main building. However, to his surprise, the moment he stepped onto the floor of the entrance hall, the Fuchsia Gym gave him a taste of its power. The floor suddenly rotated, its angle changing from flat to steep, instantly becoming a large, smooth slope. Fortunately, he already knew this place was full of traps. In that split second, with quick eyes and fast hands, he grabbed hold of a nearby pillar. Looking down, behind the rotating floor, a path that was once a neat stone slab had become pitted and worn from accumulated use. There was no telling how many naive and ignorant trainers had fallen for this trap. To be safe, he opened a Pokeball and released his Kirlia. With its psychic power, he could handle most dangers. Adjusting his mindset, Natsui entered the hall again. After walking around a screen painted with bamboo, he found himself in a dark corridor. However, when Natsui reached the end, he found that there were 2 forked paths, one to the left and one to the right. These 2 paths looked ordinary, with nothing strange about them. But in this mysterious ninja house, who knew how many traps awaited him? Every step required caution. After a moment of thought, Natsui followed his intuition and chose the path on the left. His shoes made creaking sounds as they stepped on the floorboards. After walking another dozen or so steps, the floor beneath his feet suddenly gave way. It caved in, revealing a pitfall. However, Natsui, who should have fallen into the pit, was instead enveloped by a mass of psychic energy, floating in the air, and was gently flown to a safe spot. Good job, Kirlia. Patting Kirlia's head, Natsui went to the edge of the pitfall and looked down. It was pitch black below, but there were no sharp-stoned or bladed traps, just smooth walls and a moderately deep hole. While not deep enough to cause injury from a fall, it was impossible for anyone who fell in to climb back out. It seems Koga's original intention for this trap was just to teach a small lesson to those careless trainers who fall in. He really went to great lengths. Passing the trap, Natsui continued forward and noticed that the slope of the floor, which was originally flat, was gradually starting to incline upwards. He frowned, and just as he was about to send Haunter ahead to scout, he suddenly heard faint footsteps coming from the other side of the corridor wall. Then came the click of a mechanism being activated. As the ceiling cracked open, a smooth, round boulder suddenly fell from above and, using the slope of the floor, rolled towards Natsui. The size of this boulder was almost the same as the corridor's width and height. Seeing the massive stone block, which looked as heavy as a mountain, Kirlia quickly blocked it with its psychic power. Taking this chance, Natsui retreated behind the pitfall to a safe spot. As Kirlia released its hold, the boulder continued downwards, while Kirlia used teleport to appear by Natsui's side. Thud! With a dull thud, the boulder fell heavily into the pit. If it had been someone else facing this trap, without psychic powers or an incredibly strong Pokemon, this boulder would have been enough to crush the challenger flat. This trap is a bit too dangerous, isn't it? Before he could reflect further, the footsteps on the other side of the wall sounded again, seemingly fleeing and getting farther away. Seeing this, Natsui quickly signaled for Haunter to give chase. Haunter phased through the wall. Not long after, a cackling laugh was heard from the other side, immediately followed by a girl's piercing scream. "Oh!" In the next second, the wall in front of them suddenly flipped over, and a girl came stumbling out. Her appearance was ordinary. She wore the black one-piece suit common for ninjas, with a pinkish-red scarf, and her purple hair was tied up in a huge ponytail. Their eyes met. The girl gave an awkward smile and cleared her throat. "Since you found me, it seems my training is still far from complete." At first glance, the girl looked unfamiliar to Natsui. He couldn't help but ask, "Please forgive my intrusion into the gym. I'm here to challenge the gym leader, Koga. Is he here?" The girl crossed her arms and said, "If you want to challenge my father, you have to beat me first." "Father? So that means—" "That's right. My name is Janine, and I'm his daughter." Janine looked Natsui up and down and beckoned to him. "All right, follow me. It'll take you to the battlefield." The two walked one after the other, bypassing a few more traps, and finally arrived at a simple battlefield. The field was located in a spacious room and was very simply arranged. What was even more unbelievable was that its ground was actually made of wooden floorboards. Since its wood wouldn't fire, ground, or rock-type moves easily destroy this place. Is it really okay to battle here? In the trainer boxes, Natsui and Janine stood on opposite sides. She pointed to a door behind her and said solemnly, "As long as you defeat me, you can enter that door and continue forward." Natsui said nonchalantly, "All right, if those are the rules of the gym, then I accept." "So what are the rules?" "1-on-1. Whoever's Pokemon faints last is the winner." As she spoke, Janine casually tossed a Pokeball and sent out her Pokemon. "Come on out, Crobat." A purple, bat-shaped Pokemon with two pairs of wings, one large and one small, appeared in the middle of the field. Pokédex, beep. Crobat, the bat Pokemon. A poison and flying type. The final evolved form of Zubat. They usually inhabit dark caves and can emit ultrasonic waves that humans cannot hear. Although they look fierce, their temperament is actually quite gentle. As long as you don't disturb their sleep during the day, you won't incur their wrath. Natsui turned his head to Haunter. "You've never had a gym battle before. Want to give it a try?" Chapter 75. Passing the first test, forget it. Haunter was clearly uninterested, shaking its head in refusal. "It's too weak. It's no match for me at all." "Too weak? You dare say my Crobat is too weak?" Unexpectedly, this comment directly provoked Janine. She shouted, "Hey, you talking Haunter over there? You may be unique, but don't you dare underestimate my Pokemon. Do you dare to come up here and have a match with it?" Haunter was completely unmoved. It even made a funny face at Janine and stuck out its large tongue. "Bleh, I'm not coming up. What are you going to do about it?" "Bleh, bleh, bleh." Seeing Janine fuming with rage, Natsui quickly tried to smooth things over. Sorry, my Haunter just has this kind of personality. Ms. Janine, please don't take it personally." However, knowing Haunter was unwilling to battle, and looking at Crobat's pig-like face, Natsui thought for a moment, then threw a Pokeball and sent out Jolteon. "Jolteon, this battle is up to you." In his memory, Crobat possessed extreme speed, and among his Pokemon, only Jolteon could currently match it. Furthermore, the electric type had a type advantage against the flying type, so sending out Jolteon was indeed a good choice. On the other side, seeing Jolteon, Janine's brow furrowed. She had thought Natsui would actually send out that annoying Haunter. A Jolteon, is it? But it doesn't matter. No matter who the opponent is. My Crobat will teach a good lesson to anyone who dares to look down on us. Once both Pokemon were ready, Janine launched an attack directly. "Crobat, use Air Cutter." As one of Crobat's pairs of wings suddenly flapped, several transparent, crescent-shaped blades formed from high-pressure air slashed down towards Jolteon. "Jolteon, dodge it quickly." Hearing Natsui's command, Jolteon used its agile steps to perfectly evade the attack just before it landed. At the same time, it rustled the fur on its body and launched a counterattack. Rows of pin missiles, like steel needles, shot towards Crobat. Crobat flapped its wings and likewise dodged the sweeping attack. After this simple exchange, both of them understood that with their mutual high speed, it was impossible to land a hit and cause any effective damage with long-range attacks alone. With that thought, Janine immediately changed her strategy. Crobat, use cross-poison. Crobat circled twice and dived down, its clawed front wings glowing with a faint green light as it slashed towards Jolteon. Faced with the aggressive attack, Natsui did not choose to evade. Jolteon, Thundershock it. By now, Crobat had already closed in. Electricity flowed around Jolteon's body, and it then unleashed a Thundershock that hit Crobat. But even so, Crobat endured the pain and viciously slashed at Jolteon with its poison claws. This time, although it looked like they had traded blows and both were injured. With electric being super effective against flying, it was Crobat that took more damage. As Crobat flew back up, Janine continued to shout, Crobat, use Poison Fang. Natsui waved his hand and similarly said, Jolteon, don't lose to it. Use Thunderfang. The two Pokemon, one with poison dripping from its mouth, the other crackling with electricity, had only their most primitive battle instincts left as they opened their mouths wide and clashed. Biting, and more biting, with Crobat's gaping maw and Jolteon's low growls. The two Pokemon's claws grappled with each other as they bit down on one another's bodies. In just a few breaths, Crobat was covered in wounds, and Jolteon had also sustained several injuries. But what happened next was unexpected. Both of them were simultaneously afflicted with a status condition. First was Jolteon. Its body was invaded by venom, which instantly spread throughout its system. Even its face had turned a faint green. Next was Crobat. It was paralyzed by the electric current, unable to move for a moment, completely defenseless. Seeing this, Natsui commanded Jolteon, finish it with one last blow. Use Discharge. Jolteon's needle-like fur stood on end. The electrons in its body gathered frantically, releasing a dazzling burst of electricity. BZZZT. This time, Crobat took the full force of the damage and fainted, completely losing its ability to battle. I lost. Janine sighed in frustration, took out a Pokeball, and recalled her Crobat. Nodding at her, Natsui took out an antidote, walked over to Jolteon, and fed it to him. You fought well, he said, stroking Jolteon's forehead, seeing its complexion improve and the poison seemingly fade. He recalled it into its Pokeball as well. Well then, as we agreed before, Janine said, clearing the path, since you've defeated me, please go through this door and continue forward. After speaking, before Natsui could reply, she vanished through the door in a flash. Honestly, why is doing a gym battle so troublesome? Although he complained, Natsui still proceeded with Haunter and Curlia, passing through the wooden door. Behind the door was a staircase. When he walked up the stairs and reached the second floor, he found another long corridor before him. Sunlight streamed in through the transom windows on the side, brightly illuminating the hallway. Although it looked safe, Haunter said, spinning around and clicking its tongue, I bet there's still some kind of trap here. You'd better be careful. He took a dozen or so steps forward, but nothing happened. However, the more peaceful it was, the more cautious he became. Sure enough, after walking a few more meters, his arm seemed to suddenly hit an invisible wall. This invisible wall completely blocked the path ahead. Although it was transparent, the sunlight reflecting off it still gave off a faint white shimmer. Natsui carefully felt along the edge of the wall with his hand. It was cold and smooth to the touch. When he knocked on it gently, it made a thump-thump sound. It was clearly a thick, transparent glass wall. Haunter's body passed back and forth through the wall. To it, which had no physical form. This wall was like nothing at all. How about it? Wanting to break it? Natsui shook his head. An idea struck him, and he turned back the way he came. However, when he reached the top of the stairs, he found that an invisible wall had appeared there at some point as well. Now, the paths both in front and behind him were blocked. He was completely trapped in the corridor. But at this, Natsui actually smiled. He vaguely remembered that when he watched the anime, Ash had encountered this very trap when he challenged the Fuchsia Gym. And as for what comes next after this trap, Natsui walked to the side of the long corridor, to the wooden wall with the transom window, lifted his right leg, and kicked it with all his might. Chapter 76. Battling Aya, the wooden wall, under Natsui's force, was kicked open like a hinged door. In the next second, as the entire wall fell outwards, it revealed a long cliff behind it. And a dozen meters below the cliff was a river, so deep its bottom couldn't be seen. It seemed that if any trainer were to get trapped in the corridor and to try to escape through the transom window, this unexpected trap would definitely send them plunging into the turbulent river below. Haunter asked strangely, How did you know there was a trap here? Because before me, there was a very good cautionary tale. With that, Natsui turned and walked to the opposite wall. With a hard push, a revolving panel turned, revealing a battlefield inside. He passed through the secret door and had just stepped inside when, with a series of whooshing sounds, a dozen shuriken flew towards him at high speed. The shuriken whistled past him. A few of them even flew so close they almost grazed his ear, the wind they generated even stirring his hair. Thunk, thunk, thunk. Natsui stood his ground calmly. When the surroundings fell quiet again, he looked back and saw that the shuriken were stuck in the secret door, outlining a perfect human figure, a master of tracing outlines, truly excellent shuriken skills. On the other side, a woman with a long green ponytail, exposed thighs, and wearing a pink ninja uniform descended from the sky, landing in front of Natsui. Born in darkness, living in darkness, such is the fate of a ninja. The Kunoichi Aya is here, putting her in trance aside. Her first impression on Natsui was that she was bewitching, extremely bewitching, and, compared to Janine just now, her features were also much more beautiful. But dressing like this isn't very conducive to stealth and assassination, is it? Could she be the type of ninja who uses her beauty as a honey trap? To be able to defeat Janine and pass through all the traps to get here, you're really something. Aya clapped her hands. And to remain so composed in the face of my shuriken, you're truly a remarkable man. Natsui's face was stern. Hilarious. Do you really think I'm going to tell you? I didn't even have time to react. After spending so much effort, I thought I would finally get to see the gym leader. Aya smiled. If you want to see my brother, you'll have to defeat me first. But because you just defeated Janine, the number of Pokemon you can use has been reduced to 2. As she spoke, she let out a whistle, and a furry Pokemon with compound eyes like a fly jumped to her side. Pokédex, beep. Venonat, the insect Pokemon, a bug and poison type. Although its appearance may not seem friendly, it is actually a very gentle Pokemon. Its radar-like eyes are composed of many small eyes, ensuring that it will never let any prey escape, even in the dark. Since the opponent is a Venonat, Natsui's fingers slid across the Pokeballs on his waist, finally choosing a Pokemon with a relative type advantage. Come on out. Charmeleon. A flash of blue light, and Charmeleon appeared in the middle of the field. The moment it appeared, it looked at the Venonat before it, let out a loud roar to the sky, its eyes filled with soaring fighting spirit, slowly walking to the trainer's box. Natsui's eyes were simultaneously sizing up this battlefield. The layout here was identical to the one where he had just battled Janine. If he wasn't sure he had gone upstairs, he would have thought he was still in the same room. Once both sides were ready, Natsui directly gave the command to attack. Charmeleon, use Flamethrower. Charmeleon took a deep breath, its belly swelled, and as it opened its mouth, a stream of fire with rolling heat waves shot directly at Venonat. Faced with the surging flames, Venonat's speed was no match, and it was unable to dodge, forced to take the full brunt of the attack. Fire is super effective against Bug, and just as Natsui was about to use the same trick again, he heard Aya suddenly shout, Venonat, use Disable. Waves of light emitted from Venonat's body, hitting Charmeleon. Although the move's name is Disable, its ability isn't actually to stop the opponent from moving, but rather to seal the last, move the opponent used with a strange light wave. This meant that after being hit by this attack, Flamethrower, which Charmeleon had only used once, was temporarily sealed by Disable. Very good, Venonat. Now use Stun Spore. TCH, Natsui clicked his tongue, knowing he couldn't dodge. He couldn't help but shout, Charmeleon, use Smokescreen. Black smoke and Stun Spore enveloped Charmeleon at almost the same time. However, in Venonat's eyes, the thick smoke was as good as nothing. Even with Charmeleon inside the smoke, it could see it clearly with its radar-like eyes. Aya shouted loudly, Venonat, use Leech Life. Venonat moved its feet, rushed into the smokescreen, opened its mouth, and bit down hard on Charmeleon with its short fangs. Outside the smoke, although Natsui couldn't see what was happening inside, he still shouted, Charmeleon, use Dragon Rage. Inside the smokescreen, the just-bitten Charmeleon, though also unable to see clearly, still managed to grab hold of Venonat's body just as it released its bite and tried to leave. At the same time, a shockwave shot from its mouth, hitting Venonat's body. Bang! Hit by the Dragon Rage, Venonat was thrown onto the floor outside, and the smokescreen surrounding Charmeleon was blown away by the shockwave, quickly dissipating. Good chance. Charmeleon, use Fire Fang. As Natsui gave another command, flames appeared in Charmeleon's mouth, and it charged towards Venonat. However, before it could get very far, it found its speed had become very slow, and then it suddenly stiffened, its body freezing in place. It turned out the paralysis had taken effect, affecting its attack and temporarily preventing it from moving. Seeing this, Aya quickly said, Now's your chance, Venonat, use Confusion. A psychic wave emitted from the two antennae on Venonat's head. Natsui quickly directed Charmeleon to use Dragon Rage again to cancel out the psychic wave. Looks like we've reached a stalemate. Aya smiled, not waiting for Natsui to answer, and continued to command, Venonat, keep attacking. Let's see how long it can last. Use Leech Life. Venonat once again opened its gaping maw and charged towards Charmeleon. However, just as it got close, it suddenly heard Natsui's command. Charmeleon, use Flamethrower. What? Flamethrower? Aya was stunned at first, then, as if remembering something, her expression changed drastically. Oh no. Venonat, dodge it quickly. Flames once again condensed in Charmeleon's mouth, then shot out, burning Venonat's body. Seeing Venonat struggle for a long time before finally fainting, Natsui let out a long sigh of relief. Ms. Aya, that was your mistake. I think you were so absorbed in the battle that you forgot how long Disable lasts. Chapter 77. The Poison Master Koga. Aya gave Natsui a deep look, then took out a pokeball and recalled her Venonat. You worked hard, Venonat. However, from her expression, it was clear she was not quite reconciled with her defeat. At that moment, a smoke bomb suddenly landed in the middle of the field. As it exploded violently, it released a cloud of thick smoke. When the smoke cleared, a man, along with Janine, appeared in the center of the field. The man was around 40 years old, with blue-black hair that spiked upwards like a hedgehog's. He wore a black ninja uniform with a red cape on his back and looked extremely serious. Brother. Seeing the man, Aya quickly knelt on the ground. Brother? Does that mean he is Koga? Koga said flatly, Aya, your training with your Venonat is far from sufficient. You still have a long way to go. Hearing his words, Aya said with a look of shame, I was too careless just now. If I hadn't forgotten the duration of Disable, I would have definitely. All right, since you lost, don't make any more excuses, Koga interrupted her, then turned to look at Natsui. That was a truly splendid battle. I am Koga, the gym leader of this Fuchsia gym. Natsui nodded. A pleasure to meet you. My name is Natsui, and I've come specifically to challenge you. Mr. Koga. Aya and Janine both stepped aside, leaving the field to the two of them. Facing Koga, Natsui naturally did not dare to underestimate this man. After all, when Lance, Agatha, and the others retired, he was once promoted to one of the Elite Four of the Kanto and Johto regions, a powerful poison-type master. Although this was just a regular gym battle, and Koga was unlikely to use his ace Pokemon. Even his regular Pokemon were sure to be very strong. Koga said, "The rules are the same as before. As long as you defeat one of my Pokemon, your challenge is considered a success. However, since you have defeated Janine and Aya, the number of Pokemon you can use is now 3. 3 against 1? Natsui nodded, indicating he understood. Walking to the other side of the field, Koga casually waved his hand and threw a Pokeball. When the blue light vanished, before Natsui could even clearly see what Pokemon it was, he already felt a foul stench rushing towards him. Ugh, this smell, so familiar. It's not another Skuntank, is it? Fortunately, once he had adjusted a little and got a clear look, he saw it was a Mook. Pokédex, beep. Mook, the sludge Pokemon. A poison type. The evolved form of Grimer. Its body is entirely made of sludge and emits a very foul odor. It can easily slip through iron gates, manhole covers, and other objects. It likes to live in sewers, garbage dumps, and other dirty places. The liquid that seeps from its body emits a strong stench. Just one drop is enough to make an entire swimming pool's water murky. Pinching his nose, Natsui thought about his strategy. Since this is a battle against a near-elite 4-level trainer, such a rare opportunity, and it's 3 against 1, I must make sure my Pokemon get plenty of training. With that thought, he once again sent out his Jolteon. Jolteon, let's go one more time. As the Pokeball opened, Jolteon, already injured from its battle with Janine, reappeared. However, this time, Natsui wasn't determined to win, but rather let Jolteon fight as it pleased. Once the match began, the two Pokemon engaged in battle. Although it had a short rest, at first, Jolteon was able to cause Mook some trouble with its agile speed and electric attacks. But as its stamina gradually decreased, Mook eventually found an opportunity and defeated it. Natsui was very satisfied with Jolteon's performance and then sent out Charmeleon. Charmeleon, it's your turn. On the other side, having seen through Natsui's intentions, a hint of appreciation appeared in Koga's eyes. Training his own Pokemon while also wearing down Mook's stamina. What a cunning man. Natsui gave an embarrassed smile. Mr. Koga's Pokemon are all very strong. To be able to battle a master like you is an extremely rare opportunity. In the field, flames flew from Charmeleon's mouth, hitting Mook. Although it caused considerable damage, in the end, due to exhaustion, it was defeated by Mook's body slam, also losing its ability to battle. Recalling it to its Pokeball, Natsui sent out his last Pokemon, and this time, he finally got serious. Go, Wartortle! The moment this evolved form of a water-spitting turtle appeared, it turned back to Natsui and gave him a reliable smile, as if to tell him not to worry. Wartortle, Tortle. Although the two Pokemon had no type advantage or disadvantage against each other, Mook's stamina had already been greatly depleted. Facing it, Wartortle had a very high chance of winning. Confidence is a good thing, but you still have to be careful. Natsui smiled. Go, Wartortle. Use Water Gun. A thick jet of water shot out from Wartortle's mouth, hitting Mook first. Taking the full force of the attack, Koga shouted, Mook, use Sludge. Mook swung its arm forward, and a large lump of sludge separated from its body, hurtling towards Wartortle. Wartortle, withdraw into your shell. Quickly, faced with this glob of mud that was emitting purple gas, Wartortle naturally did not dare to be careless. It quickly pulled its head and limbs into its shell. The sludge hit the shell with a splattering sound, but luckily, Wartortle had dodged in time and didn't take much damage. Mook, use Body Slam. While Wartortle had not yet emerged, Mook suddenly leaped up, its body spreading out and landing heavily on Wartortle, completely enveloping it with its soft body. This move not only squeezed Wartortle's shell, but also completely restricted its movements. Outside the field, a joyful smile of having gotten her revenge appeared on Aya's face. Mook had just defeated Charmeleon, which had vented some of her frustration. Now, seeing Wartortle being suppressed, she hoped even more that her brother would press on and defeat this man. However, her hopes were destined to be dashed. Wartortle, use Rapid Spin. With Natsui's command, the shell under Mook began to vibrate and slowly rotate. Although Mook tried with all its might to press Wartortle down, as the shell spun faster and faster, it could no longer control it, and its entire body was sent flying. At the same time, Wartortle's body spun rapidly in midair, extended its head and feet, and landed perfectly in midair. Seeing Mook tossed high and not yet landed, Natsui continued to command, "Good chance. Use Aqua Tail." Wartortle's tail, as if wreathed in flowing water, began to glow with a blue-green light. As it leaped high, its body turned, and it swung its tail viciously at Mook's body. Chapter 78. The Soul Badge. Struck by such a powerful water-type blow, Mook was slammed hard onto the floor with a splat. The force was so great that it even damaged the floor, causing many cracks to appear. Koga shouted, "Mook, use poison gas." Mook struggled to get up, shaking its dizzy head. A foul-smelling green gas spewed from its mouth, rapidly enveloping Wartortle. Natsui shouted again, "Rapid spin." Hearing Natsui's command, Wartortle withdrew its limbs into its shell and used rapid spin. In the next second, the spinning shell, like an electric fan, created a strong whirlwind that completely blew away the poison gas. A good counter. Even as an opponent, Koga couldn't help but praise him. But Wartortle's attack wasn't over. It bounced into the air and came crashing down towards Mook. Seeing this, Koga quickly said, "Block it." Mook spread its arms, intending to catch Wartortle head-on. As its body flashed with a bright light, its once soft body suddenly became as hard as cement. When the two Pokémon collided, Mook let out a muffled roar. Although it caught Wartortle, it also took recoil damage itself. Due to battling 3 Pokémon, the successive damage had already left its stamina in a precarious state. But Koga did not give up on a final struggle. "Mook, use sludge." A large glob of sludge shot out from Mook's mouth. The sludge flowed through the openings and into Wartortle's shell, rendering its defense useless. Wartortle couldn't help but poke its head out. Its face was slowly turning purple. It had clearly been poisoned. Unfortunately for Mook, the battle had already reached its final moments. With a command of water gun from Natsui, Wartortle shot a thick stream of water from its mouth, finishing off Mook in one fell swoop. Seeing Mook collapse softly to the ground, Janine, acting as the referee, raised her right hand. "Mook is unable to battle. The winner is Wartortle." Natsui walked over to Wartortle, about to give it an antidote, but saw Koga throw a dose of antidote over first. "Use my special antidote." "A special antidote? Thank you." Natsui said his thanks, caught the medicine, and fed it to Wartortle. The usually slow detoxification process was greatly shortened by the special antidote. Almost as soon as it was ingested, Wartortle's condition immediately improved. Such a potent medicine. Seeing Natsui's amazed expression, Janine said proudly, "Of course, my father is a poison-type master. He's not only skilled in using poison, but also an expert in curing it. The antidotes he prepares can perfectly neutralize any Pokemon's toxin, and after taking it, you don't even have to worry about being poisoned again for a while. It's that amazing." Hearing this, Natsui was already tempted. He asked tentatively, "Mr. Koga, could I possibly—" Koga smiled slightly, clearly understanding Natsui's intention. Before he could finish, Koga took out 2 more antidotes from his robes and tossed them to Natsui. "Take them. I hope these 2 antidotes can help you in the future." Natsui was originally going to say he would even pay for them, but he didn't expect Koga to be so generous as to give him 2 for free. At that moment, Aya took out a heart-shaped badge glowing with a pale red light from her robes and walked over to Natsui. "Keep this safe. This is our Fuchsia Gym's badge." Her tone was a bit stiff. In her heart, she was still blaming herself quite a bit. She knew full well how powerful her brother was. If her Venonat hadn't lost to Charmeleon, allowing Charmeleon to wear down Mook's stamina, perhaps Koga wouldn't have lost this gym battle at all. After bidding farewell to Koga, Natsui turned to leave the Fuchsia Gym. However, He had just stepped out of the main gate of the residence when he heard a woman's voice from behind him. He looked back, and it was Aya. "Ms. Aya, what is it?" Aya blocked Natsui's path and said solemnly, "Let's have another match." Natsui was stunned, asking in confusion, "Another match? Why?" "To get my revenge, of course. You don't think you could defeat me that easily, do you?" Aya said, taking out 3 Pokeballs and waving them in front of Natsui's eyes. "Inside the gym, I was limited by the rules and couldn't use my full strength. This time, let's have a 3-on-3 battle." "Sorry," Natsui shook his head. "My Pokemon are all injured, and I'm heading to the Pokemon Center to heal them now. I think we should do it another day." Aya frowned slightly, pointed at Haunter and Curlia, and asked, "What about those two? Their skills are very poor." "They can't battle yet." Natsui made up a random excuse, refusing directly. "Besides, I have a very important matter I need to take care of. I really don't have time for another battle with you." Seeing Natsui's sincere words, Aya thought seriously for a moment and nodded. "All right, then another day it is. Remember what you said. Don't even think about running away, or it'll find you even if you go to the ends of the earth." Returning to Fuchsia City, Natsui went to the Pokemon Center, first restoring the stamina of his several Pokemon, and then led everyone to have lunch there. In the restaurant, as he put a French fry into his mouth, Natsui suddenly saw Dratini curled up alone in a corner, gobbling down its food. He couldn't help but ponder how to change its personality and help it integrate into this big family. His eyes swept over his Pokemon, and when he saw Charmeleon, he immediately had an idea. "Charmeleon, come over here for a second." With a bewildered Charmeleon in tow, Natsui walked over to Dratini. "Ahem." Natsui cleared his throat twice, interrupting the engrossed Dratini. Seeing it look up at him with a slightly dazed expression, Natsui introduced, "Let me introduce you. This Pokemon next to me is Charmeleon. Although you've already met, I'm sure you don't know each other yet. But from today on, it is your big brother, and you are its little brother. I hope you two can support each other and improve together in the future." Natsui's words were not only pompous, but also very abrupt. It wasn't just Dratini. Even Charmeleon had a look of utter confusion on its face. Seeing this, Natsui put an arm around Charmeleon, turned it around, and whispered to it, "Hey, this guy is not only a foodie, but it's also been through some trauma. That's why it needs your guidance. No matter what method you use, you have to get it back to normal. So this matter, you understand, capiche?" Chapter 79. An unexpected message, and the Seafoam Islands Charmeleon puffed out its chest and pounded it, even striking a confident pose as if to say, "Leave it to me," when Natsui returned to the table. Haunter floated over and asked curiously, "Why did you entrust this matter to Charmeleon? After all, compared to a Pokemon, wouldn't it be better and more efficient for you to take care of it yourself?" "They'll be assisting from the sidelines, of course," Natsui smiled. "But their names both have dragon in them. Compared to the other Pokemon, it will surely be easier for them to communicate." Seeing Haunter still looked puzzled, Natsui continued, "All right, it's actually because of Charmeleon's careless personality. Even if I specifically instructed it, I'm afraid it wouldn't be able to notice the subtle changes in Dratini's emotions. But the more rough around the edges it is, the more it can subtly influence and change Dratini's personality. For example, I once met a person with the surname Uzumaki. With his relentless effort and a personality that wasn't afraid of getting the cold shoulder, he eventually became good friends with another Uchiha kid who wasn't in a very good place mentally. So I firmly believe that if anyone can successfully turn Dratini around, it has to be Charmeleon." Leaving Fuchsia City, Natsui continued south. After camping in the wild for a night, he arrived at the southern coast of the Kanto mainland. He continued along the coastline and soon found an unnamed seaside town. Seeing a few fishermen who had returned from the sea unloading their boats at the pier, he walked over and asked, "Excuse me for bothering you, but do you know where the Seafoam Islands are?" "The Seafoam Islands?" The weather-beaten old fisherman took a few puffs from his pipe and eyed him skeptically. "They're on a waterway to Cinnabar Island, a very long way from here. But let me ask you one thing, young man. What are you going there for?" Natsui cast his gaze towards the distant sea surface and smiled. I heard there's a rare Pokemon there. I want to go and catch it. A rare Pokemon? You mean Articuno, right? The old fisherman blew out a large smoke ring and kindly advised, that's just a rumor. At least, I've been fishing in these waters for so many years, and I've never seen any Articuno on that island. On the other hand, many people go there every year because of the fame, but after all the trouble, don't they just come back empty-handed in the end? Yes. I'm just going to try my luck. It doesn't matter if I don't see Articuno. Perhaps because he was old, he liked to ramble on for a bit whenever he met someone, whether he knew them or not. Natsui listened patiently for a long time before finally getting the general location of the Seafoam Islands from the old fisherman. After marking the location on his phone's map, he thanked the man, then left the town and rode Gyarados towards the deep sea. Just then, as the phone signal was about to disappear, he suddenly received a message in his chat app. The sender of the message was a beautiful young girl with long, curly, dark golden hair. From her profile picture, you could see she was holding a man's arm with both hands. Although her expression was slightly shy, she still smiled very happily at the camera. Staring at the girl's profile picture, 1,000 thoughts flooded Natsui's mind. But after hesitating for a long time, his finger seemed to freeze on the screen, and he did not open the message. Who is this cute girl? A voice suddenly sounding next to his ear startled Natsui, and the phone in his hand almost fell into the sea. Hey, Haunter, don't just suddenly speak and scare people like that. What do you mean? Suddenly speak? Haunter's eyes widened as it looked at him in disbelief. I've been calling you for a long time. You were the one spacing out like a block of wood. Your soul had completely flown away. How is that possible? Natsui cleared his throat and quickly denied it. I was just a bit dazed for a moment. It's not as exaggerated as you say. Oh, is that so? Haunter said with a teasing look and a playful tone. Then who is this girl? That arm she's holding on to, it's yours, right? Her. Natsui was clearly reluctant to talk about it, saying vaguely, she was just a girl next door when I lived in the Kalos region. We just had a good relationship because we often played together. Just that? Is that really all there is to it? Then why don't you dare to open her message? Well, Natsui hesitated for a moment. It's just that some things happened in the past that make me a little afraid to face her now. Some things? Afraid to face her? Instantly, Haunter's mind was filled with wild fantasies. But after hearing the embarrassment in Natsui's tone, although it was extremely curious, it was considerate enough not to press further and change the subject. By the way, how did you become a trainer in the first place? Why have I never heard you talk about things before you came to Kanto? And even when I asked Curlia, it was tight-lipped and wouldn't reveal a single thing. Natsui shook his head. This matter is actually very complicated. It can't be explained in just a few words. Let's wait until there's a chance in the future, and he'll tell you then. By now, Gyarados had already swum a long way. Seeing no one around, Natsui once again mounted Zapdos. Above the clouds, Zapdos spread its wings and soared, riding the wind westward. 2 hours later, they had arrived at the target area. But next, finding 2 islands in the vast sea was an extremely eye-straining task. Patting Zapdos' neck feathers, Natsui asked, Hey, as one of the 3 legendary birds, you've loved and fought each other for so many years. Do you Zapdos, Articuno, and Moltres have some kind of ability to sense each other? To help us pinpoint that Articuno? Zapdos completely ignored this meaningless nonsense, but it did turn its head and, with its sharp, eagle-like eyes, helped him find the Seafoam Islands. The Seafoam Islands, as the name implies, were so called because both islands had a tall, barren mountain in the center and were very similar in shape, like a pair of twins. And because there were no other islands nearby, they appeared exceptionally prominent in the middle of the sea. After flying a few circles around the islands, Natsui didn't find anything suspicious. After a moment of thought, he finally chose to have Zapdos land on the larger of the 2 islands. A strong sea breeze whistled through the mountains, and even the rocks underfoot seemed to emit a chill. Being far from human habitation, both islands were usually very quiet. But for some reason, Although these two islands were also covered with green plants, they were rather sparse. Most of the terrain was exposed rock, making the place look very desolate. And what was even more troublesome was that, perhaps because they were often disturbed, or perhaps because their territorial awareness was extremely strong, from the moment Natsui set foot on the island, every wild Pokemon he encountered attacked him without a word. Chapter 80. The Search Ivysaur. Use Razor Leaf. With a command from Natsui, countless sharp leaves flew from Ivysaur's bulb, striking a graveler in front of them. Puff, 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 puff. Taking continuous damage, the wild Pokemon couldn't withstand the assault and rolled down the slope, directly into the forest below, letting out a long sigh of relief, counting this one. It was the sixth Pokemon that had actively attacked Natsui since he had arrived on the island. Golbat, Geodude, Tentacruel, Slowpoke, Cloyster, Graveler. Who knows what would appear next? Although his Pokemon could easily defeat these wild Pokemon due to the difference in strength, it wasn't a sustainable solution to keep expending energy like this. After thinking for a moment to avoid being attacked again, he released all his Pokemon at once. Flashes of blue light appeared one by one, and Jolteon, Wartortle, and the others all materialized, surrounding Natsui. This way, even if another wild Pokemon wanted to attack him, seeing so many guard around him, it would surely have to weigh its own strength and not dare to act recklessly. Continuing forward, Natsui ventured deeper into the island's interior, arriving at a cliff. He crossed a natural stone bridge formed by rock, passed through a crevice, and finally entered a vast rock maze. And sure enough, the effect was immediate. Just as he had expected, along the way, seeing such a large group of Pokemon gathered together, no other wild Pokemon dared to overestimate its abilities and attack him. This maze was surrounded by smooth rock walls formed by steep cliffs. Not only were there numerous forked paths, but the roads were also very similar. At a rough glance, it was impossible to spot any difference. After just walking for a bit, making a few turns and detours, he was already starting to lose his sense of direction. Looking around, Haunter asked in confusion, "Is there really an Articuno on this island? Why have we walked so far without finding any trace of it? If it were that easy to find, it wouldn't be our turn," Natsui said. Having walked for a long time, he was a bit tired and took out a water bottle from his backpack to wet his throat. Speaking of which, when people think of bird Pokemon, they instinctively assume they nest in trees. But actually, to find Articuno, we need to go down. In fact, whether in the games or the anime, underneath the Seafoam Islands, there was indeed a vast space made of flowing water and ice. Down? Haunter had a sudden realization. "You mean there's a whole other world beneath this island?" Natsui nodded. "Otherwise, why would we feel a chill seeping up from under our feet? Somewhere below, there must be a freezing place suitable for Articuno to live." With that, he said to Haunter and Zapdos, "They'll be counting on you two then. Quickly fly up high and see if there are any entrances leading underground nearby." "No problem, leave it to us." Haunter nodded, and it and Zapdos each chose a direction and took to the sky. Watching them leave, Natsui couldn't help but sigh. If only he had a Pokemon that knew Dig at this time, he could just tunnel straight down, and it would save him all this trouble. After a short rest, Natsui led his remaining Pokemon and continued to traverse the maze. Actually, there's a simple-minded way to get through this kind of maze. Just follow the rock wall on the left or right, stick to one direction, and keep moving forward, and you'll eventually find an exit. And at this moment, Natsui was using this very method to slowly explore. Along the way, he also saw many traces of past camping and battles. It seemed the old fisherman was right. Many trainers had indeed braved the hardships to come to this island in search of Articuno. And after being exposed to the wind and rain for a long time, the clothes and tents left behind by people were already tattered. Some even turned to dust with a gentle touch. After advancing for some time, Haunter and Zapdos flew back and landed beside Natsui. "No good," Haunter sighed. "From the sky, no matter where I look, it's all the same bare rock. My eyes are starting to blur, and I still haven't found a cave entrance. It must be hidden in a secluded spot. Natsui thought for a moment and decided to change his approach. All right, since it's not working from above, let's push up from below. Haunter, could you please make another trip underground? Find the caverns below first, and then, based on the caverns, look for an exit to the surface. That's a pretty reliable idea. Wait for my news. Haunter's eyes lit up, and its body sank, passing directly through the rock's surface underfoot. This time, it took much less time than before. Not long after, when Haunter returned, it finally brought back good news. You guessed right. The adventure into the unknown also made it very excited. I did find several layers of caverns down below, and at the very bottom, there really is a huge space made of ice. Did you see Articuno? Natsui pressed. Not really. I was worried about scaring it off, so I didn't go any deeper. But I did find a tunnel that connects directly to the caverns below. Excellent. Lead the way. Haunter once again submerged into the ground, while Natsui hopped on Zapdos and flew into the air. Not long after, in a certain part of the maze, a shadow ball suddenly flew up into the sky. There! Zapdos, let's go! Flapping its wings, Zapdos slowly descended. It wasn't until then that Natsui realized just how hard this cave entrance was to find. Weeds grew thickly on both sides of the cave, and a massive rock semi-covered it from above, blocking the sunlight. Forget seeing it from the air. Even if Natsui were standing right in front of it now, he wouldn't have noticed a cave entrance was hidden here without paying close attention. Just then, a clear, cold breeze blew out from underground. The bone-chilling cold instantly seeped through his clothes and hit his body. He couldn't help but shiver. Natsui tightened his collar, took out a flashlight, and had Charmeleon lead the way. He then entered the cave in a line with his Pokémon. At first, the warm sunlight from outside met the cold air inside the cave, making the ground extremely slippery, requiring extreme caution with every step. As they went deeper, the ground finally became dry, but the chill grew even more intense. Even his breath turned into a cloud of mist when he exhaled. Chapter 81. The Ice Shrine. Seeing this, Natsui couldn't help but move closer to Charmeleon, hoping to draw a bit of warmth from the flame on its tail. After passing through the long, narrow tunnel, the space he was in suddenly became tall and wide, as if more than half the mountain had been hollowed out. Above his head, sunlight shone in through crevices, making the place not as dim as he had imagined. Looking around, the inside of the cave was a network of paths leading in all directions to destinations unknown. However, the signs of battle here were obvious, judging from the broken rock walls and fractured stone pillars. Who knows how many trainers had made it through the maze and arrived here over the years. Follow me. Led by Haunter, Natsui continued deeper. After a few turns left and right, he finally arrived in front of a dugout hole with a diameter of only 1 meter. The interior of the cave was also inhabited by a large number of Pokémon. Along the way, red glows would flash from time to time. Those were the Pokémon hidden in the darkness, staring at him with hostile eyes. But seeing such a large group of intruders barge in at once, none of them dared to come forward and harass them. Beside the burrow were claw marks. Natsui bent down and touched the scattered rubble and soil. The burrow was long since dry and solid. It probably wasn't formed by battle, but simply dug out by a Pokémon like Sandshrew as it was passing through. Peering inside, it was pitch black and went straight down. Natsui shone his flashlight inside, but he couldn't see the bottom at all. Haunter said, "Don't underestimate this burrow. They seem to be everywhere in the cave, but this one is a shortcut. If you go down from here, you can pass through several levels and reach the very bottom." Since Haunter had already investigated, Natsui naturally didn't hesitate. He temporarily recalled his other Pokémon, and as Haunter used Ominous Wind to gently envelop him, descended down the burrow. The narrow space in the burrow made it impossible to even stretch his limbs, but with Haunter's protection, he wasn't worried about his safety at all. Before his eyes, thick layers of rock and earth flashed by quickly. In just a short while, They had already passed through at least 4 levels of stone caves. They reached the bottom of the hole and arrived in a vast space, but besides stones, there was nothing here. And in terms of depth, Natsui had now descended below sea level. If it were any other trainer, without extraordinary luck or going through immense trouble, it would be impossible to reach here so easily. Although the temperature was even colder, there was no ice nearby. Clearly, this was not their destination. Where do we go next? Natsui asked. We still have to go even lower, Hunter grinned. But next, we'll have to take an unusual, special path. A special path? Continuing to follow behind Hunter, they passed through a rugged rock crevice. With the rumbling sound of flowing water, they arrived in front of a rushing waterfall. Glancing at Natsui, Hunter smiled. All right, we're here. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The deafening sound of the water was so loud that Natsui could barely hear Hunter's voice. He could only shout at the top of his lungs, "This is the special path you were talking about." Seeing Hunter nod, Natsui couldn't help but be amazed. He walked to the edge of the waterfall, stood on the cliff, and looked down. He saw the powerful waterfall crashing its way down to an even deeper level. All right, it seems that besides this waterway, there's no other feasible option. Sighing, Natsui released Curlia. Because he could see the shore below this time, Curlia directly used teleport, taking him to the deepest part of the Seafoam Islands. Inside the vast underground cavern, icicles hung from the ceiling above, and underfoot was a thick layer of ice. Standing here was like being in a frozen world, and because of the reflection of the ice crystals, the place looked even brighter than the rock caves above. But on the other hand, there was a cold that seemed to seep into his very bones. Breathing out a cloud of cold air, Natsui quickly released Charmeleon and hugged it tightly. At this moment, this constantly burning flame was his most important support. Charmeleon, I'm only now realizing that catching you back then was a really wise decision. Charmeleon looked helpless and even seemed to want to push Natsui away. Just then, Hunter came to his side and gestured for Natsui to look into the distance. Look over there. Natsui looked up and saw that not far ahead, the cascading waterfall had formed a small lake, and in the middle of the lake, there was an island. On the island was a dense forest formed by icicles. From a distance, it was crystal clear, like an ice shrine from a fantasy world. If Articuno is hiding somewhere, it must be here. Looking at the small island, Natsui casually took a few photos, then crouched down and gently swirled the lake water with his hand. The chill seemed like it was about to freeze his fingers off. Damn, how's it so cold? Natsui quickly wiped his fingers dry on Charmeleon's body and said to Curlia, I really don't want to get my clothes wet. Could you use teleport again and take us to the other side? Curlia nodded lightly, gently touched Natsui and Charmeleon with its hand, and in the next second, Natsui only felt a flash before his eyes, and he was already standing on the island in the lake. But before he could get a clear look at his surroundings, a wave of energy formed from cold air suddenly burst from the center of the island, sweeping past Natsui. Luckily, Curlia protected Natsui with its psychic power in time, saving him from the cold assault. But even so, as the cold air wave passed, every breath he took was torture for his lungs. Is this Articuno's intimidate? Natsui's teeth were chattering from the cold. He quickly fumbled in his backpack for a bottle of antidote and poured it into his mouth. A fiery heat flowed from his stomach to his limbs. The feeling was like drinking a bottle of high-proof liquor, slowly dispelling the chill from his body. When Hunter flew to his side, Natsui smiled at it. I should have prepared some thick clothes in advance, but it looks like we've really come to the right place. Articuno must be inside. Then what are we waiting for? Hunter cackled. Since it's already attacked you, hurry up and defeat it. Hearing you say that is really reassuring. Natsui tossed a Pokeball and released all his Pokemon. But before that, as is tradition, we should test the waters first. Perhaps Hunter's words were too arrogant and had finally angered the master of this ice shrine. A clear, resonant cry was heard, and a large blue bird Pokemon flew out from the icicle forest staring at them with icy eyes. And it was none other than the legendary Pokemon that countless trainers dreamed of Articuno. Chapter 82. Legend versus Legend. Articuno's appearance was quite different from Zapdos. Unlike Zapdos' dry feathers, Articuno's seemingly transparent blue feathers were beautiful and fluffy. Its eyes were red, its beak was short, and it had a crest on its head composed of 3 deep blue, diamond-shaped feathers. But the most eye-catching feature was its long, ribbon-like tail. The tail, almost as long as its body, fluttered continuously in the air as Articuno flew and circled, making its posture exceptionally graceful. The moment he saw it, Natsui had already made up his mind. This time, no matter what, he had to catch it. Pokédex, beep. Articuno, the freeze Pokemon. An ice and flying type. One of the legendary bird Pokemon. Its beautiful, transparent-looking feathers are said to be made of ice. It can easily freeze the moisture in the air to create blizzards. Legend has it that it appears before people who are lost in snowy mountains, just as they are about to freeze to death. Without hesitation, Natsui directly took a great ball from his waist and released the Pokemon inside. And after the blue light faded, with a clear cry, Zapdos appeared in mid-air. Facing Articuno, as fellow legendary Pokemon, their eyes met. Without the need for words, their fighting spirit was already soaring. This was a clash of ice and lightning, and even more so, a battle for territory and freedom. Articuno, I'm sure you know why we're here. How about it? Care to have a battle with us? This was Natsui's taunt. Moreover, being in Articuno's habitat, he wasn't worried at all that it would flee or avoid a fight. Although his strength and lineup gave Natsui much more confidence and composure than when he had faced Zapdos, for this capture battle, he still wanted to let Zapdos have the first try. In response to Natsui's declaration of war, Articuno flapped its wings, and a cold wind suddenly rushed towards him. Seeing this, Kirlia quickly extended its hands and used its psychic power to neutralize the cold wind. So that's your answer? Natsui nodded. Then we don't need to be polite anymore. Go, Zapdos. As soon as his words fell, Zapdos eagerly charged forward. The two Pokemon grappled in the air, and in an instant, sparks and cold air enveloped the small island. In terms of typing, Zapdos is electric flying, while Articuno is ice flying. Both electric-type moves and ice-type moves would deal 2x damage to the other. Zapdos used Discharge. As Zapdos shook its wings, a thick bolt of electricity shot from its body towards Articuno. Articuno, naturally, would not be outdone. It also flapped its wings, and sheets of icicles formed around it, ing towards Zapdos. Crackling explosions echoed in the air. Countless ice shards rained down from the sky, showering Natsui. Kirlia waved its arms, blocking everything, while Haunter flew to Natsui's ear and said to him, "It's still too dangerous here. I think we should get further away, or we'll easily get caught in the battle." Natsui nodded and retreated, hiding behind a distant ice pillar. Under the stone dome, the two Pokemon's attacks did not cease as they chased each other. After a few exchanges of moves, Articuno saw its chance, suddenly spun its body, and viciously kicked Zapdos with its talons. Zapdos cried out in pain and fell from the sky, crashing to the ground with a thud. Articuno's attacks followed one after another, a second kick, a third kick, striking Zapdos repeatedly. That's triple axle. Zapdos counterattacked quickly. A brilliant flash of electricity suddenly erupted. The violent current shot out indiscriminately, attacking everything around it. At the critical moment, it had decisively used Thunderbolt to protect itself. The current spread across the ice surface, instantly melting it and cracking it into dozens of large and small pieces. Struck by such an electric shock, Articuno cried out mournfully and fell to the ground, clearly having taken significant damage. Excellent. Zapdos, keep attacking. Taking this opportunity, the proud-hearted Zapdos once again flew into the air, also spinning its body, its long beak beginning to glow as it pecked towards Articuno. Bang! The blow hit its mark, and Articuno's body was sent flying. But it was a legendary Pokemon, after all. Even after being hit twice in a row, it still wasn't defeated. Although its body was covered in wounds, its spirit was high, clearly getting stronger as the fight went on. As it took to the air again, it flapped its wings rapidly. In the next second, a cold wind mixed with snowflakes suddenly began to blow. As the wind grew stronger, it slowly formed a blizzard around Articuno. It's a blizzard. It seems we've thoroughly angered it now, Natsui said with a self-deprecating laugh, then shouted loudly to Zapdos. In that case, we can't lose to it. Zapdos, let's use our ultimate move too. Hearing the command, Zapdos soared high. With its cry, a large patch of dark clouds suddenly gathered under the stone dome. In just a few seconds, the clouds thickened at a visible rate, blocking the reflected sunlight and plunging the entire ice shrine into darkness. And beneath the clouds, flashes of lightning streaked by from time to time. It looked like a terrifying thunderstorm was brewing. Now, Natsui looked from side to side. Let me see which is stronger between Articuno and Zapdos, between blizzard and thunder. When the power had built to its peak, the two ultimate moves erupted at almost the same time. Amidst an incredibly brilliant lightning strike, the howling wind and snowflakes simultaneously enveloped both Pokemon. Crack! The ground shook as if the entire cavern trembled, and the thunder that followed was deafening in this enclosed space. Natsui had just covered his ears, and before he could even steady himself, the strong wind wrapped in snowflakes blew past, blinding him. Icicles and ice pillars shattered one after another, and scattered ice fragments covered the entire island. When the dust settled, Natsui rubbed his eyes and looked towards the center of the battlefield. At this point, the blizzard and lightning had both vanished. Having taken the full damage from each other's attacks, both Pokemon had fallen. But upon closer inspection, their conditions were completely different. Zapdos lay on its back, its eyes tightly closed, clearly unconscious. Articuno, on the other hand, was panting heavily as it struggled up from the ground and once again took to the sky. A sharp cry came from its beak, as if proclaiming its victory. Zapdos had actually lost. Natsui shook his head, but he had already mentally prepared for this beforehand, so he wasn't too surprised by the result. After all, it couldn't be helped. There was still a certain gap in power between the two Pokemon. Recalling it with a Pokeball, Natsui sent out Jolteon, then said to the four Pokemon beside him, "All right, even though Zapdos was defeated, our goal hasn't been achieved yet. So now we're changing strategies. Next, everyone attack together." Chapter 83. Catching Articuno, Charmeleon and Jolteon both nodded, while only Kirlia and Haunter stared at him with worried eyes. "You be careful then," Haunter warned. "Don't get caught up in the battle." "Don't worry, he'll be cautious," Natsui said, patting Kirlia's shoulder. He then released Gyarados and Wartortle. They'll have these two act as bodyguards and also as a reserve force, ready to strike at any moment. With them here, my safety is completely guaranteed. So for what comes next, you can all go all out and fight with your full strength. Wartortle, Wartortle nodded at Haunter, its face showing a resolute expression as if to say, "Leave this to me." "That's good, we're going in." Haunter gave an excited grin and, leading the other Pokemon, charged towards Articuno. High in the air, sizing up these ill-intentioned creatures, Articuno flapped its wings, and a strong wind blew past, seemingly trying to use this intimidation to make these not yet fully evolved Pokemon back down. That presence is really intimidating. Seeing this, Natsui shouted loudly to them, "Don't back down, everyone." Kirlia, use Confusion. Jolteon, use Thundershock. Charmeleon, Flamethrower. 3 different moves shot toward Articuno at the same time. Faced with such an attack, Articuno naturally did not dare to be careless, and quickly whipped up a storm to neutralize all the moves. And just then, a shadow ball suddenly hit it on the back, catching it completely off guard. Articuno cried out in pain and turned to look. It turned out to be Haunter, who had quietly appeared behind it and launched a sneak attack. It quickly fired icicles at Haunter, only to see Haunter's body vanish in a fit of wild laughter. The icicles passed through the air and hit the wall behind. Gay, 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 gay. An eerie, terrifying laughter echoed in Articuno's ears.